Grasping Evil Chapter 634 to Chapter 659. Immortal Ascension Pagoda, Level 35. Yunyomu had a complicated expression on his face. The moment he saw Emperor Xia's sword, he finally understood why he felt such a sense of familiarity towards Bai Mu. That's not Bai Mu, it's Ning Fan. Appearances could be faked, or it could be altered, cultivation could be fabricated, but there was no way there could be a second sword that looked exactly like Emperor Xia's sword. Ning Fan had used Emperor Xia's sword to kill King Lanling. In the battle against Xianxia, Ning Fan had also used Emperor Xia's sword. Yunyomu had seen this sword at close range twice, so it was impossible for him to mistake it for someone else. This sword still gave him a lingering fear. Bai Mu is Ning Fan. Ning Fan is Bai Mu. The Rain Sovereign, Ning Fan, has actually sneaked into the demon world. Is he one of the helpers that the young lord of the Godly Void Pavilion found? If it's possible, I really want to tell Hidaozi that this person can't be underestimated. Unfortunately, I can't say it. I can't tell anyone about his identity. Yunyomu smiled bitterly. He could not help but recall Ning Fan's meaningful smile when he came to this cave dwelling. With Yunyomu's shrewdness, he could naturally tell that Ning Fan had purposely revealed his identity to him. Ning Fan was certain that Yunyomu would not dare to reveal his identity. After all, Ning Fan had already planted a demon seal on Yunyomu. He could control his life and death at will. If Ning Fan encounters danger and dies, Yunyomu, who has been planted with a demon seal, would also not be able to escape death. If Yunyomu enraged Ning Fan would only need a single thought to take his life. Even Imperial Father is no match for him. I'm afraid Xianxia is no match for him. Immortal Ascension Pagoda, 29th level. The one guarding this level of the cave abode was the patriarch of the End Goat clan, End Monarch. This person was wearing a sheepskin cloak and had two curved horns on his head. His white beard reached the ground and his eyes were tightly shut. He was currently adjusting his breathing inside the cave. His cultivation base was at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, he was proficient in two great void fragmentation realm abilities, incarnation technique and soul extraction. His Emoyang incarnation was extremely difficult to deal with. It had the strange ability to absorb other people's demonic power. His mastery of the soul extraction art was not high, but it could still increase his demonic power by almost 10%. If it was a second shattering cultivator who did not know his background, he would usually suck out all of his demon power and easily defeat him. This person was not a weakling among those at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. There's less than 8 hours left before the end of the grand competition. What a pity, this old man's strength isn't enough to occupy the first 20 levels of the abode. It seems like I'm not fated to obtain the essence clear pill. While sighing, the last heaven lord suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a sharp gaze. Then, he snorted in disdain. Humph, who is this kid? With just a cultivation base at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, you want to seize my abode? Other than a handful of one-demolishing cultivators in the demon realm, no one has ever dared to look down on me like this. Last Heaven Monarch's expression was gloomy, and his body suddenly turned into a white light that flew out of the cave and appeared in the vast desert outside the cave. His old and turbid eyes stared straight ahead. In that direction, a white-robed young man was walking over step by step. Every step he took was gathering his aura. Light Wing Clan, Bai Mu. The youth reported his name indifferently, not bothering to waste any time. He could tell with a single glance that the last heaven monarch before him was an old monster that thought highly of himself and would absolutely not give up his abode so easily, so he could only seize it in battle. Last heaven monarch of the Last Yang clan. The last heaven monarch also did not have the intention to waste any time. After reporting his name, the last heaven monarch suddenly shook his body and transformed into the incarnation of Mo Yang. His body grew slightly taller and his robes disappeared. Gray fur like that of a demon beast grew on his body. An incarnation technique, huh? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. With just a glance, he could tell that this incarnation of Mo Yang was a little strange. However, he could not tell what it was exactly. I'll have to be careful when dealing with him. Ning Fan's heart was already filled with alertness, paying attention to every change in his surroundings. Soul extraction. The last heaven monarch clawed at the ground with one of his claws, extracting the earth's soul from the ground and swallowing it. After swallowing the earth's soul, his demon power immediately increased by more than 10% and his chi became much stronger. Void technique, goat devouring. The last heaven monarch's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers and a gigantic purple-horned goat shadow appeared behind him. All of a sudden, the ground of the entire abode began to shake in a strange manner. Countless wriggling white threads suddenly pierced through the ground and entangled Ning Fan. Those white threads moved extremely fast and could even teleport. Ning Fan hurriedly escaped from his original spot. When he appeared in the sky, his hands and feet were still entangled by some white threads. At the moment when his hands and feet were entangled by the white threads, Ning Fan immediately felt that his magic power began to flow away rapidly. It was all absorbed by the white threads. Devour. 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 The last heaven monarch's eyes revealed a rather proud look. Any cultivator who was entangled by his Mo-yang thread would find it hard to escape. In the end, all of their demon power would be sucked dry. This thread was not afraid of being slashed by ordinary blades and swords or being burned by ordinary spiritual flames. Ordinary methods would not be able to break this thread. Unfortunately, the last heaven monarch did not know that Ning Fan had as many extraordinary methods as he wanted. The secret technique of the Mo-yang clan. Goat devouring technique, huh? Zhou Nan, who had quietly followed Ning Fan, let out a soft sigh. When he was young, he had once fought against the Mo-yang clan and suffered a lot from this technique. If Bai Mu can't handle this technique, I'll lend him a hand. Just as this thought flashed across Zhou Nan's mind, his eyes suddenly lit up at the next moment. This is... what a strong flame. It can even burn the Mo-yang thread. All of a sudden, Ning Fan, who was entangled by the white threads, was engulfed in black devil flames that soared into the sky. The grade of this black devil flame had clearly reached the high grade 7th grade. It was a flame that was formed by the fusion of 24 types of heavenly cold flames and earth flames. Moreover, it had also been infused with the cold chi of other spiritual flames. The grade of this flame was the best in the rain world. Even though it might not be the best in the demon world, it could still be ranked among the top 3 in the demon world. With Zhou Nan's eyesight, he could naturally tell that this flame was not any flame that he knew. If that was the case, this flame must be a special flame that Ning Fan cultivated using a special cultivation method. Burn. Ning Fan only uttered a single word and the black flame immediately spread out from his body. It burned tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li, above the desert. Countless Mo-yang threads were burned into ashes in the black flame. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, ordinary void fragmentation realm cultivators were not his match at all when he uses the yin-yang flame. If Ning Fan's cultivation base is a few more levels higher, attaining the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, he could directly use this flame to fight against the Rain Sovereign. What a strong flame! No wonder this young man dared to come and seize my abode even though he is just at the 1st heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. It turns out that he has something to rely on. However, I also have a way to break your flame. Fire-devouring gourd, keep. Without saying a word, the last heaven lord took out a fiery red gourd. As soon as the gourd was taken out, it immediately absorbed the raging flames. The sea of flames that stretched across the entire heavenly dwelling gradually began to weaken. Ning Fan glanced at the fire-devouring gourd. It was a mid-grade immortal void realm magic treasure which came with the ability to restrain fire. Using the devil flame at the 1st heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm was no match for the might of this gourd. His eyes gradually turned cold. Black chi swirled around his body. He took a step forward and transformed into his black robes. Before his spirit sense entered the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, the increase in his cultivation base when he transformed into his incarnation was not as great as before, but it was not small either. He once again pointed his finger at the void and shattered it. Then, he made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers and pulled out the void soul, swallowing it. All of a sudden, his 1st heavenly layer void fragmentation realm aura force rose rapidly, breaking through the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and advancing towards the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He was still only one step away from attaining the 3rd heavenly layer. I still can't use these two divine abilities to break through to the third demolishing level. But it's enough to deal with this guy. Burn. Ning Fan's current chi was much stronger than Mo Tianjuan's. He changed his hand seal, and the demonic fire that was sucked into the gourd immediately went berserk, trying its best to burn the fire-swallowing gourd. As the spellcaster's aura grew stronger, the power of the demonic flames naturally increased as well. After a breath of time, the fire-swallowing gourd was like a piece of red-hot iron, its red glow piercing the eyes. 2 breaths later, the fire-swallowing gourd began to sizzle, but there was no sound of explosion. 3 breaths, the fire-devouring gourd suddenly cracked and shattered. The moment the gourd shattered, the black flames transformed into a fire dragon and flew out of the gourd's cracks, burning the remains of the gourd to ashes. Gourd, my gourd! Last Heaven Monarch's expression changed greatly. He did not expect that Ning Fan was also proficient in the soul extraction technique and incarnation transformation technique. He also did not expect that Ning Fan could actually extract the void soul, and his attainment in this technique was even higher than his. He did not have time to think further because as Ning Fan pointed at him, the 9 black fire dragons roared and attacked him. Fellow Daoist, please stop. I admit defeat. How could Last Heaven Monarch still care about the gourd? He directly used the Earth Escape technique and fled without a trace, not daring to face the attacks of the 9 fire dragons head-on. Even though he fled in a hurry, he still suffered quite a lot of burns. Otherwise, Last Heaven Monarch would have at least been severely injured by the yin-yang flame that Ning Fan displayed with all his might. Seeing that Last Heaven Monarch had fled, Ning Fan did not chase after him. He withdrew the devil flames and stepped into the cave dwelling, using the primitive Emperor Jade to observe the Tao comprehension inside. There were already a total of 471 Tao marks of life and death on his primordial spirit. As his Tao comprehension became deeper and deeper, ordinary Tao comprehension would not be able to increase the number of Tao marks. Fortunately, the design of the Immortal Ascension Tower had always made the Tao comprehension deeper and deeper with each floor. In this way, the number of Tao marks in the 500 floors of the Immortal Ascension Tower would certainly exceed 500. He actually won in such a short time. Zhou Nan's eyes were filled with astonishment. In his opinion, Ning Fan, who had displayed the soul extraction and incarnation technique, might not necessarily lose even if he were to fight against the 3 old monsters of the body-shattering realm. Perhaps Ning Fan might be able to enter the top 20 floors of the Immortal Ascension realm. If I am only at the 3 body-shattering realm, I might not be a match for this young man. Based on this young man might really be able to enter the top 20 floors. After observing the Tao comprehension, Ning Fan did not stay for long. In a flash, he flew towards the 28th floor. Using the yin-yang flame to attack the enemy would consume a lot of magic power. It would be fine if it was just a single battle. However, it was not suitable to continue using the yin-yang flame in a situation like this. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out Emperor Xia's sword. The body of the sword was cold and the faint heartbeats of the 5 people could be heard. Those were the heartbeats of the 5 sword spirits. They were hiding inside the sword, trying to help Ning Fan control the sword. Come out. The current me can control this sword with ease. From today onwards, you don't need to stay inside the body of the sword. Ning Fan said with a hint of heartache. He knew that with the cultivation base of the 5 sword spirits, it was actually very difficult to control this sword. It was a hard and tiring job. In the past, he had no choice but to let the 5 little girls do the hard work. Now that Ning Fan had fully unleashed his combat power and cultivated the sword intent of Emperor Xia's sword, he could control the sword with ease even without the help of the 5 sword spirits. If that was the case, there was no need to trouble the 5 sword spirits. Wah! Little Fan Fan doesn't want Jingjing anymore. Jingjing is so sad. The first sword spirit left the body of the sword in tears and ran back into the sword pouch. Wah! Little Fan Fan doesn't want Momo anymore. Momo is even sadder than Jingjing. The second sword spirit ran back into the sword pouch in tears. Wah! Little Fan Fan doesn't want Shui Shui anymore. Shui Shui doesn't want to be with you anymore. Humph! The third sword spirit ran back in tears. Wah! Little Fan Fan doesn't want Hua Hua anymore. Hua Hua will never do this and that with you again. The fourth sword spirit ran back into the sword pouch while babbling nonsense. It seemed like she had never done anything with Ning Fan. Wah. The little stutterer couldn't finish his sentence. He was so anxious that he started crying. Inside the sword pouch, the cries of the 5 little girls could not stop coming out. Ning Fan stopped his movement light and rubbed his head, feeling a slight headache. He just wanted the 5 sword spirits to have a rest. They seemed to have misunderstood that he was going to abandon them. Do these 5 little girls have fragile hearts? How could they be so fragile? I won't abandon you. Ning Fan explained helplessly. Children always needed to be coaxed. Really? The crying stopped and the little girls became lively again. Really? Can you all sleep for a while? Don't make a fuss. Ning Fan gave an order and the 5 chatterboxes immediately shut up obediently and went to sleep. After comforting the 5 little girls, Ning Fan continued to fly to the 28th floor. The person guarding the 28th floor was an old monk wearing a monastic robe. He was a Zen cultivator and there were many types of Zen cultivators. Some of them tempered their physical bodies and their strength was comparable to gods and devils. Some of them tempered their divine abilities and their techniques were sumer breaking all laws. Of course, there were also people like this person who cultivated the negative karma of the sword. There was a blood-red flying sword on the demon monk's lap. He closed his eyes and meditated. His heart was as calm as still water. However, at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with blood-red light and he praised coldly with a hoarse voice. What a heavy baleful chi! What a strong sword intent! What a powerful devil lord! The demon monk suddenly rose to his feet and put his palms together. He held the blood-red sword in his other hand and walked out of the cave. Far away from the cave, there was also a young man in black robes. He was holding a golden sword in his hand and was walking towards him step by step. The baleful chi in the young man's eyes was so strong that it could shake heaven and earth. The sword intent around the young man was so strong that it could shake people's hearts. Every step of the young man was brewing sword force. Every step he took could create golden ripples on the ground. Fellow Taoist, are you here to rob my cave? The demon monk asked coldly. Yes. The black-robed Ning Fan was a man of few words. The baleful chi in his eyes slightly dispersed and was replaced by an extremely pure golden sword light. If you defeat me, the cave will be yours. The demon monk felt a heavy pressure from Ning Fan's body. Even though he was a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator, Ning Fan's current chi was much stronger than his. He was just a tiny bit away from attaining the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. As you wish. Ning Fan's footsteps gradually slowed down. However, his sword force was getting stronger and stronger. He was trying to put himself in Xianxia's shoes. In his mind, the endless sword mantra of the myriad sword style was reverberating repeatedly. The myriad sword style was a void fragmentation realm sword technique. It was one of the 3 great sword techniques of Xianxia. Ning Fan's cultivation base was already slowly increasing. It was enough for him to completely unleash the full power of the myriad sword style. With Emperor Xia's sword and its sword intent, coupled with the myriad sword style, he was confident that he could crush all of the 2 groups of cultivators with a single sword attack. I can't wait any longer. When his sword force reaches its peak, I will definitely lose. Blood Lotus style. The demon monk suddenly raised his sword. Blood-red sword intent soared around his body and a gigantic shadow of a blood-red bodhisattva appeared behind him. The bodhisattva stepped on a blood-red lotus. As the demon monk's sword moved, the blood-red lotus petals began to wither. Every time a lotus petal withered, the demon monk's sword light would become slightly stronger. At this moment, the demon monk's flying sword was glowing with dark red blood light. It even emitted a hint of the smell of blood and the fragrance of the lotus. The entire heavenly dwelling suddenly trembled violently as if it was going to collapse at any moment. The demon monk abruptly raised his blood sword. The sword suddenly turned into hundreds of millions of rays of blood light and exploded from the center like a blooming lotus. Hundreds of millions of rays of sharp sword light slashed down, as if they wanted to cut Ning Fan into minced meat. Ning Fan sighed. With this demon monk's obstruction, he could not complete the 9 steps in the end. He could not raise his sword force to its peak. Even so, this sword style was enough to defeat this demon monk with a single sword attack. Sword light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have turned into an immortal sword. He raised his hand and pointed it at the sky with Emperor Xia's sword. Then, the sword slashed down. The entire world seemed to have become still, as if the power of this sword was the only thing left. In an instant, the sky of the heavenly dwelling was dyed pure gold by the sword light. The golden sky was suddenly raining, and countless golden sword lights fell from the sky. 1 ray, 10 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays, 10,000 rays, 100,000 rays, 1,000,000 rays, 10,000,000 rays. In the end, the 10,000,000 rays of sword light were divided into 100,000,000 rays, turning into a rain of 1 billion rays. The reason why Ning Fan put himself in Yun Tianjua's shoes was to comprehend the essence of the myriad sword art. Then, he abandoned Yun Tianjua's sword style and only kept the essence, turning it into his own myriad sword style. As a matter of fact, the sword styles of Yun Tianjua's sword devil inheritance should be different depending on who uses them. In the past, Ning Fan was just constantly imitating Yun Tianjua's sword style. However, it was not Ning Fan's own sword style after all. At this moment, Ning Fan could be considered to have truly displayed the myriad sword style that belonged to him. As the sword fell, the entire world turned silent. The blood lotus sword light was drowned by the golden sword rain and shattered. The golden sword rain fell on the ground, turning the entire heavenly dwelling into ruins. Only the abode was not destroyed. The old demon monk seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat. His eyes were filled with astonishment. When the overwhelming golden sword rain slashed down, he could only activate the blood lotus sword light to protect his body. The feeling that the sword rain that filled the sky gave him was too dangerous. Chi Chi. The blood lotus sword light was destroyed one after another. Countless golden sword rain penetrated the body of the old demon monk, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Ning Fan still showed mercy. Otherwise, even if his sword force was not at its peak, it would be enough to kill the old demon monk. The old demon monk looked at Ning Fan in shock. Then, he let out a bitter smile and fainted on the ground. Ning Fan did not look at the old demon monk again. He held his sword and entered the abode. After tens of breaths, he flew towards the 27th floor. 1 billion golden sword rain followed behind him. When he entered the 27th floor, it almost scared the two old monsters who were guarding the abode to death. What a strong sword light. I'm not his match. However, running away without fighting is not my principle. I can't avoid this battle. The two old monsters was holding a treasured fan magic treasure. He raised his hand and raised it towards the sky. Then, he swung it at Ning Fan's head. There was a faint sound of mountains and rivers crashing down. This fan was called the Mountain and River Fan. It was considered a decent magic treasure. However, it could not withstand the 1 billion sword rain. When Ning Fan defeated the old demon monk, his sword force had reached its peak. He waved his golden sword. Without even looking at the treasured fan, he raised his hand and swung his sword. One slash. 10,000 swords fell. The sword rain was like a waterfall. The treasured fan was no match for the sword rain. It instantly shattered and its power was destroyed. As for the two old monsters, he was directly swept to the ground by Ning Fan's sword. He knelt on one knee and his body was covered in blood. However, he was still alive. When the sword rain fell, the ground in the heavenly dwelling was still collapsing. Countless mountains were flattened by the sword light. The two old monsters sighed. They stood up and cupped their fists at Ning Fan. Fellow Taoist, thank you for showing mercy. Then, without any hesitation, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the next floor. He no longer dared to compete with Ning Fan for the abode. Even a cultivator at the third break realm might not be able to withstand a single sword attack from this person. I'm not his match. Sigh, the 26th floor, the 25th floor, the 24th floor, the 23rd floor. Along the way, Ning Fan defeated all the cultivators at the second break realm with a single sword attack. Every time he defeated someone, his sword force would become slightly stronger. No one at the second break realm could withstand a single sword attack from him. He stepped on the 1 billion sword rain and finally walked out of the abode on the 23rd floor, flying towards the 22nd floor. The one guarding the 22nd floor was a cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan knew where the bottom line of his strength was. The battle of Shattering 3 would be a bitter struggle. Outside the Immortal Ascension Pagoda, when Bai Mu's name appeared on the 23rd position on the demon tablet, countless cultivators were dumbfounded. All the cultivators in the Immortal Ascension Tower had been defeated by him alone. As for Ning Fan, he was still heading towards the 22nd level, attempting to challenge the cultivators of the Broken 3 realm. Is old ancestor Bai Mu really at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm? Countless low-level cultivators addressed Bai Mu as patriarch. They were already in awe of the 2 words White Wood. The Yuan Emperor and the other demon emperors locked their divine wills on the demon steel. They wanted to know if the 22nd level of the cave abode would also change its owner. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm would not be able to fight against a cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, Ning Fan's strength was enough to defeat a cultivator at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The eyes of the Ape Emperor and the hundreds of experts he brought with him were gloomy. What's going on? Tan Zixin arrived at the North Heaven City at the right time and arrived at the bottom of the Immortal Ascension Tower. She took a glance at the demon steel and was instantly stunned on the spot. The 23rd floor. Bai Mu is actually so powerful that he could obtain the cave abode of this floor. How? How is this possible? Isn't he a void inquiry stage cultivator? How could he defeat a void fragmentation realm cultivator? This lady doesn't seem to know that old ancestor Bai Mu's cultivation base isn't at the void inquiry stage but the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, his strength is extremely powerful, enough to defeat a group of cultivators of the Broken 2 realm. TSK. From today onwards, old ancestor Bai Mu's name will surely resound in the demon world. A low-level cultivator who did not know Tan Zixin's identity explained to her. What? Bai Mu is actually a void fragmentation realm cultivator? Tan Zixin was extremely shocked at first. Then, she revealed an expression of joy. If Ning Fan was really a void fragmentation realm cultivator and if he really had the ability to harmonize yin and yang, not only would Elder's injuries be completely healed, he would also have a higher chance of becoming an immortal. I wonder how Uncle Zhou's investigation is going. I hope Bai Mu is the person I'm looking for. I hope everything goes as I wish. I really don't want Elder to die. Ning Fan knew where his bottom line was. He had defeated Yun Xiaoxiang by relying on the might of Lei Zhenzi. He had defeated the Vine Sovereign, the Rain Sovereign, the Moksha Sovereign, the Cloud Lion, and the Sect Master of the 3 realms by relying on external forces. His true strength was enough to crush a second demolisher, but would be limited to a third demolisher. Ning Fan had the strength to fight against a cultivator of the third break realm, but it was hard to tell who would win. If I can win, then I will fight with my own strength. If I can't win, then even if I have to borrow the power of external objects, I will seize all the caves here. Ning Fan only cared about the result. He did not care about the process. He stepped on the rain of 1 billion swords and flew toward the 22nd floor. The 22nd level of the Grotto Heaven was a vast ocean, and the Grotto Heaven was built on the seabed. The one guarding the 22nd floor was an old man who cultivated the demonic blood of the black tortoise. People called him Old Monster Dong Lin. This was a fat old man with a rather comical appearance. He had suffered some injuries in the process of fighting for the first 20 levels of the cave. He was a demon cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The combat power of his black tortoise demon blood was not to be underestimated. He was recuperating when he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an indifferent expression. Another resident snatcher. Old Monster Dong Lin stood up slowly with a slightly solemn expression. He walked out of the cave and parted the sea. He stood on the surface of the sea and raised his head to look at the sky. His expression became even more serious. In the sky, a black-robed young man stepped on a billion sword lights, and like an unstoppable sharp sword, he rushed over. With Old Monster Dong Lin's insight, he could tell with a single glance that this young man couldn't be underestimated. The young man's sword momentum was too strong. That sword aura was the undefeatable aura that he had accumulated after defeating all the cultivators along the way. This person's cultivation base is clearly only at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, by relying on the two great abilities of incarnation and soul extraction, his aura is infinitely close to the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. This man is stepping on a billion sword lights. If all of them were to attack at the same time, even I would have a hard time dealing with them. This kid's strength is comparable to a 3-breaking realm cultivator. If this old man wasn't injured, I would have a 50-50 chance of winning against him. But now, my chance of winning is less than 30%. Even if the odds aren't high, I won't give up my abode so easily. The strong had their own pride and arrogance. Old monster Dong Lin didn't have a striking appearance, but he wasn't one to admit defeat. I am Dong Lin. Who are you? Old monster Dong Lin asked in a deep voice. Light Wing Clan, by Mu. Ning Fan suddenly retracted his sword light in the sky and swept his gaze across old monster Dong Lin, who was standing on the surface of the sea. This gaze was as sharp as a sword. If an ordinary cultivator was pierced by this gaze, they would definitely feel a sharp pain in their sea of consciousness. However, what kind of person was old monster Dong Lin? He naturally would not be afraid of Ning Fan's gaze. Fellow Taoist Bai, right? Let's see if I'm stronger, or if you're stronger. Quick! Old monster Dong Lin didn't say a word and directly flicked his sleeve, releasing a blue ray of light. It was a meter-long blue ruler treasure known as the Surging Wave Ruler. It was old monster Dong Lin's natal magic treasure and also a primordial divine weapon. As soon as the ruler appeared, it immediately caused huge waves to surge above the entire sea. As soon as the ruler soared into the sky, it immediately split into 1 million ruler shadows and attacked Ning Fan. This ruler shadow was really powerful. Even an ordinary cultivator at the third heaven destruction realm would be hit by the ruler if they were not careful, and their skin and flesh would be torn apart. Even Ning Fan, who had a physical body at the peak reckless devil realm, which was comparable to the first heavenly layer of the nirvana realm, did not dare to take this ruler head-on. Without saying a word, Ning Fan pointed his longsword forward and the 1 billion sword rain immediately slashed at the 1 million ruler shadows. Even though the sword rain was numerous and the ruler shadows were few, this exchange of blows was actually a draw. The 1 billion sword rain was pushed back while the 1 million ruler shadows were also pushed back. Old monster Dong Lin did not say much, as if he had already expected such a situation. He changed his hand seal and the 1 million ruler shadows merged into one, condensing into the shadow of a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, large icy black tortoise. The black tortoise opened its mouth and sucked all the surging sword light into its mouth. The myriad sword style isn't that easy to break. Explode. Ning Fan formed a hand seal with one hand and changed his hand seal. The golden sword light that was swallowed into the black tortoise's mouth exploded one after another. As soon as the sword light exploded, the black tortoise immediately showed a painful expression. It let out a miserable shriek and its shadow gradually turned faint. In the end, it turned back into the ruler and fell from the sky. Its power was slightly reduced. Old monster Dong Lin's eyes darkened. He kept the ruler and took out 49 banners which were glowing with cold light. He then tossed all of them into the sky. At the moment when all the banners were tossed out, old monster Dong Lin suddenly formed a hand seal and said with a respectful tone, "Summon the ancestral spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, the 49 banners shot out rays of cold light at the same time. They gathered at one spot and condensed into the shadow of a black armored giant. The giant did not have a nose or mouth. He only had a single eye on his face. His body was fat and his chi was comparable to a third heaven destruction realm cultivator. However, the aura force of his bloodline was extremely terrifying. He was the ancestor of old monster Dong Lin. He had passed away a long time ago, but he had sealed his abilities in the 49 banners and bestowed them to his descendants. With old monster Dong Lin's cultivation base, he could not summon the ancestral spirit, which was stronger than his cultivation base, to attack the enemy. However, the aura force of the ancestral spirit was the royal bloodline of a black tortoise king. With just the aura force of the royal bloodline, it could scare away ordinary demon cultivators. The shadow of the giant did not make a move. He just stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Ning Fan with disdain. All of a sudden, a cold light flashed across his eyes. A wave of monstrous aura force of the royal bloodline pressed down on the entire heavenly dwelling. Old monster Dong Lin's eyes were filled with respect. Cultivating the royal bloodline was his life's pursuit. However, he knew that he probably could not achieve it. This Bai Mu isn't weak. However, he might not be able to withstand the suppression of the royal bloodline. He will probably suffer some injuries. Old monster Dong Lin was thinking. At the next moment, he saw a scene that made him feel unbelievable. Ning Fan, who was being suppressed by the royal bloodline, suddenly raised his head. His left eye flashed with an evil purplish-black light and met the eyes of the black-armored giant. At the moment when their eyes met, the only eye of the black-armored giant suddenly revealed a look of extreme respect. With just a gaze, the aura force of the royal bloodline of the giant, the Black Tortoise King, collapsed and went out of control. The giant's shadow shattered into pieces. The power of the 49 banners was also greatly damaged and fell from the sky. The giant was completely defeated in the battle of aura force. How is this possible? This Bai Mu actually broke the aura force of the royal bloodline of the Black Tortoise King. It was impossible for old monster Dong Lin to know that Ning Fan possessed the ancestral grade Fu Li bloodline. Why would he be afraid of the royal bloodline of the Black Tortoise King, if it wasn't because revealing his ancestral grade bloodline would bring him great trouble? Ning Fan could easily suppress old monster Dong Lin with the might of his ancestral grade bloodline. It seems like I have to display the innate ability of the Black Tortoise race to have a chance of winning. Cold Ice Domain. Old monster Dong Lin suddenly made a mysterious hand seal and his face turned pale. His bloodline of the Black Tortoise was not pure. Thus, it was extremely difficult for him to display his innate bbability. However, he firmly believed that if he had a 30% chance of winning against Ning Fan, it would definitely be because of this ability. *ZZZ**. The entire heavenly dwelling suddenly became chilly. The ocean, which was tens of thousands of li *500 m per li, beneath old monster Dong Lin's feet was completely frozen in an instant. Even the waves were frozen. Countless barriers seemed to have formed in all directions. Within these barriers, old monster Dong Lin's chi gradually increased by nearly 20%. On the other hand, Ning Fan's chi was greatly suppressed. It fell from the peak of the second break realm to the ordinary second break realm. Freeze! Old monster Dong Lin made the last hand seal and suddenly shouted. At this moment, the entire space of the 22nd floor had become his domain. At this moment, all the cold chi in this place had to listen to his command. Countless cold chi gathered towards Ning Fan. His body began to stiffen and his blood was about to freeze. At this moment, his body was suddenly engulfed in black devil flames, burning all the cold ice away. He kept Emperor Xia's sword and a gigantic diagram of black flames appeared beneath his feet. At the moment when the diagram of black flames appeared, the cold chi in the entire heavenly dwelling was almost swept away. The layers of ice barriers began to melt and the frozen ocean also began to melt. Void ignition. Ning Fan raised his finger and pointed at old monster Dong Lin from afar. His finger was covered in flames. At the moment when he pointed, millions of black fiery butterflies rose from the diagram of flames and gathered above Ning Fan's head, forming a gigantic fiery butterfly whose wings covered the entire sky. Ning Fan had already broken through to the void fragmentation realm. The power of the void ignition butterfly flame technique was naturally much stronger than before. The moment the fire butterfly appeared, fear appeared on old monster Dong Lin's face for the first time. This is a great divine ability that is infinitely close to a celestial art. Bai Mu had actually learned such a powerful divine ability. Not good, Black Tortoise armor, protect me. The fat old monster Dong Lin's body swayed and transformed into a huge black tortoise. The moment it transformed into its demon form, the black tortoise shrunk its entire body into its turtle shell. At this moment, the giant butterfly flapped its wings, first flap, second flap, third flap, fourth flap, fifth flap. The giant butterfly flapped its wings 5 times in a row, but it was still not Ning Fan's current limit. The sixth and seventh flaps, Ning Fan's face began to turn pale but his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. The seventh fan was his current limit. Once he unleashed this technique, no one would be able to withstand it other than an invincible shatterer. The defense of the tortoise shell of the Black Tortoise clan was extremely heaven-defying. Even though old monster Dong Lin had already determined that he was no match for Ning Fan, he did not think that Ning Fan could break his defense. However, after the fire butterfly flapped its wings for the 7th time, the sky was filled with black flames and smoke, causing old monster Dong Lin to lose all of his confidence. The tortoise shell that had heaven-defying defense turned into ashes bit by bit in the butterfly flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, the entire tortoise shell was incinerated by the butterfly flames. The moment he lost his tortoise shell, old monster Dong Lin returned to his human form. His face was pale as he stared at the butterfly flames that filled the sky. He knew that he had been completely defeated. Moreover, if Ning Fan does not stop, he, the dignified old monster Dong Lin, would directly die under the butterfly flames. I admit defeat. Please show mercy, fellow Taoist Bai. Old monster Dong Lin gritted his teeth and cupped his fists, no longer defending himself against the butterfly flames. Even his strongest defense could not withstand the butterfly flames. No matter how hard he tried to defend himself, it would be futile. Disperse. Ning Fan withdrew his finger and dispersed the butterfly flames that filled the sky. The giant butterfly above his head did not immediately disperse. It was still staring at old monster Dong Lin like a tiger watching its prey. As long as Ning Fan is willing, he could use this technique to kill Dong Lin. However, he had no grudges with Dong Lin. There was no need for him to kill him just to see a cave dwelling. You, step down. Ning Fan ordered with a cold tone. Yes. Old monster Dong Lin's body was already drenched in cold sweat. How would he dare to stay any longer in this place? As soon as he heard Ning Fan asking him to leave, he immediately cupped his fists excitedly as if he had just been pardoned. Then, he hurriedly ran to the upper floor. This technique is really terrifying. Zhou Nan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Perhaps only some old monsters at the rogue demon realm could display a powerful technique like the void ignition technique. Ning Fan was limited by his cultivation base. He could not display the full power of this technique. However, if his cultivation base was strong enough one day, perhaps no one in the demon world would be able to withstand his void ignition technique other than the 3 rogue demons. If this young man's cultivation base improves further, even I wouldn't dare to withstand this technique of his. Zhou Nan sighed. Great Elder, aren't you tired after following and watching for a long time? Let's go into the cave dwelling and have a rest. Ning Fan dispersed the giant butterfly and the fire diagram, exiting the incarnation state and soul extraction state. Then, he returned to his white-robed body. Even though he had defeated old monster Dong Lin, it was not an easy victory. Currently, his magic power was greatly depleted. The chances of him winning against the 3 shattering old monsters on the 21st floor were slim. He could only have a chance of winning after he recovered his magic power. Even if he could win against the 3 shattering old monsters, it would certainly be a tough battle. According to Ning Fan's estimation, after he recovers his magic power, he should be able to enter the top 20 floors before the competition ends. However, if he wants to defeat the 4 old monsters, his current strength was still far from enough. In the end, I still have to borrow Lei Zhenzi's power to seize the cave dwelling from the 4 old monsters. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he dived into the sea that had already melted and entered the cave dwelling. Under Ning Fan's invitation, Zhou Nan no longer concealed himself. He showed himself and followed Ning Fan into the cave dwelling to rest. When he found out that Ning Fan was already a void fragmentation realm expert, he already regarded Ning Fan as his peer. However, he still did not think that Ning Fan could be a match for him. After watching the battle between Ning Fan and Dong Lin, Zhou Nan was filled with mixed emotions. Ning Fan's abilities were extremely powerful. Even if he wants to defeat Ning Fan, he would certainly have to go through a tough battle. If Ning Fan's cultivation base improves further, even he would most likely lose to Ning Fan. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Zhou Nan entered the cave dwelling to regulate his breathing and sat down to discuss the Tao with Ning Fan. Ning Fan consumed a pill to recover his magic power. Since he could not do anything else at the moment, he could only discuss the Tao. After their conversation, Zhou Nan could not help but be impressed by Ning Fan's profound Tao comprehension. As for Ning Fan, after recovering some of his magic power, he stood up and used the power of the primitive Emperor Jade to comprehend the Tao in this cave dwelling. The Tao of life and death in the first 20 floors were all the Tao comprehensions of immortals. The Tao of life and death in the 22nd floor was left behind by a rogue demon who had almost become an immortal. Even though that person had yet to become an immortal, his Tao comprehension had instantly attracted Ning Fan's attention. It was not that this person could not become an immortal. It was just that his ambition was not to become an immortal. When ordinary people seek immortality, they seek immortality. However, what he sought was just the process of becoming an immortal. It was the process of comprehending life and death. Those who seek Tao forget life and death. Those who seek Tao are born in the morning and die in the evening. I have been cultivating the Tao all my life and I only seek to comprehend life and death thoroughly. It's a pity that I can't comprehend it. This person's understanding of life and death was already enough to become an immortal. However, he was not satisfied. What he wanted to understand was the origin of life and death, the origin of the great Tao. The dream that he pursued was too grand. It was so grand that he could not achieve it even if he died. Ning Fan closed his eyes and the scenery in front of him changed. He seemed to have turned into that rogue demon old monster, appearing in the memories of his mind. The place of his memories was the place where the rogue demon old monster comprehended the Tao all year round. It was a mortal town. Ning Fan seemed to have turned into the appearance of that rogue demon old monster, walking in the dusk of the setting sun. At this time, it was the time when farmers and merchants returned home. It was also the time when the lights in the restaurants were lit up. Old Tan, why don't you come and have a drink? Hee hee. Today, we have your favorite peach blossom wine. Outside a restaurant called the Red Sleeve Pavilion, a beautiful woman who still retained her charm was trying to attract customers. Sure. Ning Fan stepped into the restaurant. His current identity was that rogue demon old monster. He sat on the favorite seat of that old monster, paid the money and drank the wine. His eyes, however, were looking at the setting sun through the window. That rogue demon old monster's wish was to comprehend life and death thoroughly. The reason why he stayed in the mortal world was to comprehend the great Tao for mortals. Is this the life of this person? Is this the enlightenment of this person? Ning Fan calmly drank the wine. One more Tao mark gradually appeared on his primordial spirit. He put down the wine cup and was about to withdraw his state of mind and leave this illusory realm. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold and he stared at the window in disbelief. At this moment, a butterfly that was half black and half white flew past the window. When the butterfly saw Ning Fan, it suddenly stopped flying. It seemed to be a little puzzled. That butterfly was an ordinary mortal butterfly. However, it gave Ning Fan a soul-stirring feeling. This butterfly. Ning Fan's eyes changed dramatically. To be continued. The moment Ning Fan saw the butterfly, the blood in his body throbbed as if it was resonating with the butterfly. It was as if he was the butterfly and the butterfly was him. Ning Fan finally understood who this butterfly was. This butterfly is me in my previous life. It's doubtful because it saw its next life. In the old man's memory, Ning Fan met with his previous life. The butterfly in his previous life saw him in his next life. He seemed to have understood something, but he couldn't fully comprehend it due to his limited cultivation realm. This encounter seemed to be deliberately arranged by Samsara, but the nature of Samsara was far beyond his understanding. In Mu Weiliang's memory, Ning Fan had also seen his previous life and met the butterfly's eyes, but it wasn't as thrilling as it was now. At that time, his cultivation realm was still weak, far inferior to his current cultivation realm. Now that he met the butterfly's eyes, he seemed to have grasped a trace of Samsara. Samsara, Samsara, when the butterfly was born, I wasn't born. When I was born, the butterfly was already dead. My previous life and this life couldn't coexist. Because of the separation of life and death, we were separated by two lives. This is Samsara. I saw the butterfly and my previous life because I peeked into someone else's memory. It's not strange. But the butterfly also saw me. Why? What is it relying on? Why can it see me, see my next life? Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his heart and forcefully withdrew himself from the memory. His eyes gradually became clear and his mind became clear. He seemed to have forgotten everything, including Zhou Nan who was beside him. In his mind, he was thinking about this encounter repeatedly. He seemed to have understood something, but he couldn't see through it. The first step of cultivation was to understand life and death. The second step was to understand the Tao truth. The third step was to understand time and space. The fourth step was to understand samsara, transcending life and death, reversing the true and the void, rewriting time and space. Only by cultivating step by step could one finally understand samsara. Ning Fan didn't know all these at first because he was currently in a strange state. This state was the state of the unity of heaven and man. Initially, he didn't know what the purpose of cultivation was, but at this moment, he had an epiphany. It turned out that the purpose of cultivating step by step was to understand samsara. It turned out that the life and death he comprehended in the Immortal Ascension Tower was just the first step of samsara. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were as vast as the great Tao. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were like the reincarnation cycle that could see through all life and death. Life and death were contained in samsara. He glanced at Zhou Nan, and to his surprise, he discovered that he could read all of Zhou Nan's memories. He saw how Zhou Nan was born. At the same time, he saw how Zhou Nan would die in the future. Without using any unnecessary means, he saw the scene of Zhou Nan's death many years later. 30,000 years later, you will attain the sixth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. After that, your lifespan will come to an end. Ning Fan said to Zhou Nan Yen with an indifferent tone. Zhou Nan's face was filled with shock. He was more shocked than ever, even when he saw that Ning Fan possessed void fragmentation realm cultivation base, cultivated the Tao light of life and death and defeated Sui San. He was not as astonished as he was now. However, at this moment, when he met Ning Fan's eyes, he actually had a feeling of absurdity. He felt that Ning Fan's eyes could see through life and death. Ning Fan could see his life and death. If Ning Fan said that he still had 30,000 years before he would die, he believed him, because he saw his own future in Ning Fan's eyes. What? What a terrifying gaze. There is a supreme great Tao in his eyes. I will die. I will die 30,000 years later. Just as Zhou Nan was thinking about that, he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and fainted. His short memory of knowing the date of his death was forcefully wiped away by the power of reincarnation. If he was awake, he would not remember Ning Fan's shocking gaze and his future. Samsara. This is the power of samsara. Although there is only a trace of samsara power in my eyes, Zhou Nan could not resist it at all. Comprehending life and death is only the first step of comprehending samsara. Life and death, true and void, spacetime and then samsara. The current me can see through life and death. At this moment, Ning Fan did not spread out his spirit sense but his gaze could see through the entire Immortal Ascension Tower. His gaze swept from the 500th floor all the way to the first floor. All the cultivators inside and outside the abode felt as if they were looking straight into Ning Fan's eyes the moment they sensed his gaze. Looking into Ning Fan's eyes was like looking into the entire heaven and earth and the great Tao of the heavens. Ning Fan could see through their life and death with just a single glance. Ken Fo of the Fire Silkworm race died 1,200 years later. The cause of his death was an unsuccessful attempt to steal the treasure. Rogue cultivator Zhu Jun died 400 years later. The cause of death was the Void Pure Stage Heavenly Tribulation. Elder Feng and Elder Lei died 700 years later. The cause of death was the battle at the Azure Dragon Mountain ruins. Qi Gui of the Scarlet Palace will die 30,000 years later. You have a high chance of attaining the void fragmentation realm in this lifetime. However, you will die in the great calamity of the Scarlet Palace when you are at the void fragmentation realm. Xianxia of the Flying Sand Clan died 600 years later. The cause of death was the massacre of the Flying Sand Clan, Wei Qing of the Green Wings Clan. He died 3,200 years later. The cause of his death was cold poison biting his body. The Tian Shao clan's Dian Shao died 10 years later. The cause of death was an attempt to pluck. Sun Lan of the Valley Royal family died 57 years later. The cause of death was dangerous in a dangerous place. Ning Fan's eyes scanned through the layers of the abode. Any cultivator who was swept by his eyes would be instantly killed. They would see the state of their own death, and then they would faint on the ground, their memories wiped. Ning Fan's eyes scanned through the 100 floors below. Jing Guangzi and the other old monsters of Gui Yuan all fainted and fell to the ground. When they saw the state of their own death, their faces were filled with extreme fear. They knew that what they saw was not an illusion but the true heaven's will. Before they could understand why they would see the day of their deaths, Ning Fan's gaze suddenly swept past them. All of them fainted on the ground and their memories were wiped. The 35th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower, Yunyomu's expression changed greatly. From the heaven's will, he saw that he would die 1,000 years later. The cause of death was the Dao poison biting his body. Before he could react, he had already fainted on the ground. His memories were wiped and his face was filled with intense shock. The 29th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower, the last Lord of Heaven had just taken back his abode. Before he could even sit down properly, his eyes were filled with fear. He was scanned by an extremely terrifying gaze. Then, he saw that in another 2,400 years, his entire clan would be destroyed by the enemy. Before he could react, the last Lord of Heaven also fainted on the ground and his memories were wiped. The 28th floor, the 27th floor, the 26th floor, each of the void fragmentation realm old monsters saw their own deaths and fainted on the ground. Their memories were wiped. Be it the 3rd heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivators, the 4th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm or the 5th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm, none of them could resist Ning Fan's gaze. It was because Ning Fan's eyes contained the power of samsara. On the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower, Sword Demon Gong Yanzi was shocked when he saw that he would die in the Immortal Burning Valley 1 year later. Then, he fainted on the ground and his memories were wiped. On the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower, Old Monster Xuanhua also saw that he would die in the Immortal Burning Valley 1 year later. Then, he fainted on the ground and lost his memories. On the 6th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower, while Xianxia was sitting cross-legged, he was suddenly scanned by an extremely terrifying gaze. In that gaze, he saw the heaven's will and the state of his own death. His eyes were filled with shock. He was shocked by his own fate and the owner of that gaze. He was actually able to see through the heaven's will. Xianxia could not imagine what cultivation realm the expert was at to have such a terrifying gaze that could see through the heaven's will. Even the true immortal realm old ancestor of the Jade Dao sect did not have such a terrifying gaze. Heaven's will. Heaven's will. I don't want to die so miserably. But this is the heaven's will. Come to think of it, why does that mysterious expert's voice sound so familiar? I remember now. This voice, it's by Mu. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. He could not believe that the person who could see through life and death with a gaze was Ning Fan. In the next moment, Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and fainted on the ground. His memories were wiped and all the shock was forgotten. The 5th floor, the 4th floor, the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, one after another, 5th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monsters could not resist the samsara power in Ning Fan's eyes. They fainted one after another and their memories were wiped. In the entire Immortal Ascension Tower, the only person who did not faint from Ning Fan's gaze was 7-break-old monster Tan Longzi. Although he did not faint from Ning Fan's gaze, the pain he suffered was countless times more than the others. This was because ordinary people would pass out cleanly, but he tried to resist the samsara power. As a result, the injuries in his sea of consciousness became more and more serious. What pained him the most was that he saw the state of his own death. Tan Longzi was disheartened, but he began to feel shocked again. He realized that a peerless expert had entered the Immortal Ascension Tower and had the ability to see through the heaven's will. Just a gaze from him was enough to make him lose all his strength. Who is this person? Could he be a life immortal or a true immortal from the upper world? While he was panicking, his expression suddenly changed. He saw a young man in white with eyes like the Dao walking towards him step by step on the first level of the cave. Tan Longzi died 20,000 years later. The cause of his death was because he failed to become an immortal. Ning Fan's gaze swept across Tan Longzi. Tan Longzi's sea of consciousness was in extreme pain and he almost fainted. He looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. It was hard to believe that an expert with peerless eyes was not a true immortal or a life immortal but a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm junior. The one who let me see the heavens will is actually a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. Tan Longzi's gaze changed several times in just a few breaths. He could see that Ning Fan's cultivation base was far weaker than his. However, he also knew that if Ning Fan wanted to kill him at this moment, he would only need a gaze. In that gaze, there was a kind of terrifying power that he could not understand. That power caused him to be terrified, it caused his soul to tremble, and it caused him to be more and more unable to muster any will to resist. That power could see through life and death and see the heaven's will. That power was like the heaven's will. Little friend, you let me see the heaven's will. Your abilities are really incredible. Tan Longzi smiled bitterly. The reason why he came to the dragon fishing convention was to fish for the dragon pearl to increase his cultivation base and fight for the immortal ascension. However, after knowing that he would fail to become an immortal and die 20,000 years later, the passion in his heart gradually cooled down. He saw the heaven's will. The heaven's will couldn't be faked, however, as soon as he closed his eyes, the scene of his death would appear in his mind and he began to feel unwilling. The heaven's will had determined that he would die 20,000 years later. He was unwilling to accept it. Tan Longzi also understood that the heaven's will could not be disobeyed and could not be defied. However, which expert in the world would be willing to bow their heads and wait for death, even if they knew that the heaven's will could not be disobeyed? They still wanted to try and see if they could avoid the predestined fate. I'm not willing to fail to become an immortal. I'm not willing to die with hatred. However, I know that with my aptitude, becoming an immortal is already a matter of life and death. It's perfectly normal for me to die. It's hard to defy the heaven's will. Tan Longzi knew that he couldn't defy the heaven's will with his own strength. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Ning Fan. An idea flashed in his mind and he asked shamelessly. Little friend, since you can see through my life and death fate, I wonder if you have any way to help me change my fate. No. The heavens will naturally arrange a chance of survival. I don't know if it can change your fate, but I don't have the ability to help you. Ning Fan said indifferently. If I serve you as my master and follow you, I wonder if you can teach me the ability to see through the heavens' will so that I can change my own fate. Tan Longzi asked nervously. Serve me as your master and follow me? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. At the moment when Tan Longzi said those words, he realized that Tan Longzi's fate had slightly shifted. Tan Longzi's death fate suddenly had a chance of survival. Ning Fan shook his head. He could not teach Tan Longzi the power of samsara. It was a coincidence that he entered the state of the union of heaven and man. However, it also seemed to be arranged by someone. He could see through the heavens will by borrowing the power of samsara. He could see through life and death with his eyes of samsara. Ning Fan himself did not know this ability. How could he teach it to others? Once the state of the union of heaven and man is removed, the samsara in his eyes would disappear. I have only used this ability once by chance. I haven't really mastered it yet, so I can't teach it to you. However, if you follow me, your fate will be slightly affected and change. If you serve me as your master, you won't fail to become an immortal 20,000 years later. However, due to your innate talent, your cultivation base will stop at the life immortal realm for the rest of your life. What? If I serve you as my master, I will actually have the chance to become an immortal in this life. Tan Longzi's eyes lit up. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have become a life-saving straw in his fate. He wanted to try and change his own fate. The people outside the Immortal Ascension Tower had no idea what was happening inside the tower. The only thing they could see was Bai Mu's ranking rising continuously. In the end, he rose from the 23rd place to the 1st place. Old ancestor Bai Mu actually managed to snatch the abode from Senior Tan Longzi. This is absolutely impossible. Senior Tan Longzi is a 7th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. It's impossible for him to lose to old ancestor Bai Mu. Everyone found it unbelievable. At this moment, no one thought that Ning Fan could defeat Tan Longzi with his 1st heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base. Something special must have happened. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to snatch the abode with his 1st heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base. The Yuan Emperor's eyes darkened. He really wanted to know what exactly happened inside the Immortal Ascension Tower. Unfortunately, for the sake of fairness, the battles inside the Immortal Ascension Tower were not visible to outsiders. No one knew what happened inside the tower. The rankings on the Demon Steel did not show any abnormalities. Other than Ning Fan's rising ranking, the others were still normal. The Yuan Emperor took out Great Elder Zhou Nan's life token and transmitted his voice to it. The reply he got was Zhou Nan's thunderous snoring. He fell asleep? The Yuan Emperor was stunned. Without Zhou Nan's message, he could only enter the tower himself to find out what happened inside. There was still 1 hour left before the end of the grand competition. The Yuan Emperor pondered for a while and decided that there was no need for him to enter the tower again. When the grand competition ends and everyone comes out, everything would be clear to him. The Ape Emperor closed his eyes and waited quietly for the grand competition to end. His heart was filled with killing intent towards Ning Fan. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The Ape Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the gate of the Immortal Ascension Tower was opened. Countless cultivators gathered themselves and looked at the gate of the Immortal Ascension Tower. Gradually, cultivators flew out of the tower one after another. Each of them looked sleepy. They had just woken up from their unconscious state. When they woke up, they did not remember seeing the way they died. As soon as these old monsters came out, countless disciples of the sect went to greet them and asked them questions. These old monsters still remembered that they were taught a lesson by Ning Fan. When they saw the first position on the demon stele, their faces were filled with shock and their tiredness disappeared. The one who obtained the first floor of the abode is actually Bai Mu. Be it those who knew about Ning Fan's void fragmentation realm cultivation base or those who did not, all of them were shocked. After all, no one expected that Ning Fan could obtain the abode from Tan Longzi. As for Tan Longzi, he only obtained the abode on the 20th floor. Xianxia and the others walked out of the Immortal Ascension Tower and looked at the demon stele. Other than Yunyomu, the other three were shocked when they saw what was on the stele. Emir Bai Mu actually obtained the first floor of the abode. How is this possible? Not long after, Zhou Nan also came out. Uncle Zhou. Tan Zixin suddenly shouted because she saw Zhou Nan, an old man who was yawning and flying out of the Immortal Ascension Tower. Zhou Nan was stunned. Then, he flew towards Tan Zixin with a smile. He took out the jade slip that he used to test Ning Fan and passed it to her. Tan Zixin took the jade slip. After taking a glance at it, her pretty face was immediately filled with joy. He can save Grandpa. He can. What? Bai Mu can cure the old. He can cure that person's injuries? Zhou Nan was so excited that he nearly blurted out. Only then did he realize that Tan Zixin did not look for Ning Fan because of a romantic relationship. Instead, she wanted to save the old Yuan Emperor. All of a sudden, all the cultivators at the scene held their breaths. They saw a white-robed young man flying out of the Immortal Ascension Tower together with Tan Longzi. That young man was none other than Ning Fan, who had caused a huge commotion in this competition. He is old ancestor Bai Mu, who obtained the first place in this competition. On the high platform, countless low-grade cultivators looked at Ning Fan with respect. There were also countless young ladies who could not help but fall in love with Ning Fan when they saw his youthful appearance. Humph. Are you Bai Mu? A discordant voice suddenly resounded across the entire North Heaven primordial city like a sudden clap of thunder. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold the moment he heard the voice. On the high platform in the north, the figure of the ape sovereign was gradually turning into a shadow and disappearing. Suddenly, a burly man in black robes with thick hair appeared in the empty space in front of Ning Fan. Without saying a word, he directly grabbed Ning Fan's neck with his 5 fingers. This person was none other than the ape sovereign. As soon as Ning Fan appeared, he already wanted to take him down. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change on the stage. Xianxia's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he sneered. Let's not talk about how this Bai Mu obtained the first floor of the cave dwelling. He seems to have offended the dignified ape sovereign Dao Kong. Now, there's going to be a good show to watch. The Yuan sovereign was also shocked. Of course, he did not expect the ape sovereign Dao Kong to attack Ning Fan without considering his identity. The Yuan sovereign's physical body was at the 7th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm, while Ning Fan was only at the 1st heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The huge difference in their cultivation levels made countless people think that Ning Fan would be taken down by the ape sovereign Dao Kong. Tan Zixin's face turned pale with fright. She immediately sent a telepathic message to her father from afar, hoping that her father could save Ning Fan. As soon as he heard that Ning Fan could actually heal the injuries of the previous Yuan sovereign, his expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he wanted to save Ning Fan. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was much weaker than Dao Kong's. Moreover, it was already too late for him to save Ning Fan. Even if he were to intervene, he probably would not be able to save Ning Fan. You can't kill people in Heaven Primordial City. Come with me. Dao Kong was intimidated by the previous Yuan sovereign's reputation. Thus, he did not dare to kill Ning Fan in this place. What he was thinking was to temporarily capture Ning Fan and bring him out of the territory of the Yuan Palace before killing him. Even though he did not use his full strength, it was still enough to capture Ning Fan easily. Unexpectedly, before his claw could reach Ning Fan's neck, Tan Longzi, who was standing beside Ning Fan, had already taken a step forward and stood in front of Ning Fan. Tan Longzi's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at the ape sovereign Dao Kong as if he was looking at a great enemy. To him, whoever attacks Ning Fan is a great enemy. He suddenly raised his sleeve and swept it at Dao Kong. Even though it was a soft sleeve, it contained terrifying demonic power and great abilities. You can't touch this by Mu. Void Technique, Universe Concealing Sleeve. Tan Longzi was known as the Barefooted Taoist due to his unique appearance. The technique that made him famous was none other than the Universe Concealing Sleeve technique. To be continued. Tan Longzi's appearance was rather peculiar. He was thin and strangely tall, with yellow eyebrows and no beard. His appearance was haggard, and he walked barefoot. He had the bloodline of the Yellow Dragon, but his bloodline rank was not high. He had barely reached the rank of true blood. He had suddenly attacked and used the heaven and earth in a sleeve to stop Dao Kong, and this greatly surprised Dao Kong. The heaven and earth sleeve was a divine ability that was both offensive and defensive. When attacking, it could injure people with the sleeve wind, and when defending, it could take away the enemy's divine ability. A yellow light shone in Tan Longzi's sleeve, and the power in Dao Kong's claw suddenly froze. The glare from his finger was strangely taken away. A dark yellow gust of wind charged at Dao Kong's chest. With one strike, it was as if 10,000 mountains had crashed down on him. Even with the strength of Dao Kong's physical body, when he was caught off guard, several of his ribs were broken by the wind. He retreated tens of thousands of feet in the sky before stabilizing himself. Every step he took back would shatter a piece of the void. The dark yellow gale was Tan Longzi's natal astral wind that he had bitterly cultivated for many years. Its power was naturally not to be underestimated. The ape emperor Dao Kong was a seventh shatterer cultivator, and his fleshly body had also reached the seventh nirvana realm. Logically speaking, he should have been able to withstand the astral winds. However, Tan Longzi's attack had been too sudden, and Dao Kong had been caught off guard, which was why he had been injured by Tan Longzi's attack. Tan Longzi, you dare to go against me for a mere by Mu? Dao Kong flew into a rage. Black light shone around him, and his broken bones reconnected on their own. He was healed. This wasn't the star healing technique, but a body regeneration technique that cultivators above the fifth heavenly layer of Nirvana realm possessed. Although he suffered a small loss at the hands of Tan Longzi, his strength was above Tan Longzi's, so he naturally did not fear Tan Longzi in the slightest. Humph. What do you mean by a mere white wood? Bai Mu is this old man's master. How can I allow you to make a move to harm him? Tan Longzi replied with a cold smile. As soon as this was said, all of the tens of thousands of cultivators present were shocked. What? Ancestor Whitewood was actually Senior Tan Longzi's master? This. Many people were shocked by this news. In the demon world, even though Tan Longzi was not a demon sovereign, he was still a famous figure in the world. No one would dare to underestimate him with his cultivation base at the seventh heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Even some Shatterer 1 and Shatterer 2 cultivators would have to address Tan Longzi as senior. It was simply unbelievable that a person with such a high status like Tan Longzi would actually serve Ning Fan as his master. And from the looks of it, Tan Longzi's eyes didn't show any signs of being forced. He was completely willing to be a servant. Who exactly is Ning Fan? He can actually make Tan Longzi willingly become his servant. The entire North Tianyuan city was dead silent in a split second. Even the primitive sovereign who was about to rescue Ning Fan withdrew his hand and watched the scene in silence. Tan Longzi, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. The ape emperor Dao Kong's gaze darkened. He did not believe that Tan Longzi, who was at the 7th Shatterer realm, would become the servant of Bai Mu, who was at the 1st Shatterer realm. This was simply too absurd. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even though he was a Taoist of the Jade Dao sect in the upper realm, he was only assigned a few servants by the sect. He was merely the 3rd Taoist of the Jade Dao sect. Only the great Taoist was qualified to have a fragmented 7th servant. What right does this Bai Mu have to be able to take the 7 old freaks as servants? I don't believe it. The Ape Emperor and Xianxia were not the only ones who did not believe it. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators present, none of them would believe such a ridiculous thing. Tan Longzi did not want to explain anything. He suddenly bent his knees and half knelt on the ground, cupping his fists at Ning Fan. This subordinate's name is Tan Longzi. My demon title is Barefoot Taoist. However, from today onwards, this subordinate is Master's servant. I beg Master to give me a new name. From today onwards, this subordinate will definitely follow Master through life and death. This scene made everyone's eyes widen in bewilderment. Tan Longzi did not look like he was joking at all. A dignified 7th Shatterer realm old freak actually knelt before someone and willingly became his servant. He actually gave up his previous reputation and begged Ning Fan to give him a new name. He was not joking. He really was not joking. Tan Longzi was really going to serve Ning Fan as his master. You have the Yellow Dragon's demon bloodline. I will give you a new name. From today onwards, you will be called Li Long. Your descendants will be the Li Dragon clan. Li Long, the servant of the dragon of Fu Li. No one knew how excited Tan Longzi was at this moment. From today onwards, his name would be Li Long and he would be Ning Fan's servant. Others might not know how powerful Ning Fan was, but he did. He was the only one who still remembered Ning Fan's terrifying eyes. He was also the only one who knew that Ning Fan had an ancestral demon bloodline in the Immortal Ascension Tower. When Ning Fan planted the demon seal on him, he deliberately revealed the pressure of his bloodline in order to convince this person wholeheartedly. In front of the pressure of Ning Fan's 4 drops of ancestral blood, Tan Longzi was completely stunned. The pressure of Ning Fan's bloodline was not inferior to that of the true Dragon Clan's leader in the Demon Spirit Land. Moreover, the type of Ning Fan's demon bloodline was something that Tan Longzi had never seen before. It was incomparably powerful, as if it was the ruler of all demons. Even though the luck of this blood was filthy and its demon sense was evil, it contained the pride of a supreme being. It was the pride that once oversaw the heavenly Tao and ruled over all living beings. This kind of bloodline seemed to be countless times more noble than the blood of a true dragon. Ning Fan even took out a trace of Fu Li's ancestral blood and gave it to Tan Longzi to help him improve his bloodline. Even though it was only a trace of the ancestral blood, it greatly increased the density of Tan Longzi's original yellow dragon bloodline. However, after obtaining the Fu Li's blood, that bloodline no longer seemed to be suitable to be called the yellow dragon bloodline. Even though Ning Fan's cultivation base was not high, his abilities were shocking. His identity was also a dignified demon ancestor. Moreover, he even gave Tan Longzi his bloodline. Tan Longzi naturally would not feel wronged at all to be a servant of such a person. On the contrary, he was very proud of it. He firmly believed that as long as he followed Ning Fan in this life, he would certainly be able to change his destiny. Thank you, Master, for bestowing me with a name. From today onwards, this subordinate will be called Li Long. In the future, I will definitely establish the Li Dragon clan and help Master conquer the world. Get up. Yes. Tan Longzi. No, Li Long stood up respectfully and stood beside Ning Fan, glaring at the Ape Emperor Dao Kong. Even though he was slightly weaker than Dao Kong, with him around, Dao Kong could forget about harming Ning Fan at all. The Ape Emperor Dao Kong's expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, he looked at Ning Fan with great fear while guessing inwardly. Could it be that this young man is already a member of the True Spirit clan in the upper world? In Dao Kong's opinion, only when Ning Fan has the identity of a cultivator from the upper world would he be qualified to take Li Long as his servant. Similar guesses rose in many people's minds. Dao Kong was hesitant. Of course, he was not afraid of Li Long, but he began to worry that Ning Fan might have a powerful background. If Ning Fan really had a powerful background, it seemed a little unwise to offend him just for a mere disciple. Ape Emperor. Little friend Bai Mu is an important guest of my Yuan Hall. If he is in trouble, I will not sit by and do nothing. If he is injured, the old primitive sovereign will not let this matter rest either. The primitive sovereign stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were dignified and firm. Since Ning Fan was so important to the old primitive sovereign, he would do his best to ensure that Ning Fan remained unscathed even if he had to mobilize all of the Yuan Hall's forces. The primitive sovereign was also guessing that Ning Fan might have already gotten in touch with a great clan in the upper world. Regardless of whether that was the truth or not, he had decided to protect Ning Fan just to treat the old primitive sovereign's injuries. He would not hesitate to start a war with the Ape Palace. Even the Yuan Hall wants to protect this young man, huh? As soon as he heard the old primitive sovereign's name, Dao Kong's eyes became even more gloomy. If he were to become enemies with the Yuan Hall in order to deal with Ning Fan, it would not be worth it. Even though Dao Kong was arrogant and overbearing, he was not a fool. He would not openly become enemies with the Yuan Hall and defend a force that was led by a rogue demon. He suspected that Ning Fan had a venerable identity. Thus, he would not easily take action again. Dao Kong's eyes flashed. Even though his expression was unpleasant, he had already made up his mind. Let's go. Dao Kong's eyes were cold. He turned around and flew back to the high platform in the north. With a grim expression, he led several hundred experts away on a demon cloud. As soon as he left, countless people felt relieved. Even the Fox Sovereign and the Green Sovereign's expressions became slightly more relaxed. The Ape Emperor Dao Kong's notoriety was too great. If this place was not the Yuan Hall but a slightly weaker demon palace, and if Ning Fan did not have Li Long as his servant, Dao Kong would not have lowered his head to him and left willingly. Damn it. That Bai Mu actually has the protection of the Yuan Hall and even Tam Longzi as his servant. If that's the case, how can I lay my hands on such a perfect human cauldron? The Snake Sovereign's old face was tense. She was in a very bad mood. Even the Ape Emperor Dao Kong had to lower his head in front of the Yuan Hall. She did not even dare to offend the Yuan Hall's noble guest. Especially when Ning Fan had Tam Longzi, an old monster at the 7th fragmentation realm, following him. She did not dare to provoke him easily. I think it's better to consider this matter at length. She muttered to herself unwillingly. The competition of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda ended with such a shocking result. The Ape Emperor came with a strong aura force but returned with a gloomy face. Ning Fan's name was unknown when he entered the pagoda, but when he left, his name shook the world. It had only been half a day since the competition of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda ended, but old ancestor Bai Mu's name had already been spread to all the demon seas and the demon world using various secret techniques. Some people even revealed that Ning Fan had cultivated the life and death Dao light. As soon as this news spread, the expressions of the two rogue demons of the Red Hall and the Fox Palace changed. Someone revealed that all the cultivators in the Immortal Ascension Pagoda had mysteriously fainted, and it might be related to Ning Fan. Someone reported to the Yuan Hall that Ning Fan had killed 4 Void Pierce stage experts in the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. These reports made the old Yuan Emperor laugh out loud and ordered them to be ignored. This Bai Mu is indeed an outstanding junior. Moreover, according to that little girl, Xianxia, he can even help me heal my injuries. Hee. It seems like I have the foresight to borrow Bai Mu's primordial emperor jade. With this kind of good karma, he should be able to help me heal my injuries. What a troublesome injury. In the palace of the Demon River, a group of female cultivators of the Light Feather clan gaped in astonishment when they heard countless news about Ning Fan. Their old ancestor Bai Mu was actually a dignified void fragmentation realm-old monster. Moreover, he even took the world-famous barefoot Daoist as his servant. This is just too unimaginable. Old ancestor's reputation is so well known. Even if we become his concubines, it won't be a waste for us sisters. A young lady with white feathers said with a smile. TCH. What kind of person is old ancestor? With his identity, he can have any woman with any cultivation base he wants. Why would he take a fancy to us? A young lady said self-deprecatingly. Hua Yu sat in her room, pursing her lips. Her face was flushed red. Yesterday, she wanted to offer herself to Ning Fan to protect the other women but was knocked out by him. When she woke up, she found herself lying on Ning Fan's bed with a thin blanket covering her body. Her primordial red hair was not torn and her clothes were not messed up. There were no signs of her being humiliated. She still remembered Ning Fan's promise before she fainted. He told her that he would not touch any of the women of the Light Feather clan. He's not a lecher. He's not the notorious filthy person that others say he is. He's a dignified void fragmentation realm expert who can shake the entire demon world. Hua Yu's eyes were filled with admiration. In the main hall, the little demoness looked at Ning Fan as if she was looking at a monster. Then, she looked at Li Long who was behind him. She had made countless guesses about the outcome of the competition, but she did not expect that Ning Fan would use such a method to shake the entire demon world within a day. Li Long greets mistress. Li Long cupped his fists and bowed to the little demoness. He had already acknowledged Ning Fan as his master. Naturally, he would not regret it. Even though the little demoness cultivation base was only at the harmonious spirit realm, her identity was Ning Fan's Tao companion. Li Long naturally did not dare to disrespect her. Hee. What did you call me? Call me again. The little demoness giggled, seemingly very satisfied with how Li Long addressed her. Li Long greets mistress. Call me that again. Li Long greets mistress. Call me that again. Li Long greets mistress. The little demoness was very satisfied with the two words mistress. Then, she said to Ning Fan ambiguously. Husband, this servant of yours is really fun. Lend him to me to play with for a few days. No. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. Even though Li Long was his servant in name, he was still an old monster of the demon world who once shook the world. Li Long had his dignity. Even though he was a servant, he could not let the little demoness mess with him. Li Long, I'll give you a mission. There are still 3 days before the fishing dragon assembly. Within these 3 days, you will go to the nearby demon sea and purchase all the pills and heavenly materials that can repair the primordial spirit. You don't have to worry about not having enough immortal jade. Ning Fan took out a storage pouch and gave it to Li Long. There were about 1 trillion immortal jade in it. Li Long's eyes scanned the storage pouch and roughly counted the amount of immortal jade. His eyes were filled with surprise, but he did not ask why a demon cultivator like Ning Fan would need items to repair the primordial spirit. This subordinate will definitely complete the mission. Li Long cupped his fists and disappeared in a flash. After handing in Li Long's mission, Ning Fan returned to his room and prepared to refine the pure essence pills. Logically speaking, he should be rewarded with 1 pure essence pill for obtaining the first level of the cave. However, the primitive sovereign sent someone to give him 10 pure essence pills, which was exactly 1 bottle. The extra pills were naturally meant to befriend Ning Fan. Ning Fan naturally accepted them without any hesitation. There were still 3 days before the official start of the fishing dragon assembly. During these 3 days, he decided to refine the pure essence pills to improve the cultivation of his spirit sense. After that, he would go to the 9 pavilions to retrieve the fishing rod and find an opportunity to return the primitive sovereign jade to the primitive sovereign. I wonder if I can break through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm after taking 10 pure essence pills. In the northern demon sea, there was an inconspicuous demon island in an extremely desolate sea area. There was a cave dwelling under a short peak on the island. Countless white bones were placed at the entrance of the cave. All of them were the remains of women. Inside the cave, there was a middle-aged man with evil chi who was as thin as a skeleton. His eyes flashed with green evil light which was as dazzling as the sun. He picked up an information jade slip from the half-eaten corpse of a woman beside him. Looking at the person in the information, the middle-aged man sneered. He is not by Mu. All of a sudden, the aura force of the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm spread out from the middle-aged man's body. If the starstones of my Lightwing clan are devoured separately, they can only help those who have comprehended the starlight healing technique to improve their star power. However, if 10 starstones are put together and arranged according to a certain rule, they can obtain the star cultivation technique that has been passed down for generations by the ancestors of the Lightwing clan. This person helped me kill the leader of the Xianxia clan. I am very grateful to him. Unfortunately, the starstones of the Lightwing clan don't belong to him. He can forget about taking them away. The star stones are mine. All these years, I have been in seclusion in this place. Every day, I pluck and devour women. I am no longer who I used to be. I will no longer be hunted down by a mere half-step void refinement realm expert. This time, I am going to ask the superior demons to help me take back the star stones. Ningfan's body swayed and entered the profounding world. He was not in a hurry to refine the Yuanqing pill. Instead, he went to check on Luoyu. Inside the thatched cottage, Luoyu was recuperating while sitting cross-legged. Her cultivation base had already recovered to the peak of the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. If Li Long could find more items that could repair the essence soul in 3 days, Luoyu's cultivation would recover even more. Seeing that Luoyu was safe and sound, Ningfan felt relieved. He chose a place that was far away from the thatched cottage and sat cross-legged on the dark clouds. He examined the 500 Dao marks of life and death on his primordial spirit and recalled his trip to the Immortal Ascension Tower. The unity of heaven and man is truly a terrifying divine ability. The unity of heaven and man was an extreme state. Once one entered it, one's comprehension would instantly rise to an unimaginable height. Including the time he entered the Immortal Ascension Pagoda, he had entered this state 3 times in total. For the first time, he traveled thousands of miles with his golden core divine will and attracted the attention of the tablet-wielding celestial emperor, Meng Xuanzi. For the second time, he used his divine transformation realm cultivation base to create his own divine art and borrowed lightning monarch Tai Su's magic power to fight against Imo Luo. For the third time, with his cultivation base at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, he was able to see through life and death with a single glance. With just a single glance, he flattened the entire Immortal Ascension Tower. Such a great divine ability could only be found by luck. Even among immortal emperors, not many people could grasp it. After all, this sort of divine ability was closely related to Dao comprehension and Dao fate. If one's Dao wisdom and fate were lacking, then no matter how high one's cultivation was, one would not be fated with this technique. After clearing his mind, Ningfan took out a golden jade bottle from his storage pouch. The jade bottle had the totem of Yuan carved on it. The jade bottle was extraordinary. It was specially made by Palace of Origin to seal 7th Revolution pills. There were 10 Vitality Clear pills in it. The Vital Clarity pill was a low-grade 7th Revolution pill that could greatly improve the spirit sense of a first demolishing cultivator. If a cultivator with 2 broken bones were to take it, the medicinal effect would be halved. If 3 cultivators were to consume it, the medicinal effect would be halved again. So on and so forth. The higher one's cultivation, the worse the effects of consuming this pill. If one's cultivation base reaches the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, the medicinal effect of this pill would be minimal. This was similar to void fragmentation realm cultivators absorbing the power of the Dao crystal to improve their cultivation level. For ordinary cultivators, every time they refined 10 Dao crystals, they could increase their magic power by 1 yuan hui. If it was broken into 2, the effect would be halved. If it was broken by 3, it would be halved. After breaking 5, he would need to absorb 160 Dao crystals to increase his magic power by 1 yuan. The higher one's cultivation level was, the weaker the effect of the Daoist crystal would be. When one reached the life immortal realm, one would be completely unable to absorb the power of the Daoist crystal. Just like the former Rain Sovereign, Yun Zhongshuan, his cultivation base stopped at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm before he died. He was still 50,000 yuan away from breaking the 6th level. He needed to refine 8 million Dao crystals before he could break through. 8 million Dao crystals were equivalent to 40 trillion immortal jades. This was the wealth that could only be obtained by 10 rain palaces. It was naturally impossible for the Rain Emperor to use the Dao crystal to break through to the 6th Shatterer level. Thus, he had to find other ways to increase his cultivation level. Ningfan then took out a slightly smaller golden pill bottle. Inside this pill bottle was an essence clear pill which was given to him by Exalted Dragon Li. To Li Long, the origin clear pill was not essential. After all, his cultivation base had already reached the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. A total of 11 origin clear pills. My spirit sense has a great chance of breaking through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He took out an origin clear pill from the pill bottle and swallowed it. Then, he began to refine it. With the refinement speed of the profounding world that was 100 times faster than in the past, his cultivation base at the void fragmentation realm was naturally very fast. One day passed. Ning Fan had already completely refined 11 origin clear pills. At this moment, there were a total of 11 balls of clear qi in his sea of consciousness. They were slowly fusing into his sea of consciousness. Each time a ball of clear qi fused into his sea of consciousness, Ning Fan's sea of consciousness would become more stable and his spirit sense would also improve greatly. Gradually, Ning Fan's spirit sense reached the peak of the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Gradually, the bottleneck of his spirit sense was broken through by the balls of clear qi. His spirit sense naturally broke through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, they became reserved. Origin clear pill, huh? It's a good pill. To me, the stronger my spirit sense is, the stronger my combat power will be. It would be great if I can get my hands on the pill recipe of the Origin Clear pill. Of course, it would be even better if I can get my hands on more Origin Clear pills. Even if he takes the pill recipe away, Li Xianxia was the only one who could concoct this pill at the moment. Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery was not good enough to concoct it yet. If it's a finished pill that could be consumed directly, it would naturally be better. The Palace of Origin had a deep foundation. There were 7th Revolution pill masters in the palace and they also had quite a number of Origin Clear pills. Ning Fan pondered for a while. He had given Li Long 1 trillion immortal jade and he still had 2 trillion immortal jade in his hands. He could not generate more money just by keeping some of it to set up formations. As for the rest, it would be better to use it. If he uses these 2 trillion immortal jade to buy Origin Clear pills from the Palace of Origin, he did not know how many Origin Clear pills he could buy. If he could not buy too many Origin Clear pills, it would also be a good choice to exchange the immortal jade for Dao crystals. After all, Dao crystals could be used for cultivation. Of course, the exchange price was naturally higher than 1 Dao crystal which was worth 5 million immortal jade. After his spirit sense advanced to the next level, Ning Fan meditated for another day to stabilize his spirit sense completely. Then, he flicked his sleeves and took out 10 stones that were as bright as stars. The star stones of the Light Feather clan, each of the star stones contained a powerful amount of star power. According to Ning Fan's estimation, a star stone could be used to forge 10 natal stars and there would still be some left. 10 of them could be used to forge more than 100 natal stars. If he refines all 10 of them, the number of natal stars he would have would exceed 200. With such a large number of natal stars, his healing speed would naturally be much faster. However, 200 natal stars were still not enough for him to survive the joint attacks of a void fragmentation realm expert. He could only ignore the injuries of a void refinement realm expert. The number of natal stars must be at least 1,000 to be able to instantly heal a void fragmentation realm expert's injuries. In ancient times, many experts of the demon race cultivated the Tao of the starry sky and used starlight to heal their injuries. At that time, the cultivation star cultivation method was once popular. However, most of these cultivation methods were lost in the later generations. Even though I have obtained a great opportunity and comprehended the strongest star healing technique, the Black Star technique, I have yet to obtain any cultivation star cultivation method. Thus, I can't increase the number of my stars through cultivation. I can only passively increase the number of my stars by devouring the star power of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures when I occasionally encounter opportunities. It's hard to get a copy of a cultivation star cultivation method. I'm afraid that even in the demon spirit land of the upper world, only the true spirit clan has such a cultivation method. 10 star stones hovered around Ning Fan. Ning Fan reached out his hand and sucked one of them into his palm, trying to absorb the power of the starry sky within it. Just as he absorbed a trace of starlight, his expression changed slightly and he stopped absorbing it. He stared at the star stone in his palm with a puzzled look. After tossing the star stone back to the sky, Ning Fan raised his hand and grabbed another star stone. He did not absorb the star power. Instead, he just closed his eyes and sensed the flow of the star power within the star stone. The third, the fourth, the fifth, Ning Fan examined all 10 star stones. Finally, he seemed to have confirmed something. His eyes turned slightly solemn. Interesting. There's actually a trace of extremely weak formation power within the star stones of the Light Feather clan. If I haven't learned the heart formation technique, I'm afraid I won't be able to detect this trace of weak formation power. Each of the 10 star stones contains formation power. Moreover, the direction of the formation power's flow is different. It seems like there's some kind of mystery within them. Someone has left some kind of message within these 10 star stones and concealed it with formation power. Only by combining the 10 star stones into a formation and unlocking the formation power can I obtain the hidden message. Ning Fan looked at the 10 star stones that were hovering around him and gradually fell into deep thought. When these 10 star stones were hovering, they formed 10 moving tracks. Some of them were near while some were far away. Some were high and some were low. With Ning Fan's cultivation base in the Tao of formation, he could tell that these 10 moving tracks were the key to unlocking the formation power. He must place the correct star stones into the correct tracks in order to unravel the formation power. 10 star stones with 10 different tracks. There are a total of 362,8800 ways of arranging them. Among them, only one of them is in the correct order. If I try them one by one, it'll take too much time to find the correct order. Ning Fan didn't have a lot of time to arrange the star stones 362 million times. He closed his eyes and activated the heart formation technique to sense the star power veins of the 10 star stones. The way the 10 star stones revolved around Ning Fan was like how 10 guardian stars revolved around a cultivation planet. Each of the 10 star stones had different formation power. The different formation power could be connected from the beginning to the end according to a certain order. For the entire day, Ning Fan didn't open his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had already made a conclusion. This star orbit should be this star stone, Ning Fan muttered to himself. He pointed his finger and changed the orbit of 2 of the star stones. This star orbit should be this piece of star stone. After pondering for a while, Ning Fan moved again and kept changing the orbit of the star stones. It was as if he was deducing the movement of the stars in the sky. Gradually, there were already 8 star stones that had their orbits changed by Ning Fan. Ning Fan's gaze shifted to the last 2 star stones. With a flick of his sleeve, he swapped the 2 star stones' orbits. When the 2 stars were swapped, the 10 star stones suddenly flashed at the same time. Then, a massive wave of star power gushed out from the 10 star stones and swept towards Ning Fan. As soon as they were swept by the vast star power, messy and complicated information was immediately transmitted into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Ning Fan closed his eyes and tidied up the messy information carefully. At this moment, he felt like he was in the galaxy of the myriad worlds. When the star power gradually dispersed, Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This is the lost cultivation method of the Ice Phoenix clan, Cold Star secret record. The 10 star stones actually contained an ancient cultivation method of the Ice Phoenix clan. The Light Feather clan was basically the descendant of the Ice Phoenix clan. They had been keeping this cultivation method for generations. Unfortunately, there was no one in the Light Feather clan in the mortal world who understood the heart formation technique. Thus, they could not see through the mysteries of the star stones. This star stone was passed down from generation to generation by the clan leaders. However, no one knew exactly how extraordinary it was. Only the real Baimu knew. The ancestor of Baimu was the old monster who personally sealed the star stones. The Cold Star secret record was passed down from generation to generation in the Whitewood clan. Unfortunately, the Whitewood clan could not decipher the mysteries of the star stones even after generations. Ning Fan stared at the 10 star stones in silence. The Cold Star secret record that he obtained was an extremely profound cultivation method of the star cultivation method. If one cultivates it all the way, one could at most cultivate 100,000 natal stars. The so-called cold star referred to absorbing coldine chi in a place with extreme energy and condensing them into natal stars. The more stars one had, the colder the place of extreme energy used for cultivation would be. If an ordinary cultivator could cultivate 100,000 stars, they could probably resist the attacks of a life immortal realm cultivator without dying. What Ning Fan cultivated was the strongest cultivation method, the Black Star technique. If he could cultivate 10,000 stars, he would be unscathed even if he was besieged by a life immortal realm cultivator. if he could cultivate 100,000 stars, he would be able to survive even if he was besieged by a true immortal realm cultivator. If he had 1 million black stars, he would be able to survive even if he was besieged by an immortal emperor in the past. This technique means a lot to me. Ever since Ning Fan obtained the inheritance of the star stones, the formation power of the 10 star stones instantly disappeared. Other than being devoured and refined, they no longer had any other use. Ning Fan held the 10 star stones in his palm. After letting out a sigh, he absorbed all the star power of the 10 star stones. After absorbing all the star power, the number of natal stars in his body had reached 212, which was a lot more than what he expected. After resting for a while, Ning Fan left the profounding world in a flash and headed to the 9 upper pavilions. With Tan Zixin's refining speed, the purple-grade fishing rod had already been successfully refined. Of course, Ning Fan came to collect the goods. He did not conceal his speed and rushed to the 9 upper pavilions at the speed of the void fragmentation realm. Along the way, all the old monsters who saw Ning Fan's movement light were filled with respect and fear. A person who could make the palace of Yuan treat him as a distinguished guest, a person who could make the 7 old monsters of the break realm willingly become his servant, and a person who could cultivate the Tao light of life and death was enough to make these old monsters live forever without any hostility. When Ning Fan landed outside the 9 upper pavilions, he saw the master of the 9 upper pavilions standing outside as if he was waiting for him. As soon as he saw Ning Fan, the master of the 9 upper pavilions did not dare to show any neglect. He went forward and cupped his fists respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Baimu." The last time Ning Fan came, he revealed his void inquiry stage cultivation base. Thus, he naturally addressed him as a fellow Daoist. Now that Ning Fan had revealed his void fragmentation realm identity, how would he dare to address him as a fellow Daoist? Naturally, he had to address him as a senior. "Pavilion Master, you don't have to be so courteous. I came here today to collect the purple-grade fishing rod. I wonder if Miss Zixin has finished refining the fishing rod?" Ning Fan already had a few fishing rods in his hands. All of them were obtained from the Immortal Ascension Tower. However, he was still looking forward to the fishing rod that Tan Zixin refined. After all, her purple-grade fishing rod had always been the best in Tianyuan City. In reply to Senior, Miss Zixin has already finished refining the fishing rod. She has been waiting for you in the main hall for 2 days. Oh? I'm really flattered to be able to make Miss Zixin wait for me for 2 days. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. If he just came to collect the fishing rod, there was no need for Tan Zixin to specially wait for him at all. Is Tan Zixin trying to befriend me on behalf of the Primordial Palace, or does she have other intentions? Recalling the incident where he was tested in the Immortal Ascension Tower, Ning Fan felt that Tan Zixin must have some ulterior motive for waiting for him. He followed the 9 upper pavilions into the pavilion and walked all the way to the main hall. When they arrived at the outside of the hall, the 9 upper pavilions took their leave and allowed Ning Fan to enter alone. Ning Fan stepped into the main hall. At this moment, Tan Zixin's back was facing the door of the hall. She was holding the Separation Slayer sword in her hand and stroking the body of the sword carefully. Her eyes were filled with heartache. "You are a beauty, but why did you become a thief? What a good sword. I'm going to return it to him today." She seemed to be completely focused on the Separation Slayer sword. She did not even notice Ning Fan's arrival. ****. It turns out that I'm a thief in Miss Zixin's eyes. Ning Fan purposely let out a few dry coughs to remind Tan Zixin that he had arrived. He did not mind Tan Zixin's words of becoming a thief. He knew that she did not mean any harm. She just felt that he did not cherish the Separation Slayer sword enough. That was why she felt injustice for the sword. "Ah. You're here. You heard everything?" I didn't mean it. I just casually said a few words." Tan Zixin cursed inwardly. She turned around and looked at Ning Fan awkwardly and nervously. After knowing that Ning Fan had the ability to save the old Yuan Emperor, she was only thinking about how to befriend Ning Fan and beg him to save her grandpa. She didn't expect that Ning Fan would overhear her casual remark. She was really afraid that Ning Fan would feel discontented because of what she had just said. What if Ning Fan was unwilling to save her grandpa because of what she said? Wouldn't she regret it for the rest of her life? Ning Fan chose a seat and sat down. He held up the spiritual tea and took a sip casually. At the same time, he secretly used the mind-reading technique to pry into Tan Zixin's thoughts. With a glance, his expression didn't change, but his heart trembled slightly. Tan Zixin actually wants me to save her grandpa. Moreover, the person she wants to save is the old Yuan Emperor, Tan Tianyan. I heard that Miss Zixin has finished refining the purple-grade fishing rod. Ning Fan put down the mutton fat jade cup that contained the spiritual tea and asked Tan Zixin with a smile. Seeing Ning Fan's usual smile, Tan Zixin heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that Ning Fan did not mind her nonsense. She returned the Separation Slayer sword to Ning Fan. He carefully stroked the sword and realized that the quality of the sword had improved by a lot. Tan Zixin seemed to cherish this sword very much. He had specially refined it, and its power had increased by quite a bit. I've troubled Miss Zixin. Ning Fan sighed. He had always been negligent in refining his natal magical treasure, but now, even the others could not stand it anymore and wanted to help him refine a magical treasure. As the owner of the magical treasure, he did feel guilty towards the Separation Slayer. It's just a small matter. Senior White, you don't have to take it to heart. Tan Zixin called out Senior White in a clear and melodious voice. The refinement of the purple-grade fishing rod has indeed been completed, but it is currently being nurtured in the spirit accumulating pool. It will take about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before the spirit accumulating pool ends. I have a request that I would like to ask Senior White for help. I hope that Senior White can agree to my request. If Senior White agrees to my request, Purple Heart will agree to any conditions. The rims of Tan Zixin's eyes suddenly reddened. She actually leaned forward and knelt on the ground. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He immediately waved his sleeve to stop Tan Zixin from kneeling. He already knew what Tan Zixin wanted to ask of him. It was none other than to help the old primitive emperor heal. If it wasn't for the jade given by the old primitive emperor, Ning Fan definitely wouldn't have the opportunity to pry into the life and death situation inside the Immortal Ascension Tower. Just for the sake of the primitive emperor jade, Ning Fan would also help a group of old primitive emperors. There was no need for Tan Zixin to kneel and beg him. Besides, Ning Fan could tell with just a glance that Tan Zixin was an arrogant woman. However, she was willing to kneel down for the sake of saving her grandfather. This made Ning Fan view her in a different light. Miss Zixin, there's no need to be so courteous. Why don't you tell me what request you have? If it's not something difficult, then I won't refuse. The wind from the sleeve was as light as cotton, but when it blew in front of Xianxia, it made her unable to kneel down again. Her eyes were slightly shocked. Obviously, she was shocked by Ning Fan's strength. Although her cultivation was not high, because of the events of the past, her body had already nurtured a trace of yin and yang energy. With the power of yin and yang protecting her body, even second or third heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monsters would not be able to stop her from kneeling. Senior Bai's strength is indeed as powerful as the rumors say. When Xianxia saw that Ning Fan insisted on not letting her kneel, she had no choice but to give up the thought of kneeling. She lowered her head slightly and let out a faint sigh. I wonder if Zixin can tell you a story before I make my request. This story is related to Purple Heart's request. Sure. Ning Fan nodded his head. Tan Zixin's bright eyes were hidden under her bangs. There was a hint of regret in her eyes as she spoke. That was 400 years ago. That year, a young lady from a great clan in the demon realm had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. She's obsessed with the art of refining and doesn't like to cultivate. One day, she heard that an ancient cultivator's ruin was unearthed in the northernmost abyss. In that ruin, there were many lost ancient secret refining techniques. She was warned by her father and grandfather that this place is dangerous and she shouldn't go there. However, she was young and frivolous. She didn't listen to them. She didn't believe them and insisted on trying her luck to find the ancient refining techniques. When the young lady arrived at the ruin, there were already countless cultivators who had begun their journey of treasure hunting. But soon after that, a sleeping poisonous beast suddenly broke out of its demon cocoon and woke up. That poisonous beast didn't have a high cultivation base and was killed by someone else. However, after it died, it released an extremely terrifying poisonous mist that killed all the cultivators in the ruin. The young lady was poisoned as well. She was supposed to be dead, but her grandfather came and rescued her corpse. Her grandfather had failed to become an immortal countless times and was forced to cultivate as a rogue demon. It wasn't easy for him to get the chance to become an immortal and was almost at the last step of becoming an immortal. However, in order to save his granddaughter, he didn't hesitate to destroy the down mark of life and death on his demon soul to revive the young lady who had just died not long ago. After that, he used a great divine ability to transfer all the poison in the young lady's body into his own body. 400 years have passed. The young lady's grandfather lost the chance to become an immortal and almost died from the torture of the poison. The one who should die is that young lady, not her grandfather. Senior Bai, if the young lady found out that there's a person who can save her grandfather's life, should she do everything she can to ask that person to help? What should she do to make that senior save her grandfather? Tan Zixin raised her head and looked at Ning Fan with sorrow. She knew that Ning Fan could understand this story. However, she didn't know if Ning Fan would agree to her request to save her grandfather. She regretted that she was young and ignorant and didn't listen to the advice of her elders. If Ning Fan didn't agree to help her, her grandfather would surely die and she would regret it for the rest of her life. Miss Zixin, you hope that I can save your grandfather, right? Ning Fan looked at Tan Zixin noncommittally. Yes. As long as Senior agrees to this request, Zixin will do everything, any request. I will do it. She bit her lips and said resolutely, like a heroine who was about to go to the execution ground. She had already decided that as long as Ning Fan was willing to save her grandfather, she would agree to any request. Whether it was pills, cultivation methods, heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures or even her body, no matter what request I make, you will agree to it? Ning Fan's gaze swept across Tan Zixin's delicate body. Tan Zixin's cheeks blushed. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Yes, then, I will boldly make a request to Miss Zixin. I don't like to see women crying. Can you give me a smile? Ning Fan retracted his gaze and smiled faintly. That scorching gaze of his was teasing Tan Zixin. Ah. Tan Zixin was stunned. Her expression was very cute. She was prepared to agree to any request, but Ning Fan gave her a request that she had never thought of. What did Senior say? I don't think I heard it clearly. I said, can you smile at me? Am I that scary? Why do all of you have such an expression when you see me? Ning Fan was speechless. He began to regret borrowing Bai Mu's identity. Huayu thought that he was a peerless nightmare devil who wanted to jump into the fire pit to save her sisters. Tan Zixin also thought that he was an unbearable person and was prepared to sacrifice herself at any time. Although Ning Fan was not a kind person, he did not seem to have bullied that girl whom he had no enmity with, right? Did he look like a bully who took advantage of others? Smile. What smile? Tan Zixin blinked her eyes, still unable to react. Forget it. Pretend that I didn't say anything. I will agree to help you save the old Yuan Emperor. However, I don't have much confidence in saving him. As for the specifics, I will have to see the condition of his body with my own eyes to know. Ning Fan did not continue to tease Tan Zixin, nor did he make any unreasonable request. He did not lack spirit-severing cauldrons, so he did not need Tan Zixin to sacrifice herself. Even though he lacked origin-clear pills, he would not use this matter to ask for it. Saving Tan Tianyan was to return the favor to him. Ning Fan would not ask for anything else. Of course, Ning Fan would buy origin-clear pills from Palace Yuan after the matter was resolved. He would not owe Palace Yuan any favors anymore. It was easy to owe a favor but difficult to return it. Senior, are you really willing to save me? Thank you so much, Senior. Senior is truly the warmest and kind-hearted person I've ever met. We've only met once, yet you're willing to help me. You're truly a good person. */ a big good person card was thrown on Ning Fan's face. Just a second ago, she called Ning Fan a thief. In the next second, she became a good person. Tan Zixin smiled through her tears and rushed to Ning Fan's front happily like a cheerful purple cuckoo. Under the purple and white striped headscarf, her beautiful face was indescribably beautiful when she smiled. Indeed, women were the most beautiful when they smiled. When a woman cries or throws a tantrum, she would be like a ferocious beast of the desolate era. Am I a good person? Ning Fan touched his chin. He really could not tell which part of him looked like a good person. He slowly rose to his feet and said to Tan Zixin, "Let's take a look at the fishing rod first. After that, I will accompany you to see the old Yuan emperor and treat his injuries. Is that okay?" "Yes. Of course." Zixin will bring Senior to the spiritual pool to get the fishing rod. "Senior, please follow me." Ning Fan followed Tan Zixin out of the main hall and walked towards the weapon refinement workshop. Then, they passed through the workshop and arrived at Tan Zixin's personal refining room. The underground of this refining room had been hollowed out by someone. A massive spiritual pool was built there. If ordinary magic treasures were to gather their spirit here, there would be a certain chance for them to give birth to a weapon spirit. She actually nurtured a weapon spirit for a mere fishing rod. It was enough to show that she had put a lot of effort into refining this fishing rod. Along the way, Tan Zixin told Ning Fan about the extraordinary features of this fishing rod. This fishing rod was different from ordinary fishing rods. It was not casually refined by her. Ordinary purple-grade fishing rods could only be used tens of times. Because they were refined in a rush, their durability was not high. After all, ordinary old monsters would only have 1 or 2 chances to fish dragons in the dragon fishing convention. They would not wear out a fishing rod like this. However, Ning Fan's fishing rod was different from ordinary fishing rods. It was a semi-finished fishing rod that Tan Zixin had spent 400 years to refine. It was unknown how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures she had used in the entire refining process. The cost was at least tens of billions of immortal jade. There was no limit to the durability of this fishing rod. It was a mid-grade immortal void realm magic treasure named Taigong fishing. During these few days, Tan Zixin had completed the last step of refining this treasure. Not only could this treasure be used to fish dragons, but it could also be used as a magic treasure to fight against humans. It was especially effective against demon cultivators with dragon bloodline. Dragon cultivators below the life immortal realm could almost be captured alive with a single strike. There was an immortal grade spirit iron attached to this treasure. Its ability was called Dragon Subduing. That piece of spirit iron was the only one in the entire demon world. It was extremely precious, but Tan Zixin managed to find it. It was difficult to estimate the value of that piece of spirit iron using immortal jade. Thus, it was not included in the cost. Otherwise, the cost of this Taigong fishing would be frighteningly high. According to rumors, a piece of immortal-grade, dragon-subduing, spirit iron in the 4 heavens was priced at around 2 million Dao crystals. It was equivalent to 10 trillion immortal jade in the lower world. Even though it was expensive, once the dragon-subduing, spirit iron appears, life immortal realm and true immortal realm old monsters would certainly fight for it. Most of those who fought for it were prepared for the realm war. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Even though he had high expectations for the fishing rod that Tan Zixin refined, he did not expect her to be so generous as to attach the dragon-subduing ability to the fishing rod. With this fishing rod, Ning Fan could fish any ferocious dragon in the dragon fishing convention without any pressure. If he encounters a demon cultivator with dragon bloodline in the future, he would only need to use the fishing rod to subdue and capture the enemy alive. Even if the enemy was a rogue demon, it would still be futile. Tan Zixin's original purpose of making such a sharp fishing rod for Ning Fan was to catch the legendary Yin dragon and Yang dragon. We've arrived at the spiritual pool. Tan Zixin led Ning Fan to the entrance of the underground forbidden area and went all the way down. There was a stone chamber 1 million zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, below the ground. The walls of the stone chamber were filled with a type of spiritual or called Dao spirit stone, which gave off an extremely dense spiritual qi. In the middle of the stone chamber was a gigantic stone pond. The water in the pond was pure golden in color and there was a seal outside the pond. A purplish golden fishing rod was submerged in the water of the stone pond. It was 24 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, long and the patterns of the 24 constellations were engraved on it. Within the fishing rod, there was a spiritual sense that was on the verge of bursting out and it was gradually rising. The fishing rod was glowing with a faint light. Although the light seemed weak, it was enough to suppress any dragon cultivator below the life immortal realm. So this treasure is called the Taigong fishing rod. What a strong dragon subduing qi! Ning Fan praised. When he saw this fishing rod, he was almost eager to try it out. He wanted to use this fishing rod to catch a demonic dragon. The artifact spirit of this Taigong fishing rod seems to have been successfully molded. Senior, please wait for a moment. Let Zixin open the seal of the spiritual pool and take out the fishing rod. Tan Zixin patted the brocade pouch on her waist and took out a golden hammer that was even bigger than her body, as if she was performing a magic trick. Then, she smashed it at the seal of the spiritual pool. The grade of the golden hammer was not high, but it had an immortal void-grade spiritual iron attached to it. Its ability was called seal breaking, which specialized in breaking all kinds of seals. Even though the seal was at the grade of an immortal void-grade formation, it was still broken by the golden hammer. Tan Zixin kept the golden hammer and let out a soft breath. Then, she smiled at Ning Fan and said, Zixin has embarrassed myself in front of Senior, you're flattering me. Ning Fan did not know how to laugh. Such a delicate young lady actually used a giant hammer to break the seal of an immortal void-grade formation. It would only shock people but not make them laugh. Tan Zixin approached the spiritual pool and pretended to take the fishing rod. All of a sudden, an unforeseen event happened. An extremely cold and sharp aura force suddenly spread out from the fishing rod. Undisguised killing intent suddenly locked onto Tan Zixin. What a ferocious magic treasure! Ning Fan's expression changed. Before Tan Zixin could react, he had already taken a step forward. He held her slender waist and retreated. In the spiritual pool, the purple-grade fishing rod had already transformed into a purplish-golden giant bird with nascent wings. Its eyes were ferocious as it dashed towards Tan Zixin. Tan Zixin's cheeks instantly turned red when Ning Fan hugged her waist tightly. Only then did she see that the Taigong fish, which had transformed into an artifact spirit, had transformed into a demon and wanted to kill her. Knowing that Ning Fan was trying to save her, Tan Zixin did not break free from Ning Fan's embrace. She also did not blame Ning Fan for being frivolous. Instead, she was very grateful for his help. If it wasn't for Ning Fan who saved her, she would most likely have died under the surprise attack of Taigong Yu. Ning Fan retreated continuously. The purple-golden primordial wings that were transformed from the Taigong fish also spread its wings and chased after him. Its speed was not inferior to Ning Fan's at all. In fact, it was even slightly faster than him. In the blink of an eye, he was about to be clawed by the purple-gold origin wings. Suddenly, Ning Fan stopped in his tracks. His left eye emitted a vast demonic aura. Mere vile spawn, you don't know when to back off. You're courting death. Illusion. The second monster star in his left eye was activated on its own. In an instant, layers of illusions appeared and bewitched the purple-gold wings. Illusory techniques were practically useless against cultivators with tenacious Dao hearts, but they were effective against an artifact spirit with low intelligence. When the purple-gold wings met Ning Fan's eyes, they immediately fell into layers of illusions. Their gigantic bodies fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. In the illusion, it saw countless ferocious demons comparable to life immortals and true immortals chasing after it. It didn't know how to break the illusion. Its intelligence was too low. It was just a spirit, show your true form. Holding Tan Zixin in his arms, Ning Fan leaped into the sky and stomped on the ground. A kick attack that was comparable to the first sky of Nirvana realm directly shattered the purple-gold origin wing's spiritual body. It returned to the form of a magical treasure and turned back into a fishing rod. Ning Fan landed on the ground and kept the fishing rod in his hand. Then, he said with a cold and stern look in his eyes, "From today onwards, I am your master. If you dare to betray your master, I will destroy your treasure." Seal. Without giving the Taigong fish a chance to reject him, Ning Fan let go of Tan Zixin and directly bit his finger. He dripped a drop of his blood onto the fishing rod, turning it into a rune. Then, he planted the rune on the fishing rod and completed the process of recognizing it as its master, turning it into his natal magic treasure. This treasure was mixed with some immemorial star iron and could barely be considered a 2-star divine weapon. It also had the power to suppress dragons. As a natal Dharma treasure, it could only be strong. Thank you for saving me, Senior," Tan Zixin thanked him with a blush. Ning Fan attacked in a domineering manner. Within a few breaths, he subdued the spirit of Tai Gong's fishing artifact. His powerful means made Tan Zixin raise her eyebrows. This was the artifact spirit of an intermediate immortal void-grade magic treasure. Even some Shatter Five-old monsters would not be able to subdue it. The soft waist that was touched by Ning Fan could still feel the residual warmth of his arm. Tan Zixin's heart raced as she recalled the earlier scene. She was slightly dazed. This was the first time she had been hugged by a man. It's just a small matter, there's no need to thank me. Now that this treasure has been subdued, the matter in my heart has been resolved. Let me immediately follow Miss Zixin to meet the old primitive emperor. Tan Zixin, who was in a daze like a wooden puppet, did not hear Ning Fan's words. Ning Fan activated his mind-reading technique speechlessly to pry into Tan Zixin's thoughts. He discovered that Tan Zixin's mind was constantly thinking about being hugged by someone. Her heart was already in a mess, and she was in a daze. After a while, Tan Zixin finally recovered from her bewitched state. She blushed even more. What did Senior just say? She asked in confusion. Let's go and meet the old primitive emperor now. All right. Do you want to walk by yourself or do you want me to carry you? Ning Fan teased. I will walk by myself. Senior, please follow me. Her face became even redder. With a flash of light, she brought Ning Fan away from the profound spirit pool and flew towards the main hall of the Yuan Palace. She did not want to be carried by Ning Fan again. Probably, Tan Zixin's expression gradually returned to normal as they flew towards the Yuan Palace. She buried the memory of her blushing face and heartbeat deep in her heart. She did not forget that treating her grandpa's injuries was the most important matter at this moment. She should not let her imagination run wild like this. Ning Fan slowed down his speed and followed behind Tan Zixin at a moderate speed. The charming moment just now had already been thrown to the back of Ning Fan's mind. His mind was thinking about Tan Tianyan's injuries. A poison that could injure Tan Tianyan must be very powerful. He wondered if he could neutralize this poison and successfully treat Tan Tianyan's injuries. Greetings, Miss. Greetings, old ancestor Bai Mu. The cultivators guarding the entrance of the Yuan Palace saw Tan Zixin coming from afar. They immediately took a few steps forward and cupped their fists to greet her. When they saw Ning Fan standing behind Tan Zixin, all of them were surprised. Didn't Miss never talk to any man? Why would she travel with old ancestor Bai Mu? Moreover, that person was still in the Yuan Palace today. It seemed inappropriate for Miss to travel with a man like this. That person was here for Miss's marriage. This was already the third time he had proposed. If that person saw Miss traveling with old ancestor Bai Mu, he would definitely be furious. Old ancestor Bai Mu might be powerful, but that person's background was even more powerful. Dispense with the formalities. I want to see my grandpa. Is he in the palace? Tan Zixin landed on the ground and asked the guard indifferently. Replying to Miss, old Yuan Emperor is not out. He is meditating in the Xianxia Palace. Alright, I got it. You guys can leave now. I want to bring Senior Bai Mu to see my grandpa. Inform the entire palace that no one is allowed to disturb him in the Xianxia Palace. Yes. Miss, please wait. This subordinate has another matter to report. What is it? That upper demon has come to propose again. He is waiting for you in the Heaven Fusion Palace, hoping to meet you. The guard said with a hint of fear. Why is he here again? I don't want to see him. Tan Zixin frowned slightly. The one who came to propose was an upper demon at the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He was a cultivator from the demon spirit land of the upper world. He was born in the Yellow Dragon clan, a branch of the True Dragon clan. 200 years ago, when he descended to the demon world, he had met Tan Zixin once. Normally, this person would not pay attention to Tan Zixin. However, when he saw that Tan Zixin's body contained a trace of yin-yang power, he immediately paid attention to her. In the past 200 years, he had proposed to Tan Zixin twice. Both of them were rejected by her. At that time, Tan Zixin regretted that the old Yuan Emperor was injured and asked this person if he could save the old Yuan Emperor. If this person was willing to help, she would consider marrying him. However, that person said that the old Yuan Emperor's injuries were too severe. Only the middle-grade 8th revolution pill of the Yellow Dragon clan could save him. The price was too great. He would not spend such a precious pill for a mere rogue demon from the lower world. This person actually said that my grandfather is a mere rogue demon from the lower world. Even if I die, I will not marry him. Tan Zixin's eyes were filled with disgust. It was rare for her to hate someone. However, that demon cultivator from the upper world was just too annoying. A demon cultivator from the upper world of the Yellow Dragon clan? Ning Fan used his mind-reading technique and saw through Tan Zixin's thoughts. Even though he had seen through her thoughts, he did not ask any questions. To Ning Fan, Tan Zixin's marriage did not have much to do with him. He also had no right to comment on it. The two of them stepped into the primordial palace and directly headed towards the heart-nurturing palace. When the cultivators they met along the way saw Tan Zixin and Ning Fan traveling together, all of them wore surprised expressions. Miss Zixin really doesn't like Senior Qin Huang. Could it be that the one she likes is old ancestor Bai Mu? Only when they arrived at the Golden Lotus Pond outside the heart-nurturing palace did they stop talking. Because the Golden Lotus Pond was very close to the heart-nurturing palace, everyone had already left after Tan Zixin gave the order. Moreover, a restrictive formation was activated in this place, covering the few courtyards around the heart-nurturing palace. Outsiders would not be able to sense what was happening here at all. The discussions along the way still could not escape from Tan Zixin and Ning Fan's ears. Ning Fan's expression remained the same while Tan Zixin's cheeks turned slightly red. She explained to Ning Fan with some embarrassment. The cultivators of my primordial palace don't know what's good and bad about Senior. Please forgive us. Who is Qin Huang? Ning Fan deliberately asked with a smile. He is a person who thinks highly of himself. He is not comparable to Senior. Senior is a good person. He isn't. Tan Zixin's expression was a little unnatural. She did not know why, but she did not want Ning Fan to know that someone had proposed to her before. Perhaps she was afraid that Ning Fan would be angry and ignore her because of this matter. I'm not a good person, Ning Fan could not help but laugh. Just when he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he stopped walking. Tan Zixin also stopped walking because a yellow-robed figure was walking towards them from the other side of the Golden Lotus Pond. Miss Zixin, what do you mean? In what way can this dragon's son be inferior to this ant? It was a handsome young man in yellow robes. His cultivation base was at the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, it seemed like he had just broken through to the next level not long ago. His cultivation base had yet to stabilize. The corner of his mouth hung a cold smile. His eyes were as sharp and gloomy as an eagle's. His name was Qin Huang. He was born in the Yellow Dragon clan. He was one of the 12 dignified dragon sons of the current generation. The Yellow Dragon clan was the weakest branch among the 10,000 true dragon clans. The strongest among them was just a life-immortal realm expert at the human profound realm. In the demon spirit land of the upper world, the Yellow Dragon clan was nothing. However, in the lower world, the Yellow Dragon clan was considered as a colossus. What he fancied about Tan Zixin was the trace of yin and yang power within her body. It was not her body. There was a secret technique in the Yellow Dragon clan that could only be cultivated by a woman who possessed yin and yang power at the same time. Once the technique is successfully cultivated, the cultivator would have the chance to become an immortal in this lifetime. He would even have a chance to cross the true bridge and become a true immortal. Even though he had been rejected by Tan Zixin twice, he was not discouraged. This time, he came here for the third time. He brought a high-grade 7th revolution pill with him. This pill was not enough to cure the old Yuan emperor. However, it could alleviate his injuries and help him live for another 100 years. He finally realized that the reason why he had failed twice was because he did not understand Tan Zixin's thoughts. Tan Zixin respected her grandfather the most. Yet, he had spoken rudely to her. Of course, he had angered her. This time, he had learned his lesson. He was still reluctant to use the precious pill of his clan to save a rogue demon from the lower world. However, he also showed some sincerity in an attempt to move Tan Zixin's heart. He did not expect to be rejected by the old Yuan emperor when he arrived at the Origin Palace this time. Then, he saw Tan Zixin walking with another man. What an ungrateful woman. Chen Huang's heart was filled with coldness. If it wasn't because Tan Zixin possessed a trace of yin and yang power, why would he lower his status and pursue a female cultivator from the lower world who had yet to attain the void refinement realm? There's nothing about you that you can't compare to him. I still have important matters to attend to right now. I need to bring an important guest to meet my grandfather. I won't entertain Senior Chen Huang. Tan Zixin winked at Ning Fan, signaling him to ignore Chen Huang and go straight to the Cultivation Heart Palace to meet the old Yuan Emperor. Just as the two of them wanted to walk past Chen Huang blocked their way. Is he the important guest of your origin palace? Bai Mu, is it? I recognize you and I've also heard of your great name. Why? Didn't you bring that useless Tan Longzi with you this time? Chen Huang sneered disdainfully. Tan Longzi had the bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. Thus, he could be considered as a member of the Yellow Dragon clan. However, Tan Longzi did not have the pride of the Yellow Dragon clan. Instead, he acknowledged Ning Fan as his master. Of course, Chen Huang looked down on him. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. Since when did his servant become a joke to an outsider? Yes. He's Senior Bai Mu. He's my grandfather's important guest. Please step aside. Tan Zixin's pretty face turned slightly cold. Is he really Bai Mu? Chen Huang suddenly sneered and looked at Ning Fan with a hint of mockery. Several thousand years ago, he had taken in a demon servant who possessed the green yang physique. With his help, that person had broken through to the second destruction realm by relying on the seven yang physique. That person told him that the Bai Mu in front of him was a fake. That person even told him that the Bai Mu in front of him had the star stone of the White Feather clan. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim again. This Chen Huang seemed to be very sure that he was not Bai Mu. Bai Mu, you have Tan Longzi as your servant and the support of the Yuan Palace. Everyone in the world is afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you at all. Do you know that you have offended me in 2 ways? If you can do these 2 things, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I'll make sure your blood splatters all over this place and you die in the Golden Lotus Pond. 2 things? Ning Fan sneered. First, stay away from Tan Zixin. Second, hand over the Star Stone of the White Feather clan. If you can do these 2 things, I'll show you mercy and pardon you. Otherwise, you must die today. Chen Huang, you've gone too far. What does it have to do with you whether he stays away from me or not? What right do you have to interfere? The Star Stone of the White Feather clan originally belongs to the White Feather clan. It belongs to Bai Mu. What right do you have to seize his possession? Tan Zixin defended Ning Fan. Why? Because he's not Bai Mu. Because he's just an ant in the lower world. He can't afford to offend me. Chen Huang sneered. Ning Fan did not say anything else. The cold light in his eyes gradually faded. Even though the cold light disappeared, his killing intent became even more terrifying. Chen Huang, is it? Do you know that you have also offended me in 2 ways? First, my servant is not someone you can insult. Second, my treasures are not something you can covet. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you leave now, I can spare your life. Ning Fan's black eyes were like a bottomless devil abyss. He looked at Chen Huang as if he was looking at a dead man. Hee. You actually dare to threaten me with your first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base. Interesting. Interesting. Rumor has it that you single-handedly defeated everyone at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and even defeated old monster Dong Lin, who was at the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Unfortunately, I don't believe such lies at all. 1. I don't believe that your cultivation base is that high. I also don't believe that you dare to kill me. My Yellow Dragon clan is a dignified clan in the upper world. It's not something you can afford to offend. 2. Bai Mu. No. Fake Bai Mu. Why are you putting on airs here? You don't dare to kill me at all. If you know what's good for you, hand over the star stones and stay away from Tan Zixin. If you don't, I'll definitely kill you like a dog. 3. Before Chen Huang could finish his nonsense, Ning Fan's killing intent was already triggered. At this moment, his eyes shone with bloody light. A terrifying baleful chi suddenly enveloped the entire Golden Lotus Pond. the baleful qi avoided Tan Zixin, but it did not avoid Qin Huang. The moment Qin Huang sensed the baleful qi, his expression changed drastically. What a strong baleful qi! Among this baleful qi, there is even the baleful qi formed by the deaths of 7th and 8th fragmentation realm cultivators. How is this possible? You've killed 7th and 8th fragmentation realm cultivators before. How absurd. Ning Fan did not say much. He just took a step forward and shattered the void with a flick of his finger, absorbing all the souls in the void. His aura force rose steadily. With just a single step, it rose to the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, his aura force was 2 times stronger than an ordinary 3rd fragmentation realm cultivator. This was the benefit brought by the advancement of his spirit sense. With the improvement of his spirit sense, the strength of his sense soul incarnation would greatly increase along with Ning Fan's combat power. Ning Fan, who had turned into black robes, seemed to have become a domineering and cruel devil lord. If the Yellow Dragon clan was slightly stronger, Ning Fan would still be a little fearful. Unfortunately, the Yellow Dragon clan was just a small clan in the upper world. There was nothing to be afraid of at all. The threat it posed was far less than the White Devil sect and the Jade Dao sect behind Xianxia. Ning Fan did not waste any time. He directly took a step forward and his body turned into black shadows that dispersed. The moment he displayed this ability, Qin Huang felt a sense of imminent death. Without any hesitation, he retreated and summoned his dark yellow dragon scales to protect his body. At the next moment, the black shadows suddenly appeared in all directions like blades and swords, charging at him. What kind of ability is this? This is bad. My dragon scales aren't strong enough to defend against this technique. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, the dragon scales on the surface of his body had already turned into powder and disappeared. His physical body was unreservedly attacked by the Black Tempest soul-splitting technique. Qin Huang had just broken through to the 3rd break realm and his cultivation base had yet to stabilize. His strength was far weaker than old monster Dong Lin. On the other hand, Ning Fan's spirit sense and strength had increased tremendously. He was much stronger than when he defeated old monster Dong Lin. Amidst the layers of black shadows, Qin Huang suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His physical body was continuously shredded into minced meat by the black shadows. He was afraid. He was terrified. He did not expect that there would be an ant in the demon world and the lower world who would dare to attack him. How dare he offend the Yellow Dragon clan? Bai Mu, stop now. If you dare to kill me, there will no longer be a place for you in the demon world. Qin Huang threatened Ning Fan while trembling in fear. His threat was insignificant to Ning Fan because he did not need to establish a foothold in the demon world at all. Destroy. The black shadows condensed again and Ning Fan appeared. Qin Huang let out a blood-curdling scream and turned into a pile of minced meat, dirtying the beautiful golden lotus pond. Ning Fan kept Qin Huang's storage pouch and scanned through it briefly. Then, he frowned slightly. There was nothing inside that could interest him. After dispersing his black robes and dispelling the soul-extracting technique, Ning Fan said indifferently to Tan Zixin. Let's go and meet the old Yuan Emperor. Ning Fan had killed countless people along the way. This Qin Huang was just one of them that was not worth mentioning. You'll get into trouble if you kill him. The upper world has an order that life immortals are not allowed to descend to the demon world, including the old ancestor of the Yellow Dragon clan. However, there are a few rogue demons in the Yellow Dragon clan who can descend to the demon world to avenge this person. At this moment, Tan Zixin was not concerned about Qin Huang's death but Ning Fan's safety. This was something that even she herself did not realize. I know. That's why I killed him. The rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan, huh? Have you forgotten that you became my great-grandfather fish? That's the dragon suppressing supreme treasure. I'll kill as many rogue demons as you come. Why you? Tan Zixin was speechless. Other than Ning Fan, none of the demon cultivators in the lower world dared to look down on the large clans of the upper world. It seemed like the fishing rod she made for Ning Fan was going to become his weapon to destroy the Yellow Dragon clan. Let's get someone to clean up the Golden Lotus Pond. Senior Tan? Ning Fan suddenly said to a place where there was no one else around. Tan Tianyan was stunned. Then, he slowly revealed himself. He had actually arrived at the Golden Lotus Pond a long time ago. Tan Tianyan had always disliked those large clans of the upper world who thought highly of themselves. Initially, he wanted to help Ning Fan when he was in danger by blocking Qing Huang's attack. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan would take Qing Huang's life in just a single exchange. I'll naturally send someone to clean up this place. I'll also try my best to cover up the fact that you killed Qing Huang. However, do you know that the Yellow Dragon clan has a secret technique? If a member of the Yellow Dragon clan kills someone, as long as they recite the name of the murderer in their heart before they die, the name will be transmitted to the clan. Currently, most of the members of the Yellow Dragon clan already know that there's a person called Bai Mu in the lower world who killed one of their 12 dragon sons. Perhaps there will be void fragmentation realm experts or even rogue demons who will descend to the lower world to capture you. I wonder if Qing Huang ever called out your name when he died. The old primitive emperor showed a hint of concern. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Ning Fan said disapprovingly. Even if Qing Huang did call out something, it would probably be Bai Mu. Since his true name was not exposed, no one in the Yellow Dragon clan would know that the murderer was the divine sovereign of the Rain World. Senior, thank you for lending me the jade. I've gained a lot of Dao comprehension in the Immortal Ascension Tower. Today, I came here to take a look at Senior's injuries and find a way to solve them. That way, I can repay Senior for lending me the jade. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the primitive emperor jade, returning it to the old primitive emperor. His eyes swept across the old primitive emperor's body and his expression became slightly grim. The old primitive emperor's injuries were much more serious than what he had expected. The Yellow Dragon clan in the demon spirit land of the upper world. Inside the clan temple, one of the life plates of the 12 dragon sons suddenly broke. The broken life plate belonged to Qing Huang. How did Qing Huang die? Who can tell me what's going on? One of the rogue demons guarding the clan temple, the Yellow Dragon clan, was enraged. After all, Qing Huang was his junior. Who was so audacious to kill his descendant? Bai Mu. Which bastard is Bai Mu? I want to find him and tear him into pieces. To be continued. The old primitive emperor shook his body and transformed into Qing Huang. He walked out of the palace of Yuan cursing and flew away from Tianyuan City. No one knew where he went. Many people in Heaven Origin City who knew Qing Huang's identity had witnessed Qing Huang leaving Heaven Origin City. The old primitive emperor was moving the crime scene of Qing Huang's murder. Ning Fan did not say much. He sat opposite Tan Zixin in the Xianxia Palace Hall, waiting for the old Yuan emperor to return. Now, do you still think that I'm a good person? Ning Fan asked Tan Zixin with a smile. I don't know. Tan Zixin shook her head. She was still shaken by the scene just now. It was impossible for her not to be shocked that a cultivator from the upper realm had died in front of her. However, she was too concerned about Ning Fan's safety that she forgot to be shocked. Ning Fan was a devil lord. If he has the intention to kill, he would not show any mercy at all and he would not have any scruples. As for her, could she be considered as Ning Fan's accomplice? I don't know. However, when Ning Fan wields the Taigong fishing rod and kills a dragon in 10 steps in the future, she would certainly be his accomplice. After all, that was the magical treasure that she refined. That Taigong fishing is for you to fish dragons. Do you understand? Tan Zixin said seriously. Yes, I understand. The Great Elder fishing technique can catch dragons and also slay them. It can even eliminate the yellow dragon that has gone too far. I really look forward to a great battle to test the power of the Great Elder fishing technique. Ning Fan said seriously. That's not what I meant. Sigh, you don't understand. Tan Zixin was a little depressed. She really wanted to say to Taigong you are a beautiful man, but why did you become a thief? The Taigong fish was supposed to be a fishing rod used to catch dragons. However, when it fell into Ning Fan's hands, it would one day become a dragon-slaying supreme treasure. Hee, I've made you wait for a long time. This old man is back. After a long time, the old Yuan emperor returned to the Yangxin palace with a flash of light. Today, the old primitive emperor didn't wear fisherman's attire. Instead, he wore an old grey robe, which was very simple. He walked into the Xianxia palace step by step. Every step he took would cause his primordial spirit to tremble slightly. The trembling came from the life and death Tao patterns on his yuan shin. The old primitive emperor had almost seen through life and death. Every step he took was accompanied by life and death. The reason why he was stronger than Ning Fan's rogue devil was because of the Tao of life and death. Currently, the rogue devil's Tao of life and death was almost non-existent. Ning Fan could see through this mystery. However, those who have yet to attain the Tao unification realm with their primordial spirits would definitely not be able to see through it. Tan Zixin, of course, could not see through it. She could not feel the life and death aura of the old primitive emperor at this moment. Senior Tan is indeed a person who has taken half a step into the immortal path. You can decide life and death with just a single step. It's really impressive. Ning Fan praised and rose to his feet. This old man has lived for so many years, so it's only natural that my comprehension of the Tao of life and death is deeper than yours. With little friend's aptitude, it's only a matter of time before you surpass this old man in 10,000 years. Among this generation's heroes, you are the most outstanding person this old man has ever seen. Especially in terms of temperament, this old man is quite congenial with you. Da Qinghuang, well done, well done. If I was like you, with few ties in the demon realm, I would have killed Qinghuang long ago. The son of the Yellow Dragon clan is nothing to me. If it wasn't because of my injuries, I would have attained the life immortal realm long ago. Even the clan leader of the Yellow Dragon clan would be afraid of me. The old primitive emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of heroic spirit. However, when he thought of his injuries and realized that he probably had no hope of attaining the immortal realm, he sighed and shook his head. Grandpa. Don't worry. Your injuries can definitely be cured. Senior Bai will definitely be able to cure you. Tan Zixin's eyes turned red all of a sudden. Silly girl. I have already seen through life and death. Why would I be obsessed with my own life and death? I have no regrets if I can save your life. I'm just worried that the Yuan Palace will decline after my death. The old primitive emperor's expression suddenly turned serious and said to Tan Zixin. Zixin, you can go out first. I have something to tell little friend Bai. Yes. Tan Zixin gave Ning Fan a pleading look. Her eyes were begging him to treat the old primitive emperor's injuries with all his might. Ning Fan gave her a reassuring look. Then, she walked out of the Xianxia palace and stood quietly outside the palace, waiting for the result of the treatment. Senior, do you have something to tell me? Is it related to Miss Zixin? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Hee hee. Little friend, what do you think of my granddaughter? The old primitive emperor smiled meaningfully. She's very good. However, we might not be fated. Senior should know that I'm a cultivator of the rain world and my main cultivation isn't demon. Ning Fan said without changing his expression. Psi little friend, don't you plan to ascend to the demon spirit land in the future? The old primitive emperor revealed a regretful look. In fact, he did not have much confidence in Ning Fan's ability to cure his injuries. However, he fancied Ning Fan's strength and character. Thus, he wanted to entrust the entire Yuan Palace to Ning Fan before he dies. If Ning Fan ascends to the demon spirit land in the future, he would also help the juniors of the Yuan Palace. At least, he could help Zixin ascend. However, Ning Fan's intention was also very clear. He was a cultivator of the rain world. He would return to the rain world eventually and would not stay in the demon world for a long time. His main cultivation wasn't demon. Thus, he probably wouldn't choose the demon spirit land in the upper world for his ascension. Ning Fan could not agree to the old primitive emperor's request. Let me examine Senior's injuries first. Senior, please take a seat. Ning Fan sat down and stretched out two of his fingers. His fingers were wrapped with black medicine soul power and he placed them on the old primitive emperor's wrist. The black medicine soul seeped into the old primitive emperor's body and examined his internal injuries. Ning Fan's eyes became darker and darker while the old primitive emperor was shocked. This young man is actually a high-grade 6th Revolution Pill Master. High-grade 6th Revolution Pill Masters were much rarer than ordinary void fragmentation realm old monsters. The old primitive emperor did not expect Ning Fan to be able to raise his cultivation base and pill refinement mastery to an extremely high level within his limited bone age. Little friend, may I ask how are my injuries? The old primitive emperor's eyes showed a rare hint of admiration. It's very serious. The yin and yang of your demon soul have separated and can't be combined. Even if you try to combine them forcefully, there will still be some flaws left behind. These flaws are enough to make Senior unable to become an immortal in this life. However, you won't have to worry about your life. Ning Fan said with a frown. He had a way to use the yin-yang locket's yin-yang harmonizing force to combine the old primitive emperor's demon soul forcefully. However, if he tries to do it forcefully, even though the old primitive emperor would be able to keep his life, it would be difficult for him to become an immortal ever again because of the flaws in his demon soul. If he has another yin-yang treasure, he can temporarily lend it to the old primitive emperor to repair the flaws in his demon soul. Then, all the hidden dangers would be solved. The yin-yang locket was an immortal emperor's treasure. It should not be shown to others easily. If he can fish up the yin dragon and yang dragon and obtain the yin-yang dragon pearl, Ning Fan's eyes flickered as if he had a plan. The old primitive emperor, on the other hand, found it hard to believe. What did he just hear? Ning Fan actually said that he had a way to help him combine his demon soul? It could help him keep his life. Even if he forcefully combines his demon soul, it would leave a flaw in his demon soul which would make it impossible for him to become an immortal. However, to the old primitive emperor who was supposed to die, being able to keep his life was already worth it. Little friend, do you really have a way to help me combine my demon soul? The old primitive emperor's eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. If he was still alive, he would naturally take care of the Palace of Origin and there would be no need to trouble Ning Fan. It's true. If I can fish up the yin-yang dragon pearl in the dragon fishing convention, it would be easy for me to completely restore Senior's demon soul. Of course, I don't have absolute confidence in fishing up the yin dragon and yang dragon. In short, I'll arrange the matter of treating Senior's injuries after the dragon fishing convention. If I really can't fish up the yin-yang dragon pearl, I will have to use a forceful method to make Senior's demon soul combine with his. Otherwise, if this drags on for another 100 years, Senior's life will be in danger. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he raised his palm. A black devil flame rose from the center of his palm. The moment the devil flame separated, it actually separated into cold chi and flame. Then, with a thought from Ning Fan, the ice and flame fused together again. The method he displayed was to harmonize the two opposite extremes of yin and yang. This was to convince the old primitive emperor that he did not lie and that he had a way to save the old primitive emperor. After listening to Ning Fan's words and seeing the ice and flame separating and fusing in his palm, the old primitive emperor went silent for a while. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was extremely carefree. This old man firmly believes that little friend can help me save my life. As for the matter of fishing up the yin-yang dragon pearl and completely restoring my demon soul, it gave me quite a pleasant surprise. It turns out that I still have a chance to become an immortal. Hee hee. Let's do as little friend said. Treat my injuries after the dragon fishing convention. The old primitive emperor believed every word that Ning Fan said. However, he did not have the confidence that Ning Fan could fish up the yin-yang dragon pearl. No one had fished up the yin-yang dragon pearl for millions of years. Ning Fan probably wouldn't be able to fish it up either, forget it. It doesn't matter even if I don't have the yin-yang dragon pearl. I'm already lucky to be able to keep my life. Senior, please rest well and recover some of your vitality. After the convention, I will come and treat Senior's injuries again. I still need to make some preparations for the dragon fishing convention. I'll take my leave first. I won't send you off. I will give an order to little friend. If little friend needs anything, you can directly go to the treasury of the Yuan Palace to get it. No one will stop you. Ning Fan walked out of the Xianxia Palace and felt slightly relieved. Being able to help the old primitive emperor could be considered as repaying the favor of the primitive emperor Jade. Tanzixin was waiting anxiously outside the Xianxia Palace. When she saw Ning Fan coming out, she immediately went to him and asked nervously. Has Senior finished treating my grandfather's injuries? What's the result? Tanzixin was so nervous that her palms were wet with sweat. It's not very optimistic. Before Ning Fan could finish his words, Tanzixin's vision darkened and she almost fainted. What she was most afraid of was that her grandfather was incurable. A single sentence of "it's not very optimistic" had almost crushed all of her expectations. "I haven't finished yet. At least, I can save the old primitive emperor's life." Ning Fan held Tan Zixin's wrist. It was cold and smooth to the touch. Tan Zixin's skin was really good. "Ah? You can save my grandfather's life?" Tan Zixin regained her spirit and smiled through her tears. She did not mind that her wrist was being held. If I can fish up the Yin Yang Dragon Pearl during the convention, I can also help the old primitive emperor's demon soul to recover and restore his hope of becoming an immortal. Of course, if I can't fish it out, I can at least save his life." "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Tan Zixin was so excited that she could not speak a word. After waiting for 400 years, Ning Fan had finally arrived. He could finally save her grandfather's life. If there's a chance, he could even help her grandfather to become an immortal again. For the past 400 years, she had been living in regret every single day. Now, the knot in her heart was finally resolved. When she thought of the pain her grandfather had suffered for her all these years, Tan Zixin was filled with mixed feelings of sadness and joy. Her eyes turned sour and she leaned into Ning Fan's embrace, sobbing softly. After a while, she suddenly realized that her behavior was extremely rude and reckless. Tan Zixin let out a soft cry and wiped her tears. She jumped out of Ning Fan's embrace. Her face was as red as blood and she lowered her head shyly. "Impolite. I'm really impolite." She was so excited that she could not help but run into Ning Fan's arms and cry, Senior Baimu, I'm sorry. I dirted your clothes." Tan Zixin said apologetically. "It's all right. It's normal for one to cry tears of joy. I still have to make some preparations for the dragon fishing convention. I'll take my leave first. After the convention, I'll come back to help the old primitive emperor recover. Farewell." Ning Fan nodded slightly at Tan Zixin and turned to leave. His eyes were clear all the time. He did not have any desire towards Tan Zixin. At this moment, he was only thinking about the dragon fishing convention. Looking at Ning Fan's back that was getting further away, Tan Zixin's watery eyes were filled with gratitude and a trace of indescribable emotion. "Thank you." Ning Fan returned to the Demon River Palace. Not long after, Li Long had also completed the task Ning Fan had given him. He returned with a large number of pills and heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures. There was 1 trillion immortal jade. I've used 65 billion of them. There's still 35 billion left. I visited the demon city within a 1 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, radius. I bought a total of 954 6th revolution pills, 35 7th revolution pills, 107 spirit unlocking vines, 53 moon concealing flowers and 77 spirit congealing grasses. All of these items are supreme treasures that can heal one's primordial spirit. Here are the accounts. Master, please have a look to prove that I didn't embezzle any of the immortal jade. Li Long cupped his fists and stood in front of Ning Fan, bowing his head respectfully. His heart was slightly shocked. It had only been 3 days but he could vaguely feel that Ning Fan had become much stronger. Moreover, Ning Fan seemed to be carrying some kind of secret treasure right now. That secret treasure gave Li Long, a dignified 7th breaking realm expert, a feeling that he did not dare to resist. It was as if he would be instantly killed by the secret treasure if he resisted it. 3 days ago, he did not feel such a strong sense of danger from Ning Fan. 3 days later, Ning Fan actually possessed the strength to kill him instantly. It was really shocking. There's no need to look at the accounts. You've volunteered to be my servant. I believe you. You've worked hard in the past few days. Have a good rest. The dragon fishing convention is just around the corner. Try to get a good result. Understood. I'll take my leave now. Li Long had traveled to hundreds of great demon cities within a billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, in just 3 days to purchase a large amount of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures. He was indeed exhausted and needed a good rest. After Li Long left, Ning Fan entered the profounding world and quietly walked into the thatched cottage without disturbing Luo Yu's cultivation. He placed the storage pouch beside her and left silently. When he returned to the outside world, it was night time. After daybreak, the dragon fishing convention would be held in Tianyuan City. He walked out of the house and stood in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. He stood there for a long time. In his mind, he recalled Tan Tianyan's footsteps that followed him through life and death. In Tan Tianyan's footsteps, there was a kind of natural aura of life and death. He had already stepped on life and death and stood above it. This was the footsteps that a person who was about to become an immortal should have. Huai Yu stood outside Ning Fan's bedchamber for a long time. Eventually, she came to see Ning Fan with a plate of spiritual fruits and spiritual wine. This time, she did not plan to offer herself to sleep with him. She knew that even if she offered herself to sleep with him, Ning Fan might not accept her. The reason why she brought the spiritual wine and spiritual fruits was to wish Ning Fan a fruitful return from the dragon fishing convention tomorrow. However, just as she stepped into Ning Fan's bedchamber, she stopped. She saw Ning Fan standing in the courtyard. At this moment, Ning Fan's body was surrounded by an aura force that was as vast as the Tao. That aura force seemed to be able to take away the life and death of others with a single thought. She knew that Ning Fan was comprehending something, so she did not dare to disturb him. On the other side, the little demoness was sitting in her boudoir in boredom. Her spirit sense was rippling back and forth in Ning Fan's bedchamber. So boring. So boring. I can't see little Fan every day. My whole body is going to rust. What is little Fan doing? Is he comprehending life and death? The little demoness suddenly became spirited and focused all of her attention on Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not know that there were two girls paying attention to him at this moment. His heart was completely immersed in the footsteps of Tan Tianyan and life and death. His Tao heart was clear. Suddenly, he took a step forward. This step seemed ordinary, but as soon as he took it, a ripple that was half black and half white emerged. At the moment when the ripple spread, half of the plants in the courtyard that were affected by the ripple withered and died, while the other half became more lush and green, but then, the ripple collapsed on its own. Ning Fan was forced to open his eyes. He stopped his step and let out a sigh. With my current realm, I still can't take this step. He stood there for the whole night and did not move even half a step. He did not know that his step had shocked the two girls at the same time. Huai Yu's realm was low, so she did not feel too shocked. She was only shocked that Ning Fan could reverse the life and death of plants. The little demoness realm was extremely high. If it wasn't because she cultivated the void scripture which caused her cultivation base to fall, she would be at the peak of 9 breaking realm. Her Tao of life and death was not as profound as the old Yuan Emperor, but all of her abilities were from the upper world. Therefore, she was still slightly stronger than the old Yuan Emperor. She could naturally see the meaning of Ning Fan's step. Stepping on life and death. He almost stepped on life and death. One should know that even the little demoness herself could not step on life and death. That was why she wanted to find the immemorial fisherman's straw painting and take that step. Once she took that step, she could officially step into the life immortal realm. When Ning Fan was at the vein opening realm, her cultivation base was already at the peak of 9 breaking realm. Now, she had yet to become an immortal, but he had already caught up to her. Just like her, he was also working hard to step on life and death. This was just too unbelievable. Even though little Fan has yet to take this step, it's already amazing that he can start to try. TSK. This descendant of ancient chaos really has a monstrous aptitude. If I don't work hard in my cultivation, I won't be able to complete the ancestral teachings in the future and pester him. How troublesome. The night ended and the sun rose. In the sky above Tianyuan City, 8 void fragmentation realm experts of the Origin Palace suddenly appeared and tore open the crack of the heavenly dwelling above the Origin Palace. Above the vast sky, a huge pond with clear purple ripples suddenly appeared. 4 jade platforms floated in the air around the pond. The pond couldn't be seen from below. It could only be seen from above. The bottom of the pond was inside the heavenly dwelling. That pond was the dragon raising pond. Its water area was millions of li * 500 m per li, and there were demonic dragons hiding at the bottom of the pond. There was a realm-breaking light in the pond. Other than the dragon souls that were nurtured using secret techniques, no one could enter the dragon raising pond. There were 500 small islands on the surface of the water. They were prepared for the 500 cultivators to stand on. There was still a grand formation above the water area. It was not time to open the formation yet. The dragon fishing convention is about to begin. Countless old monsters in the Tianyuan city opened their eyes at this moment and flew to the sky. Each of them either went to the 4 jade platforms to be the audience of the convention or stood outside the formation light of the dragon raising pond. They took out their fishing rods and were ready to enter the pond to fish for demon dragons. Countless old monsters sat on the 4 jade platforms. Only the cultivators of the Origin Palace and the demon sovereigns could sit on the jade platform in the north. This time, the 10 purple golden seats were all occupied except for the empty seat of the ape sovereign. Out of the 10 great demon sovereigns of the demon world, 9 of them came at once. These demon sovereigns used the teleportation formation in the inner realm to travel through the world passage and arrived at the Origin Palace. The teleportation formation in the inner realm cost 10 billion immortal jade to teleport one person. It could teleport people across the entire demon world. The demon sovereigns who didn't attend the competition in the Immortal Ascension Tower gathered in the Origin Palace this time. Naturally, they wanted to see the person who was famous in the demon world, Old Ancestor by Mu. On the jade platform in the north, there were 2 low-profile figures. One of them was a white-haired girl. She wasn't a peerless beauty, but she could be considered delicate and pretty. However, her eyes were terrifyingly old. She was the old ancestor of the Fox Palace, the old Fox Sovereign. In order to see Ning Fan, who had comprehended the Tao light of life and death, she didn't hesitate to come to the Origin Palace personally. The other person was an old man in red robes. He was the old ancestor of the Red Palace, the old Red Sovereign. Naturally, the reason why he came to this place was also for Ning Fan. The old Yuan Sovereign also showed up in a low-profile manner. He sat in the middle of the 2 rogue demons. If he wasn't here, it would be hard to control such a grand occasion. Old Monster Tan, you really have a good eye for talent. You can actually see that this young man is extraordinary and try to rope him in. I heard that your granddaughter is very close to this by Mu. The old Red Sovereign said expressionlessly. Hee. Old Monster Tan has always had a sharp eye. It's not like you don't know. Many years ago, the 3 of us went to the Life Immortals ruins together and found 3 treasures. At that time, you wanted the Scarlet Heaven Golden Crown while I wanted the water-suppressing Immortal Sword. Both of us thought that we got the strongest treasure in the ruins. However, Old Monster Tan insisted on getting the most inconspicuous Heavenly Abode Pearl. TSK. At that time, who would have thought that this Heavenly Abode Pearl wasn't an ordinary high-grade Heavenly Abode treasure? The old Fox Sovereign's voice was hoarse. His eyes were filled with envy when he looked at Tan Tianyin. The Heavenly Abode Pearl contained the lifetime comprehension of a life immortal. All of them were obtained by Tan Tianyin. That was why he was able to take half a step into the immortal path. The Heavenly Abode Pearl itself was an extremely powerful Heavenly Abode magical treasure. There wasn't only a high-grade Heavenly Abode space inside the pearl. Instead, there was an infinite number of Heavenly Abodes. If a rogue demon of the same level was sucked into the Heavenly Abode Pearl, it wouldn't be able to escape without certain means. Hee. Since when have I ever had a sharp eye? I'm just acting according to my own nature. When I first met Bai Mu, I didn't know that he was this powerful. I just felt that I got along well with him. That's why I gave him some opportunities. However, I didn't expect that it would be a great opportunity for me. When I first met the Heavenly Abode Pearl, I didn't know how powerful this treasure was. However, how could I have the nerve to compete for immortal treasures with you two when you were trying to save me? That's why I took the most inferior Heavenly Abode Pearl. However, I didn't expect that this pearl would be the most extraordinary treasure. The old primitive emperor smiled faintly and said no more. The old red emperor and the old fox sovereign exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. Look! Old ancestor Bai Mu is here. No one knew who was the first to shout from the 4 jade platforms. All of a sudden, everyone's gaze shifted towards a certain direction in the vast sky. In that direction, Li Long, who was following behind Ning Fan, was flying towards them with a respectful look on his face. He isn't Bai Mu. On the East Jade platform, a man in a cloak was sitting on an inconspicuous seat. His eyes were glowing with a faint green light that contained endless evil intent. When Lord Qinghuang meets up with me, I will expose your identity in front of everyone. Speaking of which, why hasn't Lord Qinghuang contacted me yet? The cloaked man's face was filled with confusion. He was Qinghuang's demon servant, but he was just a servant in name. Besides, he had planted any restrictions on him and did not have many methods to contact Qinghuang. He had the only sound-transmitting compass, and he had yet to receive any reply from Qinghuang. Wait. When Lord Qinghuang meets up with me, I will expose you. It's better for me to keep a low profile since I'm alone. He knew his own capabilities. Although he had broken through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in just a few thousand years, his cultivation base was increased by plucking. Of course, his cultivation base was based on harvesting, so his aura was weak, and his battle prowess was so weak that not even a first demolisher would be able to defeat him. At most, he could only bully void refinement realm cultivators with his current cultivation base. He was quietly waiting for Qinghuang's arrival. However, he did not know that Qinghuang was already dead and would never come again. It's Senior Bai Mu. Tan Zixin, who was standing behind the old Yuan emperor's back, suddenly had her eyes lit up. Is he Senior Bai Mu? Why does he give me a strange sense of familiarity? A young man stood behind Chu Huang. He was called Crown Prince Chu Shun. He had just attained the void refinement realm a few months ago. Now, he was already a void glimpse stage cultivator. However, with his void glimpse stage cultivation base, he still had to address Ning Fan as senior. Of course, he did not know that Bai Mu, who was the center of attention, was someone he was very familiar with. Bai Yu, Bai Mu, and Liu Bei from the Luo Yun sect were the same person, Bai Mu. He Xianxia's eyes turned slightly grim. All the eyes of the cultivators present were focused on Ning Fan. On the contrary, no one paid attention to him, the mysterious old monster with the surname He. Even those demon sovereigns who knew his true identity did not pay much attention to him. This made him feel like he was inferior to Ning Fan, which made him feel very displeased. Daoist child, don't forget the purpose of this trip. Yun Yomu sighed and reminded him. He was Ning Fan's servant. He could not tell He Xiao about Ning Fan's strength. However, he also did not want to see He Xiao offend Ning Fan and die. Thus, he reminded him in an attempt to divert He Xiao's attention. You're right. I was only thinking about Bai Mu and I almost forgot the purpose of this trip. We are here for the Yin Yang Dragon Pearl. I have already obtained an item from the Jade Dao sect. With this item, my luck will be close to the purple color in a short period of time. If there is a Yin dragon or Yang dragon in this place, I will certainly be the only one who can fish it up. Theoretically speaking, void fragmentation realm experts could cultivate purple luck. However, there were too few void fragmentation realm experts who had purple luck, and there were even fewer of them in the lower world. Fishing for a dragon had a requirement of technique and also a requirement of luck. If one does not have fishing skills, it would naturally be impossible to fish for a dragon. If one does not have luck, it would be useless no matter how good one's fishing skills are. There were countless talented and intelligent people in the world. However, most of them did not have good luck and achieved nothing in their lives. There were countless mediocre people in the world. However, if they could seize the opportunity, they could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and soar to the sky. Luck was also a type of great Tao. In this meeting, I will definitely fish up the most demon dragons. As for that Bai Mu, his luck is too weak. It's not as good as mine. He Xiao took out a pearl with 4 colors. It was green, cyan, blue and purple. He held the pearl and shone it at Ning Fan's direction and made a judgment. There was no reaction from the pearl. Ning Fan's luck must be below the green color. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. Green luck was the 4th grade of mortal luck. He Xiao really despised a dignified void fragmentation realm expert for having the 4th grade of mortal luck. Of course, he did not know that the surface of Ning Fan's luck was black. Thus, the pearl could not detect any luck. However, Ning Fan's actual luck was purple. It was the 1st grade of mortal luck. Among the mortal luck, there was no one whose luck was higher than purple. Ning Fan's fishing skills might not be the best in this place, but his luck was the best in this place. It seems like there aren't as many people with strong luck as I imagined. Ning Fan walked to the edge of the formation light of the dragon fishing pond. His eyes swept across the crowd and he was slightly surprised. Initially, he thought that any void fragmentation realm cultivator would be able to attain purple luck. However, it seemed like it was just his wishful thinking. How could it be that easy to cultivate one's luck? He could see through luck. The strongest person here only had blue luck, which was the second grade of mortal luck. Theoretically, everyone who cultivated all the way to the void fragmentation realm would have the chance to attain purple luck. However, the reality was obviously very different from the theory. Hee. Most of the fellow Taoists have arrived. Then, allow me to explain the rules of this dragon fishing convention. Great Elder Zhou Nan stood up and cupped his fists at the cultivators in all directions. P.S. Change the setting of purple luck. I don't want the purple color to overflow. Luck can be lost or cultivated after birth. I will write about it in detail in the future. In short, only the protagonist of this convention will have purple luck. To be continued. Zhou Nan took out a golden jade slip and crushed it, just like he did during the Immortal Ascension Pagoda competition. Soon after, rays of golden light flew out of the jade scroll and turned into golden demon characters that were written in the sky. The participants of the Dragon Fishing Convention are the 500 cultivators who obtained cave abodes in the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. During the convention, everyone could choose an island, occupy an area of the sea, and bring their own fishing rod to fish for dragons. During the convention, one could fight and snatch other people's islands, but one could not steal other people's dragon souls or kill people. Violators would be stripped of their qualifications to participate in the convention. Confiscate all the dragon souls you've caught. The dragon bait used to fish the dragon is specially made by the secret method of Yuan Palace. One dragon bait costs 1 million celestial jade and you can buy it from the supply store outside the dragon raising pool. During the process of the meeting, if there isn't enough dragon bait, you can leave the dragon raising pool to buy more. The dragon fishing convention will last for 3 days. The golden characters faded away one by one. After reading the rules, most of the old monsters' expressions remained the same. Only a small number of people who were participating for the first time frowned and sighed at how expensive the dragon bait was. Who knew how much dragon bait was used to catch a dragon? It was not a small expense. But it couldn't be helped. The dragon bait that wasn't made with the secret technique of Yuan Palace couldn't enter the water that contained the world-breaking light. Naturally, it couldn't catch a dragon. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the convention will begin. Before that, fellow Taoists can purchase the dragon bait. As soon as Grand Elder Zhou Nan finished speaking, many old monsters immediately flew to the supply area to buy dragon bait. In the end, Zhou Nan gave up a spot. He had no intention of competing with the other cultivators. Most of the 500 participants this time were at the Void Inquiry stage and above. To many Void Tempering cultivators, the dragon bait that cost 1 million Void Tempering stage cultivators was extremely expensive, but they had no choice but to buy it. To Ning Fan, a mere dragon bait naturally did not cost him too much money. He bought 1,000 dragon baits in one go and a bait bag, which he tied around his waist. Finally, he bought a sealing pot, which was a tool to contain the dragon's soul. Then, without another glance at the crowd, he walked to the outside of the dragon raising pond and waited for the conference to begin. Li Long also bought 1,000 pieces of dragon bait and followed closely behind Ning Fan, waiting outside the dragon raising pond. Those void fragmentation realm old monsters would either buy 1,000 immortal jades or 500 immortal jades. It was as if they did not care about the immortal jades. Ordinary spatial tempering cultivators would have to plan carefully. Those who had money would buy 100, those who had no money would buy 50, and those who were even poorer would only buy 10 dragon baits. They were purely trying their luck. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed quickly. Zhou Nan took out a golden token and waved it at the sky. The dragon raising pond's light immediately dissipated. The meeting begins now, Zhou Nan announced. In the instant that the formation light dissipated, all the old monsters turned into streaks of light and flew toward the islands in the dragon raising pond. There were only 500 islands, and there were naturally good and bad locations. Those who knew the ropes would naturally choose islands with better locations, and would even fight for some islands. Those who did not know the ropes would choose a random island to fish for dragons. Ning Fan was a person who did not know the ways of the world. But he had Myth Dragon with him, and Myth Dragon understood. Master, that island is not bad. The speed of the current and the strength of the waves are all the favorite resting places of the dragon raising pond. Myth Dragon pointed at one of the islands in the distance. The three Void Refinement Realm experts who were about to fight for that island immediately changed their expressions and said to Myth Dragon with a flattering smile. We will give this island to Senior. We will not fight for it anymore. Hee hee. Hee hee. The three of them smiled embarrassedly and quickly fled to other islands. Of course, they did not dare to offend Myth Dragon and Ning Fan. Ning Fan landed on this island. As for Li Long, he found another island that was extremely far away from Ning Fan's location. Myth Dragon did not want to fish away the demon dragon's soul that belonged to Ning Fan. Many people on the islands were still fighting for the islands. However, it had nothing to do with Ning Fan. Ning Fan took out the Tai Gong fishing rod and put the dragon bait on it. He raised his hand and tossed the rod into the air. Then, he sat cross-legged on the shore of the island, waiting for the demon dragon to take the bait. On an island 10,000 li * 500 m per li away, He Xianxia also sat cross-legged after casting the rod. He scanned Ning Fan's direction with his spirit sense and his eyes were filled with disdain. Bai Mu's luck is below the 4th grade. I'm afraid he can't even catch a 9th grade dragon soul. I, on the other hand, am different. I originally have a 2nd grade mortal luck. With the help of this treasure, my luck can approach the 1st grade. In this place, my luck can be ranked 1st. He Xianxia took out the 4-colored luck pearl from before and placed it in his mouth. All of a sudden, his luck began to change slowly. It was now blue with a hint of purple. At the moment his luck changed, He Xianxia suddenly felt the surface of the water move. Without saying anything else, he stood up and immediately pulled the fishing rod, pulling a golden dragon soul that was 800 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, out of the water. Fishing a dragon was different from ordinary fishing. Patience was secondary. The most important thing was to act fast. The speed at which a dragon bites the bait was not comparable to ordinary fish. If you are slightly slower, you would only be able to catch an empty hook. What He Xianxia caught was a dragon soul whose chi was comparable to that of a wild beast. As soon as he fished it out, He Xianxia kept the dragon soul in his hand without saying anything. He scanned the dragon soul with his spirit sense and found that it did not have a dragon pearl in its body. Then, he used the sealing pot to seal it. For a moment, the 4 jade platforms floating in the air and even the sea area of the dragon raising pond resounded with cheers. On each of the 4 jade platforms, there was a dragon fishing steel. The participants could see the results of their fishing. An 8th grade dragon soul. Not only is that old monster he the first one to catch a dragon soul, but he even caught an 8th grade dragon soul. Tut ******, he is indeed an old monster at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. His luck is so strong that I can only be envious of him. He Xianxia was also feeling rather proud of himself. He also did not expect that a demonic dragon would take the bait as soon as his luck improved. It was indeed too fast. Even he himself did not expect it. When he scanned Ning Fan with his spirit sense and saw that he was still sitting on the shore of the island without showing any signs of catching a dragon soul, he could not help but laugh inwardly. Trying to fish a dragon with luck that is below the 4th grade is really asking for humiliation. He Xianxia put on the 2nd dragon bait. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he caught a 2nd dragon soul. It was a 7th grade dragon soul. Unfortunately, there was no dragon pearl in his body. At this moment, the battle for the 500 islands had mostly come to an end. Each of the old monsters began to fish for dragons. Occasionally, a few of them would catch a dragon soul. Now, He Xianxia was not the only one in the limelight. Look! Old Freak he caught another 7th grade dragon soul. Senior Mo Yangzi caught a 9th grade dragon soul. What? How could a mere void pierce stage elder of the Cold Fish clan catch an 8th grade dragon soul? Could it be that his luck is really good? Look, Tan Longzi. No, Senior Li Long caught an 8th grade dragon soul. Besides, there is actually a 9th grade dragon pearl in this dragon soul. When Li Long caught the first dragon pearl of this meeting, the entire place burst into an uproar. He Xiao's expression turned slightly unpleasant. Li Long was Ning Fan's servant. There was almost no difference between him catching a dragon pearl and Ning Fan catching a dragon pearl. Therefore, He Xiao was unwilling to see Li Long attracting attention. Hee. A 9th grade dragon pearl is nothing. I must catch a 1st grade dragon pearl. He Xiao calmed himself down and continued fishing. Gradually, he caught the 3rd, the 4th and the 5th dragon souls. The highest grade of the dragon soul was a 5th grade dragon soul. No one on the scene could catch a 5th grade dragon soul. Unfortunately, none of the dragon souls that He Xiao caught had dragon pearls. It was really a pity. He was a little displeased. However, when he scanned the area with his spirit sense, he realized that Ning Fan still had not caught a single dragon soul. He could not help but feel much better. Hee. It has been so long, but Bai Mu still hasn't gotten anything. How pitiful. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th, when he caught the 9th dragon soul, he finally caught the 1st dragon pearl. It was a 4th grade dragon soul which had an 8th grade dragon pearl in its body. He Xiao took out the dragon pearl and kept it in his storage pouch. Then, he smiled proudly. It was because Ning Fan still had no harvest at all. Look. Old monster, he has actually caught a 4th grade dragon soul and an 8th grade dragon pearl. Come to think of it, he has already caught 9 dragon souls, right? So far, no one has caught more than him among all the participants. That's right. Among the Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters, Senior Li Long is probably ranked 2nd. Even he has only caught 3 dragon souls and 1 dragon pearl. As for the other Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters, most of them only managed to catch 1 dragon soul. Some of them didn't even make any achievements at all. For example, Ning Fan. On the 4 jade platforms, many people were looking at the 1st position on the dragon fishing steel in puzzlement. The 500 participants on the dragon fishing steel were arranged according to their ranking in the Immortal Ascension Tower. It would not change. After each participant's name, there would be a record of their results. Ning Fan's result was blank. So far, he had not caught any dragon soul, let alone a dragon pearl. Many people were still guessing whether Ning Fan would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat like what he did in the Immortal Ascension Tower. But now, it seemed like Ning Fan's luck was not enough. He could not even catch a 9th grade dragon soul. Time passed by. Gradually, all the Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters except Ning Fan had their harvests. Even some old monsters at the Origin Returning Realm, Absolute Void Stage and Void Pierce Stage had their harvests too. However, Ning Fan still did not get anything. Could it be that old ancestor Bai Mu's luck is really bad? Chu Huang and Chu Hall asked doubtfully. Hee asterisk, I feel that old ancestor Bai Mu isn't a person with bad luck. Perhaps, he will do something amazing soon. The Fox Sovereign smiled with seductive eyes. Perhaps. Anyway, I don't believe that the dignified old ancestor Bai Mu is a person with bad luck. The Green Sovereign nodded. The old Fox Sovereign and the old Crimson Sovereign did not express their opinion. Their eyes were filled with a hint of confusion. What is this young man doing? Their spirit sense secretly locked onto Ning Fan. In the entire dragon fishing convention, they did not pay attention to anyone else other than Ning Fan. The 2 rogue demons noticed that Ning Fan was channeling his magic power into the fishing rod, extending the fishing line to a very deep place. Is he trying to catch the Yin Dragon and Yang Dragon? The old Yuan Sovereign guessed. Senior Bai Mu is trying to catch the Yin Dragon and Yang Dragon. Tan Zixin looked at the dragon fishing monument quietly as if she could guess Ning Fan's thoughts. On the isolated island, Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the shore of the island for 2 hours. He did not catch any dragon souls because the ordinary dragon souls would be scared away by the dragon-suppressing aura of his fishing rod before they could bite the bait. What he wanted to catch was not ordinary dragons but Yin Dragon and Yang Dragon. The purpose of this trip was very simple, the Yin Yang Dragon Pearl. He lengthened the fishing line until it reached the bottom of the dragon raising pond. Although his spirit sense could not enter that place, Ning Fan could sense some changes in the fishing rod. In just 2 hours, the Yin and Yang power on the fishing rod had changed 5 times. 3 times was Yin and 2 times was Yang. The Yin dragon and Yang dragon approached the hook 5 times but did not bite it. Others might not be able to sense the Yin dragon and Yang dragon, but Ning Fan, who possessed the Yin Yang locket, could slightly sense it. He knew that there were indeed Yin dragon and Yang dragon in this dragon-raising pond. However, he did not know why the Yin dragon and Yang dragon did not bite the bait, as if they were very disdainful towards the dragon bait. The dragon souls in the dragon-raising pond should have low spiritual intelligence. As long as they see the dragon bait, they would bite the bait. Ning Fan could not understand why the Yin dragon and Yang dragon did not bite the bait. Was it because his luck was not enough to catch the Yin dragon and Yang dragon, or was there some other reason? The spiritual intelligence of the Yin dragon and Yang dragon were obviously low. Why didn't they bite the bait when they saw the bait that they wanted? Could it be that the bait was not attractive enough? Ning Fan retracted the fishing line and infused a trace of Yin and Yang power into the dragon bait. Then, he cast the fishing line again. Another 2 hours passed. The length of the fishing rod transmitted 27 changes in the Yin and Yang power. 12 times was Yin and 15 times was Yang. The Yin dragon and Yang dragon approached the fishing hook for a total of 27 times. They seemed to be greatly tempted by the dragon bait, but they just did not bite it. It seems like it's not just because of the bait. In order to catch the Yin dragon and Yang dragon that no one has caught for millions of years, I probably need some special items. Ning Fan retracted the fishing line and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of his eyes. He seemed to have understood something, but he also felt a little confused. *Chi**, a sound-transmitting flying sword suddenly arrived. When it reached Ning Fan's side, it immediately broke into pieces. Then, a woman's voice entered Ning Fan's ears. It was the sound-transmitting flying sword sent by Xianxia. She was telling him about her experience when she caught the Yin dragon and Yang dragon. It was the story of a sword cultivator who was a rogue immortal from 3 million years ago. The dragon fishing convention lasted for 3 days. On the first day, that person fished a dragon crazily. His result was shocking. He caught more than 300 dragon souls and 27 dragon balls. However, he could not catch another dragon on the second day. On the third day, before the convention ended, that person suddenly caught the legendary Yin dragon and Yang dragon, shocking the entire demon world. After he had successfully caught the dragon, he put all the dragon souls and dragon balls back. He laughed loudly and cried loudly. Then, he flew away on his flying sword. Before he left, he only said one sentence. I have obtained the Tao. However, this Tao came too late. I don't want it anymore. I should give it up. The story that Xianxia told was only recorded in a few ancient books. Currently, there were almost no one in the demon world who knew about it. The reason why she told this story to Ning Fan was because she wanted to give him some help and help him successfully fish for the dragon. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he seemed to have understood something and transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Thank you. He now knew why he could not catch the Yin dragon and Yang dragon. He knew what he should do now. I should learn from that rogue immortal senior and return with a full harvest. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with black light. That black light was the color of luck. Under the black color, there was an extremely pure purple color. He retracted the fishing line to a suitable depth and waited quietly. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the first dragon soul took the bait. Before the first ripple appeared on the surface of the water, Ning Fan had already stood up. He pulled the fishing rod and caught a golden dragon that was 1000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, long from the surface of the water. He pointed a finger at the golden dragon. It immediately trembled and turned into a small golden snake that was around 1 qi long. Then, he caught it in his palm. The golden dragon breathed out a ray of golden light from its mouth. That ray of golden light turned into a golden pearl that floated in front of Ning Fan. A 7th grade dragon soul and a 9th grade dragon ball. Bai Mu actually caught a dragon soul. Moreover, this dragon soul is actually a 7th grade dragon soul. Moreover, there is a dragon ball inside the dragon soul. Luck. It must be luck. No matter how bad a person's luck is, he or she would encounter great luck once in a while. Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise. His spirit sense was constantly paying attention to Ning Fan's movements. After a while, he suppressed his astonishment. From his point of view, Ning Fan being able to catch a 7th grade dragon soul and a 9th grade dragon ball was an accident that could not be replicated. It was impossible for it to happen a second time. He looked down on Ning Fan, but the others did not think so. When Ning Fan's results on the dragon fishing monument changed, many old monsters were astonished. Old Ancestor by Mu's luck is really not bad. Even though he spent 4 hours to catch the first dragon soul, it actually has a dragon ball inside it. It's already considered very rare. That's right. How can the luck of a void fragmentation realm old monster be bad? Tan Zixin's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Inwardly, she guessed that her story might have already helped Ning Fan. Is Ning Fan going to learn from that rogue immortal senior and catch countless dragons on the first day and shock everyone? After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan caught the second dragon soul. It was a 6th grade dragon soul with an 8th grade dragon ball inside it. Impossible. How can such a coincidence happen twice in a row? Xianxia's expression changed. Ning Fan had actually caught 2 dragon souls in a row and both of them had a dragon ball. Such a rare occurrence really happened again. It's impossible for him to catch a 3rd dragon soul. Just as Xianxia's voice fell, Ning Fan caught the 3rd dragon soul. This dragon soul did not have a dragon ball inside it. However, it was a 2nd grade dragon soul. How could a person with poor luck catch a 2nd grade dragon soul? Xianxia gritted his teeth. He knew that he had underestimated Ning Fan's luck. The 4-colored luck pearl did not seem to be able to accurately measure Ning Fan's luck. In the past, the rogue immortal sword cultivator who caught the Yin dragon and Yang dragon had a purple luck. Ning Fan's current luck was also purple. It was the 1st grade mortal luck. Even though Xianxia's luck was just a tiny bit away from the 1st grade, the difference between him and Ning Fan was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference between his and Ning Fan's luck was not just a tiny bit. In the past, the rogue immortal sword cultivator caught 3,000 dragon souls within 24 hours and shocked the entire demon world. Ning Fan's luck was not any weaker than that person. His result in fishing dragons might not necessarily be weaker than that person. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 40th, the 50th, the 60th. In just 2 hours, Ning Fan had already caught 68 dragon souls and 9 dragon balls. The highest dragon soul was the 1st grade and there were only 3 of them. The highest dragon ball was the 3rd grade and there was only 1 3rd grade dragon ball. At this moment, Ning Fan's result on the dragon fishing ranking was undoubtedly the 1st. Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy while the others were still in shock. The dragon fishing meeting had already gone on for 6 hours. Other than Ning Fan, the person with the best result in the past 6 hours was Xianxia. He only managed to catch 12 dragon souls and the dragon pearl was still the same. Ning Fan's result had already surpassed Xianxia's by a few times in just 2 hours. After the first day, Ning Fan had caught a total of 581 dragon souls and 66 dragon balls. Among them, there were 26 1st-grade dragon souls and 3 1st-grade dragon balls. Ning Fan alone seemed to have caught all the dragon souls in the entire dragon raising pond. The total number of dragon souls caught by the others at the scene was less than 400 and there were only 17 dragon balls. Moreover, the highest grade dragon ball among them was only at the 4th grade. Impossible. Even if this by Mu's luck isn't bad, it's impossible for him to surpass me by so much. With the help of the luck pearl, my luck is almost at the 1st grade purple luck. Even so, I only caught 42 dragon souls and 3 dragon balls in a day. His result is so much better than mine. Could it be that he has purple luck? Xianxia's face turned pale. Other than those with purple luck, who else could be so heaven-defying to catch so many dragon souls? From Xianxia's point of view, even if the dragon raising pond was not emptied by Ning Fan alone, there should not be many dragon souls left. In the next 2 days, it would be difficult for him to catch too many dragon souls. That detestable by Mu. Forget it. I didn't come here to catch ordinary dragon souls. My target is the Yin dragon and Yang dragon. Xianxia's face darkened. He took out a pill that contained a trace of Yin and Yang power, ground it into powder and smeared it on the dragon bait. In the next 2 days, I'll start fishing the Yin dragon and Yang dragon. Of course, if there are ordinary dragon souls that take the bait, Xianxia would not reject them. Cough cough cough. According to what I know, the rogue immortal who caught the Yin dragon and Yang dragon 3 million years ago also did the same thing as Bai Mu, right? Within a day, he almost emptied the dragon-raising pond and took the lead. The old Qi sovereign said with a solemn expression. Hee. I wonder if this Bai Mu can be like that rogue immortal and catch the Yin dragon and Yang dragon, shocking the demon world once again. The old fox sovereign's laughter was a little hoarse, but his eyes were filled with anticipation. The old Yuan sovereign did not say anything, but his eyes were filled with anticipation. If Ning Fan could really fish out the Yin Yang dragon pearl, it would help him completely recover his demon soul. That would naturally be the best outcome. If he can't, I can't force it either. On the second day, Ning Fan held the fishing rod but did not catch another dragon soul. It was not that there were no dragon souls that took the bait. There were indeed some dragon souls that took the bait, but he just let them eat the dragon bait instead of catching any dragons. After the dragon souls ate the bait, he would refill the bait again and cast the rod again to continue fishing. Compared to the first day, the number of dragon souls that took the bait was already pitiful. Yesterday, almost 2/3 of the dragon souls in the dragon-raising pond had been fished away. His goal today was not to catch any dragon souls in the first place. Not being able to catch them was the right thing to do. In his heart, a wisp of extremely mysterious comprehension gradually rose. Traces of the qi of the great Tao were emitted from his body. The qi was very obscure. Only 3 rogue demons could sense it in this place. Bai Mu, what are you doing? The old Qi sovereign and the old fox sovereign wore puzzled expressions. To be continued. Ning Fan seemed to have turned into a statue. He sat on the shore of the island without moving an inch. The water rippled slightly and the dragon bait was eaten by the dragon soul. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to catch the dragon soul. He just repeatedly reeled in the line, shaped the bait and cast the rod, allowing the dragon bait to be eaten again. His gaze became deeper and deeper, as if he could see the satisfied expressions of the dragon souls in the water. Is the bait delicious? Ning Fan murmured with a sigh. Half a day had passed since the second day of the conference. Night had already fallen. The moonlight was dim and yellow. Ning Fan was dressed in white robes, sitting alone in the darkness. When there were only a few dragon baits left, he tossed all of them into the water. However, this caused the dragon souls in the water to fight over them. The dragon bait had been used up, but he didn't buy any more. He just hung the hook in the air and waited. Without the dragon bait, the dragon souls finally dispersed after waiting bitterly for nothing. In this place, there were no longer any dragons biting his bait or disturbing his state of mind. The dragon souls in this place seemed to have grown accustomed to it. They knew the benefits of dragon bait and they also knew that Ning Fan did not have any more dragon bait. The dragon souls swam to the islands where the other cultivators were and began to steal the dragon bait. Some succeeded, and some failed. Those who failed were naturally fished up by others. On this night, many of the cultivators who participated in the competition had gained something. Most of them were thanks to Ning Fan. All of this had nothing to do with Ning Fan. Ning Fan's heart seemed to have turned into a gentle ripple, without a single ripple. He looked at those dragon souls that had walked right into the trap, and it was as if he was looking at himself. He was so good that he could be compared to all living beings. On the first day, he fished the dragon crazily, easily deciding the death of the dragon's soul. On the second day, he pardoned the dragon from death and used it as bait to decide the life and death of the dragon's soul. But in this life, most of the ending was still a dead end. This was similar to cultivating Tao. Heaven could easily decide a person's death, yet it used longevity and Tao truth as bait to lure all living beings to cultivate Tao. Without the bait, one could not transcend life and death. The immortals who obtained the bait thought that they had transcended life and death, but most of them would still fall one day. First-step cultivators were limited by their lifespans, while second-step immortals were limited by the heavenly tribulations. As long as one was still restricted by the heavens and earth, one would not truly be considered to have transcended the restrictions of the heavens and earth. Immortals were people who stood on the mountain, but even if they stood on the mountain, there was still a sky above their head and a land below their feet. This mountain was still trapped in the cage of heaven and earth. The one holding the bait was the fisherman, and the one fighting for the bait was the fish. At this moment, Ning Fan was holding the bait. He was the fisherman. The dragon souls fought against each other for the bait and died because of it. If the Tao was the bait, then the living beings would be the fish and the dragon. They would fight with each other, and the heaven and earth would be the fishermen. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the sky in silence. If heaven and earth were the fishermen, if longevity and Tao were the food, he did not want to be like most people, running around for the bait and losing his life for it. He didn't want to be a fish at the mercy of others. He didn't want to be fished out by others. He wanted to be the fisherman in charge of the fish's life and death. If you want to be a fisherman, you must first understand the Tao of angling. Anglers should hide in the river, cast bait unseen, and kill silently. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes shone with a mysterious light. There was reality in the illusory and death in the midst of life. His body began to fade, and so did the fishing rod, fishing line, and fishing hook in his hand. The night ended and the sun rose. Ning Fan's body had already faded like a mirage. On the night of the third day, Ning Fan's body had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Where did fellow Taoist Bai Mu go? A few of the first break realm old monsters asked in surprise. The eruption on the first day, the silence on the second day, and the disappearance on the third day, what he did in the first 2 days was to comprehend the Tao of angling and prepare for the third day. Ordinary people would not know where Ning Fan went. Cultivators at the 5th break realm and above could see that Ning Fan did not actually go anywhere. He was still sitting on the same spot. He just concealed his body and the fishing rod so that ordinary people could not see him. Only the 3 rogue demons could see that Ning Fan had gone through 3 extremely mysterious changes during the process of concealing himself. Ning Fan's body went from being real to illusory, from illusory to life, from life to death. His body was constantly changing between being real and illusory. His chi was hovering between life and death. Even though he was just sitting there, it was as if he had become one with the entire dragon-raising pond, as if he did not exist. His chi was like a dead object. The 3 rogue demons who had achieved the Tao fusion with their demon souls could also do this. However, they would not be able to do it as perfectly as Ning Fan. It was as if Ning Fan had really disappeared. Other than the yin-yang power on the fishing hook, the yin-yang dragons would not notice that someone had set up a fishing hook and was waiting for them to take the bait. Ning Fan did not need other dragon baits. He directly extracted a trace of the purest yin-yang power from the yin-yang locket and channeled it into the fishing rod. To the yin-yang dragons and yang dragons, this trace of yin-yang power was much more tempting than any other dragon bait. At first, they did not dare to take the bait. However, they still sensed Ning Fan's presence in the end. Even though they wanted to eat the dragon bait, they did not dare to do so. When Ning Fan concealed himself, the 2 dragons no longer concealed their desires. For that trace of pure yin-yang power, they began to fight each other in the dragon-raising pond. Ning Fan was still waiting. He was waiting for the crucial moment of the battle between the 2 dragons. Then, he would split the fishing hook into 2 and catch the 2 dragons in one go. The result he achieved on the first day was his usual performance. On the second day, he wasted hundreds of dragon baits and released hundreds of dragon souls in order to comprehend the Tao of angling and comprehend the key to fishing dragons. He set up the yin-yang bait and waited in the dark with purple luck. Once the yin-yang dragons let down their guard and began to fight each other and swallow the bait, he would be able to achieve success in one go. It's a little strange. Why didn't old ancestor Bai Mu get anything from the second day onwards? Do you think old ancestor Bai Mu doesn't want to fish for ordinary dragon souls anymore? Maybe he wants to fish for the legendary yin-yang dragon souls? Fellow Taoist, don't joke around. No one has fished out the yin-yang dragon souls for millions of years. Why would old ancestor Bai Mu seek trouble for himself by fishing for the yin-yang dragon souls that are so difficult to catch? On the 4 jade platforms of the dragon-raising pond, many cultivators were discussing in low voices. The 9 demon sovereigns remained silent. All of their spirit sense were gathered on Ning Fan. He sure used his spirit sense to detect Ning Fan's actions. His eyes were filled with impatience. What is Bai Mu trying to do by deliberately mystifying things? Speaking of which, why is it so difficult to catch the Yin dragon and Yang dragon? My luck is already close to purple and I've even used some secret medicine on the dragon bait. However, I still can't catch the Yin dragon and Yang dragon. If I don't have the Yin Yang dragon pearl, the stage of getting the map will be extremely dangerous. This is going to be troublesome. Half of the third day had passed. After the last night, the dragon fishing convention would come to an end. How could Xianxia not be anxious? He only had less than half a day left. Initially, he came to fish the Yin dragon and Yang dragon with confidence. However, his confidence had already been depleted. Could it be that even my half-purple luck isn't enough to catch the Yin dragon and Yang dragon? The night gradually faded and the sky turned white. Xianxia's heart also sank. Not only did he fail to catch the Yin Yang dragon in this dragon fishing convention, but he also failed to catch the ordinary dragon souls. Xianxia could not accept such a result, but he had no choice but to accept it. The convention will end in another hour. Damn it. Do I really have to have the best luck to catch the Yin Yang dragon? Just as he was muttering to himself, his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Xianxia wasn't the only one who was shocked. Countless cultivators in the entire dragon raising pond and the 4 jade platforms were also astonished. At this moment, Ning Fan, who was originally invisible, showed his figure at this moment. On the surface of the sea where the night had yet to end, a dazzling aurora suddenly flashed. Within that aurora, there was an existence of Tao power that could look down on the sun and moon. When that Tao power spread out, the shadows of the sun and moon rose to the sky at the same time and a strange phenomenon took place. 2 extremely furious dragon roars came from the deepest part of the dragon raising pond, penetrating through the water and spreading across the entire pond. Roar this. This is the roar of the Yin Yang dragon souls. Someone actually caught the Yin Yang dragon souls when the dragon fishing convention is about to end. Who is it? It's old ancestor Bai Mu. He's the one who caught the Yin Yang dragon souls. Moreover, he managed to catch 2 dragons at once. However, he still can't pull them out of the sea for the time being. Exclamations of surprise could be heard from all directions. Xianxia's eyes were blank as if he had just received a huge shock. Why can Bai Mu catch the Yin Yang dragon souls? Could it be that he really has the purple luck? Evil creature. What great strength. Ning Fan stepped on the shore of the island and pulled the Tai Gong fishing rod. He wanted to pull the Yin Yang dragon souls out of the water but to no avail. The Yin Yang dragon souls were gigantic and they were still struggling with great strength. Even with his strength, he could not catch the 2 dragons at once. The strength of these 2 dragons was comparable to that of sovereign beasts. As they struggled, their strength increased by a few times. Dragon subduing. Ning Fan secretly activated a trace of dragon subduing power on the fishing rod without anyone noticing. After activating the dragon subduing technique of the Tai Gong fishing rod, the Yin Yang dragon souls which were roaring furiously suddenly let out a miserable shriek and were pulled out of the water by Ning Fan. They were 2 dragon souls which were 30,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, in size. One of them was black while the other was white. The black dragon was the Yin dragon while the white dragon was the Yang dragon. The eyes of the 2 dragons were filled with fear. Their bodies were severely injured by the dragon subduing technique. Their blood was flowing uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the sake of keeping the souls of the 2 dragons for them to devour, Ning Fan could directly use the Tai Gong fishing rod to kill them instantly. At this moment, the old Yuan emperor suddenly rose to his feet. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The other 2 loose demons also rose to their feet. However, their eyes were filled with greed when they looked at the Yin Yang dragon souls. Among the old monsters present, they were not the only ones who showed greedy eyes at the Yin Yang dragon souls. The Yin Yang dragon souls contained the Yin Yang dragon pearl. A single pearl could increase the demon power of 50,000 life periods. 2 pearls would increase the demon power of 100,000 life periods. The Yin Yang dragon souls were just first-grade dragon souls which were not worth mentioning. Some of them looked at Ning Fan with greed in their eyes. However, none of them made a move for the Yin Yang dragon pearls. The old Fox Sovereign and the old Qi Sovereign were already loose demons. It was useless for them to devour the dragon pearls. Other than the two loose demons, the other experts were afraid of the reputations of the Yuan Palace and Li Long. Thus, none of them dared to snatch the treasures from Ning Fan. Ning Fan's expression relaxed a little. It couldn't be any better that no one tried to snatch the treasures. He kept the fishing rod and kept the yin yang dragon pearls from the bodies of the two dragons. Then, he sealed the two dragons' souls into the sealing pot. Li Long, on the other hand, had already separated the sea and came to Ning Fan's side to protect him. He would not allow anyone to snatch the treasures from him. Hee. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. The yin-yang dragon that no one had fished for millions of years has been caught by someone again. How rare. The old fox sovereign and the old chi sovereign withdrew their greedy expressions and returned to their seats. Their facial expressions had already returned to normal. The old Yuan emperor also gradually withdrew his excited expression. He returned to his seat with an undisguised smile on his face. Now that Ning Fan had fished up the yin-yang dragon pearls, he could use them to heal his injuries. To him, it couldn't be any better. This Bai Mu's luck is truly heaven-defying. It seems like it's most likely a purple luck. The old primitive emperor was both impressed and envious. Purple-colored luck was extremely rare. Since Ning Fan possessed such a powerful luck, he would certainly encounter more opportunities in his path of cultivation compared to ordinary people. He fished out the yin-yang dragon ball. He sure had a complicated look on his face. He didn't want Ning Fan's to obtain such a precious treasure, but no matter what, Ning Fan's was the helper invited by the little demoness, so he would go with her to get the map. Obtaining the yin-yang dragon ball could be considered as reducing the difficulty of passing that level. Perhaps it was a good thing. It would be great if I could fish out the yin-yang dragon pearl. I'm not far from breaking through to the 6th level. If I had the dragon pearl, Yun Yomu laughed at himself. He was laughing because he actually did not know that Ning Fan's luck was so strong. Li Long was very proud. He was proud that his master had fished up the yin-yang dragon pearl that countless people dreamed of. Master definitely has purple luck. Li Long was convinced. As the sun rose in the east, the last trace of darkness finally dissipated. When dawn arrived, the dragon fishing convention was finally coming to an end. Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief and sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the dragon fishing convention to end. He did not continue fishing for dragons. Since his luck was strong, he had already fished out most of the dragon souls that had dragon pearls. There were only a few dragon souls left and most of them did not have dragon pearls. Thus, there was no value in fishing anymore. The yin-yang dragon pearl was already in his hands. That was enough. With these 2 dragon pearls, the risk of helping the little demoness obtain the map would be much lower. Before leaving the demon world, he could still borrow the power of these 2 dragon pearls to completely restore the demon soul of the old Yuan emperor and return the favor to him. After obtaining the map, Ning Fan's cultivation base would certainly skyrocket if he devoured these 2 dragon pearls. One should know that Ning Fan was an ancient god with one aperture. To him, devouring a yin-yang dragon pearl could increase his magic power by 100,000 yuan instead of 50,000 yuan. Now that I've obtained the dragon pearls, it's about time for me to leave the demon world. Ning Fan estimated that the appearance-changing pill would lose its effect in a few days. It was about time for him to leave. On the 4 jade platforms, countless cultivators were discussing among themselves. All of them were talking about something related to Ning Fan. In this dragon fishing convention, Ning Fan ranked first in terms of the number of dragon souls and dragon pearls he fished. Moreover, he fished the yin-yang dragon pearl. No one could compare to him. On the eastern jade platform, the mysterious man who wore a thick cloak was wearing a jealous expression. Damn it. This fake Bai Mu actually fished so many dragon souls and dragon pearls. He even fished out the yin-yang dragon pearl that no one has managed to fish for millions of years. I'm the real Bai Mu. All of these things should belong to me. No one knew that this mysterious man in a cloak was the real old ancestor of the Light Feather clan, Bai Mu. He had the green yang physique, which was one of the 7 yang physiques. He would not be happy without women. He had committed many evil deeds and was once expelled from the clan. His combat power was low and he was the weakest among those who were at the same level as him. Moreover, he was often tortured and hunted down by those who were at a higher cultivation level than him. He was once hunted by the leader of the Black Crane clan and nearly died. When he was recuperating, he met Qing Huang of the Yellow Dragon clan by chance and acknowledged him as his master. Originally, he planned to expose Ning Fan's identity after meeting up with Qing Huang. Then, he would use Qing Huang's deterrence to take away all of Ning Fan's opportunities. The star stones, the broken 7 servants and everything else. He wanted to take everything away. Unfortunately, Qing Huang's son had yet to show up. He did not dare to challenge Ning Fan alone. Seeing Ning Fan using his name to fish for countless dragon souls and dragon pearls, he was envious but he could not do anything about it. Why isn't my son here yet? If my son is here, he can just ask this fake Bai Mu for the Yin dragon pearl and the star stones with his reputation. The fake Bai Mu certainly would not dare to disobey him. After all, which demon cultivator in the lower world would dare to disobey a cultivator from the upper world? My son, why aren't you here yet? If you don't come, the dragon fishing convention will end soon. Perhaps the fake Bai Mu will leave. My son, come quickly. Let's snatch all of the fake Bai Mu's items together. My son, hurry up. The dragon fishing convention will end in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. My son, where are you? Come back quickly. The cloaked man's heart was really burning with anxiety. He almost wanted to kneel on the ground and pray. Just as he was feeling anxious, he suddenly saw a massive dragon-shaped formation mark appear in the sky. The formation mark was dark yellow. The moment it appeared, the cloaked man was overjoyed. This is the formation mark of the lower world that only the Yellow Dragon clan has. I have seen my son descend to the lower world with this formation mark. I've seen it before. My son is here. My son is here to deal with the fake Bai Mu with me. Haha. My son is finally here. The cloaked man sneered. Green light flashed in his eyes. Even though the formation mark had already appeared, it would still take around 100 breaths for the teleportation to be completed. The cloaked man could no longer wait. After all, he would have the support of his son in another 100 breaths. At this moment, he was full of confidence. Even if he were to face a rogue demon, he would still have the guts to scold him. Bai Mu, die for me. He shouted pretentiously. Using his second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base, he leaped up from the jade platform and stood in the sky, looking down at the living beings below. At this moment, the teleportation runes of the Yellow Dragon clan appeared in the sky, shocking countless cultivators. Just as many old monsters were wondering about the members of the Yellow Dragon clan descending to the lower worlds, they suddenly saw a void fragmentation realm cultivator wearing a cloak jump out from the lower worlds and speak arrogantly. He actually wanted Ning Fan to die. The Yellow Dragon clan's upper demons are about to descend. Are they here to watch the dragon fishing convention? Who is this cloaked man? Even though he is a void fragmentation realm old monster, he is only at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Why does he dare to challenge old ancestor Bai Mu? The moment the Yellow Dragon clan's lower realm formation pattern appeared, the old primitive emperor's eyes turned cold while Tan Zixin became nervous. Tan Zixin was feeling anxious for Ning Fan. She knew that the Yellow Dragon clan most likely harbored malicious intentions when they descended to the lower worlds this time. It was highly likely that they were here to seek revenge for Qing Huang. Are they here to deal with Senior Bai Mu? Oh no, Senior Bai Mu is in danger. Just as Tan Zixin was worrying about Ning Fan, she suddenly heard a cloaked man provoking Ning Fan. Her beautiful eyes darkened. Who is this person? Why is he shouting at Senior Whitewood? As soon as he saw the Yellow Dragon clan's formation pattern appearing in the sky, Li Long's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. Naturally, he did not know that Ning Fan had killed the dragon's son Qing Huang. This group of experts of the Yellow Dragon clan was here for Ning Fan. However, when he saw a cultivator with 2 broken bones speaking arrogantly to Ning Fan, Li Long's eyes were filled with rage. Is my master someone that anyone can provoke? Ning Fan rose to his feet and his eyes turned cold. There was no need to guess the reason why the experts of the Yellow Dragon clan descended to the lower worlds. They were most likely here for Qing Huang. Putting aside the experts of the Yellow Dragon clan, who was this cloaked man? Why did he provoke Ning Fan for no reason? With a leap, Ning Fan flew up to the clouds and stared at the cloaked man from a distance of 10,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang. Who are you? Ning Fan asked. You're asking me who I am? Haha. Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? The cloaked man suddenly lifted his head and laughed heartily. Then, he abruptly removed his cloak. Who do you think I am? I want to ask you who you are. I am the old ancestor of the Light Feather clan, Bai Mu. What exactly are your intentions by impersonating my identity and sneaking into Tianyuan City? I'll give you 3 breaths. Give me all the dragon souls, dragon balls, and 10 pieces of star stones that you've fished up. Also, give me your 7 broken slaves. Then, I can forgive your crime of impersonating me. Otherwise, when the dragon son Qinghuang from the upper worlds arrives, you, the fake Bai Mu, will certainly die. When he was speaking, his eyes were constantly flashing with green rays of light that carried scorching yang power. His words entered the ears of countless people, causing their expressions to turn strange. Ning Fan is the fake Bai Mu? Is this cloaked man the real Bai Mu? No one knew who was the real one. They only knew that it was a foolish act for a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator to provoke Ning Fan. Ning Fan himself was already strong enough to defeat all cultivators at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, he had his 7 broken slaves and had a close relationship with the Yuan Palace. Whether Ning Fan was Bai Mu or not, he was not someone that this cloaked man could provoke. At first, Ning Fan wanted to raise his hand and kill the cloaked man. However, when he saw the green yang power in the man's eyes, he was slightly stunned. This is the green yang physique. Now that a person with the 7 yang physique had delivered himself to his doorstep, how could he not accept him? However, judging from the cloaked man's words, he seemed to be the real Bai Mu. The one that he was impersonating was him. What Bai Mu said revealed a lot of information. He was acquainted with Qinghuang and they came for the star stones. All of a sudden, Ning Fan understood something. Before he killed Qinghuang that day, Qinghuang firmly believed that Ning Fan was not Bai Mu and asked for the star stones of the Light Feather clan. It turned out that there was a reason behind it. Qinghuang was in cahoots with this Bai Mu. Of course, he knew that Ning Fan could not be Bai Mu. However, he did not know if this group of cultivators from the Yellow Dragon clan who borrowed the formation marks to descend to the lower worlds was also in cahoots with Bai Mu. However, it seemed like Bai Mu was still unaware that Qinghuang was already dead. How dare you? How dare you act so presumptuously in the dragon fishing convention organized by the Palace of Origin? Seeing that you are a void fragmentation realm expert, I won't hold you accountable for disrupting the convention if you leave now. Great Elder Zhou Nan led 4 void fragmentation realm experts of the void fragmentation realm of the Origin Palace and flew towards Ning Fan. They surrounded Jin Bai Mu and each of them glared at him. Palace of Origin? In my eyes, what is the Palace of Origin? Do you know who my master is? My master is the dignified dragon son of the Yellow Dragon clan, Qinghuang. Everyone, please take a look at the formation marks in the sky. I believe many of you know that these are the formation marks of the lower worlds that only the Yellow Dragon clan has. Hee. My master, Qinghuang, is about to descend to the Heaven Origin realm with the help of the formation marks. He is here to help me deal with the fake Bai Mu. The cloaked man's words caused countless cultivators to gasp in shock. No one cared about who was the real Bai Mu and who was the fake Bai Mu. After all, Bai Mu was not a popular person. He had a terrible reputation. If it wasn't because of Ning Fan's strength, his name would not have spread across the demon world. However, what everyone was concerned about was that the cloaked man was actually the demon servant of the dragon son of the upper worlds. Moreover, he even invited the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan to deal with Ning Fan. The formation marks in the sky could not be faked. What the cloaked man said was probably true. He really invited the members of the Yellow Dragon clan to deal with Ning Fan. I didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen at the end of the dragon fishing convention. The real and fake Bai Mu, the intervention of the Yellow Dragon clan. Some old monsters whispered to each other. Just as they began to discuss among themselves, everyone suddenly became silent. It was because the formation marks of the Yellow Dragon clan in the sky suddenly flashed and emitted a million rays of light, condensing into a dark yellow realm gate. The realm gate opened and hundreds of experts of the Yellow Dragon clan walked out of it. The ones leading them were actually 4 rogue demons. Who was Bai Mu? The leader of the group was a rogue demon. He wore a yellow demon armor and had a head full of white hair. His eyes were filled with monstrous rage. His cold shout caused the entire city to fall into dead silence. Esteemed demon, this lowly one is Bai Mu. I wonder where is Longzi? Why don't I see him? The real Bai Mu wore an incomparably proud expression. He stepped on the sky and flew towards the large group of experts of the Yellow Dragon clan. His expression seemed like he wanted to show off to all the experts in the city how strong his backer was. For rogue demons. For rogue demons. Oh my god. Huang has brought so many people with him. Let alone snatching the fake Bai Mu, even massacring a few demon palaces would be a piece of cake for them. The real Bai Mu excitedly walked towards the rogue demon. He did not realize how great the killing intent in the rogue demon's eyes was. Are you Bai Mu? Hee hee. You still dare to ask me where Huang is? I want to ask you, who gave you the guts to kill Huang? I'm going to tear you into a million pieces. The rogue demon suddenly raised his finger and pointed at the fake Bai Mu. He only used 30% of his demon power in that finger attack. However, it was enough to kill a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator 10 times over. That one finger attack turned into yellow demon flames that filled the sky. They carried boundless killing intent, causing the real Bai Mu's face to turn pale. What's going on? What's going on? Why are the experts of the Yellow Dragon clan attacking me? How did this happen? Bai Mu was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. He had rushed over excitedly to curry favor with the cultivator of the Yellow Dragon clan. He did not expect that the other party would want to kill him as soon as he arrived. Bai Mu's heart was filled with grievance. He didn't know why all of this had happened. He was clearly Longzi's demon servant and a member of the Yellow Dragon clan. Why was he attacked by the Yellow Dragon clan? Wait, what did that loose demon senior say just now? At this moment, Bai Mu gradually came back to his senses. The itinerant demon's question replayed in his mind. Who gave you the guts to kill Huang? The audacity of a dog, will kill me, killed, death, what? Could it be that Longzi met with an accident and perished, and this senior suspects that I killed Longzi, so he attacked me? I'm innocent. Senior, please listen to me. Longzi was not harmed by me. I can make a great Dao heart oath. Faced with the demon fire that blotted out the sky, Bai Mu felt that his life was hanging by a thread. He actually knelt down with a plop and started begging Yao Jiao Loose Demon. Yao Jiao Loose Demon was stunned. He pointed a finger and stopped the demonic fire's attack temporarily. He looked at Bai Mu doubtfully. His name was Forefather Ascending Firmament, and he was Huang's senior. The reason why he attacked first was because he was angry. But now that he saw the so-called whitewood with his own eyes, he could not help but calm down. Something's not right. Bai Mu in front of him was merely at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, it was obvious that he had indulged too much in debauchery and his chi was weak. With just a glance, Bai Mu could tell that this person's strength was pitifully weak. He should not have the strength to kill Huang. Huang was one of the 12 dragon sons of the Yellow Dragon clan in the upper realm. How could it be killed by such a weakling? Looking at Bai Mu's wronged expression, Patriarch Xianxia could not help but feel nervous. Could it be that he had found the wrong person? Could it be that this person was not Bai Mu, the murderer of Huang? Are you sure you didn't harm Huang? Forefather Xianxia tried to suppress his anger and asked coldly. No, it's not me, it's really not me. Bai Mu heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like this senior did not intend to kill him immediately. He still had a chance to explain himself. Then let me ask you, do you know who Bai Mu is? Senior, I'm Bai Mu. Bai Mu chuckled apologetically, and his expression was filled with flattery, as if he was afraid that he would offend the senior. Unexpectedly, this sentence was like a spark falling into a pile of hay, immediately igniting Ancestor Skyride's anger. At that moment, Patriarch Skyride could no longer be bothered to listen to Bai Mu's sophistry. You're clearly Bai Mu. Why are you still spouting nonsense with this old man? The Yellow Dragon Clan's Dragon Grudge tablet shows that the one who killed Qing Huang was Bai Mu. Since you are Bai Mu, then die. Without saying a word, Old Ancestor Ascending Firmament pointed his finger again, and a deep yellow sea of flames instantly submerged the white wood. Bai Mu had the urge to vomit blood. What did he hear? Old Ancestor Xianxia actually said that the dragon's resentment monument showed that the one who killed Qing Huang was Bai Mu. F***ck. All of a sudden, Bai Mu's mind seemed to have been enlightened. All of a sudden, he looked at Ning Fan with an extremely wronged expression. He understood now. It must be Ning Fan who used his name to kill Qing Longzi. I've been tricked. I've been tricked. If he knew that Qing Longzi was already dead and if he knew that Qing Longzi was coming for Bai Mu, he would not admit that he was Bai Mu unless he was out of his mind. I'm not Bai Mu. I'm really not Bai Mu. He is Bai Mu. He is. I'm Qing Longzi's demon servant. We're on the same side. Bai Mu pointed at Ning Fan. He only had time to explain himself. At the next moment, he let out a blood-curdling shriek and died in the sea of flames. The demon's soul was burned to ashes, but the corpse was not burned to ashes. The charcoal-like corpse fell from the sky and was kept away by Ning Fan with a flick of his sleeve. The green yang body was the weakest of the 7 yang bodies. However, the physical body of the green yang body was very durable. Unless the yang power in the body is exhausted, it would be very difficult to destroy the corpse. Even if a cultivator with the green yang body dies, their corpse would not rot even after tens of thousands of years without any protection. Old Ancestor Skyride's expression changed slightly. His eyes turned to Ning Fan angrily. Did he kill the wrong person? Is this person the one who killed Qing Huang? Old Ancestor Skyride stood in the sky. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd and asked all of a sudden. Who is Bai Mu? Many old monsters lowered their heads and did not answer him. A few old monsters secretly shifted their gazes to Ning Fan. This young man's cultivation base is just at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. How could he be Bai Mu? Qing Huang has already broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer. How could he be killed by a mere void fragmentation realm junior in the lower world? Old Ancestor Skyride wore a doubtful look. He did not believe it. However, his principle had always been that Ning Fan would never let go of a single person who was wrongly killed. Before he came to the lower world, he had already decided to slaughter every single person with the name Bai Mu in the demon world. It was not considered as killing the wrong person. Regardless of whether the Bai Mu in front of him was the one who killed Qing Huang or not, he just needed to capture his demon soul and search it. Then, he would know everything. If this person was really the one who killed Qing Huang, killing him could be considered as avenging Qing Huang. If he did not kill Qing Huang, then he would be killing the wrong person. But so what? 200 dragon guards. Go and capture this person. Search his soul and memory. Old Ancestor Skyride stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After killing Bai Mu just now, his anger had subsided slightly. Now, he actually disdained to attack Ning Fan, who was just a void fragmentation realm cultivator, because of his identity. As soon as the 200 void refinement realm experts with dragon horns and 7 first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm experts behind him heard Old Ancestor Skyride's order, they immediately prepared to attack Ning Fan. Before they could take action, 2 voices suddenly resounded in the sky above Tianyuan City. Stop. The 2 voices belonged to young women. All of a sudden, 2 beautiful figures appeared in front of Ning Fan, shielding him behind their backs. One of them was Tan Zixin while the other one was Little Demoness. Little Demoness had also brought along hundreds of women from the Light Feather clan. All of them stood behind Ning Fan. Even though the eyes of these women were filled with fear, they glared at the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan without hesitation. They wanted to protect Ning Fan. Seeing that Ning Fan was in trouble, Tan Zixin acted on impulse and stood in front of Ning Fan unconsciously. Little Demoness, on the other hand, had no choice but to step forward and protect Ning Fan when she saw that the enemy was quite powerful. Even with Little Demoness' personality, her black eyes could not help but darken slightly at this moment. She did not expect that there would be 4 rogue demons from the upper world who came to find trouble with Ning Fan. Even though she knew that Ning Fan was not weak, she absolutely did not believe that he could deal with such a huge problem by himself. As such, she had no choice but to step forward. If she was at her peak, she could fight against 4 rogue demons from the Yellow Dragon clan on her own. Unfortunately, due to the drawbacks of the Void Scripture, her cultivation base was currently in a period of decline, falling to the harmonious spirit realm. Even though she had trump cards that allowed her to barely protect herself when facing the rogue demons, it was impossible for her to defeat 4 rogue demons with her current strength. If they insist on killing Ning Fan, she would have no choice but to run away with him. There was absolutely no chance of winning against 4 rogue demons. However, she would never allow them to hurt Ning Fan. "Why did you guys come out?" Ning Fan frowned slightly, but his heart felt warm. Even though the 4 rogue demons were powerful, Ning Fan had never thought of asking for help. However, there were so many unexpected people who stood up for him when he was facing a disaster. Huayu and the others had low cultivation bases. They might not even be able to withstand the aftermath of a void fragmentation realm battle, but they insisted on standing behind him to protect him. Tan Zixin did not have much interaction with him, but she also stood up for him when he was in a crisis. Especially Little Demoness. Little Demoness' identity was special enough to intimidate many Four Heavens old monsters. However, to the Yellow Dragon clan, it was difficult for this identity to intimidate them. Perhaps, they would even be attacked by the Yellow Dragon clan because of this special identity. The Four Heavens immortal world was the place where most of the cultivators from the profound sects ascended. Even though there were demon cultivators and devil cultivators, they were not the mainstream. The demon spirit land was the place where most of the demon cultivators ascended. Even though there were also profound sects and devil cultivators, they were not the mainstream. The demon spirit land and the Four Heavens immortal world were hostile forces. Every 1,000 years, the two of them would have a realm war. Each time, countless cultivators would fall. Each of the Four Heavens immortal world had a strongest force. They were the main force in every realm war. The Northern Heaven Lost World Palace, the Western Heaven Kunlun Jade Pool, the Southern Heaven Purple Mansion Academy, the Eastern Heaven Godly Void Pavilion. When Xianxia came to the demon realm, he dared to reveal his identity as the Taoist of the Jade Dao sect to the demon emperor of the mortal world. This was because the Jade Dao sect could barely be considered a medium force in the Four Heavens. It would not attract the attention of the enemy world. However, the little demon girl was different. Her identity could not be announced casually, as it could easily lead to assassination by the enemy. Therefore, she did not enter the demon world in a high-profile manner. Instead, she just disguised herself as Ning Fan's Dao companion. Therefore, even in the Rain world, she did not let the Rain Sovereign know her identity. If the 4 yellow dragon loose demons knew about the little demon girl's special identity, it was very likely that they would capture the little demon girl and bring her back to the demon spirit land to ask for credit from the true spirit clans. The little demon girl was the one who should not have stood up the most, but she did. Ning Fan looked deeply at the little demoness, and the little demoness giggled at him. "Hee, what are you looking at? I am your Dao companion. How could I not help you when you are in trouble?" Ning Fan turned around and looked at Huayu and the other white-feathered ladies. All of the women stood on the cloud, and some of them lowered their heads with flushed faces, while others puffed out their chests proudly, as if to say that the women of the Lightwing clan had a backbone and would not run away. Ning Fan then turned to look at Tan Zixin. Tan Zixin seemed to be at a loss as to what to do. Zixin saw that Senior Baimu is in trouble. I want to help Senior." Tan Zixin cast a pleading look at her father and grandfather. She might not be able to help Ning Fan, but the Palace of Origin behind her could. Yuan Sovereign let out a sigh and transmitted a message to the Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Palace of Origin beside him. Each of the old monsters of the Palace of Origin immediately got into a battle stance, ready to take action at any time. The old primitive emperor stood up with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon tribe. Li Long also walked to the front, looking like he was ready to fight to the death for his master. "What do you lower realm cultivators want to do? Do you want to fight against my Yellow Dragon race for the sake of Baimu?" "Yes." Old ancestor Qingxiao looked at the old primitive emperor with a threatening look in his eyes. Huayu and the others had low cultivations, so he didn't take them seriously. The little demoness only revealed her harmonious spirit cultivation, so he did not put her in his eyes. Tan Zixin had yet to attain the void refinement realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Even though Li Long was at the 7th fragmentation realm, old ancestor Xianxia also did not put him in his eyes. In the entire Heaven Origin City, there were only 3 loose demons who could make old ancestor Xianxia slightly fearful. At this moment, among the 3 loose demons, 2 of them remained silent. They did not dare to intervene in the matters of the yellow dragon race. Only the old primitive emperor stood out, as if he wanted to protect Ningfan. Even though I am a cultivator of the lower realm, I won't allow the cultivators of the upper realm to bully me. Bai Mu is my good friend. If you dare to attack him, I will use all the strength of the Palace of Origin to fight against you. Tan Tinyan's eyes were equally sharp. Why would he be afraid of old ancestor Qingzhao's threat? He certainly would not watch Ningfan be in danger. However, he also knew that the yellow dragon race had sent out all their experts this time. They actually sent out 4 loose demons to deal with Ningfan. Even when he was at his peak, he could not defeat 4 loose demons on his own. Now that his demon soul was separated and his cultivation base was greatly damaged, it was even more impossible for him to win. If he helps Ningfan, this battle would certainly turn the entire Tianyuan continent into a river of blood. The Palace of Origin would be in danger of being destroyed. It was really unwise. If he does not help Ningfan, Tan Tinyan's cultivation of the Tao in this life would be in vain. What he hated the most in his life was those who bullied the weak, especially the yellow dragon race, which was a demon race from the upper realm who thought highly of themselves. Moreover, his granddaughter was already standing in front of Ningfan. It was even more impossible for him to stand aside and watch. Old Monster Tan, it's not wise to make the yellow dragon race your enemy. Bai Mu has offended the yellow dragon race. He won't be able to escape death today. Why do you want to sacrifice the entire Palace of Origin just for him? The old Fox Sovereign and the old Chi Sovereign advised. Both of them definitely would not dare to go against the yellow dragon race. There's no need to say anything more. I know what I'm doing. Where are the cultivators of the Palace of Origin? The old primitive emperor took a step forward. It was just a step, but he would follow Ningfan through life and death. He had already stepped on life and death and had seen through life and death. As soon as he took that step, his entire aura force suddenly changed. His eyes shone with blood-red light, making him look like a peerless ferocious beast that had slaughtered countless people. His voice echoed across the entire Heaven Primordial City and the entire Heaven Primordial Continent. At this moment, billions of cultivators of the Palace of Origin, be they void fragmentation realm experts or vein opening realm cultivators, responded to him. Your subordinate is here. Who will fight the yellow dragon race with me? The old primordial emperor looked at the sky with a cold smile and asked the entire Heaven Primordial Continent for the 2nd time. We are all willing. What's there to fear even if we die? What's there to fear even if we die? What's there to fear even if we die? To be a demon, one must have an indomitable spirit. Before the primordial era, demons were the rulers of all time, and demons were the rulers of billions of worlds. Immortal sovereign Zido, whose name shook a billion worlds, was a demon cultivator. How would a true demon be afraid of death? How dare you? Old ancestor Xianxia was enraged and felt humiliated. He was a dignified demon cultivator from the upper realm, but he was actually being looked down upon by the demon cultivators from the lower realm. There were actually so many people who dared to go against him. It seemed like he had to teach these people a lesson and let them know how terrifying the cultivators from the upper realm were. Old ancestor Xianxia made up his mind. Today, Ningfan must die. All the cultivators of the entire Heaven Primordial Continent who resist him must die as well. He transmitted his voice to the other 3 loose demons of the Yellow Dragon clan and secretly gave an order to all the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan. Kill Ningfan first and then bathe the entire Heaven Primordial Continent in blood. Yunyomu's eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, he had already flown out of the dragon-raising pond with Gong Yangzi and Xianxia, arriving beside Xianxia. The cultivators in the pond had long lost their interest in fishing for dragons. All of them flew out of the pond and fled from this troublesome place. Yunyomu had been planted with a demon seal. If Ningfan dies, he would die together with him. Daoist child, the successor of the divine void realm, has already shown up. Should we show up together and help Bai Mu? Yunyomu tried to persuade him. Let's wait and see. He Xiao's face was already as pale as a sheet. The foundation of the Jade Dao sect was limited. Even though he was the Daoist child of the sect and had some methods to protect himself, it was not enough to fight against the loose demons. Even though he had the intention to pursue the little demoness and use her identity to seek a better future, he did not dare to risk his life for her and become enemies with the 4 loose demons. He already harbored enmity towards Ning Fan in the first place. It was just that he had to endure it for the sake of obtaining the map. He was not Ning Fan's friend anyway. Why should he get involved in this mess for Ning Fan? Yun Yomu sighed. Since he Xiao was unwilling to help, he had no choice but to help Ning Fan himself. Even though it was difficult for him to help Ning Fan with his current cultivation base, his life and death were already tied together with Ning Fan. It was impossible for him to watch Ning Fan die. At this moment, countless old monsters lowered their heads as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Some of them even began to have their own plans, wondering if they should help the Yellow Dragon clan to fight against Ning Fan and the Palace of Yuan. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the group of cultivators from the Yellow Dragon clan with 4 strong loose demons was almost able to suppress the Palace of Yuan. Today, the old Yuan sovereign was probably going to shed blood in the Heaven Primordial realm. Today, there might only be 9 sovereigns left among the 10 sovereigns of the demon world. Those who wanted to fish in troubled waters were naturally eager to take action. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense far and wide. Everyone's expression was captured in his eyes. No one thought that he could defeat the Yellow Dragon clan. No one thought that he could fight against the 4 loose demons. Even if it was Tan Zixin who personally gave the fish to Ning Fan, she did not have any confidence at all. Immortal grade spirit iron, dragon suppressing spirit iron. Tan Zixin wasn't sure how powerful it was. Ever since Ning Fan obtained the Great Elder Fishing technique, he was already deeply aware of its power. As long as the Life Immortal Realm cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan did not come out, Ning Fan was confident that he could eliminate all the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan no matter how many of them there were. He would use today's battle to test the power of Taigong fishing. He would use today's battle to turn the Yellow Dragon cultivators into rivers of blood. Ning Fan's eyes flickered with cold light. He walked forward step by step, passing the 2 ladies and Li Long. I alone am enough for this battle. You don't have to do anything. Step by step, he walked toward the Yellow Dragon cultivators and stopped 100,000 zhang away. The expressions of old Yuan Emperor, Li Long, Tan Zixin, the little demoness, and Hua Yu changed. Every single person who heard Ning Fan's words that were close to arrogance changed their expressions. They really wanted to know what kind of ability Ning Fan had that made him dare to say such a thing. He wanted to fight against the group of dragons alone. Old ancestor Qingzhao's eyes turned extremely gloomy. He initially thought that the group of cultivators from the Origin Palace who dared to go against the Yellow Dragon clan were already considered arrogant. Unexpectedly, Ning Fan was even more arrogant and wanted to fight all of them alone. He had lived for nearly 100,000 years. It was his first time being looked down upon by a junior who was at the level of the Broken Realm. This old man has really opened my eyes today. There are really a lot of people in the lower world who have guts but no brains. Commander Su, go and kill this brat. As soon as old ancestor Qingxiao gave the order, a red-horned burly man immediately walked out of the formation and walked toward Ning Fan. He had the strength of a Broken Realm expert. From old ancestor Qingzhao's point of view, sending Commander Su to kill Ning Fan was enough. Are you Bai Mu? You're just SOSO. How dare you plot against the dragon son of my clan and speak such nonsense to the demon cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan? Today, I will teach you a lesson and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Commander Su's ferocious smile was still hanging on his face. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks and his expression froze forever. A ray of cold golden sword light flashed across the sky like a cold star that cut across the universe. That cold light slashed down from Commander Su's head. At the next moment, he was split into 2 halves from the middle. Even his demon soul was killed, a single sword strike. At this moment, Ning Fan held a golden sword in his hand and pointed it at Commander Su's corpse. He only needed to use a ray of sword light to kill this person with Emperor Xia's sword. Who else wants to die? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with red light. At this moment, his baleful qi spread across the entire city and dyed the sky of the Tianyuan continent red. How dare you? How dare you kill my younger brother? One of the commanders at the Broken Realm roared and charged at Ning Fan furiously. Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into black robes. He raised his hand and extracted the soul, shattering the hollow space. At this moment, his aura force rose to the Broken Realm. He held the sword in his right hand and formed a hand seal with his left hand. Silver light shone from the heavens. Suddenly, four huge silver vortexes appeared in front, behind, and to the left of the third commander. Each of the four silver vortexes shot out silver light from the heavens and connected with each other like a cross. The commander was caught off guard. His body was penetrated by the silver light that came from all directions. Even though he was not injured, he was pinned at the intersection of the silver light. This was one of the techniques of the whirlpool technique. It was called intersecting whirlpool. With Ning Fan's whirlpool technique, it was not enough to trap the commander for too long. At most, it could only trap him for a moment. This moment was already enough. He tapped the tip of his foot and his body turned into a ray of cold sword light that flashed across the sky. He became one with his sword and pierced through the physical body of the commander, piercing his demon soul into Emperor Xia's sword. A cultivator at the Broken Realm was killed with a single sword strike, the intersecting whirlpool and the cold star sword. This young man isn't an ordinary Broken Realm cultivator. But so what? All of you attack together and tear him into a million pieces. Old Ancestor Xianxia was extremely furious. As soon as he gave the order, all the members of the Yellow Dragon clan that he brought with him this time except for the rogue demons charged at Ning Fan. Among them, there were a total of 37 Void Fragmentation Realm experts. The rest of them were at least at the Absolute Void Realm. Among the 37 Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators, there were 6 at the 6th realm and 10 at the 5th realm. With Baimu's strength, killing 3 Broken Realm cultivators is already his limit. 4 Broken Realm cultivators will definitely be a tough battle. 5 Broken Realm cultivators will definitely have no chance of winning. It's time for me to lend him a hand. Just as the old primitive emperor was about to attack, his expression suddenly changed. Just when everyone thought that it was impossible for Ning Fan to fight against cultivators at the 5th and 6th realm, he made his move. He kept his Emperor Xia's sword and took out a purple gold fishing rod. The fishing rod was 24 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, long and there were 24 mysterious constellations carved on it. It shone with bright demonic light and suddenly turned into a purple gold snake spear. Moreover, there were traces of dragon-suppressing aura coming from the snake spear. Under the aura of the dragon-suppressing aura, all the demon cultivators including the 4 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan were filled with fear. Dragon. Dragon suppressing. This is the Immortal Realm Spirit Augmentation technique. It can instantly kill all dragon cultivators below the Life Immortal Realm. Not good. With this treasure in hand, this young man can kill all the weak members of the true Dragon clan who have no Life Immortal Realm cultivators. Retreat quickly. Each of the experts of the Yellow Dragon clan who were charging at Ning Fan with a hideous smile instantly revealed a look of fear. 4 of them retreated. However, it was already too late for them to retreat now. As soon as Ning Fan activated his ability, the purple gold snake spear immediately grew to 1 million zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, long. The body of the spear became illusory. With a single move that could wipe out 1,000 armies, groups of experts of the Yellow Dragon clan were killed by the snake spear in the sky. Countless experts of the Yellow Dragon clan took out their defensive magic treasures and summoned their protective dragon scales. Even so, none of them could withstand the might of the spear at all. After the spear turned illusory, it could directly penetrate all defensive means without damaging any magic treasures. It could only kill dragon cultivators. Roar 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 horrifying dragon roars resounded in the sky, lingering in everyone's ears. In just a single exchange, all the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan were killed except for the 4 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan. Dragon. Dragon suppressing technique. How could he possibly have such a technique? Old Ancestor Qingzhao's eyes narrowed. A feeling of certain death rose in his heart. Without hesitation, he took out a small green shield and placed it in front of him. At the next moment, a purple gold illusory spear light pierced through the small shield and penetrated his dantian. With just a single strike, his dantian was pierced through and his demon soul was penetrated. Ning Fan wielded the purple gold snake spear and nailed old ancestor Xianxia to death in the sky. For a moment, the entire Tianyuan city fell into dead silence. As for the other 3 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan, they turned around and fled in terror. As for the cultivators of the Dragon clan who were below the life immortal realm, becoming enemies with a cultivator who possessed a dragon. Suppressing treasure was no different from courting death. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a battle cloud talisman. Then, he stuck it on his chest. In an instant, his speed became slightly faster than the 3 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan and he chased after them. Seeing Ning Fan's heaven-defying speed, the 3 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan immediately felt their souls leaving their bodies. How could the 3 Yellow Dragon loose demons imagine that Ning Fan actually had an immortal talisman in his hand, which allowed him to increase his speed to that of a loose immortal in an instant? However, he saw 3 loose demons and 4 escaping. In an instant, they had already disappeared. Ning Fan held the purple golden snake spear and chased after them with the help of the immortal talisman. The cultivators in the dragon raising pond were dead silent. They had guessed the ending, but not the result. Everyone thought that Ning Fan would not be able to escape death. All of them thought that the Hall of Origin would be in grave danger today. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? Suppressing dragon. Ning Fan actually had a dragon-suppressing treasure which allowed him to slaughter hundreds of experts of the Yellow Dragon realm all by himself. Moreover, he even killed old ancestor Xianxia with a single strike of his spear. As such, he took out an immortal talisman and chased after the 3 rogue demons. In the demon realm, when had there ever been a scene where 3 loose demons were being hunted down? Old ancestor Baimu chased 3 rogue demons with his soul destruction cultivation base. The dragon-suppressing treasure, the dragon-suppressing treasure. Sigh, if it wasn't for the fact that life immortal and true immortal experts couldn't descend to the lower world, I'm afraid many almighty experts would be more than happy to descend to the lower world to seize this dragon-suppressing treasure. AI, for Patriarch Baimu to possess such a treasure, he really is someone blessed with great fortune. It would be fine if the ones dealing with him were other demon cultivators from the upper realm. However, if it's the cultivators from the Dragon clan, no matter how many loose demons there are, they won't be enough for him to kill. Each of the old monsters gradually began to sigh with emotion. Their reverence towards Ning Fan instantly rose to an extremely high level. The old Fox Emperor and the old Crimson Emperor were regretting their decision. If they knew that Ning Fan had the dragon-suppressing treasure and was not afraid of the Yellow Dragon loose demons, they would certainly have stood up for him like the old Yuan Emperor and tried to befriend him. Unfortunately, they did not make the right choice and lost the best opportunity to befriend him. It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but it's hard to provide charcoal in snowy weather. For example, the old Yuan Emperor who stood out at the most critical moment of Ning Fan's life would certainly gain Ning Fan's goodwill. Old Monster Tan, did you bet the entire Yuan Palace to protect Baimu because you knew this would happen? The old Crimson Emperor smiled bitterly. Sigh. How would I know that this would happen? Dragon-suppressing treasure, dragon-suppressing treasure. The old primitive emperor looked at Tan Zixin with a sigh. He had found the dragon-subduing spirit iron when he was young, but the spirit iron itself was too polluted and could not be used for spirit attachment. Even when he was old, the spirit iron had not been put to any use. In the end, it had been given to his granddaughter, Tan Zixin, as a birthday present. Tan Zixin loves smithing, right? I'll just give this useless spiritual metal to her to play with. Who would have thought that Tan Zixin could remove the turbid chi from the spirit iron and attach it to the fishing rod? Sigh, Zixin made a dragon-suppressing treasure, but she didn't give it to her own grandpa, but to Baimu. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Seeing that Ning Fan was no longer in danger, Tan Zixin heaved a sigh of relief. When she saw how the Taigong fishing net that she made was so helpful to Ning Fan, she could not help but feel a sense of sweetness in her heart. The reason why she made the fishing rod for Ning Fan was because she wanted him to fish up the Yin Yang dragons to treat the old Yuan Emperor's injuries. However, at this moment, she felt that it would be a good thing if the Taigong fishing net she made could protect Ning Fan from harm. This little girl is really generous to little Fan Fan. The little demoness curled her lips, feeling a sense of loss and gain for no reason. When Ning Fan took out his dragon-suppressing treasure and went on a killing spree, she was truly shocked. When she saw that Ning Fan was out of danger, she was truly relieved. When she realized that she did not help Ning Fan at all, but Tan Zixin helped him a lot, the little demoness felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. It was as if her little Fan had been snatched away by another woman. Was I too immersed in acting as little Fan's Dao companion, to think that I would be jealous because of him? The little demoness shook her head, dispelling the negative emotions in her heart, revealing her usual black-bellied eyes once again. I am the successor of the divine void realm, and he is the successor of the ancient chaos realm. According to the primogenitor's order, I can only pester him for a lifetime, but I can't fall in love with him. She seemed to have found her own position again, giggling. Little Fan is really a master who attracts bees and butterflies. She turned her head and ordered Li Long, who was dumbfounded at the side, keep those things. Your master's favorite thing to do is to kill people and seize their treasures. I left in a hurry just now, so I didn't have the time to keep these treasures. You have to help him keep them well. The little demoness pointed her finger at the sky. In the sky, the corpses and demon blood of the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon tribe who were killed by Ning Fan kept falling from the sky. As Ning Fan was in a hurry, he did not even have the time to collect the spoils of war. At this moment, many of the old monsters regained their senses, staring at the countless spoils of war with greedy and fiery eyes. Be it the storage pouches, demon corpses or demon blood, all of them were good things that were hard to come by. Many of the old monsters were ready to make a move and fight for them. Ah, thank you for reminding me, mistress. I will help my master collect the treasures now. Li Long regained his senses and rose into the sky without saying a word, collecting all the storage pouches, demon corpses and demon blood that were falling from the sky. His eyes were filled with ferocity, as if he would attack anyone who dared to snatch Ning Fan's spoils of war. He was a dignified seventh breaking realm cultivator. Naturally, no one would dare to snatch Ning Fan's spoils of war under his nose. My master has gone to hunt down 3 rogue demons. I wonder when he will return. Li Long muttered to himself while keeping the treasures. His eyes gradually lit up with excitement. His master was currently hunting down 3 loose demons. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. His admiration towards Ning Fan grew stronger. The 3 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon tribe fled to the north, out of the Tianyuan continent. Ning Fan went all the way to the north, chasing after them with all his might. He did not want to let any of them go. Since he had already become enemies with the Yellow Dragon tribe, he naturally had to kill all the rogue demons in the tribe. It was not that he had never thought of taking the 3 rogue demons as his slaves. It was just that it was not feasible. When he killed old ancestor Xianxia just now, he sensed that someone had planted a demon seal in his body. It seemed to be done by a life-immortal realm cultivator of the Yellow Dragon tribe. Ning Fan guessed that the 3 rogue demons in front of him were probably also planted with a demon seal by that life-immortal realm cultivator. Their lives were in the hands of that life-immortal realm cultivator and they could no longer be Ning Fan's slaves. As such, Ning Fan could only carry the determination to kill the 3 of them. He chased after them all the way and swore to eliminate them. How can this by Mu's speed be so fast? The hearts of the 3 rogue demons gradually sank. Just as they were considering if it was necessary for them to split up and flee, a ray of golden-purple light suddenly pierced through the air from behind and nailed one of them to the sky. The other 2 rogue demons who were lucky enough to survive felt even more terrified. Without any hesitation, they split up and fled in different directions, one to the east and the other to the west. Ning Fan chased after them along the way and casually kept the corpse of the rogue demon into his storage pouch. His eyes were filled with disdain. Do you think you can escape? Die. He raised his golden-purple snake spear once again and thrust it towards the west from a distance. The purple light instantly pierced through 1,000,000 li *, 500 m per li, and killed the rogue demon who was fleeing to the west. After that, Ning Fan kept the demon's corpse and storage pouch and chased after them all the way to the east. Even old monster Yen has been killed. Hearing the blood-curdling screams coming from the west, the fear in the hearts of the rogue demons who were fleeing to the east increased. Ning Fan's dragon-suppressing treasure was really too terrifying. Ordinary cultivators of the dragon clan did not have any ability to resist such a magic treasure at all. This was the reason why countless old monsters of the 4 heavens yearned for the dragon-suppressing spiritual iron during the realm war. If they had the dragon-suppressing treasure, they would almost certainly win against the cultivators of the 10,000 true dragon clans who were at the same level as them during the Realm War. During the Realm War, the old monsters of the true dragon clan would usually kill the cultivators who possessed the dragon-suppressing treasure first to avoid the casualties of their clans. After witnessing Ning Fan's incredible dragon-slaying speed and witnessing the death of the other 3 rogue demons, the last rogue demon did not have the courage to fight back at all. When he saw Ning Fan catching up to him again, he felt despair. He knew that he could no longer escape from Ning Fan. The life immortal of his clan had already planted a demon seal on him. Thus, he could no longer recognize Ning Fan as his master to protect his life. He knew that he no longer had a chance to survive other than fighting Ning Fan with his life. Fine. Fine. Since I can't escape death, I will perish together with you. The white hair of the rogue demon danced wildly in the air. He performed hand seals with all 10 of his fingers, and the dragon horns on his head shone with a strange blood-red light. He knew that he would not be able to escape death. Thus, at the cost of his own life, he displayed an immortal technique in an attempt to perish together with Ning Fan. Immortal technique, bloodthirsty dragon. The rogue demon's face was filled with madness. He glared at Ning Fan with extreme hatred. With a shake of his body, he turned into a 50,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, large dragon. His body was surrounded by blood-red light. He suddenly opened his dragon mouth and spurted out billions of rays of blood-red light. In an instant, all living beings in the sea domain within 10 million li * 500 m per li were annihilated. The billions of rays of blood-red light gathered towards Ning Fan, as if they wanted to melt him into a pool of blood. Within the blood-red light, all the spatial zones were sealed, making it impossible for him to escape into the small kiliacosm. After displaying this technique, the eyes of the giant dragon gradually became blank. He was not far from death. Then, he withdrew his dragon form and fell towards the sea domain below. Bai Mu. I want to see you die under this technique with my own eyes. He tried his best to maintain his last trace of consciousness. His eyes were bloodshot. He would only be satisfied after seeing Ning Fan die under this technique with his own eyes. He did not believe that Ning Fan, who was just at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, could withstand his life-risking technique. Immortal technique, huh? This technique isn't something that I can withstand. However, I can protect myself with this talisman. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out 2 pieces of immortal commanding talisman. He then placed them on his chest. All of a sudden, 2 layers of immortal power rose around his body, blocking all of the blood-red light outside the light barrier. When 70% of the power of the blood-red light was used up, the first layer of the light barrier was gradually penetrated by the blood-red light. In the end, the remaining blood-red light failed to penetrate the second layer of the light barrier and did not hurt Ning Fan at all. A single piece of immortal commanding talisman was enough to withstand an attack from a rogue immortal. Even if it was a desperate attack from a rogue demon, it would not be able to penetrate 2 layers of immortal power. Die. Ning Fan raised his purple golden snake spear and pierced it towards the rogue demon. However, a purple light flashed and the rogue demon was already pinned to death in the sky. He actually has so many immortal talismans in his hands. The rogue demon breathed his last and died with his eyes wide open. Ning Fan kept his storage pouch and corpse. Then, he stopped using the incarnation technique and soul extracting technique. He turned the snake spear back into the form of a fishing rod and found a demon island nearby to recover his magic power. Even though the Taigong fishing technique was powerful, it consumed a lot of magic power. At this moment, Ning Fan had killed 4 rogue demons, 39 void fragmentation realm cultivators and hundreds of absolute void realm cultivators. His magic power was almost depleted. It took him a whole day to recover his magic power. One day later, Ning Fan returned to Tianyuan City. The dragon fishing convention had naturally come to an end. However, the cultivators in the city did not leave. They were still waiting for Ning Fan's return. They really wanted to know the result of Ning Fan's pursuit of the 3 rogue demons. When they saw Ning Fan return unscathed and the terrifying baleful chi on his body, they knew that Ning Fan had successfully killed all the yellow dragons and rogue demons. At this moment, Ning Fan's baleful chi was so strong that it was enough to move all the rogue demons. As he walked into Tianyuan City step by step, no one actually dared to stand within 10,000 zhang 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, of him, none of them dared to meet Ning Fan's eyes, which were filled with baleful qi. After killing 4 rogue demons in a row, Ning Fan's baleful qi had increased tremendously. He still could not retract it into his body within a short period of time. Then, he returned to the Demon River Palace. Little Demoness, Tan Zixin and Hua Yu were waiting for his return. As for Li Long, the moment Ning Fan returned, he offered all the spoils of war that Ning Fan did not take away that day to him. All of you can go and have a rest. I need to go into seclusion for another day. Miss Zixin, please return to the Origin Palace and wait for me. I will head to the Origin Palace one day later to treat the old primitive emperor's injuries. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan smiled gratefully at everyone and returned to his room. He sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing and gradually retracted the baleful qi into his body. Master must have already killed all the 3 rogue demons who escaped. The baleful qi in his eyes is so strong. It's not something I can withstand. Li Long only made eye contact with Ning Fan for a moment and his qi instantly became chaotic. Even his Dao heart was tainted by his baleful qi. The baleful qi that Ning Fan used to kill the 4 rogue demons was extremely strong. How could he withstand it, seeing that Ning Fan had returned unscathed? Little Demoness, Tan Zixin and Hua Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Li Long was the first to leave. He needed to go into seclusion immediately to erase the taint of baleful qi on his Dao heart. This taint was unintentionally planted by Ning Fan's consciousness. It was not difficult to erase it. Tan Zixin bid farewell and left. She wanted to return to the Origin Palace to make some preparations. After another day, Ning Fan would need to treat the old primitive emperor's injuries. Hua Yu also left on her own. She wanted to tell the other female cultivators of the Light Feather clan that Ning Fan was safe and sound. Eventually, Little Demoness was the only one left in the main hall. She sent a message transmitting flying sword towards Xianxia's direction. There was only one sentence in her voice. Half a year later, I'll retrieve the immortal burning diagram. Her tone was very distant. She did not have a good impression of Xianxia at all. Ning Fan was probably the only man who could leave a good impression on her. 3 days later, the appearance-changing pill will completely lose its effect. It's time to return to the rain world. After an entire day, Ning Fan finally managed to suppress the baleful qi that he obtained after killing the 4 rogue demons. His eyes gradually became clear and he began to organize all the spoils of war that he obtained this time. There were more than 200 storage pouches. Most of them belonged to Absolute Void Stage cultivators, 39 of them belonged to Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators and 4 of them belonged to rogue demons. There were a total of 50 billion immortal jade. All of them were immortal jade that could only be found in the storage pouches of Absolute Void Stage cultivators. In the demon spirit land of the upper world, the main currency was Dao crystals. There were not many immortal jade. Unfortunately, the cultivation bases of the 39 Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators were not high. All of them could still absorb the Dao crystals to advance to the next level. Therefore, the remaining Dao crystals that they had were not many. Just like Qing Huang, he had just broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm and used up all of his Dao crystals. Thus, his storage pouch was very poor. Ning Fan did not care about it at all. In these 200+ storage pouches, there were a total of 2.7 million Dao crystals. Most of them belonged to the 4 rogue demons. Since the 4 rogue demons had cultivated to such a level, they no longer needed to absorb the power of the Dao crystals. Thus, there were a lot of them left. This made Ning Fan's eyes brighten. Together with these Dao crystals, he already had 3.22 million Dao crystals, which was equivalent to 16 trillion immortal jade. Of course, Ning Fan would not exchange the Dao crystals for immortal jade. That was something only a fool would do. If he has enough time in the future, he would refine all of the Dao crystals in one go to increase his cultivation base. All of the 4 rogue demons had decent cultivation methods which could allow them to cultivate the Yellow Dragon bloodline. To Ning Fan, who possessed the Fuli demon bloodline, these cultivation methods were naturally not attractive at all. However, if he gives them to Li Long, it would be quite beneficial. He pointed a finger at those cultivation methods and displayed the vortex space technique, directly transferring them to Li Long. This was also one of the great uses of the vortex space technique. Apart from that, the 4 rogue demons each cultivated an immortal technique. All of them required the yellow dragon bloodline to activate the power of their abilities. Among them was the bloodthirsty dragon technique. Ning Fan did not plan to cultivate these 4 immortal techniques. Thus, he gave them to Li Long. Other than the Dao crystals, what tempted Ning Fan a little was the harvest of pills. After killing so many void fragmentation realm and rogue demons, he naturally obtained a lot of pills that could improve his cultivation base. What made Ning Fan the most was that there was actually a low-grade 8th revolution pill in old ancestor Qingzhao's storage pouch. Demon Divine Pill. This pill was a type of healing pill that specialized in treating injuries on the demon soul and primordial spirit. I can keep this pill for little Yuer. Ning Fan smiled in satisfaction. After sorting out the harvest in his storage pouch, Ning Fan began to sort out the large number of demon corpses and demon blood. All of the demon blood was stored in the Xianwei blood gourd to brew blood wine. There were so many experts' blood and there were even 4 rogue demons among them. If the blood wine is successfully brewed, it would probably be enough to improve his cultivation base. However, the grade of the raw materials used to brew the blood wine this time was higher. Thus, the time needed to brew the wine would naturally not be short. It would take at least 100 years. How should I deal with these demon corpses? Most of the demon corpses were damaged. Otherwise, they could be sold for a good price and be used by others to possess others. If Ning Fan devours them, the amount of magic power he could gain from these demon corpses was very limited. Ning Fan could not help but think about the matter of finding a female corpse for little Yuer. Until now, he still had no clue about this matter and he did not know where to look for it. While he was pondering, a low cry suddenly came from the cauldron ring. Shriek! It was Nieli's voice. She seemed to really want these damaged demon corpses. Ning Fan's eyes involuntarily lit up. Does Nieli want to absorb the demon power within these corpses? If that's the case, I'll just let her devour them. However, I have to deal with these corpses first. Otherwise, it will be too disgusting if Nieli devours them. Ning Fan himself had done something like eating a corpse raw before. However, he was not willing to let his demon pet do the same thing. He took out several broken corpses and mixed them with spirit herbs, casually condensing them into blood-red pills. He only extracted the essence of the corpses and removed all the impurities. After that, Ning Fan entered the cauldron world and gave Nieli 200 blood-red pills to consume. These pills contained the essence of the physical bodies of 39 void fragmentation realm experts and 4 rogue demons. After Nieli consumed all of the pills, her purple eyes glowed with a faint light. She began to circulate a secret technique to absorb the power of these pills. She slowly lay on the ground and a gigantic purple-black demon cocoon gradually formed around her body. She was actually going to advance to the next level. She was going to break through to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. After all, her cultivation base would naturally improve tremendously after devouring the physical bodies of 4 rogue demons. Shriek! She let out a low cry filled with gratitude towards Ning Fan. Oh? So Nieli needs to devour the corpses of demon beasts in order to advance to the next level? Ning Fan muttered to himself in hindsight. If that's the case, I'll just refine the corpses of my enemies into pills and feed them to Nieli in the future. To Ning Fan, the improvement of Nieli's strength was naturally a good thing. Other than Li Long, there was no other demon servant that was more trustworthy than Nieli. With my current strength, Moksha Sovereign is no longer a threat to me. Ning Fan smiled and left the cauldron world and the temporary residence, heading straight to the palace of Yuan. Today, he would treat the old Yuan sovereign's injuries. Then, he would leave the demon world and return to the rain world. Of course, he did not forget about buying primordial clear pills from the palace of Yuan. However, at this moment, treating the old Yuan sovereign's injuries was his top priority. That was why he bought the primordial clear pills before he left. His traveling light flew across Tianyuan City. The cultivators in the city avoided him like a tiger or a wolf, not daring to have any contact with him. After the great battle with the Yellow Dragon clan, Bai Mu's fearsome name had shaken the entire demon world. Everyone was afraid of him. In a certain temporary residence, Xianxia sensed Ning Fan's traveling light flying across the sky. He clenched his fists tightly and sighed. Is this the reason why Xianxia took a fancy to Bai Mu? He has the dragon-suppressing treasure which allowed him to slaughter all the dragons of the Yellow Dragon clan. It's not like he doesn't have any other trump cards that could easily kill me. I can't afford to offend him. Xianxia closed his eyes in a dispirited manner. He could no longer bring out his pride in front of Ning Fan. Half a year later, the immortal seeking map. Half a year, huh? Xianxia turned around and said to Gong Yangzi, Xianhua, and Yunyu. You guys return to your own worlds first. I'll see you in the rain world half a year later. In the ape palace of the Eastern Demon Sea. The ape sovereign was holding a piece of information in his hand. His face was pale and red. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. As for his good disciple, Yuan Tong, his face was already as pale as dead ash. He kept muttering something under his breath. Bai Mu can actually kill a rogue demon. Bai Mu can actually kill a rogue demon. In the Yellow Dragon clan in the demon spirit land of the upper world, in the territory of the 10,000 true dragon clans. The old ancestor of the life immortal realm who was in charge of the Yellow Dragon clan looked at the shattered life tablets of the experts in the clan's temple. His face was filled with fear, he was scared out of his wits. The cultivators that were sent to the lower world this time consisted of 4 rogue demons, 39 void fragmentation realm cultivators and more than 200 absolute void stage cultivators. However, all of them were killed by a single person. The tablet of Dragon's resentment was engraved with the words Bai Mu. Could this Bai Mu be a life immortal realm cultivator? It's fine that he killed Qing Huang, but he actually killed 4 rogue demons. He was a life immortal realm cultivator. Unless his true body suppressed his cultivation base, he would not be able to descend to the lower world. If he suppresses his cultivation base, he could only suppress it to the rogue demon realm at most. Thus, he did not dare to provoke this Bai Mu. He did not continue to send rogue demons to kill Bai Mu. There were originally 7 rogue demons in the Yellow Dragon clan. After 4 of them died, there were only 3 of them left. If the remaining 3 of them were to die as well, the Yellow Dragon clan's vitality would be greatly damaged. If he also went to the lower world and died as well, it would be even worse. Old ancestor, this Bai Mu has killed so many cultivators of our Yellow Dragon clan. We must avenge him. One of the rogue demons said angrily. Send a spirit-severing realm demon general who is eloquent to the demon world to find out where the people of the Yellow Dragon clan died and condemn the forces here. Condemn? Are we going to hunt them down? Another rogue demon said in surprise. Hunt them down? Are you going, or should I suppress my cultivation base and go? That Bai Mu can easily kill 4 rogue demons. Do you dare to go? Anyway, I don't dare to go. If you dare to go, I won't stop you. Old ancestor life immortal harumphed coldly. The expressions of the 3 rogue demons changed immediately. They all lowered their heads and dared not question their old ancestor anymore. Similarly, they did not dare to go after Bai Mu. Who was Bai Mu? He killed 4 rogue demons and all the members of the Yellow Dragon clan who went to the lower world. The tablet of Dragon's resentment was engraved with Bai Mu's name. Bai Mu, Bai Mu, Bai Mu. This was a malefic star that the Yellow Dragon clan could not afford to offend. Let's send someone to condemn him. It's good to condemn him. It won't trouble the people and it won't hurt the wealth. Hee. However, everyone understood that condemnation was useless in the face of a ferocious devil like Bai Mu. In the demon world, Tianyuan continent, Tianyuan city, outside the Origin Palace. As soon as Ning Fan descended, Great Elder Zhou Nan and a group of cultivators from the Origin Palace came to welcome him. Each of the void fragmentation realm experts looked at Ning Fan with eyes filled with deep respect. They knew that Ning Fan was a ruthless man who had killed 4 rogue demons in a row. Hee. Fellow Taoist Bai Mu is finally here. The old Origin Emperor has been waiting for you in the heart-nurturing palace for a long time. The old Origin Emperor has told me that if fellow Taoist comes, you can directly go to the heart-nurturing palace. Although Zhou Nan was smiling, his eyes were filled with respect. Even though Ning Fan had slightly suppressed the baleful qi that he had just obtained, Zhou Nan could still sense a bloody qi from Ning Fan's body. When he thought that the baleful Qi was left behind by the 4 rogue demons, Zhou naturally could not remain calm. To be continued. Little friend, I've used your little tail. Don't mind me. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhou Ning Fan entered the Hall of Origin alone. Naturally, no one stopped him along the way. Walking past the pavilions, he slowly made his way to the mental nurturing palace. His pace was not fast as he recalled his gains from this trip to the demon realm. Dragon Soul and Dragon Pearl, Dao Comprehension of Life and Death, Divine Sense Enhancement, Taigong Fishing and the Corpse of the White Wood Green Yang Body, Azure Sun. I've finally found the second Yang Spirit of the Steel of Sun and Moon. If I have enough time, I can devour the Steel of Sun and Moon to upgrade the profounding world and increase the might of the Steel of Sun and Moon. Ning Fan's body was still under the Immortal Realm seal, which contained the purple sun force of the 3 realms sect masters. Unless Ning Fan completely understood the meaning of life and death, he would not be able to break this seal and he would not be able to absorb the power of the purple sun for the time being. However, one day, he would be able to devour the power of the purple sun at will. The second Yang had been found. As for the second Yin, at the moment, Luo Yu was the only candidate. If the second Yang and the second Yin were gathered, the Steel of Sun and Moon would be able to unleash a Life Immortal's attack. The attack of a Life Immortal was as powerful as a real immortal art. Rogue immortals might be able to withstand it, but no one below the 9 Shattering Realm would be able to withstand the attack of a Life Immortal. Of course, if someone also had a trump card like the Rain Emperor's Celestial Commanding Talisman, then it would be a different story. After reaching the Void Fragmentation Realm, a single Steel of Sun and Moon was not enough to suppress all the cultivators at the same cultivation level. Although the Steel of Sun and Moon can be used as a trump card, it's just a foreign object after all. No matter how powerful the Taigong Fishing is, it's only useful for demonic dragons. I need some time to refine all the pills, Dao crystals, and opportunities in my hands. My cultivation base still needs to be improved. The Yangxin Palace Hall was already right in front of him. Tan Zixin was eagerly waiting for Ning Fan's arrival outside the hall. When she saw Ning Fan, who was dressed in white robes, slowly walking towards her, Tan Zixin's breathing suddenly stagnated. It was as if her heart was being grabbed by an invisible hand. Her face was slightly hot. She had never experienced such a feeling since she started cultivating. Until she met Ning Fan. Senior Bai Mu, you're here. Tan Zixin concealed her panic and embarrassment very well, trying her best to appear calm. However, how could she hide her subtle expression from Ning Fan? When Ning Fan recalled the scene where she stood in front of him resolutely, he let out a soft sigh. How could he not know that this woman had fallen in love with him? Ever since he started cultivating, he had never deliberately pursued a woman, but there were many women who were moved by him. Furthermore, he had not returned home for a long time. Unknowingly, he had let many people down. The Taigong Fishing you refined is very good, it's very helpful to me. Thank you for stepping forward that day. Ning Fan approached and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Tan Zixin immediately lowered her head and said softly, you don't have to thank me. You pay me immortal jades, I refine a fishing rod for you, it's only right and proper. You saved my grandpa, so it's only natural for me to help you. If you really want to thank me, then protect yourself and don't provoke a colossus like the Yellow Dragon clan anymore. I have a lot of enemies and I've already provoked them. There are countless of them that are stronger than the Yellow Dragon clan. Let's not talk about this. Is Senior Tan in the hall? N. Elder is waiting for you in the hall. Senior Bai Mu, can Zixin ask you a question? Sure. I heard from Grandpa that you will most likely leave Tianyuan after treating him. Where are you going? Back to the White Feather Demon Sea? Actually, you can consider staying in the Origin Hall. Really? I'm going to a place that's very far away from the demon world. I'm not a cultivator of the demon world, so I'll have to leave eventually. I won't hide this secret from you. What? Senior isn't a cultivator of the demon world? Senior will leave the demon world? Tan Zixin's bright eyes suddenly trembled and her heart felt empty. She originally thought that Ning Fan was a cultivator of the demon world. Even if he left Tianyuan, he would still be in the demon world and they would meet again. However, she did not expect that Ning Fan would be honest with her and admit that he was not a cultivator of the demon world. Then, Ning Fan was really not old ancestor by Mu of the White Feather clan, because he had already said that he was not a cultivator of the demon world. Then, who was Ning Fan's real identity? I actually don't even know who he is. Tan Zixin bit her lips and her expression suddenly became a little sour and self-deprecating. If Ning Fan leaves this time, she wouldn't even know his real identity, let alone where he would go. Then, she would really never see him again. What she said made Ning Fan sigh even more deeply in his heart. Before I leave, I will tell you my real identity, Ning Fan said indifferently. Currently, he still had countless affairs to attend to. It was impossible for him to stay in the demon world and he could not give Tan Zixin any comfort. Perhaps, the only thing he could do was to tell her his real identity. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan stepped into the Xianxia palace. Outside the palace, Tan Zixin's eyes were suddenly filled with anticipation. Before he leaves, he will tell her his real identity, that's good. If she knows who he is, there will be a day when they meet again. I heard what you said to Zixin, young friend. Actually, you can consider bringing Zixin back to the rain world. I don't have any objections. In the Xianxia palace, the old primitive emperor, Tan Tianyan, sighed. He had already seen the affection his granddaughter had for Ning Fan. Thus, he naturally wanted to matchmake them. It's good for her to stay here. Her family is here and she won't be lonely. If she goes to the rain world, she can only wait. I won't stay in the rain world for too long. I've been busy my whole life and rarely have any time to rest. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. So what if he took Tan Zixin away? She would only be left with endless waiting. Since that was the case, it was better to wait in the demon realm. There would always be family around, so they wouldn't be lonely, right? Let's not talk about this anymore. I have already brought the Yin Yang Dragon Pearl, and it can immediately help Senior heal. May I know where Senior wishes to heal? When the Yin and Yang of the demon soul fuses together, it will produce a huge wave. It's best to heal yourself in a place where there's no one around. You don't have to worry about hurting others, Ning Fan advised. Haha, this old man has already thought of your concerns. Let's recuperate in this treasure. As soon as the old Yuan emperor finished speaking, he took out a silver pearl from his sleeve. The bead was only an inch in diameter, and it was engraved with mysterious patterns. Even though it was lying quietly in the palm of the old primitive emperor, it was still emitting a strong force of heavenly cave. Superior Grotto Heaven treasure? No, that's not right, this treasure contains more than one high-grade Grotto Heaven. Ning Fan, who cultivated the whirlpool spatial technique, had a keen sense towards the power of his heavenly dwelling. With just a single glance, he could tell that this small silver pearl was extraordinary. Hee, little friend, you have good eyesight. Even I and the other two rogue demons of the demon world couldn't see the power of this treasure from its surface. Just like what little friend said, this is a superior Grotto Heaven treasure called the Heavenly Abode Pearl. However, it doesn't contain just one high-grade Grotto Heaven, but an infinite number of them. Little friend, you seem to have cultivated a powerful spatial technique, right? Tan Tianyan recalled the whirlpool spatial technique that Ning Fan displayed the other day and asked with a smile. Yes. Ning Fan didn't need to deny it. This pearl originally contained the Tao of life and death, but this Tao has been taken away by me. To me, this treasure is just a dispensable magical treasure. However, it might be of great use to little friend. After you're done recuperating, you'll have to leave the demon world. I don't have many good friends in my life, but I happen to have a kindred spirit with you. Before I leave, I'd like to give this pearl to you. I hope you won't reject it. Tan Tianyan's eyes were filled with sincerity. He had always been straightforward in his actions. He would treat anyone he found pleasing to his eyes, even if that person was just a mortal. If he disliked someone, even if that person was a demon cultivator from the demon world, he would also dare to disobey him. This pearl wasn't as useless to him as he said. However, he had heard that Ning Fan had bought some high-grade heavenly abode treasures when he arrived at Tianyuan City. Tan Tianyan guessed that Ning Fan's spatial ability could only be cultivated by devouring the power of a high-grade heavenly abode. It was hard to obtain a high-grade heavenly abode. It would take too much time to search for them one by one. This heavenly abode pearl of his contained an infinite heavenly abode. This treasure alone was probably enough for him to cultivate his spatial ability to a higher realm. Ning Fan stared at the heavenly abode pearl with a burning gaze. Infinite heavenly abode. This treasure was really mysterious. It could actually nurture an infinite heavenly abode. Although the value of this treasure wasn't as great as a small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure, it wasn't too far off. This treasure is indeed of great use to me. Therefore, I won't reject it with empty words. After I'm done recuperating, I'll accept this pearl, but I won't accept it for free. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Ning Fan paused and took out a blank jade slip. He closed his eyes and imprinted something on it with his spirit sense. Then, he passed it to Tan Tianyin. I'll give the secret technique recorded in this jade slip to Senior as a gift. Senior, please don't reject it. Just accept it. Tan Tianyin was very curious. He really wanted to know what Ning Fan had engraved in the jade slip. Taking a look at the jade slip, Xianxia was astonished. This is the cultivation star cultivation technique? This cultivation technique is too precious. Little friend, please take it back. This old man cannot accept it. What Ning Fan gave to Tan Tianyin was the cold star secret record. How could Tan Tianyin not be shocked? Cultivation planet cultivation techniques were extremely rare, and only a few true spirit clans possessed them. Even if Tan Tianyin had the chance to become an immortal and ascend to the immortal realm, he might not have the chance to obtain the cultivation technique of the Yuan clan. A life immortal was a demonic immortal. A true immortal was a sky demon. Unless he cultivated to the sky demon realm, the Yuanqi great clan would most likely not give him the star cultivation technique. Ning Fan gave him such a precious cultivation method without hesitation. How could he not be touched? Thus, in a moment of agitation, he refused to accept it. Just accept it. I can't just accept the heavenly abode pearl for free. Ning Fan said. Since he had obtained the inheritance of this cultivation technique, it was just a piece of cake for him to make a copy of it and give it to Tan Tianyin. If he returns to the Rain world, he would make tens of copies of this cultivation technique and give it to those close to him to practice. Tan Tianyin was also a person whom he could befriend. Thus, it was not too much to give him a copy of this cultivation technique. Seeing that Ning Fan insisted on giving him the cultivation technique, Tan Tianyin let out a long sigh and kept the jade slip with great fondness. This cultivation star cultivation technique is really precious. I will pass this cultivation technique to Zixin. Tan Tianyin suddenly said. I originally wanted Senior to pass this cultivation technique to her. Let's end the idle talk here. Let's start healing. Tan Tianyin nodded his head after hearing Ning Fan's words. He kept the jade slip and activated his demon power to cast a demon art at the heavenly abode pearl. All of a sudden, the figures of the two of them flashed and vanished into thin air. They had entered the heavenly abode. Ning Fan and Tan Tianyin appeared on a barren land inside a high-grade heavenly abode. Outside this high-grade heavenly abode were countless other high-grade heavenly abode. There is always someone better out there. The reason why the infinite sky grottos were formed was because there was a real sky grottos within the infinite sky grottos. Through this real sky grottos, countless void grottos were formed. Unless I can find the only true heavenly abode in this infinite heavenly abode, I won't be able to leave this place easily. Ning Fan said with a solemn expression. Oh? Little friend actually saw through the method to break this treasure with a single glance. You're really amazing. Let's start healing. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the Yin-Yang Dragon Pearl, handing it over to Tan Tianyin. Tan Tianyin sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes in silence. Ning Fan stood behind Tan Tianyin with the Yin-Yang force that he borrowed from the Yin-Yang locket coiled around his fingers and pressed on Tan Tianyin's Baihui acupoint. Wisps of Yin and Yang energy flowed into Tan Tianyin's body, and his separated demon soul gradually merged back together. A day passed. Ning Fan withdrew his finger. His face was extremely pale. With his cultivation, he was far from being able to comprehend Yin and Yang, yet he forcefully borrowed the power of Yin and Yang to cast the technique for an entire day. Naturally, the burden on him was great. Tan Tianyin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as his turbid eyes flashed. With Ning Fan's help, his demon soul had achieved the initial stage of yin and yang integration. With the help of the yin-yang dragon pearl, his demon soul was restored to a flawless state. However, if he really wants to fully recover, he would still need to regulate his breathing for tens of years. This was not something that Ning Fan could help him with. Thank you. Tan Tianyan returned the yin-yang dragon pearl to Ning Fan. Then, he touched the heavenly dwelling pearl with his finger and both of them immediately left the heavenly dwelling space. As for the heavenly dwelling pearl, it was also given to Ning Fan after they left the heavenly dwelling space. Little friend, are you going to leave now? Before I leave, I want to buy some pills from Senior. I hope Senior won't reject me. Oh? What pills? You can just take them. Why do you need to buy them? I don't want to take advantage of the primordial palace. I need primordial clear pills. A large amount of primordial clear pills. I have 2 trillion immortal jade worth of spare money. I want to buy primordial clear pills with all of them. I wonder how many can I buy? Ning Fan asked. 2 trillion immortal jade. Tan Tianyan's eyes flashed with astonishment. He finally had a clear understanding of Ning Fan's wealth. After Ning Fan became famous, many of his deeds spread like wildfire. Tan Tianyan had once heard about the incident where Ning Fan spent 10 billion immortal jade to buy a fishing rod. At that time, he even guessed that Ning Fan probably had a lot of immortal jade. However, he didn't expect that there would be a lot of immortal jades, to such an extent, a demon palace guarded by the 5 Shatterers could only use a few trillion immortal jades. The amount of immortal jade that Ning Fan possessed was equivalent to all the immortal jade in an ordinary demon palace. Yuan Qingdan is a low-grade 7th revolution pill. The cost of a single pill is around 10 billion. If it is sold, it would usually be sold for around 20 billion. If it was auctioned, the price would naturally be higher. If little friend insists on spending immortal jades to purchase the primary clarity pill, then you can purchase it at the cost price. 2 trillion immortal jade could buy 200 vitality clear elixirs. Currently, Hall of Yuan still had about 200 elixirs in stock. Let's sell them all to our little friend. Oh, that's right. Little friend is a high-grade 6th revolution pill master. In that case, this is the pill formula of the origin clear pill. Little friend, take it. As for the vital purging pill, you can purchase it from Zhounan. I will inform him to sell it to you for 10 billion. Tan Tianyan took out a scroll of pill recipe and passed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not reject it and kept it in his storage pouch. The pill recipe could also be engraved. If it is sold, it would naturally be extremely expensive. If it is engraved, the cost would be close to zero. After this farewell, I wonder when I will be able to see you again. Tan Tianyan sighed with emotion. Then, he sent a message transmitting flying sword out of the heart-nurturing palace to inform Zhounan about the sale of the pill. I have already informed Zhounan. Little friend, you can go and find him. He will bring you to get the pill. Farewell. Ning Fan cupped his fists at Tan Tianyan and left. Outside the heart-nurturing palace, Tan Zixin was half lying on a green stone bench. She had actually fallen asleep due to exhaustion. There was a sweet smile on her lips. She seemed to believe that Ning Fan could cure her grandfather. Ning Fan took out a white feather blanket from his storage pouch and covered her body with it. Then, he turned around and left. After meeting Zhounan and purchasing the primary clarity pill, everything was settled. After returning to the Demon River Palace, Ning Fan and the little demoness decided on the date of their return. The date of their return would be tomorrow. The location of the realm gate would be an uninhabited sea area 100 million li *, 500 m per li, away from the west of the Tianyuan continent. At night, the night breeze on the Demon River was slightly chilly. Ning Fan took one last look at the Demon River and turned around to leave. Then, he sent a message transmitting flying sword in the direction of the Origin Palace. Of course, it was meant for Tan Zixin. He just told her the location of their departure. That was all. At that time, the appearance-changing pill would completely lose its effect and Tan Zixin would see his true appearance and know his identity. In the Origin Palace, Tan Zixin sat in front of the window and stroked the white feather blanket. Her eyes were in a daze. Suddenly, she received Ning Fan's message transmitting flying sword. As soon as she read the content of the message, her eyes were filled with joy. Should I really go and see Ning Fan's true appearance and find out his true identity? At night, a golden sword light carried Ning Fan, the little demoness, Li Long and the women of the Light Feather clan away from Tianyuan City and headed west. The speed of this sword light was comparable to the speed of a peak 5th break realm cultivator. If Ning Fan uses the profound yellow crystal to increase its speed would be even higher. After traveling to the sea area 100 million li * 500 m per li, away from the continent, Ning Fan kept the ancient sword light. Old ancestor, where are we going? Hua Yu asked doubtfully. Back to the rain world. Ning Fan said with a faint smile. Huh? Back to the rain world? What does that mean? Why can't we understand? The women of the Light Feather clan were confused. Li Long was also deeply puzzled. What does he mean by returning to the rain world? Isn't Ning Fan's home in the demon world? Why does he want to return to the rain world? There's one thing I want to tell you. Actually, I'm not Bai Mu. My true identity is the new divine sovereign of the rain world. Of course, I have to return to the rain world. Are you coming with me or not? If you don't want to, you can leave on your own. As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, the medicinal effect of the appearance-changing pill disappeared. His appearance gradually changed. He became more handsome and younger. His words stunned all the female cultivators including Hua Yu. All of them fell silent. Initially, they thought that Ning Fan was the old ancestor of the Light Feather clan. Only then would they follow him wholeheartedly. Even when Bai Mu came, they had never doubted Ning Fan's identity. Now that they found out that Ning Fan was not the old ancestor of the White Feather clan, all of their faces were filled with regret and shock. What they regretted was that Ning Fan was not the old ancestor of their clan. What shocked them the most was that Ning Fan's true identity was actually the divine sovereign of the rain world. The divine sovereign of the rain world, the weakest of the 9 worlds, actually went to the demon world and shocked the entire world. The regret and shock only lasted for a moment. One after another, the female cultivators spoke up. We are willing to follow you to the rain world. The Light Feather clan had already been annihilated. They were already homeless. So what if Ning Fan was not the old ancestor of the Light Feather clan? After following Ning Fan for a period of time, they had already gotten used to this kind of life. They were not willing to change it anymore. From today onwards, all of you will stay in the cauldron world. After all, your identity is too sensitive. If it is exposed, others will easily guess that I'm Bai Mu of the demon world. Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring and kept Hua Yu and the other women into the cauldron world. Then, his body flashed and he entered the world to introduce them to the female guards. From now on, these women of the Light Feather clan had officially joined Ning Fan's army of female guards. When Ning Fan returned to the outside world, Li Long's expression was still filled with great astonishment. Master is actually the divine sovereign of the rain world? The Ning Fan who killed the previous rain sovereign? Li Long had also heard of Ning Fan's name before, but he did not care about it. In the past, he did not put the divine sovereign of the rain world in his eyes. Only now did he know how earth-shattering the current divine sovereign of the rain world was. No matter what Master's identity is, he is still the Lord of Li Long. Since Master has returned to the rain world, Li Long naturally has to return as well. However, I have to change my appearance. Li Long shook his body and changed his sloppy appearance. He tied up his white hair and put on a set of hemp clothes, changing his appearance. Since he followed Ning Fan into the rain world, he naturally could not let others easily find out his true identity. Otherwise, it would expose the fact that Ning Fan was Bai Mu. Now that Master has changed his appearance back, it's better for you to leave the demon world as soon as possible. If you are seen by others, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Li Long suggested. There's no hurry. I'm waiting for someone. The little demoness looked at Ning Fan meaningfully and the corners of her mouth curled into an evil smile. Husband, who are you waiting for? Is it a close female friend? Take a guess. Ning Fan looked at the little demoness helplessly. This woman is already about to leave the demon world, but she is still acting as his Dao companion. Is she really so addicted? If I guess correctly, you have to give me 1 billion immortal jades. If I guess wrongly, I'll allow you to kiss me. What do you say? The little demoness looked like she was trying to swindle Ning Fan of immortal jades. Ning Fan sighed slightly. He knew that with her intelligence, she would naturally know that he was waiting for Tanzi Xin. Forget it. I'll let this demoness guess correctly this time. I might as well just lose 1 billion immortal jades to make her happy. Alright, take a guess. If you guess correctly, I'll give you 1 billion immortal jades. I guess, let me think. This is very difficult. Husband has too many lovers. I'm not sure which one it is, the little demoness purposely pretended to think and suddenly said. I know. Husband is waiting for little Azalea of the concentrated fragrance garden. Who is little Azalea? You guessed wrongly. Ning Fan shook his head speechlessly. He didn't seem to know any little Azalea at all. Oh, I guessed wrongly. Then, I'm willing to accept the punishment and let you kiss me. The little demoness smiled evilly. She did it on purpose. Li Long turned around awkwardly. He didn't dare to disturb the intimate moment between his master and his mistress. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. This little demoness wanted to sell her moral integrity from the beginning to trick him into kissing her. How thirsty was she, Miss Xiao always teasing me like this. There seems to be a reason. It's related to my identity, right? Ning Fan recalled that the little demoness always mentioned his identity as the descendant of ancient chaos intentionally or unintentionally. Many years ago, when Ning Fan was still a harmonious spirit realm cultivator, the little demoness seemed to have mentioned that the descendant of divine void realm and the descendant of ancient chaos would have a battle above the four heavens, so she approached me because of my identity as the descendant of ancient chaos? Ning Fan thought. You guess. If you get it right, you have to kiss me once. If you get it wrong, you have to kiss me twice? Are you going to guess or not? The little demoness held Ning Fan's arm ambiguously and rubbed her little pigeon on his arm. Ning Fan smiled helplessly. This little demoness was really clingy. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly saw a sound-transmitting sword light coming from afar and arriving in front of him. Ning Fan crushed the sword light and a message was transmitted into his sea of consciousness. He was slightly startled and sighed. Tanzi Xin didn't come. She didn't want to see Ning Fan's true appearance and identity. Thanks to you, my longing for you has turned into an illness. Since I left you, there's no medicine that can cure it. If one day, I can meet you again and I can recognize you in a sea of people, can you bring me along? Ning Fan remained silent for a while and said to the little demoness. Open the realm gate and return to the rain world. This time, the speed of the ancient golden sword had greatly increased. Naturally, the time needed to travel through the realm gate was reduced by a lot. Just 5 days later, Ning Fan returned to the rain world. He first went to the middle state and left Li Long in the rain palace to help Li Xianxia with the miscellaneous affairs. With Li Long around, the middle state was bound to fall. After that, Ning Fan returned to Yu country. Before he reached there, the little demoness jumped off the ancient sword decisively and parted ways with Ning Fan with a smile. The period of my cultivation base's decline has ended. It will slowly return to the void fragmentation realm. I have to return to the godly void pavilion for seclusion. Husband, I won't send you off. Husband, don't forget that you have to follow me to the immortal burning valley to get the map half a year later. With a swoosh, the little demoness disappeared without a trace. It was unknown how she could run so fast when she was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Ning Fan shook his head. Without the little demoness by his side, his ears instantly felt much quieter. He kept the ancient sword. With a flash of light, he stepped on the air and returned to 7 Apricot City after a dozen steps. He did not enter the city immediately. Instead, he landed in the snowstorm outside the city. His expression changed slightly. Outside the city stood a desolate one-armed man. He carried a huge black iron sword on his back and looked at the snowstorm alone. His body was covered with snow. It was unknown how long he had been standing there. His eyes were filled with joy and confusion. The joy was because when he returned to the middle state, he heard from Yun Busha that Ning Fan had found the person he had been looking for. He was confused because he didn't know who he was stubbornly searching for. "You're back?" He turned around and looked at Ning Fan, who was approaching him step by step. When Ning Fan was still far away from Seven Apricot City, he had already sensed Ning Fan's arrival. Ning Fan looked at the desolate one-armed man, and an inexplicable feeling rose in his heart. This person was his father, Yun Tianjue. However, he did not know how to talk to him and get along with him. He was obviously unfamiliar with him, but there was a kind of power that made Ning Fan have a good impression of Yun Tianjue. That power was familial love. "I heard that you..." Yun Tianjue wanted to ask the question in his heart, but he did not know how to ask it. He, who had always been decisive in killing, actually had times where he was hesitant to speak. "Forget it. Accompany me to drink a cup of wine in this snowstorm. This is a spiritual wine that I found in an ancient cultivator's cave. It has been stored in the cellar for tens of thousands of years. It is a good wine." Yun Tianjue sat cross-legged on the snowy ground and pointed his finger. Immediately, a white jade wine pot and 2 wine cups appeared on the ground. "Have a seat," Yun Tianjue said. He also had an inexplicable good impression of Ning Fan. He had never been close to any outsiders except for Ning Fan. Ning Fan nodded and sat opposite Yun Tianjue. Since they did not know what to say, they might as well drink with each other. This snowstorm was perfect for drinking wine. "You killed rogue immortal experts? And there are quite a few of them. A total of 4 of them." Yun Tianjue's eyes suddenly flashed. He had an extremely accurate ability to distinguish baleful qi. This was the benefit brought by the inheritance of the Sword Devil. He was a little surprised that the young man who was just a Divine Transformation Realm Junior in the past had actually grown to such a level in just a few decades. The murderous Rain Sovereign, also known as the Evil Sovereign, had broken through to the Void Fragmentation Realm and killed a rogue immortal. This young man's growth is really fast, yes. Ning Fan did not hide anything from his father. He drank the spiritual wine and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He liked this feeling. Even if Yun Tianjue could never remember him, it did not matter. He also had a father. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was a mortal and a teenager. It was as if all the killings along the way had become a dream. It was as if he had never changed after all these years. "You're not bad." Yun Tianjue had lost his 7 emotions. Normally, he would not smile. However, at this moment, he forced a stiff smile and praised Ning Fan. Unknowingly, his face was covered with a layer of frost. Now that he had not transformed into the Sword Devil, he looked like an ordinary person. He looked at Ning Fan. Unknowingly, his heart, which had always been cold, showed signs of melting. He suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit this time, and his eyes gradually turned serious. "I'm looking for someone. Someone that I can't remember anymore. I've walked across many bridges in the water villages, seen the clouds in many cultivation cities, and drunk the wine of many cultivation countries. However, I only loved one woman. However, I don't even remember who she is. I'm so sad that I have no tears to cry. I don't have the heart to feel the pain. However, I have a vague feeling that she is still waiting for me. That's why I've been looking for her." "Ning Fan, do you really know where she is? If you do, please tell me. I want to find her. No matter who stops us, we must find her." To be continued. Yun Tianjue's eyes were filled with an unstoppable aura force. Even if he had already forgotten about that woman, he still wanted to find her in the vast crowd. No one could stop him. Ning Fan closed his eyes in disappointment. His heart felt a little sour. His father, Yun Tianjue, had his memories and emotions erased by the 7-colored elderly man. He had even forgotten about his wife and children. His mother, Ning Qian, had lost all of her demon blood and turned into a stone statue. No one knew when she would wake up again. Even if Ning Qian had turned into a stone statue, she would certainly be waiting to meet Yun Tianjue. Even though Yun Tianjue had lost his memories, he was still searching for that woman in the vast crowd. If Ning Fan did not cultivate the Tao, he would not have his current status and strength, and if he did not find his mother, perhaps the 2 of them would not be able to meet again in their entire lives. Fortunately, he chose to cultivate the Tao. "I have found the person you are looking for." Follow me. Ning Fan raised his head and drank the last cup of spiritual wine. Then, he suddenly stood up and stroked the Yuanyao jade between his fingers. With a flash of light, he and Yun Tianjue entered the Yuanyao world. A small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure, huh? Yun Tianjue's eyes flickered. He had seen Ning Fan enter a space that was suspected to be a small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure before. Thus, he was not too surprised. What came into his sight was a medicinal garden. Among the spiritual herbs that were full of spiritual qi, there was a green stone. Beside the green stone was a green coffin. This is not the person I am looking for. Yun Tianjue only took a glance at the green coffin. He knew that it was not the person he was looking for without even seeing the appearance of the person in the coffin. This green coffin seems to be an item from the ancient heavenly court. The corpse qi in the coffin is very heavy. It seems like there is a corpse devil in it. Judging from the corpse qi, this corpse devil is a woman. Yun Tianjue continued to analyze. With just a few words, he had seen through the origin of the coffin. The person lying in the coffin is not the person you are looking for but someone who is extremely important to me. One day, I will resurrect her for real. Ning Fan's eyes looked a little lonely. Yun Tianjue frowned when he saw Ning Fan's lonely eyes. He had never liked to meddle in other people's business. However, Ning Fan's matters always seemed to make him concerned. Do you need help? Ning Fan was surprised. Then, he shook his head and said with a smile. No need. I can do it. I alone am enough. Yun Tianjue remained silent. The young man in front of him was stubborn and headstrong, and he only believed in his own strength. With this kind of personality, he must have long been used to facing the wind and waves alone, silently protecting the people behind him. For some reason, Yun Tianjue felt vexed and apologetic. It was as if the young man in front of him should not have experienced so many storms. It was as if he should have shielded the young man from the wind and rain and held up the sky. What does it have to do with me who you are? Yun Tianjue looked at Ning Fan in confusion. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I found the person you're looking for. Do you still remember who Ning Qian is? Ning Qian. Ning Qian. Yun Tianjue's gaze gradually turned blank. Ning Fan had asked him this question once in the past. Now that he was asking it again, he actually felt a little lost and did not know how to answer it. Or should he say that he didn't know her? After all, there wasn't a single memory of Ning Qian in his mind. But why did his heart ache so much when he heard this name? That kind of pain was like 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. It was as if there was someone who was always smiling at him but he could not see her face clearly. Ning Qian. I don't know her. Yun Tianjue clenched his fists tightly and closed his eyes. It's all right. I'll bring you to see her now. Follow me. Ning Fan's body swayed and turned into a ray of light, flying towards a certain direction. Yun Tianjue's eyes turned slightly solemn. He followed Ning Fan and flew at full speed. There was a pine forest in front of them. There was a pond in the forest. Ning Fan landed outside the pine forest and walked into the forest on foot. His footsteps were very light as if he was afraid of waking someone up. Yun Tianjue also landed on the ground and followed Ning Fan into the pine forest. His heart suddenly ached. He seemed to have sensed the sorrow and longing of a woman from this pine forest. Sorrow, despair, longing and waiting, Yun Tianjue's blood seemed to have gone out of control. His hands trembled slightly. He knew that the woman waiting in the forest was the person he was looking for. He did not need to see her face nor did he need to know everything about her. He only needed to feel her sorrow and he would feel as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. Ning Fan arrived at the quiet pond and stopped in his tracks. He looked at the blood-red demon cocoon in the pond without saying a word. Yun Tianjue approached the quiet pond step by step. His eyes were fixed on the demon cocoon and the stone statue of the winged demon inside it. His heart felt like it was broken. His eyes suddenly turned blood-red and he let out a sorrowful roar. Who caused her to become like this? Who? I've clearly said it before. I've clearly said it to everyone. Even though she is a demon, I won't allow anyone to hurt her. Yun Tianjue's sea of consciousness was in extreme pain. A trace of the memory that was erased by the seven-colored old man suddenly emerged. He could still vaguely remember the furious roar he gave to the seven-colored old man when he was trapped in the seven-colored formation. I don't care who you are. You can hurt me but you can't hurt little Qian. I won't allow it. Yun Feiyong. If you touch even a finger of hers, I will definitely break all 10 of your fingers. If you hurt even the slightest bit of her, I will definitely slaughter your entire clan. Yun Tianjua's sea of consciousness felt like it was about to shatter. The traces of memory that had just emerged gradually dissipated. In the end, he could not remember anything. He stared at Ning Fan with bloodshot eyes, waiting for Ning Fan to give him an answer. The gigantic black iron sword on his back was making clanking noises. It was as if he was going to take revenge once he knew the name of his enemy. He did not remember who the lady inside the demon cocoon was at all. The 2 words little Qian that he shouted just now were just because his memory was messed up. However, he knew that the winged demon inside the demon cocoon must be very, very important to him. Otherwise, he would not feel such heartache when he saw her in such a miserable state. His heart was bleeding, he wanted to kill her. Who caused her to end up like this? I don't know. Ning Fan vaguely knew that the person who caused his mother to end up like this was most likely that seven-colored old man. He did not want to tell Yun Tianjue about this. The seven-colored old man was an immortal emperor. If Yun Tianjue knows about his existence and remembers the past where he was harmed by him, he would certainly disregard everything and ascend to the 4 heavens to take revenge on him. Ning Fan did not want Yun Tianjue to take revenge for this. He did not want to shackle Yun Tianjue anymore. His father and mother had been separated for too long. It was time for them to reunite. He should not let hatred disrupt his peaceful life. One day, Ning Fan would take revenge on his own. You don't know either. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I don't even remember who she is. I don't even know who my enemy is. Yun Tianjue raised his head and laughed heartily. His eyes were bloodshot like that of a devil. Gradually, he regained his usual cold expression and calmness and said to Ning Fan in an indifferent tone. I heard from Yun Busha that you broke into the forbidden area of the Rain Palace that day and killed the Rain Sovereign just to bring her back. Is that true? Yes. Ning Fan nodded. Well done. If I know that she is in the forbidden area, I will also break into the forbidden area at all costs. Whoever tries to stop me will die. Yun Tianjue's tone was calm as if he was talking about something that was only natural. He carefully looked at the blood cocoon and said. She had lost all of her demon blood. She should have died. However, because she turned into a fossil, her remnant soul did not disperse. Because you built a blood pool for her and formed a blood cocoon for her, she will wake up one day in this life. As he said that, Yun Tianjue suddenly looked at Ning Fan seriously and said. I want to take her away. I want to go to a place where no one knows and wait for her to wake up. Sure. Ning Fan took out a palm-sized golden house. With a wave of his hand, the entire pine forest was sucked into the golden house. That golden house was a high-grade heavenly dwelling treasure that he had snatched from a rogue demon. Ning Fan already had the heavenly dwelling pearl which contained an infinite amount of heavenly dwellings. It was enough for him to cultivate the whirlpool spatial technique. Thus, he no longer needed this item. He passed the golden house to Yun Tianjue who received it silently. She is also very important to you. Why are you willing to give her to me? Yun Tianjue asked doubtfully. Why? Would a child stop his parents from reuniting? Ning Fan smiled and shook his head. In the end, he did not tell Yun Tianjue about his identity. If Yun Tianjue knew his identity and knew that he was his own son, he would probably stay by his side to help him deal with countless strong enemies. There is no need for this. There really is no need for this. He would just let this identity sink into the ocean and let his parents live in seclusion for the rest of their lives. Ning Fan shouldered all the hatred and enemies by himself. The guilt in Yun Tianjue's heart grew stronger. He did not know where this guilt came from. To him, Ning Fan was special. He was the only person who could make his cold heart melt a little. Yun Tianjue faintly felt that Ning Fan must have some kind of relationship with him. However, he could not remember that he had a child. He did not know that his child had no parents to protect him since he was young. He had to deal with everything since he was young and was already used to facing all difficulties alone. He did not know that his child had experienced many twists and turns along the way. He was persecuted by others and ended up in a devil sect where he was humiliated by a female cultivator. He did not know how many dangers his child had gone through, how much hatred he had to bear and how many strong enemies he had to face. If the seven-colored elderly man had never appeared, Ning Fan would be the son of the white-robed sword god. He would be born above countless people and have cultivation conditions that others would envy. Yun Tianjue would kill all those who provoked him with a single sword strike. If he was in pain, his mother would comfort him. His fate had been changed by the seven-colored elderly man. He had embarked on a path of devil cultivation that no one knew the end of. One day, that seven-colored elderly man would regret that he had schemed against Ning Fan's fate. Ning Fan took off the blue jade on his neck and handed it to Yun Tianjue. Yun Tianjue took the blue jade and his eyes suddenly trembled. When he saw the words engraved on the jade, his heart felt like it was bleeding once again. Only when the mountains are without edges and the heavens and earth are united will I dare to go against the ruler. That was the vow they had made in the past. This jade. This jade. He should have remembered this jade. However, the intense pain in his sea of consciousness made him unable to recall anything. It's very difficult to restore your memories. Ning Fan sighed in disappointment. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that Yun Tianjue's memories had been erased by samsara. Ordinary abilities could not restore memories that were erased by samsara. Only those who were also proficient in the power of samsara could help him recover his memories. Unless Ning Fan himself also reached the immortal emperor realm and grasped the basics of samsara, he would be able to help his father recover his memories. Currently, he had no other way. It's very difficult for me to recover my memories. I've been searching for the four heaven-suppressing swords and tried to comprehend the sword intent of the four swords. Then, I entered the Thunder Sovereign's tomb and fought with the remnant soul of the Thunder Sovereign. If I win, I'll ask him to use the White Lightning memory extinguishing technique to help me recover my memories. When I returned to the middle state this time, I had already obtained all the fragments of the four heaven-suppressing swords. From them, I comprehended the sword intent of the four swords and integrated them into my sword devil sword intent. Before coming to Seven Apricot City, I went to the Endless Sea and the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea. There, I actually met the Thunder Sovereign who had just been resurrected. I had a battle with him and was defeated. However, he still performed a technique on me to help me recover my memories. Unfortunately, even his White Lightning memory extinguishing technique couldn't help me recover my memories. Then, I came to Seven Apricot City and met you. As soon as Yun Tianjue finished speaking, he kept the golden house into his sleeve and untied his storage pouch, passing it to Ning Fan. I don't know who you are, but I feel that I have the responsibility to give you some help. In order to search for the fragments of the four heaven-suppressing swords, I've traveled through countless ancient ruins and found many things. Some of them will be very beneficial to you. As for the Xianwei blood gourd, I'll also give it to you. Now that you're already the divine sovereign of the rain world, you should avoid many dangers if you can. If you're in trouble, come and find me. With your heaven-peering rain technique, you'll definitely be able to find me easily in the rain world. The two of them left the Yuanyao world. In the wind and snow, Yun Tianjue looked at Ning Fan for a long time. Then, he turned around and disappeared into the wind and snow with the golden house. Ning Fan stared at Yun Tianjue's back for a long time, standing alone in the wind and snow. His mother had waited for 1,000 years just to meet her husband. Now that the two of them had met, it should be considered as fulfilling her long-cherished wish. That was enough. One day, his mother would wake up and his father would recover his memories. When that time comes, Ning Fan returned to see Fan Palace and met his women one by one. At night, he returned to his room and took out the storage pouch that his father had given him. Then, he took a closer look at it. Even with Ning Fan's experience, his eyes could not help but widen in surprise. In Yun Tianjue's storage pouch, other than the fragments of the four heaven-suppressing swords, there were also countless famous ancient swords and flying swords of ancient cultivators. Moreover, there were even more than 10 immortal swords. If Ning Fan devours these broken swords, his sword consciousness would certainly become more stable and the power of his sword sense would also become stronger. He had never thought of comprehending the sword intent of the four heaven-suppressing swords. To him, the sword intent of Emperor Xia's sword was a level higher than the sword ancestors. Other than the broken swords, there were also hundreds of sword cultivation methods and sword techniques in the storage pouch, including the sword devil scripture that Yun Tianjue cultivated. Ning Fan did not plan to cultivate the sword devil scripture. However, the three sword styles recorded in the scripture caught his attention. The first style of the sword devil, myriad sword style, was a low-grade immortal void realm sword technique. The second style of the sword devil, devil sword style, was a mid-grade immortal void realm sword technique. By burning one's own blood, one could emit a powerful devil sword light. The third style of the sword devil, weapon disintegration style, was an immortal technique. By destroying one's physical body and severely injuring one's primordial spirit, one could kill a rogue immortal with a single slash. After reading the three styles, Ning Fan's eyes were slightly shocked. The three sword techniques recorded in the sword demon scripture left him in awe. Especially the last style, weapon disintegration style. Yun Tianjue seemed to have already mastered the three styles of the sword technique. If he pays the price of destroying his physical body and damaging his primordial spirit, he could even kill a rogue immortal with a single slash. If he uses the weapon disintegration style again when his physical body is already destroyed, he would disintegrate his primordial spirit and kill another rogue immortal at the cost of his own life. This was a sword technique that risked one's life. It should not be used unless it is a life-and-death situation. He suddenly felt lucky that he did not tell Yun Tianjue about the seven-colored elderly man. If Yun Tianjue knew where his enemy was, he would certainly disregard everything to take revenge. He would disintegrate his physical body, severely damage his primordial spirit and even disintegrate his primordial spirit in the end. Even though Yun Tianjue's cultivation base was at the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, he had the strength to kill two rogue immortals in a row. That kind of strength must be exchanged with his life. The devil sword style is fine. However, I can learn this weapon disintegration style. It will be enough to save my life in a critical situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he kept the sword devil scripture and continued to search through his storage pouch. There were still 300 billion immortal jade, 50,000 Dao crystals and some pills. Ning Fan kept all of these items but he did not pay too much attention to them. What he paid the most attention to was a blood-red scroll. The scroll carried a faint floral fragrance. The baleful qi on it was so strong that even Ning Fan was a little surprised. He opened the scroll. There was a map drawn on it. In the boundless void space of the Rain World, there were a total of 3 paths that led to a place called the Blood Slave Garden. Blood Slave Garden. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Ning Fan closed his eyes and recalled for a while. Then, he gradually remembered. That's right. I once caught a red-haired human cauldron. That human cauldron came from a small kiliacosm that was filled with blood burial grass. The name of that broken world seems to be the Blood Slave Garden. Could it be that the 3 paths recorded on this map lead to the hometown of the red-haired human cauldron? I remember that there are a large number of flower devil cauldrons in the Blood Slave Garden. Moreover, the previous owner of the Blood Slave Garden seems to be an elder of the Slaughter Palace. Her name is Shui Ling Long. Ning Fan looked at the map in his hand and remained silent for a while. Then, he kept the map. If he has the time, he could go to the Blood Slave Garden to have a look and use the human cauldrons there to improve his cultivation base. Now was not the right time to go there. I'll think about it when I have the chance. Ning Fan rested for a few days in 7 Apricot City and spent some time with his ladies. During these few days, he guided each of them in their cultivation. With his current cultivation base, it was naturally not difficult for him to guide them. As for some pills and cultivation methods that were useful for their cultivation, he left them all in 7 Apricot City. For the remaining time, he went into the profounding world to cultivate. Luo Yu's primordial spirit had already recovered to the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. When she saw Ning Fan entering the profounding world and taking out Bai Mu's corpse, her eyes could not help but widen in surprise. This is the green yang physique. Did you enter the profounding world this time to devour the second yang? Luo Yu knew that Ning Fan was sealed by the sect master of the 3 worlds. That purple sun power could not be devoured. Moreover, the seal was rather tricky to break. Therefore, Ning Fan could not devour the purple sun power for the time being to replenish the steel spirit of the steel of sun and moon. Now that Ning Fan had found the green yang physique, she was naturally very surprised. Both the 7 yang physique and the 7 yin physique were rare physiques. Ning Fan went to the tree world and found the red yang physique and the purple yang physique. After that, he went to the demon world and found the green yang physique. Isn't my luck a little too good? Ning Fan smiled without saying a word. He patted his storage pouch and took out a jade box, passing it to Luo Yu. Take this pill. It should be enough for you to recover your 5th heavenly layer destruction realm cultivation base. Pill? What kind of pill is this? Luo Yu did not know that Ning Fan had obtained an 8th revolution pill from killing 4 rogue demons in the demon world, the demon divine pill. It could help her recover her primordial spirit. At that time, she was still absorbing the medicinal power of the heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures. Thus, she naturally did not know about Ning Fan's shocking battle achievements. She slowly opened the jade box. When she saw the pill inside, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. A low-grade 8 revolution pill. Where did you get it from? Your baleful chi seems to have increased again. You killed 4 rogue immortal experts. You're in danger. Luo Yu's subconscious question was not about how Ning Fan killed the 4 rogue immortal experts but whether he was in danger again. 4 rogue immortals. Could it be that he was besieged by 4 rogue immortals when I was in seclusion? Foolishly, she was supposed to help him at all times. However, when he was facing such a huge crisis, she actually did not know about it. It's already over. You should quickly absorb the pill and recover your primordial spirit. After you consume this demon divine pill, your cultivation base should be able to recover to the 5th heavenly layer destruction realm. I will try to find some heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures of a higher grade to help you recover your cultivation base to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer destruction realm as soon as possible. As for your physical body, I will also look for it seriously. Ning Fan smiled, telling her not to worry. Everything was already over. He flew towards the steel of sun and moon in a ray of traveling light and sat in meditation. Then, he pointed a finger at Bai Mu's corpse and slowly extracted the green yang power from it. Luo Yu looked at Ning Fan with a complicated expression. She sighed and returned to the thatched cottage. Looking at the pill in the jade box, Luo Yu was actually reluctant to consume it. As her primordial spirit was recovering bit by bit, the day of her departure was getting closer. After she is truly resurrected, she certainly would not stay by Ning Fan's side. She must avenge her dead clansmen. Her enemy was too strong. She must not give Ning Fan any more trouble. Ning Fan, she murmured Ning Fan's name and let out a faint sigh. We have to part ways eventually. She consumed the Fey Divine pill and slowly refined the pill's power. 1 day passed. 2 days. 3 days. After 7 days, Ning Fan finally extracted all the green yang power from Bai Mu's corpse. The green yang power was too stubborn. It was not an easy task to extract it. After extracting all the green yang power, Ning Fan inserted the green yang power into the 2nd sun-shaped groove of the steel of sun and moon. As for Bai Mu's corpse, he casually flicked his finger and burned it into ashes. After the steel of sun and moon slowly absorbed the green yang power, the 2nd sun-shaped groove gradually turned green. At the moment it absorbed all the green yang power, the power of the steel of sun and moon suddenly skyrocketed. Ning Fan stood up and stretched out his hand to touch the steel. Now that the steel of sun and moon had absorbed the 2nd yang spirit, its destructive power was comparable to a strike from a 5th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. With this steel in hand, Ning Fan could even put up a fight against a 4th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. After absorbing the 2nd yang spirit, the entire profoundine world changed again. A barren continent began to appear beneath Ning Fan's feet. The thatched hut that was originally floating in the sky also landed on the continent. In the sky, the sun and the moon began to alternate. There was day and night. This empty profoundine world finally had some liveliness. If Ning Fan continues to collect other yin spirits and yang spirits, the profoundine world would become a medium-sized world with birds chirping and flowers fragrant one day. There's still half a year before the trip to the immortal burning valley. I'll use this time to improve my cultivation base. 10 crystals of the ancient divine incense, 3. 27 million Tao crystals, 200 essence clear pills and the dragon soul and dragon pearl. Half a year's time is not enough for me to refine all the opportunities in one go. I have to make some trade-offs. Even if Ning Fan had the cultivation speed of the profounding world that was 100 times faster than normal, he would not be able to refine so many opportunities. He set his goal lower. For this half a year's worth of cultivation, his goal was to reach the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Refine. Ning Fan took out the Tao crystals that were piled up like a mountain and began to refine them one by one. The further he cultivated, the less magic power the Tao crystals would provide. As for the dragon pearl and the ancient divine incense, their medicinal effects would not decrease. Thus, he naturally refined the Tao crystals first. His goal was to break through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm within half a year. To be continued. The upper limit of the first demolishing level was 50,000 periods of time. 200,000 periods of time. 300,000. 400,000. 500 million. From the fifth break realm onwards, the amount of magic power a void fragmentation realm cultivator would need to break through to the next realm would increase exponentially. The upper limit of the sixth demolishing stage was 3 million yuan hui, 7 to 5 million yuan hui, 8 to 8 million yuan hui, and finally 90 million yuan hui. When one's magic power reaches 10 million yuan hui, a cultivator can comprehend life and death and break through the bottleneck of the life immortal realm. Currently, Ning Fan's magic power was 78,000 yuan hui. He was a one-apertured ancient god, so the effect of devouring doctrine gems was twice that of ordinary people. Every time he refined 5 doctrine gems, he could increase his magic power by 1 yuan hui. The devouring lasted for more than 2 months. Ning Fan had devoured 100,000 Tao crystals and his magic power had increased by 20,000 periods. He was already close to breaking through to the second break realm. Refining the Tao crystal took far more time than he had imagined. When a void fragmentation realm cultivator refined the Tao crystal, the higher their magic power was, the faster they would be able to absorb the power of the Tao crystal. Since Ning Fan's cultivation base was only at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, his refining speed was naturally not fast. If not for the fact that he was in the profounding world, it would have taken him around 20 years to refine 100,000 Tao crystals. He could stay in the profounding world for a maximum of 3 months at a time. Now that the time limit was up, he had no choice but to temporarily leave the profounding world and stay in the outside world for a few days before re-entering the world. Another 3 months passed. This time, Ning Fan had refined a total of 170,000 Tao crystals. With the increase in magic power and the extension of time, the number of Tao crystals refined would naturally increase as well. When the magic power reached 100,000 yuan, the effect of the Tao crystal would be halved. It would require 10 Tao crystals to increase his magic power by 1 yuan. In the end, Ning Fan's magic power reached 116,000 yuan hui. At this point, his magic power was strong enough to break through the bottleneck of the second fragmentation realm. With a sway of his body, Ning Fan left the profounding world. He left Yu country and headed south. He was still going to the South Sea to undergo his tribulation and achieve a breakthrough. He still chose a desolate island to undergo his tribulation. However, this time, he did not set up layers of grand formations. The heavenly Tao no longer sent down more severe tribulations. Ning Fan was not afraid of the ordinary second-shattering heavenly tribulation. He opened up a temporary abode on the deserted island and took out a space-breaking pill from his storage pouch. The void-breaking pill was one of his spoils of war. There were a total of 12 of them. All of them were low-grade 7th revolution pills which could increase a void fragmentation realm cultivator's success rate by 5%. In order to break through to the second stage, one could only consume 1 pill. In order to break through to the third stage, one had to consume 2 pills to increase the chances of breaking through by 5%. To break through from the third to the fourth, one would need to consume 4 pills. The number of void-piercing pills required doubled with every increase in realm. Ning Fan only took 1 void-breaking down, but it was enough. As he absorbed the medicinal power of the space-piercing pill, He tried to break through the bottleneck of the second fragmentation stage. Even with Ning Fan's luck, he only managed to break through the bottleneck after 3 attempts. At the moment Ning Fan broke through the bottleneck, his magic power increased by 10,000 yuan and he successfully advanced to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. At the same time that he had broken through to the next stage, his spiritual will had also been greatly enhanced, almost reaching the pinnacle of the second fragmented spiritual will. All of a sudden, Ning Fan rose to his feet. He stomped on the ground, and the entire island rumbled. It shattered into countless pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea. He stood on the surface of the South Sea and looked up into the sky. In the sky, a huge black and white ring appeared, and countless tribulation clouds began to gather. There were billions of golden lightning brewing in the tribulation clouds. Sovereign thunder tribulation. Golden light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. The flying dragon of sovereign qi immediately coiled around his body. At the next moment, billions of sovereign lightning bolts struck down from above. The entire sea turned into a golden color. Without saying a word, Ning Fan lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Immediately, a massive Tai Su lightning diagram appeared beneath his feet, defending against the sovereign lightning bolts that filled the sky. With the Tai Su lightning diagram's protection, not a single sovereign lightning bolt could hit Ning Fan. Ning Fan lifted his hand and pointed at the sky. The one zhang long flying dragon of sovereign qi immediately soared into the sky and devoured the sovereign lightning bolts crazily. As Ning Fan performed hand seals, the flying dragon swallowed the sovereign lightning bolts into its stomach. 2 hours later, all the sovereign lightning bolts that filled the sky were devoured by the flying dragon. The flying dragon, which was initially 1 zhang long, had now grown to 2 zhang long. Ning Fan still only had 1 trace of sovereign qi. However, this trace of sovereign qi was already equivalent to 20 traces of sovereign qi of an ordinary person. The sovereign qi in his body was equivalent to the sum of 20 rain sovereigns. TSK. The sovereign lightning tribulation was easily broken by him again. The wind tribulation is certainly not a problem for him. In a certain space that was extremely far away, a little loli in snow-white robes pouted helplessly. She was still holding a grudge against Ning Fan for eating her 8 treasures cake. She really wanted to increase the intensity of the heavenly tribulation and make Ning Fan suffer. However, the imperial monarch no longer allowed her to do so. Another tribulation for the stinky Ning Fan. How troublesome. Speaking of which, it hasn't been long since he broke through to the first level of fragmentation realm. How did he break through to the second level of fragmentation realm again? What a terrifying cultivation speed. Due to some reasons, the little loli could only display the strength of the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm at most. Before Ning Fan broke through to the void fragmentation realm, she was already not his match. Now that Ning Fan was at the same cultivation realm as her, she was naturally not his match. Thus, she did not dare to show herself and find trouble with him. Wind tribulation, oh wind tribulation. You mustn't let stinky Ning Fan break it so easily. The little Lolita puffed up her cheeks and prayed. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Facing the wind tribulation with the power of the 2 shattering wind tribulation, Ning Fan took out the wind-steadying flag without hesitation and broke the 2 shattering wind tribulation. This wind-steadying flag could be used for at least 3 heavenly tribulations. The chilly wind that filled the entire sky gradually disappeared. Ning Fan had survived both the sovereign lightning tribulation and the wind tribulation. The little loli stood on the surface of the lake and stared at Ning Fan's reflection on the surface of the lake. Her cheeks puffed up in anger. I'm so angry. He succeeded in passing the tribulation again. I'm going to trample you to death. I'm going to trample you to death. Her tiny feet kept stepping on the surface of the lake, creating circles of ripples on the surface of the lake. All of a sudden, she used too much force and the snow-white shoes on her feet flew away from her feet. It flew out, it went out, it went out, it went. The little loli realized that she had done another stupid thing. She sat on the surface of the lake, petrified. My embroidered shoes fell down again. This is the shoes that the imperial monarch personally embroidered for me. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Wah. She felt wronged and tears kept falling down her cheeks. Those were her favorite embroidered shoes. The imperial monarch said that these shoes were given to her as a dowry for her to wear when she gets married in the future. Unexpectedly, she accidentally fell down to the lower realm again. Ning Fan got lucky. For a moment, the little loli began to curse Ning Fan in a low voice. Stinky Ning Fan, rotten Ning Fan, stinky Ning Fan, rotten Ning Fan. Ning Fan broke the sovereign lightning tribulation and the Yin wind tribulation one after another. He could be considered to have completely passed the second heavenly tribulation. The second heavenly tribulation was different from the first heavenly tribulation. There were only 2 tribulations. There was no third tribulation. Naturally, there was no reward from the heavenly Tao. After breaking through to the next realm, Ning Fan prepared to return to 7 Apricot City to stabilize his cultivation base. All of a sudden, a ray of light flashed in the sky. A concealed weapon fell from the sky. Ning Fan raised his hand and sucked the concealed weapon into his palm. His expression immediately turned strange. Isn't this a woman's embroidered shoes? It was a snow-white embroidered shoe with extremely exquisite workmanship. There was a hint of flower fragrance coming from it. It was the fragrance of a 200,000 years old immortal iris. The owner of the shoes actually used 200,000 years old spiritual herbs to make a fragrance and smeared it on her body. Even the embroidered shoes had a trace of fragrance. What an extravagant little girl. She actually used such precious spiritual herbs to make her face powder. Speaking of which, why did that little girl give me the embroidered shoes? Could it be that it's another way to express her goodwill? Ning Fan's expression turned slightly awkward. After thinking for a while, he still kept the embroidered shoes into his storage pouch. Since it was the little girl's goodwill, if he didn't accept it, wouldn't he be letting down her good intentions? The little girl was dumbfounded. She was extremely angry. Who would give their dowry to you? You are nobody to me. Why would I give you the embroidered shoes? I'm so angry. I'm so angry. You ate my 8 treasures cake and stole my embroidered shoes. You're shameless. You're shameless. Woo 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 woo. The little girl kept crying as if she had suffered a great grievance. She cried for 3 days straight before she calmed down. All of these had nothing to do with Ning Fan anymore. He returned to Yu Country and 7 Apricot City. He went to the Godly Void Pavilion once to ask the little demoness when they would be going to the immortal Burning Valley. Half a year had passed. It seemed like they would be going to the immortal Burning Valley soon. Husband should first stabilize your cultivation base. There's no hurry to go to the immortal Burning Valley. Something happened to Hidaozi. We will depart after a month. The little demoness giggled. After getting her answer, Ning Fan returned to Si Fan Palace and entered the profounding world to stabilize his cultivation base. After his cultivation base was stabilized, he took out the Sword Devil Scripture and the Heavenly Abode Pearl to study them carefully. Since there was still a month left, he could learn the army disintegration style and increase the power of the spatial vortex technique. The sword style of the army disintegration style was very complicated. However, there were many shadows of the myriad sword style in it. Thus, Ning Fan's comprehension was not slow. He absorbed the power of numerous broken swords and immortal swords to strengthen his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he practiced the army disintegration style. In just 10 days, he had grasped the basic sword style of the army disintegration style. The sword style was not difficult to grasp, but the price to use the sword technique was too great. If Ning Fan paid the price of disintegration of his physical body and severely injuring his primordial spirit, he could use the first sword style to kill a rogue immortal. If Ning Fan paid the price of his life, he could continue to use the second sword style to kill another rogue immortal. This was a life-risking technique. Ning Fan would not use it unless he was in a life-or-death situation. After devouring countless broken swords fragments, Ning Fan's sword intent improved by a lot. His sea of consciousness had also been strengthened. His spirit sense had also broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. This was an unexpected surprise. Ning Fan then took out 200 essence clear pills and consumed them one by one. After his spirit sense broke through to the 3rd level, the medicinal effect of the essence clear pills was reduced to a quarter of its original effect. After consuming the 200 essence clear pills, Ning Fan's spirit sense improved tremendously, almost reaching the level of unrivaled in the third level of the void fragmentation realm. At the same time, Niali, who was in the cauldron world, also successfully broke through to the sixth level of the void fragmentation realm. This was also a pleasant surprise. Next, it was time for him to absorb the power of the heavenly abode inside the heavenly abode pearl. Ning Fan exited the profounding world and entered the infinite heavenly abode space of the heavenly abode pearl. This place had an infinite number of high-grade heavenly abode spaces. Ning Fan could casually destroy a heavenly abode and draw out the power of the high-grade heavenly abode. It would not affect this treasure at all. Every time he destroyed a high-grade heavenly abode, one of the silver continents inside Ning Fan's natal heavenly abode would turn golden. Gradually, all of the 72 silver continents had turned golden. The entire natal heavenly abode had turned into a pure golden space. Ning Fan reached out his palm. With a thought in his mind, circles of golden vortexes appeared on his palm. His whirlpool technique had finally reached the grand completion stage and reached the golden vortex realm. Golden vortex. The level of the sect master of the three realms whirlpool technique seems to be only at the golden vortex realm. The grand completion stage of the whirlpool technique is the void vortex realm. I wonder if I can continue absorbing the power of the heavenly abode in the heavenly abode to improve the level of my whirlpool technique. Ning Fan continued to draw out the power of the high-grade heavenly abode and devour it. Unfortunately, after his whirlpool technique broke through to the golden vortex realm, absorbing the power of the high-grade heavenly abode was no longer effective. However, this heavenly abode was not completely useless. Ning Fan sat cross-legged in a certain high-grade heavenly abode inside the heavenly abode, sensing the changes of the heavenly abode. The so-called limitless heavenly abode was a real heavenly abode that evolved into countless void heavenly abode. It seems like I can also use the whirlpool technique in this way. With a thought in his mind, Ning Fan moved and went into the real heavenly abode inside the heavenly abode. He extracted the power of the heavenly abode and devoured it. At the moment when the real heavenly abode collapsed, countless void heavenly abode collapsed at the same time. Ning Fan was forced to teleport out of the space of the heavenly abode. When he looked at the heavenly abode again, it had already been split into two halves. This treasure was already destroyed. Even though the heavenly abode was destroyed, Ning Fan showed a satisfied expression. Now, there was another way to use the whirlpool technique. After returning to the profounding world, Ning Fan finally took out the blood umbrella. His eyes were a little hesitant, but soon, they became resolute. The current destructive power of Ning Fan's whirlpool technique was enough to kill 3 cultivators with a wave of his hand. If he wants to continue improving the destructive power of the whirlpool technique, he would probably have to devour the small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure. Refine. Ning Fan raised the blood umbrella in midair and it immediately turned into a ray of blood light. He opened his mouth and swallowed the blood light into his stomach. 3 days later, Ning Fan extracted the small Kiliacosm world power from the blood umbrella and fused it into his natal heavenly abode. At the moment when the small Kiliacosm world power was fused into his natal heavenly abode, one of the 72 golden continents in his natal heavenly abode suddenly turned half illusory and half real. Ning Fan reached out his hand and a golden whirlpool appeared in his palm. That golden whirlpool also began to change. As expected, in order to cultivate the whirlpool technique to the void vortex realm, I need to devour the small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures, huh? Besides, it seems like I still need to devour 71 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures before I can cultivate the whirlpool technique to the highest level. Where am I supposed to get 71 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures? This technique is really difficult to cultivate. Ning Fan shook his head with a sigh. No wonder only the founder of the Three Worlds sect had cultivated the void vortex realm and no one else could attain the void vortex realm. In order to attain the void vortex realm, one would need to devour 72 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures. To the cultivators of the lower worlds, this was basically an impossible task. Even Ning Fan only had 2 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures left after devouring the blood umbrella, the cauldron ring and the Yuanyao jade. These 2 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures naturally could not be devoured. The profounding world that came with the Yin-Yang locket could not be devoured either. In that case, he could only devour the other small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures in the future. Even though I have only devoured 1 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure, the power of the whirlpool technique is slightly stronger than that of the sect master of the three worlds. With my current cultivation base of the whirlpool technique, I can directly keep a fifth break realm cultivator into my natal heavenly abode, seal and kill him. My natal heavenly abode has absorbed the power of the heavenly abode pearl. If a fifth break realm cultivator is sealed in it, he or she will definitely die. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is still low. I can only seal one fifth break realm cultivator at most. While Ning Fan was pondering, the sound transmission jade token in his storage pouch suddenly rang. He took out the jade token and Su Qiuling's solemn voice came from it. Big brother, 5 void fragmentation realm experts of the mountain world have invaded the rain world and arrived at 7 Apricot City. Come quickly. They are threatening to find you to demand an explanation for the previous rain sovereign. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. He did not expect that after Yun Zhongshuan's death, there would still be old monsters from other worlds coming to seek an explanation for him. However, he did not know the cultivation base of these people and whether they were really here to demand an explanation. Since these 5 people came from the mountain world, it was impossible for them to be rogue immortal old monsters. The mountain world was one of the 3 middle worlds among the 9 worlds. The strongest expert there was only at the 7th break realm. Ning Fan was not afraid even if they were 7th break realm old monsters from the mountain world. At this moment, Ming Ke, Mei Chen and Ting Xianro were standing in the air. As for Su Qiuling, she took out 5 heavenly tribulation puppets and ordered them to guard the sky. Mu Luo's clone who was dressed in black robes stood at the front of the group, staring coldly at the people from the mountain world. There were a total of 5 old monsters from the mountain world. 3 of them were at the 5th break realm, 1 was at the 4th break realm and the last one was at the 3rd break realm. All of them were Yun Zhongshuan's good friends. Saying that they were good friends was just a nicer way to put it. These people just often had business dealings with Yun Zhongshuan. Yun Zhongshuan was dead. The new divine sovereigns of the rain world were actually Ning Fan and Li Xangtian who were at the 1st break realm and 3rd break realm. Seeing that the rain world was easy to bully, they naturally came to seek some benefits. Where's the divine sovereign of the rain world, Ning Fan? Ask him to come out and talk to me. A 5th break realm old monster wore an extremely arrogant expression as he stared coldly at 7 Apricot City. There were many void fragmentation realm experts in 7 Apricot City. Unfortunately, there was only one 5th break realm expert among them. He was obviously here to seek benefits from the rain world. If Ning Fan did not know what was good for him and did not give him enough benefits, he would teach Ning Fan a lesson and let him know how powerful he was. To be continued. When the 5 void fragmentation realm experts from the mountain realm arrived in Yu country, the entire 7 Apricot City was immersed in a somber atmosphere. As for Yu Lingkong, Su Yan and the other women, their cultivation bases were not at the void fragmentation realm. They were not strong enough to fight against the strong enemies of the mountain world. Under such circumstances, only void fragmentation realm experts were qualified to stand in the sky. Mu Luo was a 5th demolisher, Mei Chen was a 3rd demolisher, and Bright Sparrow, Ting Xianro, and the 5 tribulation beasts were all 1st demolishers. There were a total of 9 void fragmentation realm cultivators guarding 7 Apricot City. There were only 5 enemy cultivators. It seemed like 7 Apricot City had the advantage in numbers. However, among the 5 enemy cultivators from the mountain world, 3 of them were at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. One of them was at the 4th heavenly layer while the other was at the 3rd heavenly layer. In terms of cultivation base, they were a notch higher than 7th plum void fragmentation realm. The leader of the void fragmentation realm cultivators of the mountain world was a fat old man. He wore a yellow robe and his strength was above the 5 shattering realm. His name was Zhao Bonji and he was a rogue cultivator. This person was the one who had clamored for Ning Fan to come out and meet him. As the saying goes, those who are good at defending hide under the 9 earths, those who are good at attacking move above the 9 heavens. Most of the cultivators of the mountain realm were good at defense and not good at offense. Zhao Bonji was an expert in defensive techniques. It was said that he once broke through the attacks of 6 cultivators without suffering any damage. This Zhao Bonji had even cultivated a strand of sovereign qi. Although he was not a mountain sovereign, he was still a famous figure in the mountain realm, and was even valued by a 7 shattering old monster. Zhao Banji soon narrowed his eyes and glanced at Mu Luo, Mei Chen, Ming Ke, Ting Xianro, and the 5 puppets of the heavenly tribulation. He was rather surprised. He knew that there were very few void fragmentation realm experts in the Rain World. During the period when Yun Zhongshuan ruled the Rain World, there were no void fragmentation realm experts in the Rain World. Moreover, there were even heavenly tribulation puppets in 7 Apricot City, Zhao Banji guessed inwardly. Could it be that this heavenly tribulation puppet was captured by the new Rain Sovereign, Ming Fan? What an arrogant brat. Isn't he afraid of offending the lower realm's heavenly way by capturing the heavenly tribulation puppet? Even though he was surprised that 7 Apricot City had so many void fragmentation experts, he did not pay too much attention to them. Other than Mu Luo, who was a 5th demolisher, no one else in the area was worthy of his attention. After all, the Rain World was the weakest of the 9 worlds. It was not worth mentioning, there were 2 different versions of the cause of Yun Zhongshuan's death. One of them stated that Yun Zhongshuan had died of an accident. The other version said that the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign, Ming Fan, had killed Yun Zhongshuan and seized the throne. Zhao Banji did not believe that Ming Fan, who was just at the first level of Destruction Realm, could kill Yun Zhongshuan. He was more willing to believe that Yun Zhongshuan had died in an accident. In his mind, Zhao Banji did not put Ning Fan, who had just lost a portion of his cultivation base, in his eyes. Where's the sinful Cloud Rain Sovereign? Quickly ask him to come out and speak with this old man. Zhao Banji said impatiently in a cold voice. There was a pressure in his voice that was as heavy as a mountain. The cultivators of 7 Apricot City below the void fragmentation realm were simply unable to withstand it. Each and every one of them had their chi in chaos. The 4 old monsters behind Zhao Banji also had impatient looks on their faces. Among these 4 people, 2 of them were 5 shatter cultivators. One of them wore a black robe and held a magic treasure. He was the patriarch of the Taiyuan Valley in the mountain realm. The other wore a red robe and rode on a great virtual realm water-repelling beast. He held a chipped jade bowl magic treasure. He was the patriarch of the great mountain sect in the mountain realm. Among the remaining 2 old monsters, the one with the 3rd and the one with the 4th was the sect master of the mountain realm's Red Sand sect, while the one with the 4th was the sect master of the mountain realm's Sumeru sect. As cultivators of the Zhongshan realm, they were born with a sense of pride when facing the weakest cultivators of the Rain realm. Now that the mountain world was at war with the earth immortal world, if not for the fact that they wanted to reap some benefits from the Rain world, the 5 of them would not have bothered to go to the weakest of the 9 worlds, the Rain world. Humph. Fellow Taoist, you sure talk big. As a cultivator of the mountain world, it's one thing for you to openly invade the Rain world, but you're also asking the Rain Sovereign to come and see you. Could it be that you think that the Rain world is weak and easy to bully? Mu Luo's eyes turned cold. If it wasn't for the fact that his body couldn't leave the Dark Sparrow's grave, with his cultivation base, he wouldn't be afraid of a few kids from the mountain realm. At this moment, he could only leave the Dark Sparrow's grave with his 5th Shatterer cultivation base clone. If he were to fight the 3 5th Shatterer old monsters alone, his chances of winning were slim. Hee, I don't know if the Rain world is weak and easy to bully. However, the previous Rain Sovereign, Yun Zhongshuan, was a good friend of mine. I heard rumors that fellow Taoist Yun died at the hands of the sinful Cloud Rain Sovereign. We've come to the Rain world to demand an explanation for fellow Taoist Yun. I've tried my best, but the sinful Cloud Rain Sovereign refuses to come and see me. Since that's the case, I won't show any mercy. Taiyuan forefather, why don't you spar with this fellow Taoist? Zhao Banji smiled disdainfully at Mu Luo, then turned to Taiyuan. All right. Since the sinful Cloud Rain Sovereign refuses to show himself, there's no need for us to wait any longer. Fellow Taoist, please enlighten us. Taiyuan forefather strode across the sky toward Mu Luo. Zhao Banji and the others retreated 30,000 feet away from the battlefield to allow Taiyuan and Mu Luo to fight. The coldness in Mu Luo's eyes intensified. He said to Mei Chen and Bright Sparrow behind him, I'll handle the 5 Shatterer battle. There's no need for you to take the risk. Retreat 30,000 feet away. Mei Chen, Bright Sparrow, and Ting Xianro looked at each other. Despite their resentment toward the mountain realm cultivators, they had no choice but to retreat 30,000 feet with the 5 Shatterer cultivators. Given their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to harm a 5 Shatterer cultivator unless they fought to the death. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Taiyuan smiled sinisterly. Mu Luo. Mu Luo snapped back. So it's Taoist Mu Luo. Haha. Mu Luo, falling cloud. Two beams of yellow light flashed in Taiyuan's eyes. The moment they appeared, the terrain within a radius of several million kilometers shifted. Mu Luo's figure swayed as the terrain shifted, almost falling off the cloud. This was the falling cloud art, a secret art unique to Taiyuan Valley in the mountain realm. It could only be used with the help of the terrain. Mu Luo's eyes flashed. He abruptly stomped on the sky, shattering the momentum and stabilizing his figure. Oh? Taoist Mu Luo managed to block my secret art and didn't fall off the cloud? Taiyuan was a little taken aback. Humph, it's just a petty trick. What else do you have? Bring it on. Mu Luo said coldly. Petty trick. Humph. Then I'll show you what I'm capable of. Seal of mountains and rivers, smash. Taiyuan raised the seal in his hand. It soared into the sky with the sound of mountains collapsing and rivers collapsing. However, a yellow light flashed from the treasure seal, and in an instant, it transformed into millions of huge mountains that smashed down on Mu Luo. Without Mu Luo's help, the mountains would have flattened the land within a radius of several million kilometers. Mu Luo's eyes narrowed. Without a word, he made a hand seal. Up in the sky, the void suddenly shattered into pieces. Countless demonic black vines sprouted from the dark sky. The vines twisted together to form a giant black palm 30,000 meters long. The giant fists punched at the millions of mountains in the sky, shattering them into rubble and scattering them across the sky. The seal of mountains and rivers retreated after the mountains were destroyed. Several cracks appeared on its surface as it flew back into Taiyuan's hand. Taiyuan's eyes widened in shock. Mu Luo wasn't an ordinary shatter cultivator. He couldn't defeat him alone. Taoist Taiyuan, come back. You're no match for him. Giant Yu shouted. Taiyuan didn't need Giant Yu's reminder to retreat on a streak of light. You want to leave? Mu Luo snorted and changed his hand seal. Countless vines punched at Taiyuan from afar. Startled, Taiyuan immediately summoned the divine mountain armor to protect himself. Many cultivators of the mountain realm cultivated this art. It allowed them to devour earthen veins and refine their natal divine mountain armor, granting them unparalleled defense. Taiyuan's divine mountain armor wouldn't be broken even by a slightly stronger shatter cultivator. However, the divine mountain armor trembled when Mu Luo's vines punched it. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, and it wasn't far from shattering. He himself also felt a sharp pain in his chest, and was slightly affected by the fist radiance. He retreated tens of thousands of feet in the sky before he managed to stabilize himself. He looked at Mu Luo with a venomous gaze. Taoist Giant Yu, lend me a hand. All right. Without a word, Forefather Ju Yu rode off on his water-repellent beast. He exchanged a look with Taiyuan, then transformed into two streaks of light and attacked Mu Luo from two different directions. 2 against 1? How despicable, a few young cultivators in 7 Apricot City complained. A few old monsters sighed. On the path of cultivation, the victor was king and the loser was the bandit. There was no such thing as despicable. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Mu Luo was much stronger than Taiyuan. However, his chances of winning against both Taiyuan and Giant Yu at the same time weren't high. Humph, come at me together. I have nothing to fear. Void art, omniscient nature. Mu Luo changed his hand seal, and a 50,000-meter-tall tree spirit manifested behind him. Wielding an enormous black wooden sword, the tree spirit swung at Taiyuan and Giant Yu. Both of their expressions changed, and they stopped their escape lights. Using their own methods, they were barely able to block the sword light. Before they could rest for a moment, the tree spirit swung its sword again, exhausting the two. Mu Luo couldn't defeat Taiyuan and Giant Yu with the tree spirit, but he was undefeatable. Where did this Mu Luo come from? He's fighting two at the same level and yet he's still undefeated. Zhao Bongji inhaled. He'd never heard of such a powerful figure in the Rain World. 10,000 years ago, Thunder Monarch Buzhou was infamous throughout the Rain World. He'd almost overturned the Rain World status as the weakest in the 9 realms. Unfortunately, Thunder Monarch Bu Zhou perished under mysterious circumstances, leaving the Rain World without a hero. Within 1,000 years, a white-robed sword god appeared in the Rain World. He'd obtained the sword demon's inheritance and was nearly invincible at the same level. Unfortunately, it was said that he'd offended Yun Zhongshuan and had his cultivation sealed for many years. Otherwise, he might have broken through to the fifth fragmentation realm long ago. If that was the case, Zhao Banji and the others wouldn't dare to show off in the Rain World. Apart from these two, there hadn't been any powerful figures in the Rain World for tens of thousands of years. Where did this Muluo come from? He couldn't possibly be a nobody since he was able to fight two people at the same time. Looks like you'll need my help from the side. Zhao Banji's eyes flashed with a trace of sinister light. He secretly took out a golden pearl from his sleeve, raised his hand and threw it towards Muluo. This pearl was called the Great Earth Pearl. If it was used for a sneak attack, it was enough to tear open the flesh of an ordinary fifth fragmentation old monster. Even though Zhao Banji's attack was very secretive, many people still saw him sneak attack. Many people immediately shouted, "Senior Muluo, be careful." Yu Lingkong's pretty face turned red like a blossoming peach. Shameless. The people of the mountain world were too shameless. Not only did they fight 2 against 1, they even had a third-person sneak attack from the side. Even in the cultivation world, it was rare to see such a shameless thing. Ji He, Mu Xiaohuan, Mu Xiaoliang and Feng Shuiyan, who were just eating and drinking, were even more furious. They didn't like the cultivation world and they hated Zhao Banji's despicable behavior even more. These people are really despicable. They snuck into the Rain World to find trouble with Brother Fan. When they couldn't find Brother Fan, they attacked him. What a bunch of shameless old men. Sneak attack, huh? Muluo's eyes turned a little gloomy. At this moment, he was using all his strength to control the giant shadow of the tree demon to attack Taiyuan and Juyu. It would be difficult for him to have the remaining strength to block the sneak attack of the Great Earth Pearl. Just as he was thinking about how to break this pearl, a slightly illusory golden vortex suddenly appeared in front of the Great Earth Pearl. That Great Earth Pearl directly entered the vortex and vanished into thin air without making any sound. Who is it? How dare you take away my magic treasure? Zhao Banji was furious. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Only then did he realize that a white-robed young man had appeared outside 7 Apricot City. That young man was very young. His bone age was only slightly more than 1,000 years. However, his chi was at the void fragmentation realm. The young man had refined the flowing light ring, a piece of spiritual equipment. His chi was ethereal and unfathomable. For a moment, Zhao Banji could not tell which heavenly layer the young man's cultivation base was. However, he recognized the young man's appearance. He knew that the young man's cultivation base was only at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The evil cloud rain sovereign, Ning Fan. Zhao Banji was so angry that he laughed. He didn't expect that his Great Earth Pearl would be taken away by Ning Fan, who was just at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. If the old monsters of the mountain world find out about this, he, Zhao Banji, would certainly become a laughingstock. Brother Fan. Quick. Go and teach these shameless old men a lesson. Ji He waved her fists and said to Ning Fan angrily. Little cucumber, quickly go and chop them up. Yu Lingkong's beautiful eyes were as cold as ice. Big brother, you're here. Su Qiuling instantly felt relieved. As far as she was concerned, there was nothing that Ning Fan could not accomplish with his help. Su Yan, Gu Sherngyang, Fen Qi and the other devil concubines, as well as Bai Su, Yalan and Su Yao, all of their nervousness disappeared the moment they saw Ning Fan. It was all because he was here in 7 Apricot City. Don't worry. I'm here. Ning Fan's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, he appeared in the sky. It was just a casual sentence, but it had a special magical power that made all the cultivators in 7 Apricot City believe that nothing bad would happen to the city as long as Ning Fan was here. Ning Fan walked towards Zhao Banji and the others step by step. He went past Ming Ke, the other women and Mu Luo. As soon as he appeared, the 2 old ancestors, Tai Yuan and Ju Yu, immediately stopped attacking and retreated. Their eyes narrowed slightly. Mu Luo also dispelled the shadow of the tree demon and said to Ning Fan. The enemy is a little troublesome. It's all right. Ning Fan stopped moving and his eyes flashed with cold light. The people of the world only knew that the rain world was the weakest. However, they did not know that it was Ning Fan who killed the Vine Sovereign and shocked the demon world. If Ning Fan was in the past, he might be afraid of these 5 old monsters of the mountain world. However, he had already taken dozens of void fragmentation realm lives along the way. Even in the demon world, he had never been afraid of them. Why would he be afraid of the mountain world? Ning Fan's body gave off the aura force of a sovereign that made one's heart palpitate. A trace of his sovereign chi was equivalent to 20 traces of other people's. The aura force of his sovereign chi was 20 times stronger than Zhao Banji's. When Zhao Banji was only 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang away from him, the sovereign chi in his body was actually trembling. His expression changed and he looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. How many traces of sovereign chi does this young man have? He actually made my sovereign chi fear him. However, this young man is really arrogant. Looking at his expression, it seems like he doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Zhao Banji sneered and said with a clear voice. I am Zhao Banji. The reason why I came to the rain world today is to demand an explanation from fellow Daoist Ning. The outside world has been saying that fellow Daoist Ning killed the previous rain sovereign. Is this true? Zhao Banji firmly believed that Ning Fan was just putting on an act. In fact, he was extremely afraid of the experts of the mountain world. He firmly believed that Ning Fan did not have the strength to kill Yin Zhongshuan and he had never killed him before. He firmly believed that Ning Fan could only lower his head and admit his mistake in the face of his questioning. If Ning Fan was sensible and gave him half of the wealth of the Rain Palace, he would stop while he was ahead and not teach Ning Fan a lesson. If Ning Fan did not know what was good for him, even if Zhao Banji did not dare to publicly kill the Rain Sovereign and provoke the investigation of the deacons of the upper world, he would still severely injure Ning Fan and kill him to his heart's content in 7 Apricot City to teach Ning Fan a painful lesson. The Rain world was the weakest in the 9 worlds. The weak were born to be bullied by the strong. Ning Fan did not answer Zhao Banji's question. Instead, he glanced at the crowd below him and pointed at one of them. You, come up here. Yes. The cultivator who was pointed at by Ning Fan immediately flew into the sky and bowed respectfully to Ning Fan. He was a revered elder of the Rain Palace. His cultivation base was at the mid-divine transformation realm. Ever since Ning Fan became the divine sovereign of the Rain world, Li Tsangtian had sent many revered elders of the Rain Palace to listen to Ning Fan's orders. Now that Ning Fan was the Rain sovereign, this revered elder naturally did not dare to show any disrespect to him. Let me ask you. According to the agreement between the 9 worlds, can cultivators from another world enter my Rain world without the permission of the divine sovereign of this world? Ning Fan asked indifferently. According to the rules, they can't. However, if the cultivators who enter the Rain world do not have any malicious intent, no one will usually pursue the matter. That revered elder answered respectfully. If the cultivators from another world intrude my Rain world and die here, how should we deal with this matter? Ning Fan asked again. Death cannot atone for their crimes. No one will pursue the matter. However, under normal circumstances, only void fragmentation realm old monsters can intrude into other worlds. No one will kill a void fragmentation realm old monster. That revered elder answered again. All right. You can go down now. Ning Fan gave an indifferent order and that revered elder immediately descended to the ground. Ning Fan raised his head and his eyes suddenly swept across the 5 old monsters of the mountain world. All of you have heard it. If you die in the Rain world, the mountain world will not pursue the matter. If the cultivators who intrude my Rain world do not have any malicious intent, it is not necessary for me to kill them. However, all of you wanted to harm the cultivators of my Rain world without saying anything. It seems like your malicious intent is not light. Since that is the case, you can just die in the Rain world. I want to let all the worlds see if my Rain world is really the weakest in the 9 worlds and can be bullied easily. Senior Mu Luo, you deal with that Zhao Banji. Leave the rest to me. Mu Luo was stunned. Even he did not expect that Ning Fan would actually have killing intent towards the 5 cultivators of the mountain world. Zhao Banji and the others were stunned. Then, all of them raised their heads and laughed heartily. You're just a little kid with a bone age of 1,000 years. You sure have a big mouth. Originally, I just wanted to gain some benefits from entering the rain world. Since you don't know what's good for you, I won't say anything more. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, I will leave this little kid to you. Fellow Taoist Taiyuan, fellow Taoist Juyu, the two of you hold Muluo back. Fellow Taoist Shumi, follow this old man and slaughter this city. As soon as Zhao Banji finished speaking, the sect master of the Red Sand sect who had lost 3% of his cultivation base immediately burst into laughter. He held a blood-red banner in his hand and rushed towards Ning Fan. Sinful Cloud Rain Sovereign, grant me your guidance. The sect master of the Red Sand sect sneered. He did not put Ning Fan in his eyes at all. He waved the blood-red banner and countless blood-red ghosts immediately surrounded Ning Fan. The eyes of these ghostly figures were lifeless. If a cultivator were to come into contact with these ghostly figures, they would lose a great deal of their essence blood. If one touched it too much, they would die under the attacks of the ghostly shadows. This treasure could instantly kill a shatter cultivator. Even an ordinary shatter cultivator wouldn't be able to block the attack of the ghost shadow. Destroy. Ning Fan's second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm aura force suddenly soared into the sky. Sword light flashed from his sword and a black sword sense spread across the entire sky. Each of the ghostly shadows that were struck by the sword sense died instantly. Second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Didn't the reports say that he was a demolisher? The 5 mountain realm eccentrics were visibly taken aback. So what if it was broken in two? It was only slightly stronger than Shatter 1, but it wasn't worth mentioning to the 5 of them. Red Sand Formation, open. The sect master of the Red Sand sect waved the blood-red banner again. All of a sudden, an enormous blood-red formation diagram appeared in the sky. This formation diagram was called the Red Sand Formation. It was powerful enough to instantly kill a shatter cultivator. Ning Fan did not say much. He took a step forward and transformed into his black robes. His eyes were as cold as ice, indifferent and emotionless. At the moment he transformed into his incarnation, his cultivation base instantly skyrocketed to the 3rd heavenly layer unrivaled realm. He raised his hand and extracted all the earth souls and void souls and swallowed them into his stomach. Ning Fan's aura force rose steadily. In an instant, his cultivation base reached the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. The red sand formation diagram shattered into countless blood-red light spots. He lifted his finger and pointed at the ground. All of a sudden, a gigantic golden vortex appeared beneath the sect master's feet. Outside of that golden vortex, there was another golden vortex that was even larger. The two vortexes rotated violently in opposite directions, forming two completely opposite ripping forces. Spatial strangulation. The expression of the sect master of the Red Sand sect changed drastically. His lower body began to rotate clockwise with his waist as the center while his upper body began to rotate counterclockwise. It was his first time witnessing such a strange phenomenon. It was as if there was a huge invisible hand twisting him like a towel. Before he could react, his body had already been twisted into two by the spatial vortex force. His physical body had been destroyed. His primordial spirit escaped from the dismembered body in a panic and desperately tried to escape towards Zhao Banji and the others. He was afraid. Terrified, how could he have imagined that Ning Fan was not a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm weakling like the information he received? Instead, he was a shatter second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator who could instantly raise his cultivation base to the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He was one cultivation level lower than Ning Fan. He was no match for Ning Fan at all. Fellow Taoist Red Sand, be careful. Zhao Banji and the others shouted with a change of expression. However, right in front of Red Sand's primordial spirit, another gigantic golden vortex suddenly appeared. Red Sand was running too fast. He could not avoid it in time and directly fell into the vortex. Then, he heard a miserable scream coming from within the vortex. Red Sand was dead. Senior Muluo, go and deal with Zhao Banji. I only have 3 opponents left. Ning Fan casually kept Red Sand's storage pouch. His eyes flashed with blood-red light and his baleful chi dyed the vast sky red. After sensing Ning Fan's terrifying baleful chi and ferocious might, Zhao Banji and the others turned pale with fright. He killed a rogue immortal before. He killed a rogue immortal before. Fake, this evil chi must be fake. This old man has heard of a demonic path mystic technique that can fake baleful aura. Many people, upon seeing the frightening baleful aura of the enemy, would often turn around and flee without a fight. Humph. Ning Fan's baleful chi must be a disguise. How could he possibly kill a rogue immortal old monster? He purposely disguised his baleful aura in an attempt to scare us away. How despicable. Old ancestor Jiyu harumphed coldly and was the first to regain his composure. He called Ning Fan despicable, but he did not know that Ning Fan had never faked his baleful chi. It was truly despicable of him to gang up on Mu Luo with Taiyuan forefather. Fellow Taoist Jiyu is right. This child's baleful aura is definitely fake. However, we have indeed underestimated this young man and ended fellow Taoist Hong Sha's life in vain. I didn't expect him to be so proficient in the soul extraction technique and incarnation technique. His cultivation base is only at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, but he can instantly raise his cultivation base to the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. I can't underestimate this kid anymore. Taiyuan said solemnly. So what if you're a fourth demolisher? This kid is definitely not my opponent. Old monster Sumi's eyes turned gloomy. Before he could finish his words, a gigantic golden vortex suddenly appeared beneath his feet. His expression immediately changed. He withdrew his body and flew backwards while shouting in Ning Fan's direction in anger. Despicable brat, how dare you sneak attack me? Sneak attack? I have already declared war on all of you, haven't I? Return. Ning Fan flicked his finger continuously. Several hundreds of gigantic golden vortexes appeared in the sky one after another, sealing off all of old monster Shumi's escape routes. Shumi old monster was careless, and stepped into a whirlpool that had just appeared, both his feet immediately sinking. His expression changed, and just as he was about to break free from the vortex, hundreds of golden vortexes suddenly appeared around the vortex. All of the whirlpools produced a strong suction force. In just an instant, old monster Shumi was sucked into the whirlpools and sealed inside Ning Fan's natal heavenly dwelling. Fellow Taoist Shumi. Where did you take fellow Taoist Sumi? Zhao Banji, Taiyuan, and Juyue paled. This spatial vortex technique was very strange. It appeared without any warning and was very difficult to defend against. Previously, Ning Fan had easily killed the sect master of the Red Sands sect with the spatial vortex technique. Now, he had forcefully taken away the Shumi old monster with hundreds of golden vortexes. It seemed like Shumi old monster had been sealed in some kind of magical heavenly dwelling by Ning Fan. Thinking of this, the three of them were slightly relieved. What old monster Shumi was most proficient in was space-related divine abilities. If he is sealed in the space of Ning Fan's heavenly dwelling, old monster Shumi would certainly have a way to escape. Unfortunately, the three of them had overestimated old monster Sumi's abilities and underestimated the strength of Ning Fan's natal heavenly dwelling. Inside the pure gold heavenly cave, Shumi old monster looked at the 72 floating golden continents in the heavenly cave, his eyes filled with shock. He who had always been proficient in spatial abilities was actually sucked away by Ning Fan's spatial ability. This was just too unbelievable. Shumi old monster discovered that this heavenly grotto heaven space was a high-grade heavenly grotto heaven, and there was no defensive array formation, so it was not difficult to break. There was a dissolving force in the cave, which was slowly melting his body and Yuanshan into a pool of blood. The speed of dissolving was not fast. Ning Fan's current cultivation base was at the fourth break realm and his cultivation base was also at the fourth break realm. It would take at least 100 breaths of time before he would be melted into a pool of blood. 100 breaths is enough for me to escape. I only need half a breath of time to break this high-grade heavenly grotto heaven. Break! Shumi old monster pointed his finger, shooting out a ray of silver light at the barrier of the heavenly grotto heaven. The barrier trembled and then shattered into pieces. Shumi old monster sneered, mocking Ning Fan for trying to trap him with a high-grade heavenly grotto heaven that did not have any formations. What a wishful thinking. After breaking the barrier of the heavenly grotto heaven, he thought that he would be teleported out of this heavenly grotto heaven. However, things did not turn out as he wished. he did not manage to escape. Shumi Old Monster found it hard to believe that after breaking a high-grade heavenly grotto heaven, there was still another heavenly grotto heaven surrounding him. He attacked again and broke another layer of the heavenly grotto heaven. However, there were still countless heavenly grotto heavens surrounding him. Limitless heavenly grotto heaven. Not good. If I can't find a way to break out of this heavenly grotto heaven within 100 breaths, I will melt into a pool of blood and die here. Asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk boom. He kept shattering the heavenly grotto heavens, but there were still endless heavenly grotto heavens surrounding him. I can't escape, I can't escape. With his cultivation, he could not see through the mysteries of this infinite heavenly grotto heaven. With Ningfan's current magic power cultivation base and the cultivation base of the spatial vortex technique, it would take him 100 breaths of time to melt a fourth body-shattering realm cultivator and 2 hours to melt a fifth body-shattering realm cultivator. If he were to kill a sixth body-shattering realm cultivator, not only would he not be able to keep him into his spatial zone, even if he was lucky enough to do so, he would not be able to kill him. The speed at which Ningfan killed the cultivators would increase along with the increase of his cultivation base. It would also increase along with the number of cultivators he killed. Every time a cultivator died in the void vortex heaven, their flesh and blood would be absorbed by the void vortex heaven to increase its lethality. If Ningfan had not comprehended the limitless heavenly dwelling technique, he might have set up a formation in his natal heavenly dwelling to prevent others from destroying it. Now that he had the infinite grotto heaven, he didn't need to do that anymore. Even among the itinerant immortals, not many of them could see through the profundities of the infinite grotto heaven. Strange. Why hasn't Old Monster Shumi broken free yet? Could it be that he's trapped in the infinite grotto heaven? Just as Zhao Banji and the others were thinking about this question, Muluo let out a cold laugh. Then, he turned into a ray of escaping light and charged at Zhao Banji. Ningfan had said that he would hold Zhao Banji back while he would kill the rest. At first, Muluo did not believe that Ningfan had the strength to fight against 2 5-break realm cultivators alone. After witnessing the power of the spatial vortex technique, he believed it. I am a vile person. I will always take revenge for my grudges. Die. Muluo pointed a finger forward, and pure wood elemental demonic energy transformed into streaks of extremely sharp azure sword light that pierced towards Zhao Banji. Zhao Banji's expression darkened. He immediately summoned the divine mountain armor to protect himself and took Muluo's attack head-on. Among this group of cultivators from the mountain world, Zhao Banji was the strongest. His divine mountain armor was strong enough to shatter the attacks of 6 cultivators. Muluo's sword light was blocked by the divine mountain armor. Zhao Banji remained unscathed. He raised his hand and took out a fiery red pearl, throwing it at Muluo. Without saying anything, Muluo raised his hand and crushed the fiery red pearl with a finger. The cultivators of the mountain world were good at defense but bad at offense. Muluo and Zhao Banji's expressions turned grim. Muluo had to admit that Zhao Banji's defense was very shocking. It was not something he could break. Zhao Banji, on the other hand, realized that he was no match for Muluo. He could only rely on the divine mountain armor to protect himself at most. It was impossible for him to defeat Muluo. I will hold this man back. The 2 of you kill Ningfan. I will bear the responsibility of killing the Rain Sovereign. Zhao Banji's face turned pale. He finally realized that it was a mistake to bring his companions to the Rain World to blackmail and extort. After Yun Zongshuan's death, the Rain World did not become weaker. Instead, it became stronger. Hong Sha fell and Sumi was trapped. There were 5 of them when they came, but only 3 of them were left in the blink of an eye. The evil Cloud Rain Sovereign, Ningfan, was a ruthless character. He really should not have come here to provoke him. However, the grudge between them had already been formed. Since the other party had the intention to kill him, he had no choice but to kill him. He had no other choice. Even if he had to commit the crime of killing a sovereign beyond his territory and be punished by the deacons of the 4 heavens, he still had to kill Ningfan. As soon as Zhao Banji finished his words, Old Ancestor Taiyuan stepped on the golden compass while Old Ancestor Juyu rode on the water-repelling beast and attacked Ningfan. Both of their faces turned pale. They also realized that extorting Ningfan was a wrong decision. They came to the wrong place. They shouldn't have come to the Rain World. However, it was useless for them to regret now. they could only kill Ning Fan. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the ancient golden sword. Then, he rode the sword and avoided their attacks. He had trapped Old Monster Sumi with the spatial vortex technique. Before Old Monster Sumi dies, he could not take away any 5-break realm cultivator. 100 breaths. After 100 breaths, Old Monster Sumi would die in the spatial vortex. At that time, Ning Fan could then kill the other 5-break realm cultivator. Humph. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why? Do you only know how to run now? Old Ancestor Juyu sneered. He raised his hand and took out the Jade Bowl magic treasure. As soon as the Jade Bowl rose into the sky, its mouth immediately became incomparably huge and fell on Ning Fan's head. That Jade Bowl was attached to his spirit and had the ability to freeze his body. Ning Fan could not move his body to escape the attack range of the Jade Bowl. Spatial vortex teleportation. Ning Fan changed his hand seal and a massive golden vortex immediately appeared under the ancient golden sword. It sucked Ning Fan into the vortex and he disappeared on the spot. The Jade Bowl magic treasure missed its target. At the next moment, a golden vortex suddenly appeared 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, away. Ning Fan's body flashed. He stepped on the ancient sword and appeared in the golden light. The spatial vortex teleportation was a type of spatial teleportation ability. Its effect was a few times stronger than the void teleportation technique. Ning Fan had once used this technique to directly send his cultivation method to Li Long. With his current cultivation base, he was still unable to perform long-distance teleportation. He could only teleport within 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang. Even so, it was enough for him to avoid Old Ancestor Juyu's attack. Brat, die. A sharp killing intent suddenly came from behind. Old Ancestor Taiyuan seemed to have predicted Ning Fan's teleportation location in advance. The moment Ning Fan appeared, he immediately took out his magic treasure and attacked without saying a word. It was an awl-shaped magic treasure. It was black and was called the armor-piercing awl. It was used to break one's defense and launch sneak attacks. Ning Fan retreated with his sword and lifted his finger to point at the armor-piercing awl. A golden vortex immediately appeared in front of the armor-piercing awl and sucked it into it. At the next moment, a golden vortex suddenly appeared behind Old Ancestor Juyu. The armor-piercing awl flew out from it and aimed at the vital parts on his back. Ning Fan directly used the spatial vortex teleportation and teleported the armor-piercing awl to another place. Old Ancestor Juyu's hair stood on end. He could feel an extremely sharp magic treasure coming at him from behind. The armor-piercing awl, it was the magic treasure that Old Ancestor Taiyuan used to attack Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan had used a strange ability to change the direction of its attack and it was coming at him instead. Old Ancestor Juyu could no longer avoid the owl's attack. He gritted his teeth and summoned the Divine Mountain Armor to protect himself. Divine Mountain Armor, appear. Dark yellow stone-like skin appeared all over his body. It was like a suit of armor that protected his body. He seemed to have turned into a stone man. His defense had reached its peak at this moment. The armor-piercing awl struck the Divine Mountain Armor with a loud bang. However, it only broke a layer of defense on the surface of the armor. Old Ancestor Juyu felt relieved. Even though his Divine Mountain Armor was not as powerful as Zhao Banji's, it was still slightly stronger than Old Ancestor Taiyuan's. Thus, it naturally would not be broken by the armor-piercing awl so easily. Old Ancestor Juyu raised his hand and returned the armor-piercing awl to Old Ancestor Taiyuan. Old Ancestor Taiyuan's face turned red. He was clearly going to attack Ning Fan but he ended up attacking Old Ancestor Juyu instead. Luckily, he did not hurt Old Ancestor Juyu. If he was injured in the slightest, his old face would really be useless. The dignified 5-break-old monster actually used his magic treasure on his own ally. How embarrassing. This young man's strength is not as good as mine or Taiyuan. However, his abilities are strange. I can't take him down within a short period of time. Old Ancestor Juyu and Old Ancestor Taiyuan worked together to besiege Ning Fan. With the speed of the ancient golden sword and the power of the spatial vortex technique, Ning Fan was more than capable of protecting himself. 100 breaths passed very quickly. In despair, Old Monster Sumi turned into a pool of blood and died in the spatial vortex cave. His blood seeped into the spatial vortex cave, adding a trace of blood-red color to the cave. He was the first person to kill in the spatial vortex cave, but he would not be the last. The more he killed, the faster the spatial vortex cave would dissolve the cultivators. Golden light flashed in front of Ning Fan and a storage pouch appeared in front of him. It was old monster Shumi's storage pouch. Ning Fan kept the storage pouch. He knew that old monster Shumi was already dead. Now, he could continue to take away the next person and kill him. Isn't that old monster Shumi's storage pouch? How did this brat take it away? Old monster Taiyuan's eyes were filled with surprise. Old monster Shumi is a greedy and stingy person. If he is not dead, he would never hand over his storage pouch. Could it be that he is already dead? He died in this brat's heavenly dwelling? How is this possible? Old ancestor Juyu was also shocked. That's right. Old monster Shumi is already dead. It's the next one's turn. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had been besieged by 2 fifth break realm experts for 100 breaths. Now, it was his turn to counterattack. He stepped on the tip of the ancient sword and performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. Traces of golden light that seemed to be real yet illusory revolved around his fingers. At the same time, 4 incomparably massive golden vortexes appeared around old monster Taiyuan. Each of the vortexes shot out a ray of golden light that pierced through his heart like a cross. The cross did not hurt him at all. However, it trapped him at the center of the 4 vortexes, rendering him unable to move for a moment. Spatial intertwining vortexes, 4 golden vortexes also appeared around old monster Taiyue. However, he was much more decisive. As soon as the vortexes appeared, he immediately jumped off the water-repelling beast. With a sway of his body, he avoided being pierced through by the 4 vortexes. His water-repelling beast, on the other hand, was not as lucky. It was fixed in midair by the light of the cross. Then, a massive golden vortex appeared under the feet of the water-repelling beast and old ancestor Taiyuan respectively. They were sucked into the vortex and sealed inside the spatial vortex cave. The water-repelling beast was merely a void-tempered beast. Half a breath after being sealed inside the cave, it shrieked in agony and died as a puddle of blood. Taiyuan's heart trembled as he looked at the puddle of blood beside him. He could imagine that old monster Shumi, who'd been sealed inside the cave, would have died in the same manner. How frightening. This cave is very strange. Given my cultivation, I'd die as a puddle of blood if I stayed here for 2 hours. However, it's only a high-grade cave. It won't be difficult to shatter it. Don't even think of trapping me with it. With a cold snort, Taiyuan raised his armor-piercing awl and shattered the cave space. His figure blurred as he tried to leave the cave, only to find that he was still unable to do so. Only then did he realize that the cave was layered with layers upon layers. He raised his armor-piercing awl again and shattered a layer of the cave, but there was still another outside. Again and again, he found to his dismay that there was still a heaven beyond the heavens, a boundless paradise. No wonder old monster Shumi would die here. My understanding of the heavenly abode technique isn't even as good as old monster Shumi. If he can't escape, how can I? This is bad. This is bad. If I can't get out of this place within 2 hours, I'll certainly die as a puddle of blood. Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk Taiyuan had no idea how many layers of the cave he'd shattered, but he still couldn't leave. His heart grew heavier and the despair in his eyes increased. In the outside world, Ning Fan was already fighting against old ancestor Juyu. Zhao Banji was still fighting Mu Luo in a stalemate. Relying on his unparalleled defense, he was barely not defeated. At this moment, Zhao Banji and old ancestor Juyu's eyes were filled with fear. The sect master of the Red Sand sect had died under Ning Fan's spatial vortex. Old monster Shumi had died in Ning Fan's spatial vortex. Now, old ancestor Taiyuan had also been sucked away by the spatial vortex. No one knew if he was still alive or not, damn it. What kind of ability is that golden vortex? How could it be so powerful? Zhao Banji's expression was uncertain. What he didn't know was that this was the signature technique of the Three Realms sect in the Heaven Immortal Realm, the Vortex technique. The Three Realms sect had always kept a low profile in the immortal world. Although there were quite a few people in the sect who cultivated the Vortex art, they rarely revealed it to the public. At this moment, he didn't have any intention to fight, and he just wanted to flee back to the mountain dimension. Ning Fan was just too powerful. With just the ancient golden sword beneath his feet, no one could harm his life today. The speed of the ancient golden sword could easily crush the 6 cultivators. If Ning Fan fled on the sword, Zhao Banji would not even be able to catch up to him, let alone kill him. Instead, he used the ancient sword and the spatial vortex technique to deal with old ancestor Juyu. That was the scariest part. Zhao Banji inwardly speculated that perhaps Ning Fan had some kind of restriction when he took away old monster Shimi and old ancestor Taiyuan's heavenly dwelling. He could only take away one person at a time. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly trembled, and his decision to leave became even more resolute. Ning Fan was clearly waiting for his skills to cool down. Once he was done with Taiyuan, his next target would be him. Rain Sovereign, please calm down. I was reckless this time. I shouldn't have come to the Rain World to create trouble. Rain Sovereign, please forgive me and let me go back to the mountain dimension for the sake of my relationship with the previous Rain Sovereign. Zhao Banji gritted his teeth and began to show weakness. Old ancestor Juyu's face showed hesitation. His skin was not as thick as Zhao Banji's. He could not beg for mercy. However, his eyes flickered. He also wanted to escape back to the mountain dimension. He did not want to waste another 2 hours here and be killed by Ning Fan, whose skills were on cooldown. Zhao Banji begged for mercy because he could not get away from Mu Luo. Old ancestor Juyu, on the other hand, did not have such concerns. His strength was above Ning Fan. Even though he could not kill Ning Fan could not trap him either. If he wanted to leave, Ning Fan would not be able to stop him. I'm sorry. The situation forced me to leave first. Fellow Daoist Zhao, you're on your own now. Old ancestor Juyu raised his hand and took out a jade slip of the realm gate. He crushed it, planning to abandon Zhao Banji and escape alone. If he didn't run away, he could at least hold Ning Fan back and share some of Zhao Banji's burden. If he escapes, Ning Fan would naturally split up his forces and launch a pincer attack on Zhao Banji. Then, Zhao Banji's chances of survival would become even slimmer. The instant ancestor Juyu crushed the jade slip, a bright light flashed behind him, and a huge dark yellow realm gate appeared. Zhao Banji's face turned ashen when he saw that old ancestor Juyu wanted to abandon him and flee on his own. He cursed old ancestor Juyu in his heart. The cultivation world was cruel, and cultivators were selfish. If they joined hands to bully the weak, they would naturally collude with each other. If a great disaster were to befall them, they could only return to their respective homes and find their mothers. It was better for them to die than for me. I'm finished. With Juyu gone, I'll definitely die. I'll definitely die. If I die, I won't die because of Ning Fan, the Rain Sovereign, but because of Juyu. When Zhao Banji saw old ancestor Juyu step into the realm gate and escape along the realm passage, despair filled his face. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have acted in the first place. He shouldn't have come to the Rain World, he shouldn't have come. What, the 9 worlds are the weakest? What, the new sovereign is weak? Nonsense. Nonsense. Even though the current Rain World was still unable to squeeze into the 3 middle realms, it was definitely not the weakest in the 9 worlds. Zhao Banji was confident that he was not weaker than the sovereigns of the 3 lower worlds. However, even he found it hard to protect himself in the Rain World. If the other sovereigns of the 3 lower worlds attack the Rain World, they would certainly end up the same way, death. Has he escaped? What a pity. Even though my spatial vortex technique has reached the grand completion stage, my cultivation base is still not strong enough. I can't kill all of them in one fell swoop. What a pity. Zili, go and kill him. Remember to bring his storage pouch back. Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring. A purple-black light flashed in the sky and a gigantic purple-eyed peacock appeared. As soon as the purple-eyed peacock appeared, an extremely evil and ferocious beast chi swept across the entire 7 apricot city. Zhao Banji's entire body began to tremble. Shatter. Shatter 6 sovereign beasts. Moreover, the chi of this sovereign beast is extremely ferocious. I'm afraid there aren't many people who are its match even among those of the 6th break realm. The Rain Sovereign of Evil Cloud actually has such a ferocious beast. Even the 7 break-old monsters of my mountain world wouldn't dare to come to the rain world recklessly. Moreover, we are still in a tough battle with the Earth Immortal world. Following Ning Fan's order, Niali flapped his wings and turned into a purple-black demonic rainbow. He flew into the realm gate and chased after Old Ancestor Juyu. Old Ancestor Juyu, who was fleeing desperately on the realm passage, heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he had escaped from death. Suddenly, he felt the terrifying chi of a ferocious beast coming from behind him. He turned his head to take a look. With just a single glance, his face turned pale with fright. Saw. 6 break invincible sovereign beast. How is this possible? Niali's purple eyes were filled with faint disdain. He suddenly flapped his wings. Waves of purple-black wind blades cut Old Ancestor Juyu into countless pieces in just an instant. All the flesh and essence of Old Ancestor Juyu's corpse were absorbed by Niali. As for the storage pouch, Niali held it in his mouth and brought it back to Ning Fan. In the past, Niali was able to kill the Vine Sovereign when his cultivation base was only at the 5th break realm. Today, Niali's cultivation base was much higher while Old Ancestor Juyu was much weaker than the Vine Sovereign. He did not even have the strength to fight back against Niali. After tens of breaths, Niali returned with Old Ancestor Juyu's storage pouch in his mouth and passed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and pointed at Zhao Banji. Kill him. Shriek. Niali let out a long cry. He turned into a purple-black demonic rainbow and rushed towards Zhao Banji. My life is over. Zhao Banji closed his eyes in despair. He knew that he was going to die for sure. Since I can't escape, I won't run anymore. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. They glinted with ferocious light and he stared at Ning Fan with extreme hatred. Let's perish together, Niayan Rain Sovereign. At this moment, Zhao Banji ignited his primordial spirit and chose to die by self-detonation. Even if he dies, he would drag a few of them down with him. Niali's face was filled with disdain. He opened his mouth and sucked all of Zhao Banji's self-detonation force into his stomach, leaving him unscathed. If Zhao Banji's cultivation base was at the 6th break realm, Niali would still be a little afraid. Why would Niali be afraid of a mere 5th break realm cultivator? Ning Fan raised his hand and kept Zhao Banji's storage pouch. Then, his eye swept across the surroundings. At this moment, tens of thousands of cultivators in the entire 7 Apricot City were filled with disbelief. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable fanaticism. This was the true strength of the Niayan Rain Sovereign, Ning Fan. All the cultivators of the mountain world who barged into the rain world to show off their strength had died in the rain world. If this matter is spread out, the 9 worlds would certainly be shaken. From today onwards, who would still dare to say that the rain world is the weakest in the 9 worlds? Those cultivators from the other worlds who wanted to sneak into the rain world with ill intentions would need to reconsider their actions from today onwards. Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring and kept Niali. He thought further. Niali was exposed once again. This time, many people would probably guess that he was the culprit who killed the Vine Sovereign. Will the remaining members of the 3 Worlds sect come to seek revenge? The sect master of the 3 Worlds sect had died on the way to assassinate Liu Bei. To be continued. In the void between the mountain world and the earth god world, a barren continent floated in the air. This was the void battlefield where the 2 realms fought. There were countless temporary cultivation cities built on it. The entire continent was covered by a formation, isolating it from the void storm. Both realms had dispatched hundreds of thousands of cultivators above the nascent soul stage, and they had been fighting here for several years. This battle would last for at least a few years, and at most a few decades. There were 15 void fragmentation realm experts in the cultivation city of the mountain realm. On the side of the Earth Immortal world, there were 21 void fragmentation realm experts guarding the battlefield in the void. The 2 sides did not fight to the death. Most of the time, it was a large-scale battle between low-level cultivators. There were very few battles between void fragmentation realm experts. After all, every single one of them was an old monster who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. He wasn't willing to take the risk unless it was absolutely necessary. Zhao Banji left the battlefield and hasn't returned yet? Where did he go? In a cultivation city in the mountain realm, a bald old man frowned with displeasure. This bald old man was one of the 4-7 shatter old monsters of the mountain world, and he was the ancestor of the West Mountain Hall. He had always admired Zhao Banji and had tried to recruit him into the West Mountain Hall. For this realm war, he had specially invited Zhao Banji to assist him. Who would have thought that Zhao Banji would leave the battlefield without permission? Reporting to Old Ancestor, Senior Zhao went to the Rain World. It is said that before he went to the Rain World, he also invited a few close friends, saying that he wanted to go to the Rain World to ask for some benefits. A divine transformation realm cultivator replied respectfully. Going to the Rain World to seek benefits? This Zhao Banji. Old Ancestor West Mountain laughed and shook his head. Since Zhao Banji was only going to extort money from the Rain Palace, he would return to the battlefield sooner or later. As long as he would come back, that was enough. Hehe, the Rain World just lost the Rain Emperor, and there are 2 new Divine Emperors, but their cultivation levels are so low that they are not worth mentioning. The Rain World was destined to decline. Zhao Banji's trip to the Rain Immortal World will surely be fruitful. Old Ancestor Xishan was smiling when his face suddenly stiffened. Then, he revealed an extremely shocked expression. Patting his storage pouch, he took out a fate token that had been broken in half. His eyes gradually darkened. Zhao Banji died in the Rain World. How is this possible? It's just a mere Rain World. When the low-grade cultivators below heard that Zhao Banji was dead, they revealed expressions of extreme shock. They all knew that Zhao Banji's strength was comparable to the current 4 emperors of the Mountain Realm, and he was almost no weaker than the previous Rain Emperor, Xianxia. It was said that the Rain World had just lost a Divine Emperor and their only 5 Shatterer Realm cultivator. How could such a ruthless character like Zhao Banji die in the Rain World? Rain World Mountain of Rain World World of World God. I want to know how Zhao Banji died. Old Ancestor Xishan's eyes were extremely gloomy. World Ancestor and World God. Dragon. A of World Ancestor. A World Sect. World of Emperor of World. Dragon. In Zhao Banji's group, there were 3/5 Shatter Realm experts, 1/4 Shatter Realm expert and 1/3 Shatter Realm expert. Almost all of them had died in the hands of the Rain Sovereign Ning Fan. In this battle, Ning Fan used a Purple Eye Peacock which had a cultivation base of Realm 6 Dragon Fan. Purple Eye Peacock. Purple Eye Peacock. Isn't it very similar to the ferocious beast that destroyed the Vine Palace of the Tree World? I remember that the ferocious beast was called Nyeli. However, it seemed to be a Realm 5 Dragon Realm cultivator. Could it be that the infamous Northern Tree Sovereign Liu Bei is the Rain Sovereign Ning Fan? It's not impossible. What I didn't expect the most is that the Rain World actually has a mysterious Realm 7 Dragon Fan. A Realm 7 Dragon Fan, a Realm 6 Dragon Fan, a Realm 5 Dragon Fan and a Realm 7 Dragon Fan who could kill a Realm 5 Dragon Fan. There are quite a lot of experts above the Realm 5 Dragon Fan. Old Ancestor Xishan frowned deeply. Initially, he wanted to leave the battlefield and go to the Rain World to avenge Zhao Banji. Now that he knew that there was a Realm 7 Dragon Fan in the Rain World, even he would not dare to sneak into the Rain World and attack the Rain Palace. I didn't expect the Rain World to become so powerful after Yun Zhongshuan's death. I can't simply sneak into the Rain World anymore. Ning Fan, huh? Humph. He's quite a character. He's even stronger than Yun Zhongshuan. Old Ancestor Xishan's eyes turned gloomy. In the end, he no longer mentioned anything about Zhao Banji's death. Tree World, Eastern Tree Sea, Bamboo Palace. The Bamboo Sovereign looked at the jade slip in his hand with a complicated expression. Liu Bei's true identity is most likely the Divine Sovereign of the Rain World, Ning Fan. I didn't expect such a heaven-shaking figure to appear in the Rain World. What's even more unexpected is that there's actually a Realm 7 Dragon Fan in the Rain World right now. Looks like it's my Tree World's turn to wear the title of being the weakest in the 9 worlds. Southern Tree Sea, Lu Palace. Lu Haoyue looked at the information in his hand in silence. After a long time, he suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes were filled with admiration. Brother Ning killed 5 Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Mountain World alone, including 3 Realm 5 Dragon Fan. I'm no match for him. With him around, the Rain World will most likely rise in this generation. Heaven Immortal World, 3 World Sect. After the death of the previous sect master, the 3 World Sect elected a new sect master after a series of battles. The new sect master was the only Realm 7 Dragon fan in the sect. His name was Gu Dao. At this moment, he was holding a piece of information with a gloomy expression. It seems like the Rain Sovereign Ning Fan is most likely Liu Bei who caused chaos in the tree world. Liu Bei. Humph. According to the divination of the Heaven Mending sect, the old sect master died in Liu Bei's hands. He is Liu Bei. On the surface, there's already a Realm 7 Dragon fan in the Rain world. There might be an even stronger old monster in the dark. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to harm the old sect master. We can only put aside the revenge of the old sect master for the time being. Send people to keep a close eye on the Rain world. If Ning Fan leaves the Rain world and sneaks into other worlds, I'll personally take action and kill him. Devil World, Nirvana Palace. The young Moksha sovereign was sitting on the throne. He was holding a piece of information in his hand with a gloomy expression. Behind the young Moksha sovereign stood an elderly Moksha sovereign. His eyes were equally cold. The middle-aged Moksha sovereign had already died in Ning Fan's hands. This was Moksha sovereign's body with 3 bodies. Damn it. This kid has already matured. I can't go to the Rain world so easily anymore. Han Yuanji really treats this disciple very well. He is only cultivated for 60 years and his bone age is 1,000 years old, but he has already broken through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Humph. It's obvious that Han Yuanji has given the foundation of the Black Evil sect to this kid for his breakthrough. Ning Fan? Humph. You'd better not fall into my hands. The young Moksha sovereign crushed the jade slip in his hand. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In an icy sword city in the sword world. The old monster looked at the information in his hand in disbelief. It was too unbelievable. Brat Ning Fan has broken 2 of his jade slip. Moreover, he fought against 5 of them alone and killed 3 of them. One of them was at the 4th heavenly layer and the last one was at the 3rd heavenly layer. How many years has it been? The ancient heavenly court will only open in another 40 years. He actually broke through to the void fragmentation realm in such a short time. What a monster. He's worthy of being my disciple. He's indeed different from ordinary people. The old monster looked at the 2 people beside him proudly. One of them was a lady with black hair that flowed like a waterfall and white robes. The other person was an old man in gray robes. His face was pale and his hair was white. His pupils were golden in color. The lady's cultivation base was close to the void refinement realm. She had a peerless beauty with a plum blossom on her temple. Her eyes were like orchids in an empty valley and her temperament was as cold as a sword. Her cold eyes rippled when she heard Ning Fan's news. She raised her palm and looked at the indistinct one-heart sword seal on the back of her hand. Little Devil Ning has already reached the void fragmentation realm. The old man's aptitude is monstrous and the young one's aptitude is even more monstrous. They're indeed master and disciple. She was little Dugu who had formed the one-heart sword seal with Ning Fan. The old monster's smile became even more proud after hearing little Dugu's words. Suddenly, he thought of something and smiled wretchedly. He then said to the other person beside him. Old Xia, can you do me a favor? A favor? I'm just a nodding acquaintance with you. The reason why I'm protecting you in the sword world is because of the divine cultivation method you have. I've said before that I will only protect you from death for 100 years. I won't help you with anything. Hey, don't say that. It's just a small favor. Hee hee. To you, it's just a matter of running around. I want you to help me deliver a letter. Deliver a letter? To who? The golden-eyed old man was startled. To my disciple, Rain Sovereign Ning Fan. To you, going from the sword world to the rain world only takes the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Are you really not going to help me with such a small favor? I have a deep friendship with you. I won't help you for nothing. This time, what price do you have to pay in exchange for my help? The golden-eyed old man's tone was indifferent. Cut, cut, cut. I've never seen someone as stingy as you in my life. Take it. The old monster took out a jade slip and imprinted something on it. The golden-eyed old man took the jade slip and glanced at it. His indifferent face immediately showed a hint of surprise. This reward is sufficient. Fine, I'll make a trip to the sword dimension on your behalf. I haven't been there for many years. When I went there in the past, I met a junior. He seemed to be called Zhou Chen. His sword intent was quite unique. Where's the letter? Here. The old monster took out a black jade slip and imprinted some words on it. Then, he passed the jade slip to the golden-eyed old man. The golden-eyed old man took the black jade slip. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and drew a line in front of him. A world passage to cross worlds appeared. His chi was vaguely that of a loose immortal. There didn't seem to be any loose immortals in the sword world of the three lower realms. He took a step forward and his body turned into a golden sword light. In a flash, he had already gone far away. His speed was far faster than a loose immortal or even a life immortal. It was comparable to a true immortal. He was clearly a loose immortal, but his speed was comparable to a true immortal. Old man Han, who is this senior? Is he really a cultivator of the sword world? I've never heard of his name. Little Dugu's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. Old man Xia is indeed a cultivator of the sword world. It's very normal that you haven't heard of him. I've just started cultivating, but his cultivation base was already exceedingly high. When I broke through to the true crossing realm, I was only on par with him. He's a loose immortal, but I'm afraid there's no loose immortal who's more powerful than him in this world. Don't tell anyone about him, not even your father. TCH, I'm too lazy to tell. I already know about little devil Ning. I'm leaving. Seeing you annoys me. You better think of a way to save my sister quickly. Little Dugu took a step forward and turned into a sword light, disappearing without a trace. When he was alone, the old monster's face gradually revealed a hint of desolation. The Tao Earth will only be unsealed after a few decades. Although little Ning has broken through to the void fragmentation realm, he still can't plant the Yin Yang Dao fruit. Little Mei, I still have to wait for a few decades to plant the Dao seed. I still have to wait for a few hundred years to harvest the Dao fruit and save you. Will you wait for me? Rain World. A few days had passed since Ning Fan killed Zhao Bonji and his group. There were only a total of 100,000 Dao crystals in their storage pouches. Ning Fan was not interested in the other things. After that, Ning Fan summoned Li Long, who was far away in the middle state, and ordered him to stay in 7 Apricot City. He also asked Li Long to slightly reveal his 7 shattering realm in front of countless cultivators. He had to intimidate all the worlds to maintain the stability of the Rain World and the safety of 7 Apricot City. He held several pieces of information in his hands. Some of them were about the 3-world sect, the Mountain World, the Devil World and other worlds. When the news of 7 shattering realm guarding the Rain World spread, the 3-world sect and the Mountain World no longer made any moves, as if they had temporarily given up on their hostility towards him. The Devil World also remained silent. That was how it seemed on the surface, but Ning Fan had no idea what the truth was. He still asked Li Long to stay in 7 Apricot City. If Ning Fan was not in the Rain World, as long as Li Long was here, 7 Apricot City would be safe unless Sui Ba came personally. 7 Apricot City still had Mu Luo. If Mu Luo ignited his demon soul, he could display the power of a loose demon for a certain period of time. Even if a loose immortal came, he would not be able to do anything to him. After that, his demon soul would be burnt and he would die. This kind of situation was not what Ning Fan wanted to see. I am already at the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. This cultivation level is enough for me to protect myself. However, it is not enough to protect everyone behind me. If I have a 5th heavenly layer cultivation level, I don't need to be afraid even if I have a 6th heavenly layer cultivation level. If I have a 6th heavenly layer cultivation level, with my abilities, it is enough to sweep across the 3 middle realms. As long as I am here, in 7 Apricot City, the wind and snow were silent. Ning Fan stood in the Sea Fan Palace, stepping on the thick layer of snow. He looked at the winter plum blossoms that were blooming at night in silence. All of a sudden, his eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression. He turned around and looked behind him. Unknowingly, an elderly man in grey robes with golden pupils had appeared behind him. This elderly man had a loose immortal cultivation level, however, the pressure that he gave Ning Fan was far greater than anyone else in the 9 worlds. He had once felt this kind of pressure from the realm beast. The realm beast was an expert at the Duzhen realm. Who was this elderly man? He was actually stronger than the realm beast. Why would there be such an expert in the 9 worlds? Little friend, you don't need to be nervous. This old man has no evil intentions in coming here. I am here to deliver a letter to you on behalf of your master. The golden-eyed elderly man pointed his finger. A ray of black light flew towards Ning Fan out of nowhere and turned into a black jade slip. Is this person here to deliver a letter on behalf of my master? Ning Fan's heart slightly relaxed, but he still didn't let down his guard. He raised his hand to catch the black jade slip. After checking that there was no mistake, he scanned the contents with his spirit sense. It was indeed a letter from the old monster. Spirit sense couldn't be faked. Moreover, the old monster mentioned in the letter that the golden-eyed sword cultivator in front of him was one of his own. His surname was Xia and he was an old senior. Ning Fan didn't need to be courteous with him. How can I not be courteous? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. From the old monster's tone, he could vaguely tell that this golden-eyed elderly man wasn't a good friend of the old monster. If it was Wei Xian, the old monster's brother, Ning Fan might be thick-skinned enough to ask for some benefits. If it was this golden-eyed elderly man, Ning Fan wouldn't do such a stupid thing. It would only make others look down on him. The main purpose of this letter from the old devil was actually something else. In the past, the old monster took Ning Fan as his disciple because he wanted to plant the Dao fruit using Ning Fan's yin and yang power to save his wife. Although the relationship between him and Ning Fan gradually deepened, he didn't forget his original intention. The old monster told Ning Fan about his original intention of taking him as his disciple without hiding anything. He also told Ning Fan that the Dao soil where the Dao fruit was planted would need another 10 years to be unsealed. That was why Ning Fan didn't have to rush to the Sword World. Instead, he should make preparations for the trip to the ancient heavenly court and seek for a great fortune. There's no need to rush to the Sword World. Ning Fan kept the jade slip in silence and cupped his fists at the golden-eyed elderly man. Thank you for sending this letter, senior. You're welcome. This old man has received some benefits from your master. It's only natural for me to contribute some effort. I also know that your master didn't give me such a great benefit just to send a letter. Most likely, he wants me to bestow you some fortune. This sword. The golden-eyed elderly man suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed Ning Fan's storage pouch. All of a sudden, a ray of golden sword light flew out from Ning Fan's storage pouch and went into the golden-eyed elderly man's hand. That sword was none other than the Emperor Xia's sword that Ning Fan obtained from the tree world. It's been many years since we last met. I didn't expect to see this sword again. That year, I was still traveling in the tree world. This sword accidentally hurt a righteous man. It's inauspicious and I abandoned it in the deep valley. I didn't expect this sword to be in your hands. It seems like we're fated to meet. The golden-eyed elderly man's mind moved. The Emperor Xia's sword immediately turned into a ray of golden light and flew back into Ning Fan's storage pouch. Ning Fan's eyes widened. This golden-eyed elderly man is really impressive. He just raised his hand and snatched the Emperor Xia's sword from my storage pouch. Judging from his words, he's the former owner of the Emperor Xia's sword. The old monster said that this person's surname is Xia. Could it be that he's Emperor Xia? Oh? You still have this item? The fate between us is indeed not shallow. The golden-eyed elderly man seemed to have discovered something. He pointed at Ning Fan's storage pouch and 2 dragon pearls, one black and one white, immediately flew out from the pouch and landed on his palm. The yin-yang dragon pearl. In the past, I've also fished for the yin-yang dragon pearl. Unfortunately, it came too late. I don't need it anymore. Thus, I abandoned it. Fine. Since we're fated to meet, I'll bestow you some opportunities. Your sword intent is quite similar to mine. Lock. Sword light suddenly flashed in the golden-eyed elderly man's eyes. An earth-shattering sword intent immediately locked onto Ning Fan. The strength of that sword intent was enough to instantly kill a life-immortal realm expert. The strength of that sword intent gave Ning Fan a feeling that he could not win against it. It was as if Ning Fan would be cut into countless pieces by that sword intent with just a single thought from the elderly man. What surprised Ning Fan was that the Emperor Xia's sword intent that he had comprehended from the Emperor Xia's sword was rapidly improving under the elderly man's help, minor accomplishment, grand accomplishment, perfection. After perfection, it would be the 9th grade. The elderly man had actually given Ning Fan some of his Emperor Xia's sword intent, allowing Ning Fan's sword intent to reach the 9th grade sword intent realm. This is all I can help you with. If you want your sword intent to improve to a higher grade step by step, it all depends on your own luck. Our fate has come to an end. I'm leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-eyed elderly man lifted his hand and tore open a passage in the world. He turned into a ray of sword light and entered the passage, disappearing in an instant. Ning Fan no longer had the time to ponder. He immediately sat cross-legged on the snowy ground and stabilized his sword intent. In 7 Apricot City, the little demoness eyes were filled with astonishment. It's him. He's suppressing his cultivation base and deliberately not breaking through to the life immortal realm. However, his strength is comparable to a true immortal realm expert. He's the Sword Emperor of the Sword World 6 million years ago. P.S. Emperor Xia has appeared. Uncle Shrimp's cameo is really powerful. In the previous chapters of this book, Rogue Immortal Sword Cultivator was mentioned several times. To be continued. After a night, Ning Fan finally managed to calm the raging sword intent. Ning Fan fell into deep thought as he sensed the power of his 9th grade sword intent, which had greatly increased. Sword intent was much harder to cultivate than other intents. The God Intent Stone and the Tree God Fruit were both unable to raise the grade of the sword intent. The best way to improve sword intent was to devour high-grade flying swords and high-grade sword intents. The cultivation of sword intent was very difficult. Ning Fan knew that if he didn't put all his effort into cultivating the sword intent, the chance of him reaching the 1st grade was almost zero. Currently, I don't have enough time to cultivate the sword wholeheartedly. Sword technique is one of my many techniques, but it's not my Dao. A messenger flying sword flew towards Ning Fan from the direction of the Godly Void Pavilion. Ning Fan shattered the flying sword with one of his fingers. After listening to the voice transmission, his eyes flashed. Standing up, he stepped on the thick snow and walked out of Si Fan Palace towards the Godly Void Pavilion. He walked all the way to the little demon girl's chamber without anyone stopping him. In the Godly Void Pavilion, the little demoness had already brewed the Qilin tea and was waiting for Ning Fan's arrival. As soon as she saw Ning Fan, she immediately narrowed her eyes into a crescent shape and said with a smile, "Hubby, you have such a great reputation. You killed 5 Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Mountain World in a row. Now, the entire Rain World is praising your strength." "Really?" Ning Fan sat in front of the little demoness, picked up the teacup and drank the Kirin tea in one gulp. Back then, he had yet to break through to the Void Fragmentation Realm and was unable to endure the medicinal power of the Qilin tea. Now, however, he no longer had to worry about it. "Is the tea brewed by my wife delicious?" "Delicious. Let's get down to business. Are we going to the Immortal Burning Valley today?" Ning Fan felt a little helpless. The little demoness was still pretending to be his Dao companion. "Yes. I've agreed to meet Hidaozi and the others in the Immortal Burning Valley. They'll be a bit late, so let's go wait there. Oh, by the way, there's one thing I haven't asked for your permission on. Without your permission, I wouldn't dare ask for a 3rd helper. You know that He Xiao and I will each hire 3 helpers to help us obtain the map. You're one of the 3 helpers. As for the other 2, guess who the 2nd helper is? Hint, she is from the Rain World." The little demoness pretended to look at Ning Fan innocently, but it was all an act. Ning Fan was startled. He didn't think that the 3rd helper that the little demoness wanted to find needed his approval before she dared to invite him. Who is the 2nd helper? Ning Fan obviously did not have the mood to guess. Red shirt. You can also call her Thunder Emperor Buzhou. I heard that you have an ambiguous relationship with Hong Yi. Is that true? The little demoness quietly looked at Ning Fan. She noticed that when Ning Fan heard that the 2nd helper was Hong Yi, he only slightly twitched his eyelids without much surprise. After all, the little demon girl had already said that the 2nd helper was someone from the Rain World. From Ning Fan's point of view, there were no outstanding experts in the Rain World. It was not surprising for the little demoness to take a fancy to Hong Yi and make her helper. Who is the third helper that you want to invite? Ning Fan continued to ask. The third helper is her. Her physique is useful for the fourth stage of the immemorial realm. The little demon girl took out a scroll and opened it. What was drawn in the scroll was an innocent and pure young girl. Jihe, no. Ning Fan's eyes were resolute. There was no room for discussion and he directly rejected the little demoness' suggestion. Letting Jihe participate in the journey to retrieve the map. What a joke! Even though Ning Fan did not know what kind of dangers they would encounter on the way to retrieve the map, he firmly believed that even a void fragmentation expert would have a slim chance of survival. At the very least, they would need a void fragmentation cultivation base to barely protect themselves. Jihe was just a gold core realm cultivator. If she goes to such a dangerous place, she would certainly not have the strength to protect herself. Ning Fan also did not have absolute confidence to ensure her safety. I have a treasure. If I give it to her to protect herself, she will be very safe. As long as nothing happens in the 5 stages of the immemorial realm, Jihe will not be in any danger. What if there is an accident? There is no need to mention this again. Ning Fan's tone was too firm and his eyes were too stubborn. It was the little demoness' first time seeing such a Ning Fan. As expected, Jihe is very important to him. The little demoness felt a little empty in her heart, as if she had already predicted this situation. She nodded and said, "All right, I won't let her go. On our side, only you, Hong Yi and I will go. My traveling light is faster than you, so I will go first. After you are done with the matters in 7 Apricot City, come and meet me in the Immortal Burning Valley. Take a look at this jade slip. There is a detailed introduction of the Immortal Burning Valley in it." Without saying anything else, the little demoness put down a jade slip on the table, stood up and walked out of the pavilion. She turned into a ray of light and disappeared in a flash. She had not finished her tea, but she was no longer in the mood to drink. Her cultivation base had gradually recovered to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Is she throwing a tantrum? Ning Fan was startled. He was not stupid. He could naturally see that the little demoness was a little different from usual. She did not call him Little Fan Fan nor did she call him husband. She did not even have the intention to pester him. She actually left alone. Was it because Ning Fan did not agree to let Jihe go with him? Ning Fan shook his head. If the little demoness was unhappy because of this reason, Ning Fan would not care even if she was angered to death. No matter what, Ning Fan would not let Jihe be in danger. She should not be involved in the matters of the cultivation world. After carefully reading the jade slip, Ning Fan's figure flashed and returned to Fan Palace. He informed everyone about the matter of going to the Immortal Burning Valley and Xianxia. He left 12 thunder shock seeds in 7 Apricot City and gave them to Yu Lingkong to defend against the possible enemies. Then, he took out the ancient golden sword and left. The little demoness was not throwing a tantrum. She was just a little disappointed and unspeakable annoyed. She was so disappointed that she could not even fake a smile. She no longer had the mood to be entangled with Ning Fan. No, because Ning Fan cared about Jihe, he would never let her be in danger. Then what about her? If one day, she returned to the Eastern Heaven Godly Void Pavilion. If one day, she was forced to die by the old monsters in the pavilion, would Ning Fan care about her like how he cared about Jihe? Would Ning Fan protect her behind him in front of countless true immortals and say no, it shouldn't be? She was not angry, she was just jealous. Xianxia, you are actually jealous of the descendant of ancient chaos. This is not like you. The little demoness closed her eyes and silently recited the scripture of the void scripture while flying. After a long time, all of her distracting thoughts disappeared, and what replaced them was the same smiling expression that she always had. Yes, this is how I should be. Little Fan Fan or whatever, it's enough to be ambiguous, there's no need to be true. I only need to follow the ancestors' instructions and pester him. There's no need to think about other things that I shouldn't think about. After all, one day, I will be pushed out to die. The so-called godly void young pavilion master may look glamorous on the surface, but in reality, he is just a sacrificial offering. The little demoness flew with a smile on her face. That smile was still a disguise. One had to admit that after the little demoness cultivation base recovered to the 6-break realm, her speed became faster. Even an ordinary 8-break realm cultivator would not be able to travel at such a speed. Ning Fan naturally could not catch up to her. Ning Fan stood on the tip of the ancient sword and occasionally took out immortal jades and placed them into the groove of the ancient sword. He flew across the middle state towards the northwest continent of the Rain Immortal world. His destination was the West Flame country in the northwest continent. The immortal burning valley was located in the West Flame country. Along the way, he passed by countless cultivation countries. None of the grand formations that locked the countries could stop him. Along the way, when they saw the cultivation base of the Golden Sword light, their eyes were filled with admiration and even fanaticism. They knew that the person who flew across the sky was their Lord Rain Sovereign, Ning Fan. When Yin Zhongshuan was in charge of the Rain world, it had always been known as the weakest in the 9 worlds and was often bullied by others. In the past, when Moksha Sovereign entered the Rain world to kill people, Yin Zhongshuan did not even let out a fart. The incidents of Moksha Sovereign entering the Rain world to kill people had happened countless times. Every time, Yin Zhongshuan would just remain silent. For 1,000 years ago, there was even a 6th break realm devil cultivator who openly entered the Rain world and massacred 4 high-grade cultivation countries. He sacrificed the lives of countless cultivators and mortals to refine his soul banner. At that time, Yin Zhongshuan still remained silent. 6,000 years ago, there was once an unrivaled 5th break realm old monster who entered the Rain world and borrowed some Dao crystals from the Rain Palace to cultivate. Yin Zhongshuan gritted his teeth and still gave the Dao crystals to that person. Although he also understood that the person would never return the Dao crystals of the Rain Palace to him. When Yin Zhongshuan was in charge of the Rain world, he would only suppress the cultivators of the world, plot against the Thunder Sovereign and deal with Yin Tianjue. He was very cautious towards outsiders. He did not dare to act recklessly as he was afraid that he would bring great trouble upon himself. What he loved the most in his life was to get himself into trouble. What he hated the most was to bend his knees and lower his head to others. This kind of unyielding character was very deadly. If he did not have a powerful trump card, it would be very easy for him to get himself into trouble and be killed by a powerful enemy that he could not afford to offend. Therefore, Ning Fan kept searching for trump cards that could save his life and keep becoming stronger. He wanted to become an existence that others could not afford to offend. All of this was just to prevent his soul from bending his knees and lowering his head to anyone. If he were to compare himself to the emperors of the mortal world, Ning Fan was not a benevolent monarch who ruled the world but a tyrant who expanded his territory. After traveling for a few days, the West Flame country was already right in front of him. As soon as he entered the country, he saw a ray of fiery light shooting up into the sky from the center of the country. The location of that fiery light was the Immortal Burning Valley. There used to be an ancient sect in the Immortal Burning Valley which was called the Shedding Orchid sect. After the Shedding Orchid sect was destroyed, the Immortal Burning Valley became a dangerous place. At the same time, it also had countless opportunities of the Shedding Orchid sect. Countless cultivators of the Rain world were keen on coming to this place to try their luck and obtain opportunities. The valley was filled with endless dangers. Those below the nascent soul realm could not even enter the outer region of the Immortal Burning Valley. Even if a nascent soul realm cultivator were to enter the outer region, most of them would only be able to survive. In order to enter the valley, one must at least have an absolute void stage cultivation base. Only then would one be able to break through the flame formation of the valley and enter the valley. In the deepest part of the valley, there was a place called the Fallen Abyss. Immortal flames interweaved in the abyss. Even the Rain Sovereign could not enter that place. According to the Rain Sovereign, the Fallen Abyss contained the Emergence Pill. In the past, the Rain Sovereign had used Ning Fan and protected him in order to obtain this rare and elusive Emergence Pill. Other than the Fallen Abyss, there were countless other abysses in the valley. One of them was called the Immemorial Abyss. According to the Little Demoness, the immemorial fisherman and woven cowhide basket painting was hidden in this immemorial abyss. In order to obtain the painting, one would need to pass 5 tests and 1 door. The 5 tests referred to the 5 tests of the immemorial 5 tests. Each of them was extremely dangerous. Ning Fan had no idea about the specifics. The 1 door referred to the door of the forbidden area. According to the little demoness, one must gather all 6 keys in order to open the door of the forbidden area. The name of the key was the shedding orchid key. It was a type of key that was made from blue wandering gold. Only by gathering all 6 shedding orchid keys could one open the door of the forbidden area. Unfortunately, Hidaozi only had 3 shedding orchid keys while the little demoness only had 2. There was still one more key that they could not find, therefore, they were prepared to forcefully blast open the door of the forbidden area of the shedding orchid sect. However, if they do that, there would be many unknown twists and turns. The last shedding orchid key seems to be in my hands. Standing on the ancient sword, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and took out a bronze key. He had obtained it by accident when he cut the divine chests on Pill Island in the past. He did not expect that this key would come in handy during this trip to search for the map. The little demoness left too quickly. Ning Fan did not have the time to tell her that he had the 6th key. Forget it. About the key, I'll talk about it after I pass the 5 trials of the ancient times and arrive at the giant door of the forbidden area. Ning Fan flew all the way into the immortal burning valley. The immortal burning valley was huge. It was comparable to a high-grade cultivation country. The outer area was filled with endless mountains and dense forests. The Xianxia in this place was extremely dense and there were many ghosts and spirits living there. Most of the ghosts were at the Gold Core realm and above. Occasionally, there would be some nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm ghosts wandering in the outer area. These ghosts had low intelligence. Occasionally, some of them would fly into the sky and try to attack Ning Fan. However, they were all destroyed by his sword sense. After flying for hundreds of millions of li*, Ning Fan arrived at the inner part of the immortal burning valley. The inner part of the valley was surrounded by layers of green flames which formed an extremely powerful fire formation. It was impossible for cultivators who were not at the absolute void stage to get through this fire formation. Ning Fan kept the ancient sword and landed on the ground. He carefully studied the green flames. These green flames seemed to be the seed fire of some kind of immortal fire. Could it be the immortal fire in the fallen abyss? Devour. Ning Fan opened his mouth and inhaled. The green flames on the fire formation turned into green fire lotuses and were all swallowed by him. Gradually, the entire fire formation was devoured by Ning Fan. From today onwards, there were no more fire formations in this place. Even if one's cultivation base was not at the absolute void stage, he could still enter the inner part of the valley. Of course, the inner part of the valley was incomparably dangerous. Without an absolute void stage cultivation base, one would be courting death if he or she enters. The fire elemental body of the minor 5 elements physique has reached the great perfection stage. Is this the power of the seed fire of the immortal fire? If I head to the fallen abyss and devour all the immortal fire, my fire elemental body should be able to reach the great perfection stage in one go. The reason why Ning Fan entered the immortal burning valley this time was to head to the fallen abyss. Be it the immortal fire or the emergence pill, both of them were extremely tempting to him. The Rain Sovereign was already dead. If Ning Fan obtains the emergence pill, he would naturally consume it himself. The little demoness should still be waiting for him in the ancient abyss. During this period of time, he would head to the fallen abyss to collect the emergence pill. Ning Fan turned into a ray of light and flew towards the direction of the fallen abyss. The information that the little demoness gave him included the map of the entire immortal burning valley. Many locations that were filled with illusory formations were marked out. With this information, Ning Fan would be able to avoid all the dangers and reach the fallen abyss. The Xianxia inside the valley was denser than the outside. There was a special type of undead spirit in this place, vengeful spirit. This kind of vengeful spirit was born from the resentment of the dead. It would gather and disperse at times. Sometimes, the resentment would gather and form void refinement realm vengeful spirits to besiege those who enter the valley. Sometimes, the resentment would gather and form void fragmentation realm vengeful spirits that would kill in all directions. Even a void fragmentation realm vengeful spirit could not live for too long. It could only live for 7 days at most. Then, its spiritual body would dissipate and turn back into resentment, which would then condense into other vengeful spirits. If a vengeful spirit dies, it would also turn back into resentment. Theoretically speaking, if the resentment in this place is not eliminated, there would be no end to the vengeful spirits. Knowing that there might be void fragmentation realm vengeful spirits in this place, Ning Fan directly activated his flowing light ring and flew away while concealing himself, avoiding a lot of trouble. 1 hour later, he arrived at the fallen abyss. It was an abyss filled with a boundless sea of fire. The sea of fire was green in color and would turn into the shape of a green lotus. It was an immortal fire. It was unknown how deep the abyss was. The emergence pill was most likely at the bottom of the sea of fire. Ning Fan did not enter the sea of fire rashly. Looking at the sea of immortal fire from a close distance gave him a terrifying feeling. If he enters the sea of fire rashly, he would certainly end up dead. His only hope of survival was still the power of the steel of sun and moon that could restrain the immortal fire. Currently, the steel of sun and moon had absorbed 2 yang spirits and 1 yin spirit. However, it was still not enough to restrain the immortal fire. Ning Fan's cultivation base was at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In front of the immortal fire, this level of cultivation base was not worth mentioning. As for the minor 5 elements body, Ning Fan's minor 5 elements body had yet to attain the great perfection of the fire element. His body's defensive power against fire was still very limited. If he could attain the great perfection of the fire element, even if it was not as good as the inextinguishable fire body, it would still be useful. At that time, with the protection of the minor 5 elements body and the steel of sun and moon, Ning Fan had full confidence that he would not die after entering the sea of immortal fire. As for the idea of taking the immortal fire away, Ning Fan temporarily dismissed it. His current cultivation base was not enough to subdue the immortal fire. If he forcefully takes it away, he would probably be burned to ashes by the immortal fire. If the immortal fire was that easy to be subdued, it would have been taken by the Rain Sovereign a long time ago. Why would it stay here and hinder others from taking the emergence pill? I should try to perfect my fire elemental physique first. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ground. He raised his hand and drew out balls of green flames from the sea of flames, refining them one after another. Although he could not take away the celestial fire for the time being, he could use the celestial fire to cultivate the lesser 5 elements constitution. The grade of the immortal fire was very high. Even if one cultivated the great 5 elements constitution, they could use it. Using it to cultivate the lesser 5 elements constitution was really overkill. Balls of green flames were refined into Ning Fan's body. The perfection stage of his fire elemental physique began to rise slowly. 6%, 7%, 8%, 1 day later, Ning Fan's fire elemental physique had reached perfection. His body's strength had increased, but the ancient devil's cultivation did not increase by a small realm like when he had perfected the wood element. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the reckless devil realm. He was unable to break through to the supreme devil realm with the help of the fire elemental perfection. Venerated demonic venerate was a major realm. If he wanted to break through, just perfecting one of his constitutions was not enough. Ning Fan stood up and looked at the sea of immortal flames in front of him. It was no longer as terrifying as before. Now that his fire elemental physique was perfected, his physical body's defense against fire had risen to an extremely heaven-defying level. With the protection of the steel of sun and moon, as long as he was careful, he would be able to advance and retreat calmly in the immortal flames. After absorbing the flames for 1 day, the sea of immortal flames did not reduce at all. Ning Fan withdrew his gaze and took out a fiery red pill to consume. This pill was called the Fire Resistance Pill. It was a low-grade 7th Revolution pill. It could improve a cultivator's fire defense for 2 hours. After refining the pill, Ning Fan stepped on the sea of immortal flames. Immediately, he felt a scorching sensation under his feet. His skin felt like it was about to be burnt. As the power of the steel of sun and moon spread to Ning Fan's body, the scorching sensation decreased a little. Even though it was still scorching hot, it would not cause any damage to his body. After making sure that he would be fine after stepping on the immortal flames, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. With a flash, he dived into the sea of flames. The lower he went, the higher the temperature of the immortal flames became. In the end, even with the protection of the steel of sun and moon, Ning Fan's skin began to burn. One should know that this period of time was when the yin qi in the immortal burning valley was at its densest and the power of the immortal flames was at its weakest. Moreover, the Rain Sovereign had been using the Sovereign Rain to extinguish fire for many years. Even so, Ningfan could not help but be amazed by the power of the immortal flames. If other cultivators enter the Sea of Flames, even if they are at the 7th or 8th fragmentation realm, they would probably die in the Sea of Flames. If the power of the immortal flames is at its peak, even a rogue immortal expert would have a high chance of dying in the Sea of Flames. When Ningfan gradually could not endure the heat of the immortal flames anymore, the ground beneath his feet suddenly disappeared and he fell into a cool stone chamber. The stone chamber was equipped with a fire-isolating formation which isolated the immortal flames from the outside world. Ningfan scanned his surroundings. He realized that this stone chamber was a pill refinement room. There was a door but he did not know where it led to. The floor was covered with dust. The pill furnace had also decayed a long time ago. There was also a skeleton lying inside the pill refinement room. It was unknown how many years it had been since it died. The bones of this skeleton were rather smooth and shiny. It was glowing with illusory light. It was obvious that the cultivation base of the owner of this skeleton was definitely not weak when he was alive. At the very least, he was a void fragmentation realm cultivator. There were some jade slips on the bookshelf. Most of them had been damaged. Ningfan took the few jade slips that were not damaged and carefully read them. Inside these jade slips were the 7 revolution pill recipes of the Shedding Orchid sect. After Ningfan read through the jade slips, they seemed to be unable to withstand the power of his spirit sense and turned into ashes. Fortunately, Ningfan had already memorized the pill recipes in his mind. Thus, he did not lose anything. There was nothing else worthy of his attention in this pill refinement room. Ningfan walked towards the door of the pill refinement room. After passing through the stone door, he entered the next pill refinement room. There was also a void fragmentation realm skeleton in this pill refinement room. Ningfan walked down the stairs and passed through hundreds of pill refinement rooms. There were void fragmentation realm cultivators who had died in all of the pill refinement rooms. Eventually, he arrived at the end of all the pill refinement rooms. It was the last stone chamber in this place. Inside the stone chamber, there was a massive pond of spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid in the pond had already dried up. At the bottom of the pond, there were 4 pills lying quietly. Among the 4 pills, 3 of them were just semi-finished products. They had yet to be completed. There was only one pill which was glowing with a mysterious light. It was a low-grade 8 revolution pill. That pill gave off a wisp of pill fragrance which had been sealed for many years. Ningfan just sniffed it and he could feel that his magic power had increased by half a yuan. This is the emergence pill. When a void fragmentation realm cultivator consumes the emergence pill, there was a very small chance for him to directly break through to the life immortal realm and ascend to become an immortal. Even if he could not ascend to the immortal realm in one go, he could still increase the cultivation base of a void fragmentation realm cultivator by 1 layer. This was the pill that Yun Zhongshuan could not forget even after he died. To be continued. Ningfan did not go to retrieve the emergence pill immediately. Instead, he frowned and looked at the edge of the spiritual liquid pool. There were 4 skeletons lying beside the spiritual liquid pool. One of them had already decayed and the robes it wore had already turned into ashes. The robes of the other 3 skeletons had yet to decay but their physical bodies had already turned into ashes, leaving only their bones. Judging from the clothes of the 3 skeletons, they were not from the same era. Moreover, one of them had the emblem of the Rain Palace embroidered on his robes. Judging from the luster of the 4 skeletons, the weakest among them was a 7th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert when they were alive. According to Ningfan's speculation, the 4 of them had a different origin from the skeletons in the hundreds of pill refinement rooms. The other skeletons were all pill refinement masters of the Shedding Orchid sect. However, these 4 skeletons were probably not the people of the Shedding Orchid sect. Instead, they were the people who came here to obtain the emergence pill. The fact that the 4 of them could pass through the Sea of Immortal Flames and arrive at this place proved that they were very powerful. The 4 of them did not die in the Sea of Flames but they died beside the emergence pill. Ningfan frowned and stared at the 4 emergence pills in the spiritual liquid pool with a solemn expression. His heart sank. There must be hidden dangers in this place. Otherwise, these 4 old monsters would not have died here. He closed his eyes and spread his spirit sense far and wide, spreading it across all the pill refinement rooms. Only then did he count that there were 256 pill refinement masters in this place. All 256 pill refinement rooms were arranged in a strange formation. The way they were arranged was like a long snake that coiled from the outside to the inside. As for the stone room that contained the emergence pill, it was located at the center of all the circular formations. This is a killing formation. Ning Fan did not know the name of this formation, but he knew that it was a type of immortal formation. This immortal formation would kill anyone who tries to take away the emergence pill. If someone is careless and thinks that they can easily take away the emergence pill after arriving at this place, they would be gravely mistaken. Unless they are prepared beforehand, even a rogue immortal would probably die under the attack of this immortal formation. As for cultivators at the 7th and 8th break realm, if they could not see the profoundness of this immortal formation, they would not be able to break it even if they noticed it. They could only leave regretfully without being able to take the emergence pill. Ning Fan closed his eyes and sensed the formation for a long time. Eventually, he shook his head and sighed. There are no tricks to break through this formation. You can only break through it with your own strength. My strength isn't enough to break the formation. If I want to take the emergence pill, I will have to endure the full attack of the immortal formation. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch, took out the last immortal control talisman and stuck it on his chest. An immortal control talisman could withstand a single attack from a rogue immortal. With the protection of this talisman, Ning Fan would not be killed by the first attack of the immortal formation. However, he would not be able to withstand the second attack. In the end, he had decided to take the ascension pill. He took out the ancient golden sword and took a step forward. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his index finger, aiming at the direction of the emergence pill. Pill, come. He activated his magic power. Suddenly, a golden whirlpool appeared beneath the spirit liquid pool. Golden whirlpools also appeared in each of the 256 alchemy rooms. The 4 emergence pills were sucked into the vortex. At the next moment, they were teleported to Ning Fan's hand. The moment the emergence pill was taken out, all 256 refining rooms started to shake. The skeletons of the various alchemists who had died all stood up strangely. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they chanted in a hoarse voice. Tao Lotus Immortal Fire, protect me. Ascension Immortal Formation, protect me. Tao Lotus Immortal Fire, protect me. Ascension Immortal Formation, protect me. At this moment, boundless green formation light rose from all the refining rooms. An extreme sense of danger rose in Ning Fan's heart, as if he would die under the attack of this immortal formation. Without saying a word, he performed a hand seal and used the spatial vortex technique to pass through all 256 refining rooms in an instant. Then, he stepped on the ancient sword and flew towards the sea of immortal flames above. Emergence, there seemed to be an ancient voice coming from the formation light. A boundless green light instantly enveloped Ning Fan's body. This green light was enough to instantly kill an 8th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator and turn them into ashes. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he would not be able to withstand this green light. The immortal control talisman in front of his chest suddenly emitted boundless silver light and burned itself out. All of a sudden, a powerful immortal barrier appeared around Ning Fan's body, blocking the attack of the green light. However, the immortal barrier dimmed very quickly. It would disappear in a few breaths' time. At that time, Ning Fan would no longer have any defensive means to block the green light. The attack range of the Grand Formation is only within the Earth Abyss. I have to get out of the abyss within 3 breaths' time. Without saying a word, Ning Fan threw out a large number of immortal jades and accelerated the speed of the ancient sword to its maximum. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, Ning Fan was still a distance away from the sea of flames. However, the talisman power of the immortal control talisman had been completely exhausted. Emergence. When these 2 words resounded in Ning Fan's ears again, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. An irresistible and boundless power landed on his body, turning his physical body into ashes bit by bit and disappearing into nothingness. Without saying a word, he transformed into his incarnation and took out a large number of defensive magic treasures from his storage pouch, activating all of them. These defensive magic treasures varied in strength. The weakest was a mortal void treasure while the strongest was a mid-grade immortal void treasure. However, these magic treasures only lasted for a breath's time under the attack of the green light before turning into ashes. As for Ningfan's incarnation, it also turned into ashes bit by bit. In just a breath's time, half of Ningfan's incarnation had already turned into ashes. He raised his hand and hammered his chest, forcefully healing his incarnation at the cost of sacrificing his own blood essence. Every second, Ningfan would damage his body once. 10 breaths later, Ningfan's sword flashed and he got out of the fallen abyss. At the moment he got out of the fallen abyss, his face turned extremely pale. He directly fell off the ancient sword and landed on the ground. Slowly getting out of his incarnation, Ningfan's face was pale but his eyes were filled with joy. The emergence pill is in my hands. There were 3 semi-finished pills and 1 completed pill. If he could find an 8th revolution pill refinement master to concoct the 3 semi-finished pills into a completed pill, he would have 4 emergence pills. Ningfan carefully sealed the emergence pill and put away the ancient sword. Then, he took out some healing pills and consumed them. After that, he summoned Niali to protect him. The emergence immortal formation was truly impressive. Ningfan had used the immortal control talisman, hundreds of mortal void and immortal void defensive magic treasures and damaged himself several times to barely escape. Moreover, this was under the situation where no one was controlling the formation. If there is someone controlling this formation, Ningfan would certainly die under this formation. If I can take this formation away and use it to protect your country, Ningfan was just thinking about it. With his current cultivation base, he was still unable to take away the immortal fire and the immortal formation. If he has the help of 2 or more rogue immortals, he could consider taking away the immortal fire and the immortal formation. Niali stood beside Ningfan to protect him. Her purple eyes were filled with anger as she glared at the fallen abyss. She could tell that the one who injured her master was the grand formation under the sea of flames. If her cultivation base was strong enough, she would certainly destroy this formation and avenge her master. From time to time, vengeful spirits lurked nearby, trying to attack Ningfan who was healing himself. Niali finally found a way to vent her anger. Every time she saw a vengeful spirit trying to attack Ningfan, she would kill them all. Even if it was a vengeful spirit with 1 or 2 pieces of its body broken, they were still no match for Niali. One day later, Ningfan's blood essence had been slightly replenished. His complexion had already returned to normal. He stood up and stroked Niali's smooth feathers. You've worked hard. Niali's purple eyes revealed some shyness, as if she wasn't used to being praised. Let's go, to the primordial abyss. With a leap, Ningfan landed on Niali's head. He raised a finger and sent a strand of spiritual sense into Niali's spiritual sea. The map of the immortal burning valley was recorded in his spiritual sense. Niali chirped obediently. Then, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky, carrying Ningfan all the way to the immemorial abyss. Outside the primordial abyss, the little demoness had already waited for 2 days. There was only a lady in red robes beside her. Xianxia and the others had yet to arrive and Ningfan had not arrived as well. The red-clothed woman was the Thunder Sovereign, Hong Yi. Little Fanfan's speed shouldn't be this slow, right? Why isn't he here yet? Hee, Hong Yi, I heard that you have a good relationship with little Fanfan. The little demon girl looked at Hong Yi playfully, her black gem-like eyes full of teasing. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes were still as cold as before. However, after hearing Ningfan's name, her cold face became slightly unnatural. I've only met him a few times, and he's helped me. I do have some friendship with him. There was no need to veto it. That was her personality. She did not have the habit of lying. Her black hair draped over her shoulders and there was a blood-red jade hairpin at the back of her head. Her fingernails were blood-red but her lips were pale. She wore a red palace dress and a pair of plain embroidered shoes. Her snow-white ankles could be vaguely seen under her dress. Just by standing there, she gave off an aura of lightning power. Today, she had been completely resurrected. Her cultivation base had even reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. When she died 10,000 years ago, she was already at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. 10,000 years later, her cultivation base had improved to the next level. Without Ningfan's help, she would not have been able to resurrect so smoothly. No one knew that after she came back to life, she recalled many things. She recalled the time when she was Ning Honghong in the demon sinister forest. She had some romantic feelings with Ning Fan. Ning Honghong was one of the 10,000 lightning grass clones of hers. She was taken by Ning Fan's mother and given to Ning Fan as a companion demon. She also recalled all of these things. There was a voice in her heart that told her that she was the high and mighty Thunder Sovereign. Another voice told her that she was Ning Fan's companion demon and Ning Fan was her master. She remembered that Ning Fan's mother once told her that Yun Tianjue was Ning Fan's father. Thus, when Yun Tianjue was defeated by her, she still helped him recover his memories. Unfortunately, her white lightning memory extinguishing technique was not enough to help Yun Tianjue recover his memories. Ning Fan. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. Soon after, this trace of complexity was well concealed by her. I am Hong Yi. Ning Honghong is just one of my clones. When she thought of that, her blood-red eyes no longer showed any trace of emotion. Eh? Is it my little Fan who has come? The little demoness looked into the distance with a smile. However, her smile disappeared at the next moment. In that direction, there were 4 rays of traveling light rushing towards them. The person in the lead was Xianxia. It doesn't seem to be your little Fan. Hong Yi sneered mockingly. It's a group of annoying people. However, we must cooperate with them to obtain the painting this time. After all, the news of the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting was given to us by the Jade Dao sect. If we obtain the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting, we naturally have to share some of the benefits with the Jade Dao sect. The traveling lights of Xianxia and the others approached them from afar. When they were 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, away from the immemorial abyss, the 4 of them landed in front of the little demoness and Hong Yi. Greetings, Miss Xiao. I hope you've been well since we parted ways in the demon world. Xianxia smiled gently. However, the little demoness only replied with an indifferent tone. I'm very well. There's no sickness or disaster. You don't have to worry about me, Hidaozi. Is that so? Xianxia was not angry at being snubbed. He knew that the little demoness had such a personality. He glanced at Hong Yi at the side. His eyes flashed and he said with a smile. Miss Xiao only has one helper, huh? Who is this fairy? Her cultivation base is really impressive. She's actually a 6-shattering realm cultivator. She's a cultivator from the rain world. Her name is Hong Yi. Xianxia's eyes scanned Hong Yi's body. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Hong Yi was a beauty. Her beauty carried the dignity of a sovereign. It was rare to see such a woman. If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. A vast lightning might immediately pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He retreated tens of steps before he could slightly remove the pressure from Hong Yi. His eyes turned cold. This woman is really arrogant and rude. She's just a cultivator from the lower world. How dare she offend me? If it wasn't for Hong Yi's high cultivation base, Xianxia really wanted to teach her a lesson. Xianxia suppressed his displeasure and said to the little demoness with a smile, why don't I see fellow Daoist Bai Mu? By the way, Miss Xiao hasn't told me who is the 3rd helper that you've invited. The 3rd helper that I've invited is Bai Mu's wife. However, Bai Mu didn't agree to let his wife risk her life in this place. That's why I didn't invite the 3rd helper. As for Bai Mu, he's probably on his way here. Speaking of Ning Fan, the little demoness' eyes lit up a little. Her expression was very dazzling. It made Xianxia's eyes turn cold. He snorted. Humph. Retrieving the map is of great importance. What's the harm in letting his wife risk her life? Will he not get any benefits after this? This Bai Mu shelf is really huge. I'm already here but he's not here yet. Is he trying to make me wait for him alone? Just as Xianxia finished speaking, a ferocious beast's aura force suddenly flew towards them from afar. It was a gigantic purple-eyed peacock. On the peacock's head stood a white-robed young man with a cold expression. Does he Daozi like to speak ill of others behind their backs? Xianxia turned his head abruptly and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Gong Yangzi and Xianxia were also surprised. Yunyomu was the only one who did not show any surprise. The evil Cloud Rain Sovereign? Why is he here? Xianxia had already heard about the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign's battle achievements when he came to the Rain World this time. In the face of 5 void fragmentation realm experts of the Mountain World, Ningfan had emerged victorious all by himself. Even Xianxia had no choice but to accept such a result. Xianxia didn't understand. The matter of obtaining the diagram was of great importance. Other than the upper echelons of Jade Dao sect and Godly Void Pavilion, no one else knew that the immemorial fisherman and cowhide diagram existed in the burning Immortal Valley. Why would the sinful Cloud Rain Sovereign come here? Could it be that he knows that one of the 4 ancient maps is hidden here? Hee. I am the Daoist child of the Eastern Heaven Jade Dao sect, Xianxia. Greetings to the Rain Sovereign. I wonder what brings the Rain Sovereign here. Xianxia revealed a gentle smile and cupped his fists at Ningfan from afar. He stared at the ferocious beast beneath Ningfan's feet with eyes filled with fear. This ferocious beast was very strong, and it wasn't something he could defend against. If he fought, he would definitely die. I am Ningfan and also Bai Mu. Do you understand what I mean? Ningfan summoned the Sinli. With a sway of his body, he appeared beside the little demoness. He shook his cauldron ring and kept the Sinli. His words stirred up huge waves in Xianxia, Gong Yangzi, and Mystic Flame's hearts. Ningfan was actually Bai Mu, whose name shook the entire demon world, was actually the Rain Sovereign of this generation. If this news were to spread, the 9 worlds would certainly be shaken. Besides, this shock would be even more shocking than when Ningfan killed the Vine Sovereign, the Rain Sovereign and the cultivators of the Mountain World. Who would have thought that the Rain Sovereign of this generation had once snuck into the demon world and single-handedly killed the Yellow Dragon clan, 39 void fragmentation realm experts and 4 rogue demons? To be continued, is this the primordial abyss? Ningfan scanned the area with his spirit sense. Below the immemorial abyss, the Yin Qi was extremely dense. It was unknown how many vengeful spirits were born there. Among them, there were no less than 100 void fragmentation realm vengeful spirits. There were even vengeful spirits at the 8 shattering realm among the auras. This place was like a nest of vengeful spirits. Ordinary people would not barge into this place. The chances of him discovering the 5 stages of the immemorial era were slim. There were even fewer who knew that the primordial fisherman's cowhide painting was hidden in the primordial 5 trials. The immemorial fisherman's cowherd painting was the first of the 4 ancient diagrams. It contained the Tao track of life and death. It could help void fragmentation realm cultivators comprehend the Tao and become immortals. The Golden Sky Black map was the second of the 4 ancient maps. It contained the path of Yin and Yang and could help a perfected immortal break through Yin and Yang to become an immortal emperor. In comparison, the value of the second picture was far above that of the first. There was no shortage of life immortals in the 4 heavens, but there was a shortage of immortal emperors. Naturally, there were far fewer people who valued the first picture. Xianxia and the others gradually put away the shocked expressions on their faces. They stared at Ningfan deeply without saying a word. Ningfan changed his name to Bai Mu and massacred all the dragons of the Yellow Dragon clan with the help of the dragon-suppressing treasure. Even though Xianxia was shocked, he was not afraid. However, Ningfan had relied on his own strength to destroy the 5 Shatterer of the Mountain World. This made Xianxia even more fearful. After all, Xianxia himself was only a 5 Shatterer. He was silent for a while before he said to the little temptress, "Miss Xiao, those who should be here are already here. Let's kill our way into the vengeful spirit's lair and break through to the position of the first stage of the primordial era. What do you think? Alright, let's move forward together and not split up. If you encounter a powerful vengeful spirit, try not to fight. Avoid it if you can." After that, the little demon girl and Hongyi took the lead and flew into the primordial abyss. Xianxia and the others also flew into the underground abyss. Yunyomu was the only one who cupped his fists at Ningfan before flying away. Ningfan was the Rain Sovereign and he was also his master. Thus, he naturally could not be rude to him. After the crowd of people left, Ningfan shook his cauldron ring and summoned Nyali. Then, he rode Nyali into the underground abyss. The underground abyss was so deep that they could not see the bottom of it. After everyone flew into it, there were immediately 7 to 8 Void Fragmentation Realm vengeful spirits and hundreds of Void Refinement Realm vengeful spirits attacking them with ghostly roars. Behind this batch of vengeful spirits, there were still countless vengeful spirits. Xianxia took out an iron fan magic treasure and fiercely fanned at the many vengeful spirits. In an instant, countless vengeful spirits were fanned into ashes. This fan could actually emitting winds that could shatter 2 wind tribulations. Sword Demon Xianxia took out a dark green flying sword. There was some hair growing on the hilt of the sword and it had eyeballs. It was very strange. The flying swords multiplied into millions, and countless vengeful spirits died under the sword light. Patriarch Enigma Flame sprayed out a yellow mist from his nose. The yellow mist pervaded the entrance of the primordial abyss. Any vengeful spirit that came into contact with the yellow mist would be incinerated to death. Yunyomu's hands were intertwined with the Tao thread of life and death. From time to time, he would use the Tao thread to kill the resentful spirits. With his current cultivation base, he could only kill vengeful spirits below the Void Fragmentation Realm instantly. He would not be able to instantly kill vengeful spirits that were at the Void Fragmentation Realm. Among these 7 to 8 Void Fragmentation Realm vengeful spirits, the strongest one among them was only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. The 4 of them attacked aggressively and killed all of the vengeful spirits very quickly. However, as they flew further down, more vengeful spirits attacked them. This time, there were more than 10 vengeful spirits in total. The strongest among them had even reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. Even Xianxia would not be able to kill vengeful spirits with such a cultivation base, let alone Xianxia, Yunyomu, and Yunyomu. Husband, it's time for us to take action. The little demoness giggled at Ning Fan. Then, she raised her palm towards one of the 5 broken vengeful spirits. A strange black hole rose from the center of her palm. The black hole produced a boundless suction force. Countless vengeful spirits were sucked into the black hole and died while screaming. Even a 5 broken vengeful spirit was instantly killed by her. In just an instant, more than half of the vengeful spirits were killed by her. This technique was called the Annihilation Technique. It was a great ability recorded in the Void Scripture. Ning Fan looked at the little demoness' palm. His eyes flashed but he did not say anything. He stood on top of the Sinli mountain and performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. Countless golden vortexes immediately appeared below him, sucking countless vengeful spirits into the vortex heavenly hole. As soon as the vengeful spirits below the Void Fragmentation Realm entered the vortex heavenly hole, they immediately turned into pus and blood and died. The blood was absorbed by the heavenly hole, increasing the power of the vortex heavenly hole bit by bit. The last 5 broken vengeful spirit was also sucked into the vortex heavenly hole. It would naturally die in 2 hours. At the moment Ning Fan kept the 5 broken vengeful spirits, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianhua were shocked. They realized that Ning Fan's spatial vortex technique was extremely terrifying. They could not withstand this ability. Zili, you will kill the rest of them. Under Ning Fan's command, the Sinli mountain immediately flapped its wings. Countless dark purple wind blades killed all the Void Fragmentation Realm vengeful spirits. The ferocity of the Sinli mountain shocked Xianxia and the others once again. Similarly, none of them could withstand the wind blades. Hongyi slightly raised her eyebrows. When Ning Fan left the Endless Sea, he had just attained the Void Glimpse stage. Now, however, he had already reached such a level. Even she could not help but admire Ning Fan's monstrous cultivation speed. Hee. My little Fan is really powerful. Be careful. We have already reached the depths of the nest of vengeful spirits. There are 8 broken void realm beings coming. Don't get caught up in the fight. Break through. At the bottom of this abyss, there was a passage that led straight to the underground. Outside the passageway, there were more than 80 Void Fragmentation Realm vengeful spirits and thousands of Void Refinement Realm vengeful spirits. Among them, there were 2 vengeful spirits. One of them charged at Ning Fan while the other one charged at Xianxia and the others. 8 broken resentful spirits, huh? Ning Fan's eyes were extremely solemn. This level of vengeful spirit was comparable to the sect masters of the 3 realms. It was not something he could defeat. Just as he was thinking about how to avoid the vengeful spirit's attack, a red-clothed figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a wave of her hand, a lightning whip lashed towards the vengeful spirit. As the Thunder Sovereign, Hong Yi was extremely powerful. Although she was at the peak of the 7th Shatterer level, ordinary 8th Shatterers might not even be a match for her. The vengeful spirit in front of him was also slightly weaker than Red Spectre. However, Hong Yi did not have the confidence to kill this vengeful spirit. As the whip lashed down, the 10,000 lightning annihilation only managed to push the 8-shattering vengeful spirit back slightly. That was enough. Seizing the opportunity when the resentful spirits were repelled, the little demoness, Hong Yi, and Ning Fan quickly broke through the encirclement of the resentful spirits and rushed into the passageway. Once they entered the tunnel, there were no more vengeful spirits to bother them. As for Ning Fan, he kept Niali away again. Ning Fan is really lucky. Someone is helping him to block the tribulation. He Xianxia's eyes turned gloomy. Both of them were being targeted by the vengeful spirit. Ning Fan had someone to help him but he did not. He Xianxia was far from being a match for the vengeful spirit. Looking at the vengeful spirit which was charging at him with its bloody mouth wide open, he gritted his teeth and took out a jade talisman, throwing it at the vengeful spirit. He only had one jade talisman. It was a life-saving item given to him by the Jade Dao sect. This jade talisman could be used to launch an attack of a rogue immortal realm cultivator. However, each talisman could only be used once. As soon as the jade talisman was used, it immediately turned into a destructive jade-colored sword light, cutting the vengeful spirit into two. However, He Xianxia did not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt his heart ache. Before entering the 5 stages of the immemorial time, he had already used up his life-saving item. This trip is going to be dangerous. After killing the vengeful spirit, He Xianxia and the others took the opportunity to break through the barrier and rushed into the underground passageway. The 2 sides of the passageway were made of bronze walls. Below their feet were bluestone stairs which extended all the way to the bottom. The vengeful spirits probably did not dare to enter the passageway because they felt that it was extremely dangerous. He Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he reached this place. Everyone walked down the stairs. After walking for an unknown period of time, they finally reached the end of the passageway. At the end of the passageway was a bronze palace. On the other side of the palace, there was a gigantic door. Beside the gigantic door, there were 5 smaller light doors with different colors. From the left to the right, they were gold, green, blue, red and yellow respectively. This is the first stage of the immemorial time. The first stage is called the stage of 5 elements. The 5 light doors beside the gigantic door are the passageways of the 5 elements. As long as someone successfully passes through one of the passageways, the gigantic door will remain open for a short period of time. If one isn't proficient in the 5 elements technique, he or she will most likely die if he or she enters the 5 elements passageways. Let's leave this stage to those who are proficient in the 5 elements technique. Big sister Hong Yi, why don't you go and enter the metal passageway? The little demoness looked at Hong Yi with a smile. Hong Yi was proficient in lightning techniques. Lightning was of the metal element. Thus, she was the most suitable candidate to enter the metal passageway. As long as Hong Yi could break the metal passageway, the gigantic door would open and the others would be able to pass through it safely. All right. Hong Yi did not say anything else. She took a step forward and turned into a ray of blood-red lightning, flying into the metal passageway. He Daozi? Who is going to pass the stage on your side? The little demoness eyes fell upon Xianxia, thinking that He Xianxia would most likely send this person. Fellow Daoist Xianxia, you are proficient in the fire technique. Please go and enter the fire passageway. As expected by the little demoness, He Xianxia really sent Xianxia. Haha. Don't worry, Daozi. My cultivation base might not be the highest in the fire world, but my understanding of the Tao of fire is much deeper than some of the fire sovereigns. It won't be difficult for me to break the fire passageway. Xianxia laughed. With a flash, he turned into a ray of fiery light and flew into the fire passageway. The little demoness looked at Ning Fan playfully and said with a faint smile. Husband, are you going to flirt with me here or are you going to enter the fire passageway? She knew that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos had a treasure called the Steel of Sun and Moon which could restrain all flames. It was located in the Profounding World. Since Ning Fan had obtained the inheritance of Ancient Chaos, he naturally had this treasure. Thus, there was almost no danger in entering the fire passageway. His chances of passing through the fire passageway would certainly be much higher than Xianxia. Does Miss Xiao not trust the helper that I invited? Fellow Daoist Xianxia has already entered the fire passageway. Why do you still want fellow Daoist Ning to enter? Xianxia's face twitched. No. One more person means one more force, isn't it? Miss Xiao is right. If that's the case, please enter the fire passageway, fellow Daoist Ning. Xianxia let out a hollow laugh. Inwardly, he felt a little unhappy. Ning Fan ignored Xianxia and walked towards a light door step by step. That light door was not the light door of the fire passageway. What he wanted to enter was not the fire passageway but the water passageway. Oh? Little Fanfan's actions are always beyond my expectation. Is he going to enter the water passageway? That makes sense. Ancient Chaos Yin and Yang, cultivating both ice and fire, his ability to restrain water is not small. The little demoness pondered. The water passageway? Is he going to court his death? Those who are not proficient in water techniques will most likely die if they enter the water passageway. Xianxia's eyes widened. He couldn't figure out why Ning Fan wanted to enter the water passageway. He had heard that Ning Fan had a type of devil fire ability. He only knew that Ning Fan was proficient in fire techniques, but he had never heard that Ning Fan was proficient in water techniques. He naturally didn't know that Ning Fan didn't enter the water passageway to pass the trial, but to cultivate the water element physique of the minor 5 elements physique. Ning Fan could feel the extremely strong power of the 5 elements in the 5 elements passageway. He wanted to try and see if he could cultivate the minor 5 elements to perfection in the passageway. Such cold rain, Ning Fan flew into the water passageway. What he saw was a boundless snowfield. Above the snowfield, there was a drizzle. There was snow under his feet and rain above his head. This place was very cold, but the rain had not turned into ice yet. Therefore, there was still rain intent in the rain. The rain had an invisible lethality. If one wasn't proficient in the rain technique, they would be severely injured by the rain. Ning Fan had refined a lot of cold qi and had the minor 5 elements physique. Although his water body wasn't perfect, it could be considered as having some defense against water. Step by step, he walked on the snowfield, spreading his spirit sense far away. On this snowfield, there were countless snow beasts. After noticing that Ning Fan had intruded into this world, countless snow beasts immediately attacked him. These snow beasts varied in strength. The weakest among them was at the divine transformation realm, while the strongest had even reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan spread his sword sense. Large groups of low-grade snow beasts died under his sword sense and turned back into white snow. Each of the snow beasts had a water crystal inside their bodies. After they died, the crystals fell on the snowfield. Ning Fan kept those water crystals away one by one. As for the void fragmentation realm snow beasts, they were all kept into the vortex cave. 2 hours had already passed. The 5 resentful spirits had already turned into a pool of thick blood. When the void fragmentation realm snow beasts were sucked into the vortex cave, they did not turn into blood. Instead, they turned into snow water. This snow water was just ordinary water. However, the water crystals inside the bodies of the snow beasts were extraordinary. Ning Fan took out the crystals from the vortex cave and studied them carefully. These water crystals contained extremely strong water elemental power. Water could turn into mist, rain, snow, ice, river, and ocean. The highest virtue was like water. Water was good and beneficial to all living beings. Therefore, it was similar to the Tao. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the snowfield, refining the water crystals one by one. The progress of his water elemental physique to perfection was increasing bit by bit. After refining all of the crystals, it had already reached 4%. Ning Fan stood up and walked forward. Whenever he encountered snow beasts, he would kill them and obtain the water crystals to refine them. His water elemental physique gradually increased. 5%, 6%, 7%, 10 days later, his water elemental physique had reached 100% and reached perfection. The perfection of his water elemental physique also gave his physical body a significant improvement. Even though his water elemental physique had reached perfection, his ancient devil cultivation base had yet to break through the bottleneck of the revered devil realm. When he was halfway through the water passage, he suddenly halted his footsteps. There were still snow beasts with 6 broken realm cultivation bases in front of him. Unless he can defeat these snow beasts, he would not be able to break through the trial of water. Ning Fan shook his head. He firmly believed that Hong Yi would be able to pass the trial of metal. There was no need for him to take the risk and fight against the 6 broken realm snow beasts just to pass the trial. There were more than one 6 broken realm snow beast. Even if he releases Nieli, he might not be able to guarantee that Nieli would be injured. It was not worth it. He walked back step by step. Sometimes, he would look at the rain in the sky and sometimes, he would look at the snow under his feet. Ice was formed by water and it was colder than water. However, under the effect of a great divine ability, water might be even colder than ice. Fog, rain, snow, and ice. The difference between them was the difference in intent. River, lake and sea. The difference between them was the difference in momentum. The Tao of water was the cultivation of intent and momentum. Ning Fan was enlightened and walked out of the passage of water. Then, he stepped into the passage of earth. The little demoness was stunned. She then understood something and looked at Ning Fan's back with a smile. I initially thought that my husband entered the passage of water to pass the trial. I didn't expect my guess to be wrong again. He Shou looked at Ning Fan's back with a puzzled expression. He entered the passage of water first and then the passage of earth. What is he doing? Inside the passage of earth, there was a boundless desert in front of him. If he wasn't an expert in the earth technique, he would probably be severely injured by the sand blowing on his body. There were also countless earth beasts in the desert. There were earth crystals in the bodies of these earth beasts. These earth beasts did not take the initiative to attack Ning Fan. Instead, they turned into stone and piled up into a mountain. When a group of earth beasts turned into mountains, an unimaginable earth force pressed down on Ning Fan's head. In an instant, Ning Fan's knees sunk deep into the desert. His expression was extremely solemn. The Tao of earth is different from that of water. It focuses on momentum instead of intent. Earth elemental cultivators are good at defending their momentum, but they are better at attacking with great momentum. Break. The devil chi in Ning Fan's right eye soared to the sky. In an instant, a huge devil mountain rose under his feet and he was standing on the peak of the devil mountain. Standing on the peak of the devil mountain, he controlled the momentum of the devil mountain. The momentum of the earth beasts was not worth mentioning as they crumbled one after another. Destroy. His sword sense swept across the area. A large number of earth beasts began to fall and turned back into soil, leaving behind earth crystals. Ning Fan kept the pieces of earth crystals and slowly refined them. His earth elemental physique's perfection rate began to rise slowly. 1%, 2%, 3%, he stood up and walked forward. There were a lot of earth beasts in the desert. As soon as they saw him, they immediately attacked him. Ning Fan continued to kill and refine the earth crystals along the way. 10 days later, his earth elemental physique was perfected. He stood on top of the devil mountain formed by devil chi, his eyes as deep as a lake. He raised his hand and picked up a grain of sand from the desert. He was silent for a while. If the mountain did not move, it would have power. The soil was thick and heavy, so it was powerful. If one has a deep understanding of the general trend, a speck of dust in his hand would be enough to fill up the ocean. This is the Tao of earth. Step by step, he walked out of the passage of earth and entered the passage of metal. There seems to be some changes in little Fan. Little demon girl's eyes flashed as if she was deep in thought. Within the passageway of metal, below was the Saber Mountain Sword Domain and above was a boundless sea of lightning. Walking in the Blade Mountain Sword Domain, the dense metal chi was enough to cut open the skin of an ordinary void fragmentation realm expert. However, it could not hurt Ning Fan who had a strong physical body. Ning Fan flew into the sea of lightning. The lightning here was strong enough to kill void fragmentation realm experts who had yet to master the Tao of lightning. However, it could not hurt him who had condensed the Tai Su lightning star. If the metal condenses, it becomes the weapon. If the metal scatters, it becomes the lightning. The Tao of metal emphasized on the mind, and one must be sharp and fierce in order to unleash the greatest might of the metal element divine ability. Gold main attack. Ning Fan's eyes looked into the distance. Occasionally, there would be some lightning beasts attacking him from afar. There were not as many thunder beasts here as there were in the water and earth passages. It was most likely because Hongyi had killed many thunder beasts when she passed through this passage. Ning Fan was least afraid of lightning beasts. He stepped on the ground so lightning diagram and flew all the way. Whenever he encountered lightning beasts, he would collect them all. Even if he encountered void fragmentation realm lightning beasts, he would kill them all. Lightning beasts below the level of 5 fragmentation couldn't stand up to the might of the Tai Su lightning diagram. Ning Fan collected the golden crystals one by one and sat down in the sky with his legs crossed to refine them. After refining it, he continued onward, killing the lightning beasts and collecting the crystals. 10 days passed, and the metal elemental constitution was finally perfected. At this point, the lesser 5 elements body had been cultivated to the perfect state. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base and the perfected minor 5 elements physique, he was strong enough to shatter any magical technique of the 5 elements that was below the 5th element. With the breakthrough of the lesser 5 elements constitution, his physical body realm finally showed signs of breaking through. Ning Fan leaped into the air and sat cross-legged in the sea of lightning. His body was glowing with the light of the 5 elements. Essence Qi swirled around his body, and his Essence Qi began to change. That transformation was to transform the cycle of Essence Qi into Yuanhui Essence Qi. Ning Fan withdrew his Essence Qi and stood up. Then, he shook his head helplessly. Returning to the primordial Qi was extremely time-consuming. Although he was able to break through to the revered devil realm, he did not have enough time to return his essence to the primordial Qi. The 5 elements have been perfected. I've gained quite a lot from this first test. Just as Ning Fan was thinking about that, the metal passage suddenly shook violently. A ray of golden light flashed and Ning Fan was immediately teleported out of the metal passage. Similarly, the mystic flame was teleported out of the fire passageway. My husband has been teleported out. Hee, looks like Sister Hongyi has succeeded in passing the trial. The little demon girl giggled. In the bronze palace, the originally closed giant gate was slowly opening. On the other side of the giant gate, Hongyi's pretty face was cold. She said indifferently to everyone. The metal trial has been broken. Let's go to the next trial. Damn it. I was obviously just a little bit away from breaking the fire trial. Mystic Flame's expression was a little indignant. No one knew if what he said was true or not. Ning Fan did not believe that the Mystic Flame could break the fire trial. Mystic Flame's cultivation base was just at the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. There must be many fire beasts in the fire trial. Most of them were at the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. This trial was not something that the Mystic Flame could break. Hongyi breaking the trial was within Ning Fan's expectation. Hee. Sister Hongyi is really amazing. Little Fan, let's go to the next trial. He Daozi, we'll be going first. The little demoness grabbed Ning Fan's hand and pulled him into the giant door. He sure shows expression changed. Then, he smiled at the Mystic Flame. Fellow Taoist Mystic Flame, you don't have to worry about it. Isn't it the same no matter who breaks the trial? As long as we can break the 5 ancient trials and obtain the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting, it will be enough, isn't it? You're right, Daozi. The group of them followed Ning Fan and the others into the giant gate. Behind the giant gate was a scarlet copper palace. After everyone entered the scarlet copper palace, the giant gate of the palace was closed. On the other side of the palace, there was also a giant gate made of scarlet copper. Beside the giant door, there were 4 smaller doors of light, each of which was of a different color. Green, white, red, black. The second trial of the ancient times is called the 4 Symbols Pass. In the 4 Symbols Pass, there are the illusionary spirits of the 4 beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird and the black tortoise. This trial can only be broken by force. As soon as the little demon girl finished speaking, she looked at Ning Fan and then at Hongyi. Finally, she looked at Xianxia and said with a meaningful smile. This trial needs to be broken by force. Originally, it should be broken by those with a higher cultivation base as they would have a higher chance of winning. However, little Fanfan is so powerful. It should be easy for him to break the Azure Dragon Pass. Sister Hongyi has just broken the first trial and she needs to take a good rest. If Daozi is willing, you can also take a rest in the Scarlet Copper Palace. No need. There are also people on our side who are breaking the trial. Who knows, they might be faster than fellow Daoist Ning. Fellow Daoist Gong Yangzi, how about you break the Vermilion Bird Pass? Xianxia said with a smile. All right. I have the feather slashing sword in my hand. It won't be difficult for me to break the Vermilion Bird Pass. Gong Yangzi said confidently. He was called the Sword Demon in the Sword World. Apart from his treacherous and ruthless character, it was also because he had the feather slashing sword, which was very destructive to the demon beasts of the bird race. He could even fight against a winged demon at the 5 Shattering Realm. If he were to fight against a winged demon at the 4 Shattering Realm, he could kill it with a single strike. Gong Yangzi did not say much. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the Vermilion Bird Gate. Not long after he entered, a miserable shriek came from inside the light gate. Then, Gong Yangzi rushed out with his face covered in blood. The feather slashing sword was broken into 2. I can't beat it. I can't beat it. There's a vermilion bird at the 8 Shattering Realm inside the gate. Gong Yangzi said with a frightened expression. 8 Shattering Vermilion Bird. Xianxia's eyes widened. Then, he shook his head and said, since it's an 8 Shattering Vermilion Bird, it's reasonable for fellow Daoist Gong Yangzi to be defeated. You don't have to worry about it. How could Xianxia not worry about it even though he said so? Out of the 3 helpers he invited, 2 of them were not of any help. One of them spent a month in the Fire Pass without breaking through while the other one was blasted out by the 8 Shattering Vermilion Bird in the Vermilion Bird Pass. It seems like I'll have to rely on the people on the Little Demona side if I want to break through the 4 Symbols Pass. Hongyi's full strength was enough to defeat the 8 Shattering Ferocious Beasts. She was an expert in the Tao of Lightning. Lightning was of the metal attribute and metal was the bane of wood. The Azure Dragon was of the wood attribute. She had a great chance of breaking through the Azure Dragon Pass. I'll take action and break through the Azure Dragon Pass. Hongyi gently moved sideways and shielded him behind her. Her actions were very skillful. When she was still his companion, she had been taking care of him and protecting him every day, she was already used to it. She did not know that he had a dragon subduing treasure. At first, she thought that the demon beasts in the 4 Symbols Pass would at most be at the 5 Shattering Realm or 6 Shattering Realm. Even if Ning Fan enters the Azure Dragon Pass, he would still be able to put up a fight. After Gong Yangzi found out the true cultivation base of the Vermilion Bird, Hongyi naturally would not let Ning Fan face the 8 Shattering Azure Dragon. That would be courting death. She would not watch Ning Fan die. Don't worry, Sister Hongyi. Little Fanfan is very capable. You don't know this, but he has already killed 4 loose demon yellow dragons. A mere 8 Shattering Azure Dragon is nothing to him. The little demon girl giggled and explained. He killed 4 loose demon yellow dragons? Hongyi's blood-red eyes were slightly shocked. She did not believe it. Loose demons were already the peak experts in the 9 worlds. Even in the demon world, there were only 3 of them. Ning Fan's cultivation base was only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. How could he have the strength to kill a loose demon? Even though Hongyi knew that Ning Fan was strong, she could not believe that he could kill a loose demon. After all, it sounded too absurd. It was as absurd as a harmonious spirit realm cultivator killing a void fragmentation realm cultivator. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Ning Fan flashed a smile at Hongyi with some gratitude. Even though this lady pretended to be cold, she had been secretly protecting him. How could he not see it? Ning Fan's body swayed and turned into a ray of black light, flying into the Azure Dragon Light Gate. Inside the Light Gate was a battlefield with towering ancient trees, each of the ancient trees was so tall that they reached the sky. In the forest, there was an illusory 8 Shattering Azure Dragon. That Azure Dragon was 400,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size. As soon as it saw Ning Fan entering the gate, its eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Too shattering. Die. It roared at the sky. Its aura force swept across the area, breaking countless ancient trees. It looked at Ning Fan as if it was looking at a dead man. It was an 8-shattering azure dragon while Ning Fan was a 2-shattering azure dragon. Naturally, it would not put Ning Fan in its eyes. However, at the next moment, an extremely sharp purple ray of light easily penetrated its dragon body, shattering the demon core inside its body. It stared at Ning Fan with disbelief and fear. Then, it fell headfirst into the dense forest. Ning Fan held the Taigong fishing rod in his hand. Looking at the azure dragon that could not even withstand a single blow, he sighed. So what if the dragon was at the 8-shattering realm? If I encounter my nemesis, I might still die even if my cultivation base is much higher than my opponent. The more powerful the dragons that Ning Fan killed, the more cautious he became. He did not have any arrogance or complacency. He could rely on the ability of the Taigong fishing rod to kill dragons who were at a higher level than him. It was hard to guarantee that no one could kill him with a secret treasure. On the path of cultivation, the last thing one should do was to underestimate one's opponent. Zili, this azure dragon is for you to eat. Remember to eat it elegantly. Ning Fan kept the dragon blood into the blood gourd and shook his cauldron ring to summon Niali. Then, he gave a good dragon corpse to Niali to devour. Niali's purple eyes were stunned. It seemed like she did not understand Ning Fan's order. Eat elegantly? What does eating elegantly mean? As if he saw Niali's doubt, Ning Fan added. It means don't chew the corpse in big mouthfuls. Use your demon power to refine the dragon corpse before eating it. Just eat the essence. Shriek Zili let out a low cry obediently and breathed out streams of purplish-black chi at the dragon corpse. Gradually, the dragon corpse disappeared and was replaced by a green light pearl. It was the essence of the corpse that was refined from the dragon corpse. Niali swallowed the green light pearl in one gulp and looked at Ning Fan in satisfaction. His eyes were filled with endless gratitude. If I feed you more corpses of experts at the 7th, 8th, and 9th break realm, you will break through to the 7th break realm sooner, right? Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. He kept Niali back into his storage pouch and slowly walked out of the azure dragon light door. From the time he killed the azure dragon to when Niali devoured the corpse and returned to the Scarlet Copper Palace, it had only taken him less than 100 breaths. The door of the Scarlet Copper Palace was slowly opening. When Hongyi saw this scene and Ning Fan walking out unscathed, her blood-red eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. How did you do it? What she wanted to ask was, of course, how did Ning Fan surpass the 6th heavenly layer and kill the 8-break azure dragon? I have a treasure that specializes in dealing with the dragon race. Ning Fan did not hide anything from her. After all, there were quite a number of people who knew about it, right? You should have told me earlier. Hongyi frowned. She was actually a little angry. She was worried about Ning Fan for nothing. Ning Fan actually did not tell her about this technique in advance. Let's go to the next stage. She took the lead and stepped into the giant scarlet copper door. Ning Fan was stunned. He did not understand why Hongyi was angry. The little demoness, on the other hand, looked at Hongyi playfully and then at Ning Fan. She stood on her tiptoes and moved her face close to Ning Fan's ear. She breathed out a fragrant breath and teased him. Does she like you too? My good husband. Without waiting for Ning Fan's answer, she directly followed Hongyi into the next palace. Ning Fan shook his head and did not take her words to heart. He did not think that the dignified and arrogant Thunder Sovereign Buzhou would like him. He followed closely behind the little demoness and entered the next palace. He Xianxia and the others also stepped through the giant door. After everyone entered, the giant scarlet copper door closed. The third palace was the Black Copper Palace. At the other end of the palace, there was a giant black copper door. Beside the giant door, there were only 2 smaller doors made of light. One was black and the other was white. The third stage of the ancient times, the stage of Yin and Yang. Isn't Yin and Yang the same as Yin and Yang? There's nothing much to explain. Hee, be a good fan, take out your Yin Yang Dragon Ball. This round, it's up to you. To be continued, Ning Fan nodded and walked towards the 2 light doors alone. He stared at the black and white doors silently with a slight frown on his face. After a long time, he raised his hand and pointed at them. The two light doors flashed and disappeared. A third light door appeared in its place. It was intertwined with black and white light. So this is the real light door to pass the third test. Little Demoness' black eyes were solemn. From the looks of it, the two light doors at the beginning were fake. If one wasn't a cultivator who had just comprehended the yin-yang realm, they wouldn't be able to see the true passageway of this test. At least, Little Demoness and Hongyi couldn't see it. As for Xianxia and the others, they couldn't see it at all. Xianxia and the others' eyes changed. If Ningfan wasn't here, they would definitely enter one of the fake black and white doors. The consequences of entering the fake door would most likely be very dangerous. Ningfan didn't say much. He patted his storage pouch and two black and white lights flew out from it. They turned into Yin Pearl and Yang Pearl and circled around Ningfan's body. Ningfan stepped into the third light door and walked down the passageway. When he reached the end of the passageway, a chaotic void suddenly appeared in front of him. The void was filled with black and white stars, giving Ningfan an extremely dangerous feeling. The white stars were moving along their paths while the black stars were hovering in the air. Each of the white stars contained a trace of yang power while the black stars contained yin power. Ningfan could see some clues. If he stepped into the void, he would immediately be attacked by all the stars. These stars weren't huge, but if they fell down, they would probably have the power of the 8 shattering strike. The reason why it was so powerful was because the stars here contained yin and yang power. At the end of the void, there was an exit. Once he passed through it, he would be considered to have passed the test. From the entrance to the exit, there were a total of 49 golden lotus seats for people to stand on. Ningfan's eyes flickered. If he didn't have the yin-yang dragon pearl to protect him, he really wouldn't dare to go through this test. But now, he could give it a try. He took a step into the void and leaped onto the first lotus seat. Among the stars in the sky, a white star immediately fell from the sky. The impact was enough to severely injure a 7-break cultivator and kill a 6-break cultivator. Without saying a word, he lifted his finger and pointed at the white star. The young pearl immediately turned into a ray of white light and shot towards the white star. As the dragon pearl and the star collided, a few cracks appeared on the star and it was sent flying, but it continued to fall. Ningfan flicked his finger again and controlled the young pearl to continuously attack the star. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he finally shattered the star. After destroying the star, a trace of yang power flowed into his body. Ningfan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to refine the yang power. After a long time, the yang power was completely refined. Ningfan's magical power increased by 1 yuan hui and his yin-yang transformation cultivation method also improved a little. I didn't know there would be such a benefit after shattering the stars here, but it's too time-consuming to shatter a star. Ningfan stood up and leaped onto the second lotus throne. As soon as he took a step forward, 2 black stars fell from the sky. It seemed that every time he reached the next lotus platform, there would be an additional star attacking him. Ningfan immediately activated the yin pearl to counter the attack. After the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, he managed to destroy 2 stars and obtain 2 traces of yin power. When he stepped onto the third lotus throne, 3 white stars fell from the sky. When he stepped onto the fourth lotus throne, 4 black stars fell from the sky. When he arrived at the 8th lotus throne, he had already destroyed 36 stars. 1 day had passed. On the second day, Ningfan reached the 11th lotus throne. On the third day, Ningfan reached the 14th lotus throne. On the fourth day, Ningfan reached the 16th lotus throne. On the 5th day, Ningfan reached the 18th lotus throne. The further he went, the more stars would attack him at the same time. Ningfan's speed became slower and slower. On average, he could only walk past 2 lotus thrones every day. On the 10th day, Ningfan reached the 30th lotus throne. From now on, there were too many stars that Ningfan needed to deal with. Hence, he could only walk past 1 lotus throne every day. 1 month later, Ningfan reached the exit of the void space. All the stars in the sky had been destroyed by him. He had destroyed a total of 1,225 stars. His magic power had increased by 1,000 yuanhui. His cultivation method of the yin-yang transformation had also reached the third level of the third layer. The moment he walked out of the exit of the passage, the giant door of the black copper palace opened. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. Without the protection of the yin-yang dragon pearl, he certainly would not dare to face the attacks of any of the stars head-on. Moreover, the chance of passing this trial was really slim. Hee. My husband really didn't let me down. The third trial is so difficult, but you still managed to pass it. The little demoness purposely looked at Ning Fan with eyes full of admiration. Ning Fan shook his head helplessly and ignored her. His eyes swept across the fourth palace. The fourth palace was a purple copper palace. Beside the giant purple copper door, there were two light doors. Both of them were purple in color. Purple mist could be seen lingering in the light doors. This is the fourth trial of the ancient times, the trial of 7 emotions and 6 desires. The light door on the left is the 7 emotions light door, while the light door on the right is the 6 desires light door. Jia's heart is pure and clear. Moreover, she is born with a bewitching physique. Her resistance to desires is much stronger than others. If she is here, forget it. None of us have absolute confidence in passing this trial. Since that's the case, let's go and challenge it together. It's fine as long as one of us can pass it. Hidaozi, your person will go through the trial of 6 desires while mine will go through the trial of 7 emotions. What do you think? The little demoness sighed and said. All right. I happen to have a treasure that can block evil desires from entering my body. Challenging the trial of 6 desires is exactly what I want. He Shou did not say anything else. He led Gong Yangzi, Mysterious Flame and Yunyomu into the light door of the 6 desires pass. The little demoness and Hongyi entered the 7 emotions light door one after another. This purple mist is somewhat similar to the purple mist on the 10 steps bridge. However, it's not the same at all. It's even more evil. Can this purple mist also make people fall into illusions? Ning Fan pondered and stepped into the 7 emotions light door. At the end of the passage was a wooden bridge. At the end of the bridge was the exit of this trial. The surroundings of the wooden bridge were filled with purple mist. This purple mist indeed had the ability to induce illusions. When Ning Fan arrived at the end of the wooden bridge, he was surprised to find that Hong Yi and the little demoness were standing at the center of the bridge. The 2 women's eyes turned a faint purple. Both of them looked like they were in extreme pain. Hong Yi did not know what kind of illusion she had seen. She bit her lower lip with her silver teeth, causing blood to flow out. Her delicate body could not help but tremble. It was unknown what the little demoness had seen. Her face turned pale and her eyes were filled with tears. Who had never crossed the 10 steps bridge? Who had never experienced the purple mist on the 10 steps bridge? However, the 10 steps bridge was only designed for spirit-severing realm cultivators. The purple mist here was specially designed to deal with void fragmentation realm cultivators. Its power was even more terrifying. Even they have been invaded by the illusion. Their sea of consciousness is crumbling bit by bit under the attack of the purple mist. If I don't find a way to wake them up, they will be in danger. Ning Fan took a step onto the wooden bridge and walked towards the 2 girls. When he arrived behind the 2 girls, before he could wake them up, countless purple mists suddenly invaded his sea of consciousness, invaded his Tao heart, and invaded his soul. All of a sudden, he lost control of his body as if he was petrified. Have I lost control of my body? Ning Fan had always been calm and composed. Even when he was controlled by the purple mist, he did not panic. Just as he was thinking of a way to get rid of the purple mist, a cold sword cultivator that was formed from the purple mist suddenly flew up from the bottom of the wooden bridge and slashed at Hong Yi. That cold sword cultivator's cultivation base had actually reached the immortal emperor realm. His chi gave Ning Fan a feeling that he could not win against him. It was as if the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Why is there such an expert here? Hong Yi, get away. Ning Fan exerted all of his strength to break free from the purple mist's control. He leaped into the air and held little demoness and Hong Yi with his left and right hands respectively, retreating rapidly. The purple mist sword cultivator snorted disdainfully. Ant. You can't escape. Sword sense lockdown. That person released his purple sword sense. Patches of the vast sky were immediately sealed by him. Ning Fan had nowhere to run. Without saying a word, Ning Fan brought the two girls into the Yuanya world. The Yuanya world was a small kiliacosm. Even an ordinary immortal emperor might not be able to blast it open. However, Ning Fan had underestimated the strength of this purple mist sword cultivator. The purple mist sword cultivator smiled coldly. With a slash of his sword, the Yuanya world was split into two. Ning Fan, Hong Yi, Little Demoness, and Mu Weiliang's green coffin all fell out from the Yuanya world. As for the Yuanyao jade between Ning Fan's fingers, it was broken into two. This person is actually strong enough to blast open a small kiliacosm. Ning Fan's expression changed drastically. He had never been as nervous as he was at this moment. If he was the only one here, he would not be afraid of an immortal emperor even if he was weak. However, he was not the only one here. Lock. The purple mist sword cultivator casually pointed at Ning Fan, locking him on the spot. He could no longer activate any of his magic power. The aura force of an immortal emperor was released. Ning Fan was immediately suppressed on the wooden bridge like a dead dog. He could not move at all. He did not even have the strength to resist. It was all because the purple mist sword cultivator was an immortal emperor and he was too weak. Who are you? You're asking me who I am? Hee hee. I'm the one who killed your entire family. This woman is not bad. She cultivates the Tao of Lightning and she even has half of the lightning star of Lightning Emperor Taisu. Is she someone important to you? The purple mist immortal emperor looked at Ning Fan with a faint smile. Ning Fan did not speak. He could not figure out what this person was thinking. Judging from his tone, he seemed to be extremely hostile towards him. If he admits that Hong Yi is important to him, he might implicate her. Oh? She's not important to you? Then I'll kill her. By the way, let me tell you a piece of news that you don't know. She is Ning Honghong. The purple mist immortal emperor swung his sword horizontally and slashed at Hong Yi's neck. At this moment, Hong Yi was still immersed in the illusion. She did not realize that she was facing a great danger. Even if she realized it, how could she avoid the attack of an immortal emperor? Stop. Ning Fan's eyes were bloodshot. He had suspected that Hong Yi was Ning Honghong but he could not prove his speculation. He did not expect that Hong Yi was really Ning Honghong who had gone through thick and thin with him in the demon sinister forest. He wanted to resist the aura force of the immortal emperor and get up from the wooden bridge. However, the more he resisted, the heavier the aura force became. His bones were crushed and his sea of consciousness was crushed. Even his primordial spirit was almost dead from the pressure. The skin on his body cracked and blood flowed out, dyeing his white robes red. However, he could not move at all. I can't get up. I can't get up, the weak can't protect anything. The sword light cut through Hong Yi's neck. The sword chi passed through the wound and wreaked havoc inside her body, mincing her primordial spirit into pieces. Hong Yi finally regained her consciousness. She could not believe that she was going to die. She glared at the purple mist immortal emperor angrily. Then, she turned her head and looked at Ning Fan reluctantly. Her eyes seemed to have something to say. However, when she opened her mouth, no words came out. Her corpse fell on the wooden bridge. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Ning Fan seemed to have lost his mind. Since he started cultivating, he had risked his life to prevent any woman behind him from dying on the path of cultivation. Today, however, Hong Yi died in front of him and he could not even hug her corpse. I'm the person who killed your entire family. Haha. This lady is not bad. She has the void physique and cultivates the void scripture. She's from the godly void pavilion, right? Hee hee. Is she important to you? The purple mist immortal emperor looked at Ning Fan mockingly. What exactly do you want? I want to kill her. The purple mist immortal emperor sneered. With a wave of his sword light, he left a beautiful wound on the little demoness' neck. The little demon girl's body drew a beautiful arc in the air as she fell onto the wooden bridge. Before she died, she no longer had the slightest smile on her face. She just stared at Ning Fan reluctantly. She was reluctant to part with him. It was as if he was the only person she had left in her life. her beautiful eyes that were like black gemstones gradually dimmed and eventually lost their luster. She seems to have feelings for you, but you don't know it. Perhaps you won't feel heartache when she dies. The purple mist immortal emperor said sarcastically. Ning Fan was stunned. He never knew that the little demoness had feelings for him. He was even more clueless as to why the little demon girl was staring at him with such a longing gaze. She kept staring at him, his heart suddenly felt empty. His eyes turned blood red and his body turned black all of a sudden. When the black shadow dispersed, he had already disappeared. When the black shadow condensed again, he had already appeared behind the purple mist immortal emperor and madly rushed towards him. You deserve to die. The incarnation of immortal emperor Tai Chang's soul. Break. The purple mist immortal emperor just casually pointed his finger, but it seemed to be able to make the entire heaven and earth collapse. Under the finger, Ning Fan's incarnation returned to his white-robed body and fell on the wooden bridge with a weak breath. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and guilt. This corpse devil doesn't seem to be bad. Oh? She actually has the bloodline of the heaven emperors. She seems to be very important to you, right? Stop. Stop right now. Ning Fan roared and struggled to get up from the ground. He angrily rushed towards the purple mist immortal emperor and protected the green coffin behind him. The purple mist immortal emperor just flicked his sleeve and an unimaginable force hit Ning Fan's chest, causing him to spurt out blood and half-kneel on the ground. One sword slashed open the green coffin, another sword slashed towards the sleeping Mu Weiliang. Kneel down and beg me. Then, I will let her go. What do you think? The purple mist immortal emperor looked at Ning Fan disdainfully. Fine. Ning Fan's eyes gradually calmed down. He glanced at the green coffin and closed his eyes silently. In his previous life, he was a butterfly and it was Mu Weiliang who saved him from death. No matter what, he could not watch Mu Weiliang die, even if he had to give up his dignity, honor, cultivation base, and even if he had to lose his Dao in life, he would still protect her. He bent his knees and was about to kneel down. However, the purple mist immortal emperor sneered. I'm lying to you. *chi** a ray of sword light flashed. Mu Weiliang's body was immediately severely injured and she was on the verge of death. Who are you? Who are you? I must kill you. I must kill you. Ning Fan felt as if his soul had been sucked out. Tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. The purple mist immortal emperor laughed loudly as if he was very happy. Then, his figure flashed and he left. Only a sneer that was full of sarcasm reverberated in this world. How can you understand life and death without experiencing it? I will give you a fortune. I will let you watch your lover die in your arms bit by bit. I will help you understand life and death and achieve the supreme immortal path. Haha. Speaking of which, I am your benefactor since I killed 3 of your women. Ning Fan's strength seemed to have been sucked out. He walked towards Mu Weiliang who was on the verge of death. His robes were tattered and he stepped on the broken pieces of the green coffin with his bare feet. The broken pieces of the coffin still carried the sword chi of the old man. They pierced Ning Fan's feet and made him bleed. However, he did not feel any pain. He sat beside Mu Weiliang and held her body which was gradually turning cold in his arms. She was still sleeping soundly. She did not realize that she was about to die again. After she dies this time, I'm afraid that I won't have a chance to revive anymore. Ning Fan was like a puppet. He watched Mu Weiliang die bit by bit. He did not know how long he had been sitting on the wooden bridge. Mu Weiliang's body had already turned cold. He closed his eyes and tears flowed out of them. When he opened his eyes, his vision gradually became clear. So this is the illusion of the 4th test. I have already been deeply immersed in it. I didn't realize it until now. No wonder Hong Yi is in so much pain. No wonder the little demoness would shed tears. They probably also saw an illusion that they didn't want to see. Break! Ning Fan lifted his hand and pointed at the sky. The entire world suddenly shattered like glass. He was still standing on the wooden bridge. The purple mist in his eyes gradually became faint. Hong Yi and the little demoness who were in front of him were still immersed in their own illusions. Ning Fan slowly walked across the wooden bridge. The purple mist around him could no longer make him fall into the illusion. He walked across the wooden bridge step by step and reached the exit of the passage. At the moment he walked out of the next hall, the purple mist of the 7 emotions and 6 desires completely dissipated. The little demoness and Hong Yi regained their consciousness. In the 6 desires test, Xianxia and the others who were immersed in their desires and laughing mischievously regained their senses. As soon as they saw each other's ugly behavior, their faces turned red with shame. The 4th test of the immemorial realm has been broken. Let's go to the next test. Ning Fan's tone was cold. Although it was just an illusion, however, he would rather die than to see such a scene again. The little demoness wiped her tears and remained silent. Hong Yi's lips were still bleeding. She was not in a good mood either. The 7 emotions and 6 desires test. This is really a terrifying power. Everyone in the world has emotions. Even immortals can't be emotionless. The most they can do is to forget their emotions. However, it doesn't mean that they are emotionless. There might be people who are emotionless in this world. However, if they are truly emotionless, they would not be able to forget their emotions and cultivate to the peak of the Tao. Emotions are a terrifying power. The people who control emotions are even more terrifying. Everyone entered the 5th hall. It was a large hall made of brass. Beside the giant brass door, there was only a door of light. It was also half black and half white. The little demoness recited the void scripture in silence and regained some of her mood. Then, she asked Ning Fan with a smile, "What illusion did my husband see in the 4th test?" "What did you see again?" Ning Fan retorted angrily. "I saw you." "I didn't see anything." "What did big sister Hong Yi see?" "I saw that you were beaten to death by your future husband because you talked too much." Hong Yi replied angrily. "Oh my. So scary. My husband is actually a violent maniac." "Little Fan, you are really scary." After the little demoness interfered, Ning Fan and Hong Yi's mood became slightly better. Seeing that, the little demoness nodded her head and pointed at the black and white door of light. The 5th test of the immemorial realm is the test of life and death. Let's break through this test together. Alright. Fellow Taoist Yun, this time, it's up to you. Your Tao line of life and death technique should be able to be of some use in this test. Xianxia looked at Yun Yomu with eyes filled with anticipation. Hong Yi was the one who broke the test of the 5 elements. The 4 symbols, yin and yang, the 7 emotions and 6 desires were all broken by Ning Fan. The helpers that the little demoness invited were all in the limelight while the helpers that he invited were all useless. In this last test, he could only hope that Yun Yomu would be of some use and help him gain some reputation. It's already the last test. Once we pass this test, we can open the door of the forbidden area and obtain the immemorial fisherman's Mino. Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement. To be continued. Yun Yomu let out a long sigh. He had only learned the surface of the Tao lines of life and death. His understanding of life and death was extremely shallow. Thus, he was not confident that he could pass the test at all. If he had not witnessed the power of the 5 tests, he would still have some confidence in passing them. However, after witnessing the power of the first few tests, his confidence had long been crushed. He knew very well that the 5 tests were not a place that a mere destruction realm cultivator like him should be able to enter. Even Gong Yangzi, Xianxia, and Xianxia were not people who could pass the tests. The hope of passing the tests was probably on Ning Fan, Hong Yi, and the little demoness. As soon as they entered the passage of life and death, the 7 of them were immediately teleported to different places. This test was filled with grey mist. The mist seemed to have the effect of blocking spirit sense. It was unknown how long it would take to pass through the mist and reach the place where the test would be passed. Perhaps it would be a few days or a few months. Ning Fan walked in the mist. After a few breaths, he suddenly stopped and his expression changed slightly. Tao poison. There's Tao poison in this mist. Tao poison was a unique poison that could only be defended against with Tao power. The Tao poison in this place was the Tao poison of life and death. Only by using the power of life and death to protect oneself could one defend against this poison. As soon as Ning Fan noticed the Tao poison in this place, he stomped on the ground without hesitation. Immediately, 500 traces of black and white qi flew around his body. It was the power of life and death extracted from the Tao marks of life and death on his primordial spirit. With the protection of this Tao power, the mist immediately dispersed a little. The Tao poison could no longer harm him. Fortunately, Ning Fan discovered it early and used his Tao power to protect himself in time. His body was not poisoned by the Tao poison of life and death. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. If he is poisoned by the Tao poison of life and death, he would certainly die within 1,000 years. Unless an immortal emperor intervenes, there would be no way to save him. The little demoness was also teleported away. Her comprehension of the Tao of life and death was higher than Ning Fan's. She already had 2,800 traces of the Tao marks of life and death. Thus, she discovered the abnormality of the mist faster than Ning Fan. After summoning 2,800 traces of black and white qi to protect herself, she did not look relaxed at all. Instead, she looked a little worried. I didn't expect that the Tao poison of life and death would be like this. If I knew this earlier, I shouldn't have little Fan to pass the test. Hong Yi discovered the Tao poison almost at the same time as Ning Fan. She summoned 600 traces of black and white qi to protect herself. Her aptitude was the best in the Rain World and even the 9 worlds. If she hadn't been harmed by the Rain Emperor, she might have already reached the peak stage of the 9th Shatterer stage after 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. Dying once was not without its benefits. She had died once, so she naturally had a unique understanding of life and death. With the protection of the power of life and death, she was not afraid of the Tao poison. However, there was also a trace of worry in his ice-cold blood-red eyes. Does he have a way to block the poison? Xianxia's side was much more miserable. Xianxia's perception of life and death was close to zero. Gong Yangzi and Mystic Flame's perception was basically zero. The 3 of them were teleported away. Looking at the fog in front of them, they sneered. I didn't expect the 5th stage to be so simple. There's only a mere mist blocking the way. In this way, finding the exit would take a lot of time, but there would be no danger. This trial is easy to pass. The 3 of them did not know that when they were sneering, their bodies had unknowingly been infected with Tao poison. Yunyomu's eyes were filled with shock and regret. After walking for a very, very long distance, he vaguely felt that something was wrong with his body. When he examined his body, he suddenly realized that he had been poisoned by the Tao poison of life and death unknowingly. He hurriedly summoned 2 traces of black qi and white qi to protect his body. His expression was extremely unpleasant. It's too late. It's too late. This trial is really vicious. Do I only have 1,000 years left to live? Ning Fan passed through the mist all the way. 3 months later, he finally found the exit in the mist. The little demoness and Hong Yi also arrived at the same time. They arrived at the exit almost at the same time. After passing through the mist, the number of Tao marks on their primordial spirits had increased to 10 to 20. It could be considered as a good harvest. The number of Tao marks of life and death that Ning Fan had now reached 520. Seeing that Ning Fan was safe and sound, the little demoness secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes flickered slightly, but she did not say anything. Ning Fan also felt slightly relieved when he saw that the 2 of them were unharmed. The 3 of them walked out of the exit together. All of a sudden, the mist in the 5th stage disappeared completely. Xianxia and the others who were already close to the exit saw the mist disappear. They knew that the 5th stage had been passed by someone again. When he saw that it was Ning Fan and the others who had passed the stage, Xianxia's face twitched. He and his companions had actually become bystanders again. Ning Fan glanced at Xianxia and the others and sighed inwardly. This group of people had been poisoned by the Tao poison, but they still did not know about it. No, it was not that everyone did not know about it. At least, Yunyomu knew about it. Yunyomu's eyes were unfocused and he was in a daze. He had been poisoned by the Tao poison. If no immortal emperors were to save him, he would only have 1,000 years left to live. Where can I find an immortal emperor in 1,000 years? Forget it. Forget it. This is fate. I can't force it. Fellow Taoist Yun, you don't have to be depressed. It doesn't matter who passes the 5th stage. Xianxia comforted Yunyomu hypocritically. He just thought that Yunyomu's expression was unpleasant because he failed to pass the stage. Even though he was comforting him verbally, he was inwardly cursing Yunyomu, Gong Yangzi, Xianxia, and the others. What a bunch of useless people. If I knew that these people are useless, I would have recruited them from the very beginning. Hong Yi looked at Xianxia and the others and shook her head gently without saying anything. The little demoness looked at Xianxia and the others. Her expression changed slightly, but she did not say anything. The 5 stages of the primordial era had been broken. All that was left was to open the gate of the Forbidden Land and obtain the primordial fisherman's Mino. After exiting the 5th stage, there was a long bronze tunnel that led straight to the underground. At the end of the tunnel, there was a 500,000 feet tall bronze gate. There were 6 keyholes on the gate and it could only be opened with the shedding orchid key. I'm ashamed that I didn't do anything along the way. Leave the matter of blasting open the giant door to me. The reason why I came a month late was to ask the elders of my sect to refine this item. This is an immortal talisman, restriction-breaking talisman. 1 talisman is enough to break open the restriction of a life immortal mansion and the gate. Xianxia smiled gently and took out an immortal talisman with green light flowing around it. The little demoness glanced at the immortal talisman but did not say anything. She nodded and signaled Xianxia to break the stage. However, she was speechless. Xianxia didn't know that he had been poisoned by the Dao poison and was still showing off. Hold on. This restriction-breaking talisman is also a precious item. If you don't have to use it, don't use it. The gate of this forbidden land can only be opened with 6 shedding orchid keys. Daozi has 3 keys while Miss Xiao has 2. I also have 1. Isn't it better to open the door with the keys? As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a bronze key from his storage pouch. When she saw that the last key was actually with him, the little demoness could not help but be stunned. Then, she looked at him with a smile. Her eyes seemed to be saying something. The actions of the successor of ancient chaos are indeed unexpected. The last key is actually with you. You're indeed worthy of being my little fan. Hong Yi's expression did not change much. She was not concerned about how to open the door. It was enough as long as she could get the picture. Xianxia's smile immediately froze on his face. His face turned green and red. Is Ning Fan not even going to give me the credit of opening the door of the Forbidden Land? Forget it. Let's open the door and get the picture. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Ning to have the last shedding orchid key. Great. This is really great. Since that's the case, let's use the key to open the door of the Forbidden Land. Xianxia took out 3 shedding orchid keys from his storage pouch. With a flick of his finger, he inserted the 3 keys into the corresponding keyholes. The little demoness also took out her key. With a flick of her finger, she inserted the key into the corresponding keyhole. Ning Fan raised his hand and summoned the shedding orchid key. The key automatically flew into the last keyhole. When all 6 keys were inserted into the keyholes, the door of the Forbidden Land opened with a rumbling sound. Inside the Forbidden Land, what entered their sight was a vast land of ice and snow. 1,000 li * 500 m per li of the land was covered in ice and snow was drifting in the air. The Forbidden Land was just too vast. They could not see the end of it at all. After entering the Forbidden Land, they had been flying for a few days, but they still could not see the end of the Forbidden Land. They also could not find the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. He faintly felt that something was wrong with this place. As for what was wrong, he could not put his finger on it. The little demoness and Hong Yi also frowned. They felt that something was not right. Little Fan. I have a bad premonition. I feel that we should leave this forbidden land as soon as possible. The little demoness said with a solemn expression. I also have the same premonition. The mountains and snow here don't seem to have any vitality. It's as if they were drawn. Hong Yi said with a frown. It's drawn? Ning Fan was startled. He seemed to have thought of a possibility. He landed at the foot of the snowy mountain and began to investigate a nearby snowy mountain. As soon as he did so, his eyes darkened. Sure enough. We won't be able to find the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting if we continue walking like this. The moment we stepped into the Forbidden Land, we were sucked into the painting. Everything we see is the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. What? We were actually sucked into the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting? How is this possible? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Haha. Why is it impossible? The immemorial fisherman's Mino painting is a supreme treasure that controls the life and death of those who are sucked into it. Look at this snowy mountain. It's still white now. This is life. When the white color completely turns black, it means death. At that time, no one will be able to live except for me. In a few hours, all of you will die in the painting. This voice suddenly resounded without any warning. Even Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. On an icy lake not far away, an old man wearing a white bamboo hat and straw cape was sitting alone on a fishing boat. He was fishing on the surface of the lake. No one knew when he had been fishing in this place. However, no one could discover him. His cultivation base had already surpassed the Rogue Immortal Realm and reached the Life Immortal Realm. Life Immortal Realm. Why is there a Life Immortal Realm cultivator hiding in this place? Let's go. Xianxia, Gong Yangzi, and Xianhua's expressions changed. They turned around and wanted to flee. Yunyomu's eyes flashed. He also prepared to flee. From their point of view, a Life Immortal Realm cultivator who appeared in this place was most likely an enemy. Ning Fan, however, did not flee. If this Life Immortal Realm cultivator is an enemy, running away would be useless. Moreover, Ning Fan did not sense any killing intent from this person. He did not seem to be hostile. Ning Fan was the first to land on the shore of the icy lake. He cupped his fists and greeted the person. Junior Ning Fan greets Senior. Hong Yi and the little demoness also landed on the ground. However, they just stood behind Ning Fan and greeted the person without saying anything. Oh? You kids do have some guts. Those few people are much weaker. The white-robed fisherman pointed at Xianxia and the others and said disdainfully. Xianxia's face turned pale. He was a little displeased. However, he did not dare to show it in front of the Life Immortal Realm cultivator. He was afraid that he would be killed here if he offends this person. I don't know what Senior meant just now. I don't understand. Ning Fan asked. You don't understand? In that case, this old man will explain it again. From the moment you stepped into the forbidden area, you have been sucked into the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. You can no longer get out. In a few hours, another black-robed Life Immortal Realm cultivator will come to kill you. Black-robed Life Immortal Realm cultivator? Ning Fan's expression changed. He did not expect that there would be a second Life Immortal Realm cultivator in this place. Xianxia and the others' expressions changed greatly. They did not expect that they would not be able to leave after entering this place. They did not expect that a black-robed Life Immortal Realm cultivator would come to kill them in a few hours. Why did things turn out like this? They had already passed the 5 trials of the ancient times and opened the door to the forbidden area. However, they had fallen into a hopeless situation when they reached the step of obtaining the painting. What should they do? That black-robed Life Immortal Realm cultivator is different from me. He is ruthless and he cultivates the Tao of Death. He will kill anyone who tries to obtain the painting. I cultivate the Tao of Life. Therefore, when I saw you guys in trouble, I wanted to lend you a hand. Of course, I also have some selfish motives. That black-robed Life Immortal Realm cultivator wants to kill me and I also want to kill him. However, no one can kill the other. Little friend Ning, how about you help me kill him together with me? How can I help Senior kill a Life Immortal Realm cultivator? May I ask Senior if there is a way to get out of this place? Ning Fan did not agree to the white-robed elderly man's request. Now, he just wanted to find a way to get out of this place. He did not want to become the enemy of a Life Immortal Realm cultivator. He secretly activated the Profoundine world and found out that it could still be used. When he secretly activated the Yuanya world, he realized that it could not be used. As for the snow-capped mountain far away, it began to turn black bit by bit. The moment the darkness appeared, Ning Fan's heart was filled with a sense of crisis. Inwardly, he guessed that what the elderly man said about not being able to get out of this place was probably true. It was probably true that a black-robed Life Immortal Realm cultivator would come to this place to kill them a few hours later. Even if he returns to where he came from, he probably would not be able to find the entrance that he came from. If the black-robed life immortal realm cultivator comes to attack him, he could hide in his Kiliacosm treasure. However, Hong Yi and the little demoness had nowhere to hide. It would be difficult for them to escape death. Moreover, the Kiliacosm treasure also had a time limit. Ning Fan could only stay inside for a month. After 1 month, he would get out of the profounding world and he would still be attacked by the black-robed life immortal realm cultivator. Ning Fan just wanted to find a way to get out of this place and bring the two ladies away from here. He did not want to see the scene in the illusion happen again and watch the two ladies die in front of him. A way to get out of this place, huh? There is. As long as you kill either me or that black-robed life immortal realm cultivator, you will have a chance to get out of this place. Otherwise, you will be sealed in this painting forever. What? Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. Could it be that I have to kill a life immortal realm cultivator in order to get out of this place? The white-robed old man's gaze swept across the crowd. Then, he looked at the little demoness and said with a sigh. If this little girl's cultivation base is at its peak, she might be able to lend me a hand. Sigh what a pity. Little friend, lend me your devil sealing pouch for a while. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. I don't have any evil intentions towards you people. What I want is just to be free from this place. You guys just need to watch from the side. The white-robed old man made a grabbing motion towards the devil sealing pouch on Ning Fan's waist. Immediately, hundreds of orchid petals flew out from his body. With just a suction force, the devil sealing pouch flew into his hand. Ning Fan's eyes widened. He remembered that he had read about this kind of ability from the shedding orchid sect's introduction. It was called the orchid seizing technique. It was a type of ability that allowed one to seize magic treasures from others. Could this person be a member of the shedding orchid sect? Little friend Ning, please don't be angry. I can swear on my great heart devil oath that I have absolutely no hostility towards you people. What I want is just to kill that black-robed life immortal realm cultivator and then be free from this place. I won't lend you the devil sealing pouch for a while for free. You haven't completely subdued the thing inside, right? How about I help you subdue it completely? Little friend, lend me a trace of your spirit sense. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed old man really swore on his great heart devil oath, expressing that he would not have the intention to harm anyone at the scene. Ning Fan frowned. The way to leave this place was to kill a life immortal realm cultivator. Either the black-robed old man or the white-robed old man must die in order to escape. The white-robed old man had already borrowed the rogue devil. He probably wanted to use the rogue devil's power to suppress the black-robed old man and kill him. The rogue devil had already fallen into the white-robed old man's hands and he had also sworn not to harm anyone here. The only thing Ning Fan could do now was to trust this white-robed life immortal realm cultivator and lend him the rogue devil to help him kill the black-robed life immortal realm cultivator. Is there a need to give this person a trace of spirit sense? Ning Fan forced out a trace of spirit sense from his sea of consciousness and passed it to the white-robed old man. With the white-robed old man's strength, there was no need for him to plot against Ning Fan. Taking this trace of spirit sense was probably really to help him subdue the rogue devil. The white-robed old man received Ning Fan's trace of spirit sense and said to Ning Fan with a smile. Little friend and I are fated but you don't know about it. You possess the token of the Lanling sect master, the 1,000 mountains of orchid snow painting. Besides that, you have also learned the secret technique of my shedding orchid sect, the mutual death technique. For the sake of this fate, why would I harm you? Vile creature, come out. The white-robed old man suddenly opened the devil sealing pouch. A trace of devil chi immediately rushed out from the pouch and turned into a gigantic devil creature. It raised its head and laughed heartily. Haha. You are finally going to use me for the 3rd time. Hurry up and use it. After using it, the puppet strings will be broken and I will be reborn. The little demoness did not find it strange that Ning Fan had a rogue devil. After spending some time with Ning Fan, she seemed to have already noticed it. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes, however, were filled with shock. She never expected that Ning Fan would bring a rogue devil with him. He Xianxia, Gong Yangzi, Xianxia, and Yunyomu were all shocked. A rogue devil. Ning Fan actually brought a rogue devil with him. Loose devils were the pinnacle experts of the devil realm. There were only 5 of them in the entire devil realm. Ning Fan actually has a rogue devil expert with him. Where did this rogue devil come from? Was it the devil world's scattered devil ancestor, or a powerhouse of the devil path from the upper realm? Haha, I am finally going to be free. Ha ha ha. The scattered devil was really excited. What he was most afraid of was that Ning Fan would never use him for the 3rd time and that the puppet thread would never break. He had been waiting for Ning Fan's order him again. After that, he would be free, and Ning Fan's would never put him into the evil sealing pouch again. His arrogant eyes swept the surroundings, and when he saw the strange scenery, he was stunned at first. His gaze swept across Ning Fan, the little demoness, Hong Yi, Xianxia, and the others. Finally, his gaze fell on the white-robed life immortal realm expert. The white-robed life immortal held a demon sealing pouch in his hand. It was the white-robed life immortal who released him. In an instant, the loose devil's smile froze on his face. Fate Immortal, why is there a Fate Immortal here? Speaking of which, what the hell is this place? Smelly old man, who are you? What do you want to do to me? What do I want to do? I want to do little friend Ning a favor by subduing you and slightly borrowing your power. Sit down. The white-robed life immortal realm expert's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Countless shadows of orchids appeared in the sky. He pointed a finger and a ray of blue light accompanied by Ning Fan's spirit sense went into the scattered devil's head. The scattered devil let out a miserable shriek. He held his head and rolled violently on the ground as if he was in extreme pain. This was a secret technique of the shedding orchid sect. It could forcefully plant a mental seal on a cultivator whose cultivation base was weaker than the user. However, using this technique required a special physique. Not everyone could learn this technique. Gradually, the scattered devil's pain began to weaken and he no longer struggled. However, his eyes were filled with discomfort as if he had just swallowed a fly. God damn it. God damn it, his sea of consciousness was actually planted with a mental seal. Moreover, it was planted with Ning Fan's spirit sense. He had actually become Ning Fan's true devil slave. Even if the puppet thread is broken, he would not be able to escape from Ning Fan's control anymore. Ah. He no longer had the chance to carry out the beautiful escape plan that he had been looking forward to. I'm really unlucky. I grew up in the demon sealing pouch and have never roamed freely in the outside world. I was born to be a demon slave for others. Damned heavens, they can't do this to me. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise and joy. He tried activating his divine telekinesis and found that he could really control the rogue devil with his divine telekinesis and control its life and death. The problem of the scattered devil, which had always been a headache for him, was easily solved by the life immortal senior in front of him. From the looks of it, borrowing the life immortal to use the scattered demon was not a loss, but a gain. If what the life immortal said was true and they could defeat the black-robed life immortal with the help of the rogue devil, they would be able to escape. If the white-robed life immortal had evil intentions, it would be really dangerous this time. Husband, this person can be trusted. I think I know who he is. When he was alive, he was so proud that he didn't even submit to the heavenly Tao. What he disdained the most was lying to others and playing tricks. If he says he's not hostile towards us, then he definitely isn't. The little demoness revealed a thoughtful expression and transmitted her voice to Ning Fan. Then, he told Ning Fan about the identity of the white-robed life immortal. It's him. He's not a living person. Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. He didn't seek immortality and didn't seek immortality. He dared to sacrifice the heavens for the Tao. So it's him. To be continued, Ning Fan looked at the white-robed life immortal in silence. He didn't expect this life immortal in white to be the legendary forefather Xilan. According to the little demon girl, this person was obsessed with giving up, so he became an immortal. However, the possession of the primordial fisherman's cowhide painting ultimately led to the destruction of the shedding orchid sect. The 4 ancient maps were not something a sect with a life immortal could possess. Ancestor Xilan was supposed to be dead. Who would have thought that he would appear in the immemorial fisherman's Mino? Ning Fan carefully observed old ancestor Xilan and realized that he was not a living person. There was no sign of life in him. Just like the surrounding world of ice and snow, it was as if it was drawn out. Before I died, I drew my remnant will into the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting because I still have an unfulfilled wish that needs to be resolved before I can die in peace. Old ancestor Xilan smiled at Ning Fan. When Ning Fan's expression changed slightly, he knew that Ning Fan had guessed his identity. Who is that black-robed life immortal realm cultivator? Why is Senior so insistent on killing him? Also, why does he want to kill Senior? Ning Fan asked. He was the cultivator who came to steal the map back then. He has the lives of thousands of Xilan's disciples on his hands. He was trapped in the immemorial fisherman's Mino picture and died with hatred, but his demonic thoughts remained in the picture. He is proficient in a secret technique of the devil Dao. If his devil sense doesn't disperse, all the cultivators he has killed in this life will never be able to enter samsara again. They will live in the sea of bitterness forever, losing their true path forever. Xilan forefather took a deep breath and said with sharp eyes. Therefore, I must kill this strand of demonic thought of his. With the help of little friend's loose devil, it won't be hard for me to kill him. The Xilan ancestor's eyes were filled with a crazy obsession. He must bring back the fallen disciples of the Xilan ancestor. His words were only directed at Ning Fan, the little demoness and Hong Yi. He Xiao and the others could not hear him at all. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold but he did not say anything. He could not help but admire Ancestor Xilan in his heart. Ancestor Xilan's remnant consciousness was not extinguished, just to let his disciples reincarnate. He swore to destroy the evil consciousness in the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. There weren't many people like him in the cultivation world. Little friend, this old man and you are fated. I would like to make a deal with you. How about it? What kind of deal? Ning Fan frowned. This old man still has 8 million myriad Tao crystals. I want to get a promise from my little friend's mouth, and let my little friend do something. As long as little friend promises this matter, this old man will definitely give this Tao crystal to you. As soon as he finished speaking, old ancestor Xilan carefully observed every expression on Ning Fan's face. He realized that even though Ning Fan's expression changed slightly when he heard about the 8 million Tao crystals, there was no hint of greed in his eyes. He also did not agree to his request immediately. Instead, he wore a thoughtful look on his face. 8 million Tao crystals are almost enough for this young man to cultivate to the middle and upper level of the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The temptation is certainly huge. However, this child has no greed in his eyes. It seems that he is a person who does not make promises lightly. Since he does not make promises lightly, he will not break his promise. It seems that I have found the right person. Old ancestor Xilan did not disturb Ning Fan's thoughts and waited quietly. Hong Yi and the little seductress, who were standing at the side, looked slightly surprised. 8 million Tao crystals was not a small amount. What kind of promise does this old ancestor Xilan want Ning Fan to give? Ning Fan pondered for a while. Then, he raised his head and looked at old ancestor Xilan with a serious expression. Senior, what request do you have? Why don't you tell me first? If it's within my capabilities, I will certainly give you a promise. If it's not something that I can do, I won't agree to it with empty promises. Hee hee. That's how it should be. I want little friend to kill a person. This person is the main person who destroyed my Xilan sect. He used his power to bully others and oppress Xilan. Who is he? What's his cultivation base? The sect master of the Daoi sect in the Western Heaven Immortal world. He was a true immortal at the Crossing Truth realm in the past. Now, if he is still alive, he might already be Shikong or perhaps. Old ancestor Xilan sighed. This sect master of the Daoi sect was just too strong. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. This kind of earth-shattering figure is not someone that I can defeat. I can't give you this promise. Little friend, you don't have to reject me so quickly. I'm not asking you to kill this person right now. If one day, your cultivation base is strong enough and you're confident that you can kill this person easily, you can kill him then. If it's impossible, I won't have any regrets in this life as long as little friend has tried your best. I'll kill this person when my cultivation base is strong enough. Ning Fan pondered for a long time and finally nodded. All right. I'll agree to this. If one day, I have the ability to kill this person, I will certainly go to the Daoi sect and kill him. Hee hee. I believe you. Take these Tao crystals. When I kill the black-robed devil since, it will be the time when my remnant will perish. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to give you these Tao crystals anymore. Old ancestor Xilan raised his palm and waved. A storage pouch appeared on his palm out of nowhere and he gave it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan kept the storage pouch without saying anything. Everyone was speechless for a while and waited quietly. The rogue devil lowered his head dejectedly and listened to old ancestor Xilan's words. He did not dare to refute. When old ancestor Xilan heard that the rogue devil did not have a name, he immediately gave it a name. I used to raise a spirit dog. His name is Big Head. From today onwards, you shall be called Big Head. F***ck. Big Head. What the hell is this name? I don't want this name. The rogue devil expressed his strong objection. I've made up my mind. You can't have any dissatisfaction. Yes, the rogue devil revealed a bitter expression. He was a dignified rogue devil. He could be considered as a peak expert in the mortal world. However, his name was actually Big Head. If others find out about this, he would lose all his face. He wanted to resist old ancestor Xilan but he did not dare to do so. He could only pray that Ning Fan did not hear this name and would not call him that in the future. When he turned his head to look at Ning Fan, he saw him holding his chin and muttering to himself with a serious expression. After a long time, he suddenly smiled and said, Big Head, huh? That's really a good name. It's much better than the name Little Black that I gave my little Sable. I'm not good at giving names. So, I'll just call him Big Head. The rogue devil was instantly dumbfounded, putting aside the fact that he was planted with a mental seal, he actually called him Big Head. Today was really the most miserable day of his life. Time flashed. 6 hours had passed. At this moment, the white snow between heaven and earth had all turned black. From afar, a black figure was flying towards them at full speed in the vast sky. His figure flashed in the sky again and again. Each time he flashed, he would travel a distance of millions of li * 500 m per li. Not long after, he appeared above everyone's heads. The aura force of a life immortal realm expert pressed down crazily and he laughed without restraint. Xilan. I'm here again. Today, I must kill you. There's still a group of kids here. Good. Very good. Since that's the case, let's kill all of them. This person had an ugly appearance and an unusually short figure. His eyes were filled with evil chi. His gaze swept across Ning Fan and the others with disdain. However, when his gaze swept past the rogue devil, his eyes suddenly turned grim. Rogue devil. Humph? I didn't expect you to actually have a helper. Do you think you can defeat me with the help of a rogue devil? He locked his killing intent on the rogue devil. The rogue devil was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He no longer had his usual arrogant expression. How could he dare to be arrogant in front of a life immortal? He Xiao, Gong Yangzi, Xianxia, and Yunyomu's expressions changed. All of them hid behind Ning Fan and the others, afraid that they would get involved in the battle between life immortals. Nether Flame, there's no need for you to talk nonsense. Just fight. Big Head, fight with this old man. Xilan Ancestor's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He leaped into the sky and pointed at the black-robed life immortal without a word. The scattered demon gritted his teeth, not daring to disobey Ancestor Xilan's order. He braced himself and rushed toward the black-robed life immortal, throwing a punch. The black-robed life immortal's eyes darkened. He changed his hand sign and the black flames around his body turned into 2 streams of flames that swept towards Ancestor Xilan and the scattered demon respectively. Black fire and the orchid finger collided, but it was slightly at a disadvantage. After all, the power was divided. The black flames collided with the scattered devil's fist light, but it directly burned the scattered devil's fist light into nothingness. The remnant flame swept towards the scattered devil. The scattered devil was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He was about to be incinerated by the black flames. Just as he was in despair, he suddenly saw the remaining black flames disappear without a trace. When he lowered his head to take a look, he found that it had been taken away by Ning Fan who was below him. All of a sudden, the scattered devil's expression became extremely complicated. He was actually saved by Ning Fan once again. Humph. How dare a mere second destruction realm junior meddle in my business? After this, I will certainly tear you into a million pieces. The black-robed life immortal's face was filled with rage, but he was secretly shocked. He thought to himself, this second destruction realm junior's methods are really heaven-defying. Even though his black flames are not immortal flames, they are still very powerful. Ning Fan's face turned slightly pale after he used the power of the steel of sun and moon to keep the black flames. The black flames were not as powerful as immortal flames, but they were not much weaker. Even though he forcefully kept the black flames with the steel of sun and moon, it still caused Ning Fan significant injuries. However, Ning Fan had no other choice. At this moment, it was impossible for him to watch the scattered demon die. He was a powerful fighter and a great help in killing the black-robed life immortal. Old ancestor Xilan gave Ning Fan a surprised look. Then, he burst into laughter. Nether Flame, it seems like your devil sense is really going to end today. Immortal technique, renounce heaven. Old ancestor Xilan displayed his ability. The entire heaven and earth began to slowly disappear as if he had abandoned everything. Traces of orchid shadows drifted around the black-robed life immortal's body. In just an instant, the black-robed life immortal's body began to slowly disappear, as if he had also been abandoned by old ancestor Xilan. Immortal technique, Nether Devour. The black-robed life immortal's eyes turned extremely solemn. He activated all of the magic power in his body. Traces of dark red nether flame rose around his body and burned the orchid shadows one by one. At the moment when the orchid shadows disappeared, the vanished heaven and earth reappeared. After withstanding old ancestor Xilan's attack with great difficulty and not getting injured by the renounce heaven technique, the black-robed life immortal felt a sharp pain on his back. The scattered demon had taken the opportunity to sneak up on him and landed hundreds of punches on his back. Each of his punches was enough to shake heaven and earth. Each of his punches could destroy a mid-grade cultivation country. The black-robed life immortal was just a body of devil sense after all. How could the toughness of his body compare to the scattered demon? After receiving hundreds of punches, the black-robed life immortal immediately coughed out a few mouthfuls of black blood. He had already suffered some injuries. His eyes were burning with anger. A mere scattered demon dares to sneak up on me. I'm going to kill you. His body swayed and disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, he directly appeared in front of the scattered demon and slammed his palm down. A 50,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, large nether flame palm imprint immediately landed on the scattered demon's head, giving him a feeling that he was going to die. This time, old ancestor Xilan had already appeared beside the scattered demon without Ning Fan's help. He made a hand seal and countless orchid shadows formed a gigantic orchid shield in front of the scattered demon, blocking all the incoming palm imprint. The huge shockwaves from the collision nearly overturned heaven and earth. Old ancestor Xilan then raised his hand and a sword made of orchid shadows appeared in his hand. Dao weapon. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He could recognize that this orchid sword was a Dao weapon. It was very similar to his memory-severing Dao sword. Without saying a word, old ancestor Xilan slashed hundreds of times at the black-robed life immortal. Each of his sword strikes was accompanied by an orchid shadow. Even though the black-robed life immortal was able to neutralize all of the sword light, his magic power would be greatly reduced every time he blocked a sword strike. The black-robed life immortal's face was ashen. He realized that this Dao soldier's divine ability was a bit strange and not easy to deal with. With a wave of his hand, the dark red flames condensed into a large axe. This was also a Dao weapon. The axe and the sword clashed against each other. The black-robed life immortal and ancestor Xilan could not hurt each other. Just as the battle reached its climax, the black-clothed life immortal suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back as he suffered hundreds of punches. He was ambushed by a loose devil again. You're courting death. The black-robed life immortal was enraged. He glared at the scattered demon. While he was distracted, ancestor Xilan leaped forward and slashed at the neck of the black-robed life immortal. The black-robed life immortal's head was cut off by the sword and flew high into the sky. Another strike destroyed the life immortals Dan Tian and Yuan Shin. We won. Senior white-cloaked one. We can break free. He sure was overjoyed. Ning Fan, on the other hand, knitted his brows tightly. The sense of danger in his heart gradually increased. No, he didn't win. The black-robed life immortal was still alive. Suddenly, a second primordial spirit flew out from the black-robed life immortal's head. This person cultivated a second primordial spirit technique. The strength of this second primordial spirit was weaker than his first primordial spirit. He knew that he had no chance of winning even if he continued to fight. His eyes were filled with anger. He glared at the loose devil, Ning Fan, and everyone else at the scene. Xilan, my devil sense is going to dissipate soon. However, before I die, I'm going to teach you a painful lesson. I'm going to stir up the heaven and earth of this place and bury all of you here. Immortal technique, devil grease the world. The black-robed life immortal burst into laughter as if he had gone mad. His second primordial spirit suddenly self-destructed. His devil blood turned into black mist and instantly sealed the entire space in the fish map. At the next moment, countless dark red fiery rain fell from the sky. Everything that was burned by the fiery rain immediately melted into water and mist. Little friend, remember your promise to me. Sacrifice technique. Old ancestor Xilan glanced at Ning Fan for the last time and smiled with relief. Then, he resolutely soared into the sky and self-destructed his body, turning into countless shadows of orchids to resist the fiery rain. Ning Fan sighed softly and watched old ancestor Xilan's remnant will disappear. However, his eyes were filled with astonishment at the next moment. The entire fish map suddenly shook violently. Life and death intertwined with each other. Black and white intertwined. The orchids and the fiery rain cancelled each other out. However, the trembling of the ground became more and more intense. Countless Tao force of life and death swept towards Ning Fan and the others. Everyone including Ning Fan coughed out blood and suffered serious injuries when the extremely powerful Tao force of life and death rushed towards them. The world in this place underwent a drastic change because of the battle between the two life immortal realm experts. This drastic change was probably out of old ancestor Xilan's expectation. Suddenly, the orchids flickered on the ground and a black crack was torn open. Countless snowy mountains fell from the sky. Ning Fan took a deep look at the crack on the ground and then looked at the collapsing world. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand to keep the loose devil. Then, he grabbed Hong Yi and little Demonis and leaped into the crack. He did not know where the crack was. However, since the orchids were flickering, it was most likely the path of survival that old ancestor Xilan had pointed out to him. Perhaps only by leaping into the crack could he avoid this calamity of life and death. He Xianxia and the others were not as decisive as Ning Fan. They did not know where the crack on the ground led to. Thus, they did not dare to jump into it recklessly. Each of them activated their magic techniques to shatter the snowy mountains above their heads. The snowy mountains could defend themselves, but the Tao force of life and death that filled heaven and earth was difficult to defend against. Gradually, they also realized that it would be difficult for them to escape death if they continued to resist the Tao force of life and death. Only by jumping into the crack on the ground would they have a chance of survival. When they wanted to jump into the crack, it was already too late. The crack had already closed up. Not good. My life is over. Xianxia's face turned pale with fright. All of a sudden, he was pressed down by a mountain that was half black and half white. The moment he was pressed down by the mountain, his body was corroded by the Tao force of life and death. His physical body slowly decayed. However, Gong Yangzi and Xianhua were not as lucky. Both of them were directly torn into pieces by the Tao force of life and death. Their Tao experience was completely useless. Yunyomu's face was filled with despair. He was poisoned by the Tao poison. Originally, he still had 1,000 years of life left. If he dies here, wouldn't he lose even 1,000 years of life? A loud bang resounded. A snowy mountain that was half black and half white fell from the sky, crushing Yunyomu beneath it. Yunyomu's physical body also began to decay slowly. He desperately activated the chi of life and death to slightly suppress the decay. However, it was impossible for him to escape from the bottom of the mountain. The mountain was too heavy and it contained boundless Tao force. Am I going to be trapped here until the Tao poison takes effect and I die? Yunyomu said in despair. In a quiet stone chamber, Ning Fan slowly regained consciousness. Beside him, Hong Yi and the little demon girl were unconscious and on the verge of death. The two of them seemed to have been injured especially badly by the Tao force of life and death. It was a little strange. Little Demonist's comprehension of the Tao of life and death far surpassed his, while Hong Yi's comprehension of the Tao of life and death was not any weaker than his. Even though he was also injured, it was not serious. However, the two of them were severely injured and on the verge of death. Ning Fan was stunned. When he recalled the previous scene, he seemed to have understood something. He remembered that when the Tao force of life and death attacked him, the two of them seemed to have moved closer to him intentionally or unintentionally. Did they secretly help him block the damage from the Tao force of life and death? Ning Fan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He looked at the stone chamber and saw that there was an ice bed inside. Then, he carried the two of them onto the ice bed. After thinking for a while, he rummaged through little Demonist's storage pouch and took out 2 half-completed 8th Revolution healing pills and fed them to the two of them. Those pills seemed to be the ones used to treat Mei Chen's injuries. Ning Fan did not have this kind of high-grade healing pill with him. Thus, he could only borrow little Demonist pills. He only took 2 pills and did not look through the other items in little Demonist's storage pouch. However, with just a quick glance, he realized that the wealth in little Demonist's storage pouch was probably comparable to the total wealth of the entire 3 Middle Realms combined. Little Demonist is really a rich young lady. After helping the two of them consume the pills, their complexions gradually recovered. However, he did not know how long it would take for them to regain consciousness. Anyway, their lives were no longer in danger. Ning Fan consumed a 7th Revolution healing pill and slowly healed his injuries. After his injuries were healed, he stood up and began to examine the stone chamber. This place seemed to be an art room. There were many paintings hanging on the walls. There was still a faint fragrance of ink in the room. On the table at the corner of the wall, there was a painting brush and paper. The stone chamber seemed to be an enclosed space with no exit. There was a great divine ability in the wall. Ning Fan tried using his wind mist finger but couldn't leave a mark on the wall, let alone destroying the wall and leaving this place. This place seemed to be the abode of a powerful cultivator. Ning Fan looked at all the items in the room and didn't find anything special. The only special thing was the paintings on the wall. All of them were landscape paintings, and there were 7 of them. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a scroll of portrait painting. It was the painting he got from Lu Daochen. It was drawn by an immortal painting for Lu Wu. Chang Shang's painting and Lu Wu's portrait weren't drawn by the same person, but they both had a certain charm in them, as if they could turn illusion into reality. Is this the divine ability of a true immortal? It can turn a painting into reality. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and kept the 7 paintings on the wall into his storage pouch. After taking away the 7 paintings, he discovered that there was a groove hidden behind each of the 7 paintings. In each groove, there was a crystal that was half black and half white. The crystal was filled with extremely powerful Tao power of life and death. Ning Fan couldn't help but think of the time crystal on the 8th floor of the Lost World Tower. These 7 crystals might be the life and death crystal. The time crystal in the Lost World Tower in the lower world was prepared for the cultivators of the lower world. The energy it contained was far less than the life and death crystal in front of him. Ning Fan stared at the 7 crystals blankly. All of a sudden, the 7 crystals turned into rays of light and flew into Ning Fan's body, staying inside his dantian. There was also a voice that resounded in Ning Fan's mind. The people of the later generations who can enter the fish painting chamber are considered to be fated with me. After refining all 7 crystals, you can leave the stone chamber. This is a great opportunity. Don't underestimate it. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. He wanted to take out the crystals from his dantian but he couldn't do it at all. He sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to refine the crystals. However, he realized that his current cultivation realm was almost insufficient to do so. In order to refine the crystals, he must first improve his cultivation realm. If he doesn't refine the crystals, he would never be able to leave the stone chamber. After absorbing the power of the green yang, he could stay in the profounding world for around 3 months. Even if he borrows the power of the profounding world, he had no idea how many years he would need to spend to improve his cultivation realm. It was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. I didn't expect to encounter such an unforeseen event during this trip. Ning Fan's gaze fell on Hong Yi and the little demoness. He continued. Fortunately, they are fine. I don't want to see that kind of illusion again. Since there's no other way to get out of here, I'll just improve my cultivation realm here. The ancient divine incense, dragon soul, dragon pearl and Tao crystal. It's time for me to refine all of these things. Ning Fan's body flashed and entered the profounding world. On top of the thatched cottage, Luo Yu had already refined half of the power of the demon divine pill and recovered her cultivation base to the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan found a secluded place on the desolate continent and opened up a temporary abode. He took out a large number of Tao crystals and placed them inside the abode. However, he was not in a hurry to refine these Tao crystals. He took out a furnace outside the abode and placed the ancient golden sword inside the furnace along with the profound yellow crystals. He did not know how many years he would have to cultivate in this place. He could increase the speed of the ancient golden sword while he was at it. I'll let the ancient sword devour the profound yellow crystals on its own. Ning Fan did not have the time to care about it. He entered the temporary abode and sat down with his legs crossed. Then, he waved his hand and took some Tao crystals and began to slowly refine them. There were a total of 1,000,000 Tao crystals in the abode. If he refines all of them, his cultivation realm would receive a terrifying increase. Absorbing the Qingyang mysticing realm should be an upgrade. In the 4th stage, the protagonist said that he could only stay for a month. That was a typo. After absorbing the Azure Sun Spirit, one could stay in the profounding world for 3 months. Every time Ning Fan stayed in the profounding world for 3 months, he would have to stay in the outside world for 3 days. His current magical power was 127,000 yuan hui, 73,000 away from the 3-shattering realm. Even with the help of the profounding world, Ning Fan could only refine 60,000 pieces of Tao crystals in a month. After breaking into 2, even a 1-apertured ancient god would need to refine 10 doctrine gems to increase his magic power by 1 yuan hui. After 3 months, Ning Fan's magic power had reached 145,000 yuan hui. After being forced to leave the profounding world, Ning Fan looked at the ice bed and was slightly surprised. Hong Yi and the little demon girl had yet to wake up. Logically speaking, no matter how heavily injured the 2 women were, they should have woken up by now. Ning Fan carefully looked at the 2 ladies and realized that even though they were in deep sleep, the Tao marks of life and death in their bodies seemed to be increasing bit by bit. His injuries seemed to have healed by 70 to 80%, and his complexion was also very rosy. When he looked at the ice bed again, he frowned. At first, he didn't look at it carefully, but now that he looked at it again, he realized that the ice bed contained a dreamy and illusory power, as if it could comprehend life and death. Ning Fan didn't know what exactly this power was. Because of this power, the 2 women were temporarily unable to awaken and were still in a deep slumber. Although they were in a deep sleep, the benefits that the 2 women received were not small. This sleep, with the help of the ice bed, increased their understanding of life and death. I might as well train here for quite a few years, so I'll let the 2 of them sleep for now. This sleep will be extremely beneficial to them. This ice bed is a treasure. It can allow Master to comprehend life and death in his dreams. I wonder if you can take it with you before you leave this place. The foundation of the ice bed was connected to the stone chamber as if they were one entity. Ning Fan was not confident that he could take it away. After a moment of silence, he sat cross-legged in the stone room and began to adjust his breathing. 3 days later, he returned to the profounding world to cultivate. The number of Tao crystals decreased bit by bit. After refining 730,000 Tao crystals, Ning Fan's magic power had reached 200,000 yuan hui. He could already break through the bottleneck of the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm at any time. He had been trapped in the stone chamber for a year. In the profounding world, Ning Fan consumed 2 space-breaking pills and began to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd void-breaking realm. At the moment he broke through the bottleneck, Ning Fan's magic power increased by 15,000 periods. At the same time, he welcomed the Sovereign Lightning Tribulation and the Yin Wind Tribulation. The Sovereign Lightning Tribulation was merely nourishment for the Sovereign Chi-soaring Dragon, and the Yin Wind Tribulation was nothing to be afraid of. When Ning Fan easily broke through the 2nd tribulation, a pink undergarment fell from the sky all of a sudden. It carried the body fragrance of a young lady. Is this another goodwill from the heavenly Tao? Ning Fan kept the doo-doo and continued with his cultivation. He didn't know that at this moment, in a certain space, a naked little loli was playing in the lake, and she was crying loudly in shame and indignation. This time, she no longer wanted to care about Ning Fan's tribulation. How long had it been? Ning Fan had already broken through to the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm again. Anyway, he would certainly overcome the lightning and wind tribulations easily. She had already become numb to it. When Ning Fan was undergoing his tribulation, she was playing in the lake. Both of them had nothing to do with each other. However, her hand slipped and her undergarment actually sank to the bottom of the lake. It fell from the sky and landed on Ning Fan. She didn't want to live. How could a girl's undergarment be given to others so casually? Stinky Ning Fan. You're bullying me again. Ah. After breaking through to the third tribulation, the effect of absorbing the Tao crystals was halved once again. Every time he absorbed 20 Tao crystals, he could only increase his magic power by 1 yuan. However, Ning Fan's speed of refining the Tao crystals had greatly improved. In the profounding world, he could refine 100,000 Tao crystals in a month. If he were in the outside world, he would need 8 years to refine 100,000 Tao crystals. Ning Fan gave it a try. With his third heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base, it was still not enough for him to refine 7 pieces of life and death crystals. Since he had no other choice, he could only continue cultivating. The number of Tao crystals began to decrease rapidly. After refining 3.7 million Tao crystals, Ning Fan's magic power had reached 400,000 yuan. Now, he could start breaking through to the fourth tribulation realm. It had been 4 years since he was trapped in the stone chamber. With the power of the void-breaking pill, Ning Fan began to break through the bottleneck of the fourth tribulation realm. This bottleneck was obviously much harder to break than he had imagined. After entering the profounding world for 3 months, Ning Fan still could not break through this bottleneck. After being forced to leave the profounding world, Ning Fan decided to break through the bottleneck in the stone chamber. This time, it actually took him 3 years. On the 7th year of being trapped in the stone chamber, Ning Fan entered the profounding world and officially broke through to the fourth tribulation realm. The sovereign lightning tribulation, the Yin wind tribulation. Then, hidden weapons fell from the sky and a cloth bear fell from the sky. This cloth bear was covered with saliva marks. It also had the faint body fragrance of a young lady. It seemed like a young lady often hugged it to sleep. Is this also a gesture of goodwill? Ning Fan was speechless. He had already experienced too many messy things. He was already used to it. After keeping the cloth bear, Ning Fan tried to refine the crystal of life and death. However, he realized that his cultivation base was still far from enough. It was not enough for him to refine the crystal. So, I can only continue cultivating. In a certain space, a little Lolita was looking at the surface of the lake with an aggrieved expression. When she looked at Ning Fan, her eyes turned into peaches from crying. Give me back my Xiao Guai. That's my Xiao Guai. Wuwushi really wanted to chop off her own hand. Why does Ning Fan's hand have to drop something every time he goes through a tribulation? Wuwu, I won't send tribulations to the lower world anymore. I want the Imperial Monarch to find someone else to send tribulations to. I don't want to see Ning Fan anymore. Wuwushi ran to the Master Calamity Palace and complained to someone else. The heavenly Dao spirit of the lower world was temporarily replaced by someone else. Finally, she did not need to send tribulations to Ning Fan anymore. After breaking through to the 4th level of fragmentation realm, Ning Fan's magic power increased by 20,000 yuan hui, reaching 420,000 yuan hui. After that, he began to break through to the 5th level of fragmentation realm. There were still 67 million Tao crystals left. Ning Fan spent 5 years to refine all of them. His magic power had reached more than 680,000 yuan hui, but the Tao crystals were all used up. Breaking through to the 5th level of fragmentation realm required 1 million yuan hui of magic power. Fortunately, Ning Fan still had a lot of pills that he snatched from others. They could increase void fragmentation realm magic power. However, after consuming them, his magic power only reached 700,000 yuan hui. He had been trapped in the stone chamber for 12 years. After spending 1 year, Ning Fan refined the 10 golden crystals of the ancient divine incense in his body. His magic power had increased to 740,000 yuan hui. He had a total of 581 dragon souls. A 9th-grade dragon soul could increase 1,000 units of magic power. A 9th-grade dragon soul was equivalent to 10,000 units of magic power. 581 dragon souls were supreme treasures to low-level cultivators. To him, however, their effect was almost negligible. He pondered for a moment and kept the sealing pot. He did not devour the dragon souls. It was better to leave these dragon souls for Ji He and the other women to devour slowly. With these dragon souls, even Bai Su, who had just stepped into the Tao as a mortal, would have an easy time attaining the divine transformation realm in this lifetime. After all, breaking through to the divine transformation realm only required 10,000 units of magic power. A first-grade dragon soul was enough. He had a total of 68 dragon balls. Among them, there were 2 Yin-Yang dragon balls and 3 first-grade dragon balls. The rest were all below the 2nd grade. In total, these dragon balls could increase his magic power by nearly 250,000 yuan hui. Of course, Ning Fan was an ancient god with 1 orifice. If he devours the dragon balls, the effect would be doubled. After refining these dragon balls, I can break through to the 5th level of fragmentation realm. I wonder if I can refine the crystal of life and death while at the 5th level of fragmentation realm. If I can't. Another 6 years passed. Ning Fan had refined all of the dragon balls and his magic power had increased to 1.18 million yuan hui. After consuming the last 5 space-breaking pills, he left the profounding world. He sat cross-legged in the stone chamber and began to focus on breaking through to the 5th level of fragmentation realm. It took him 4 years just to break through the bottleneck. At the moment when he broke through the bottleneck, he entered the profounding world to undergo his tribulation. Sovereign lightning tribulation, Yin wind tribulation. After that, there were no more rewards from the heavenly Tao. That little girl seems to be gone. Ning Fan looked at the massive black and white ring in the sky and muttered to himself. After breaking through to the 5th level of fragmentation realm, Ning Fan's magic power increased by 30,000 yuan hui. It reached 1.21 million yuan hui. It had been 23 years since he was trapped in the stone chamber. Now that his cultivation base had reached this level, he already had the strength to fight against Moksha Sovereign. He tried to refine the crystal of life and death in his body. However, he helplessly realized that his cultivation base was still slightly lacking if he wanted to refine this crystal. If he could break through to the 6th level of fragmentation realm, this gap would no longer exist. So I have no choice but to consume the emergence pill. Ning Fan sighed softly. The emergence pill had an extremely small probability of helping a void fragmentation realm cultivator to become an immortal in a single step. It also had a 100% chance of helping a void fragmentation realm cultivator directly advance to the next heavenly layer. To him, an emergence pill was equivalent to a heavenly layer. Consuming the 5 shattering pills would allow one to break through the 6 shattering pills. Consuming the 8th shatterer would allow one to break through to the 9th shatterer level. If consumed by 9 splitters, they could reach the peak of 9 splitter in a single step, and thus reach immortal ascension. Naturally, it was better to take this pill as late as possible. However, he had no other choice. In order to leave this place, he could only consume the emergence pill to raise his cultivation. He had spent a total of 10 years to refine the emergence pill. Without the help of the profounding world, he would need to spend 1,000 years to refine this pill. For others, it would probably take thousands of years. 3 months in the profounding world, 3 days in the outside world, and the cycle repeated. His magic power was increasing bit by bit towards 3 million yuan. The moment Ning Fan refined the emergence pill, he did not even attempt to break through the bottleneck on his own. Instead, he directly broke through the bottleneck of the 6 shattering realm. At the moment when he broke through the bottleneck, his body floated in the air, as if he was about to ascend to immortality. He was lucky enough to trigger the emergence pill's tiny chance of becoming an immortal. If this matter were to spread out, it was unknown how many old monsters in the 9 worlds would be envious. In the profounding world, Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ground and raised his head to look at the sky. The probability of triggering the emergence elixir to become an immortal shocked him. However, on second thought, he felt that everything was within reason. His physique could be said to be perfect. He cultivated both the god, demon, and demon body at the same time, awakening the ancient god and ancient demon bodies, and even perfecting the lesser five elements constitution. With such a perfect physique, he could be considered to have the most top-notch cultivation potential. It was naturally not surprising that the emergence pill could allow him to become an immortal directly. However, Ning Fan knitted his brows tightly. He tried to assimilate the life and death crystal inside of him, and found that now that he was a sixth demolisher, he was strong enough to escape. The path to immortality was right beneath his feet. As long as he was willing, he could borrow the power of the emergence elixir and ascend to immortality in one go, but he didn't want to. Without the Tao of life and death, even if he could become an immortal now, he would only be relying on pills to forcefully increase his cultivation base. Even though he could become an immortal, he lacked the link of perceiving life and death. If he really becomes an immortal, he would probably be stuck at the life immortal realm for the rest of his life. Life immortal realm experts were not his only enemies. If his cultivation base stops at the life immortal realm, he would definitely regret it in the future. After taking a deep breath, Ning Fan slowly dispersed the momentum of ascending to immortality in his physical body. His eyes gradually became clear. He did not care about the chance to become an immortal that was envied by tens of thousands of people. He stood up and the aura force of the sixth demolisher realm soared. He went through the sovereign lightning tribulation and broke the Yin wind tribulation. His magic power eventually stopped at 3.05 million yuan. As for his spirit sense, it had just broken through to the seventh heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. If he transforms and uses the soul extraction technique, his cultivation base would instantly reach the peak of the seventh heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The mountain world was nothing to be afraid of. The three-world sect was also nothing to be afraid of. As for Moksha Sovereign, he was even less of a threat. However, there was a small flaw in his plan. After being trapped in the stone room for 33 years, Ning Fan had to rely on all kinds of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures to improve his cultivation base. Only by going through real battles and massacres could his magic power solidify again. Throughout his journey, he had relied on the magic power he had accumulated through battles to improve his cultivation base by borrowing pills and pills. After going through 4 sovereign lightning tribulations in a row, Ning Fan's flying dragon of sovereign qi had already grown to 6 zhang * 3.33 m per zhang long. The sovereign qi aura force contained in this flying dragon was comparable to the total of 60 traces of sovereign qi. Even if 60 rain sovereigns stood together, their sovereign qi aura force would not be stronger than Ning Fan's. Ning Fan had already wasted too much time in this place. He didn't want to spend any more time here. Counting the time, there were only a few years left before the opening of the ancient heavenly court. He wondered how 7 Apricot City, Yu Country, and the Rain World were doing. Ning Fan walked out of his temporary cave dwelling. The ancient golden sword had already absorbed the power of the profound yellow crystal on its own, greatly increasing its speed. If this ancient sword moves at full speed, even ordinary rogue immortals would not be able to catch up to him. After keeping the ancient sword, Ning Fan went to check on Luo Yu. She had already refined the power of the demon divine pill. She had been paying attention to Ning Fan's cultivation. After refining the demon divine pill, Luo Yu's cultivation base recovered to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. She looked at Ning Fan with a faint smile. Her eyes sparkled. Little brother is really amazing. You're already at the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. *** with your current cultivation base, I wonder if Moksha Sovereign would flee in fear if we're in the ancient heavenly court. You should know that he bullied you badly in 7 Apricot City in the past. Moksha Sovereign is nothing to be afraid of. As for you, your cultivation base has yet to recover to the peak 9 shattering realm. I also haven't found a strong enough physical body for you. I'm afraid you still have to wait for a long time before you can truly be resurrected. Ning Fan said apologetically. There's no hurry. Really? I'm not in a hurry at all. Or are you in a hurry to chase me away? Luo Yu looked at Ning Fan in a flirtatious manner. Her eyes were filled with teasing. If you like it, you can stay in the profounding world for the rest of your life. I will never chase you away. Ning Fan sighed. With a sway of his body, he left the profounding world. He knew that Luo Yu would eventually leave because of the hatred that could never be erased. The reason why Luo Yu did not tell him who her enemy was because he was still too weak. He could do whatever he wanted in the lower worlds. However, if he goes to the upper worlds, he would probably just be an insignificant speck of dust. When Luo Yu was at her peak, she was at the Shikong realm. Even though she had such a powerful cultivation base, she was still pursuing the yin-yang locket to find a way to increase her strength. This was enough to prove that her enemy was far stronger than the Shikong realm. Perhaps it was an immortal emperor or even stronger than an immortal emperor. Ning Fan returned to the outside world. He sat in a meditative position at the corner of the ice bed where the two ladies were sleeping and began to refine the 7 pieces of life and death crystals. After breaking through to the 6th shattering realm, he could clearly sense the powerful energy and magic power contained within the crystals. They were extremely pure Tao power without any magic power. It did not matter whether one refined Tao power in the profounding world or not. The profounding world could speed up the circulation of magic power, but it could not speed up a cultivator's comprehension of Tao power. This ice bed could help one comprehend life and death. The effect of refining the life and death crystals in this place was much better than in the profounding world. In the first year, Ning Fan refined the first piece of life and death crystal and there were 100 more traces of Tao marks of life and death. In the second year, Ning Fan refined the second piece of life and death crystal. The third year, the fourth year, the fifth year. On the 7th year, Ning Fan refined the last piece of the life and death crystal. The number of Tao marks of life and death on his primordial spirit had reached 1220. At the moment when he refined all of the life and death crystals, Ning Fan lost consciousness and fell into a dream. In the profounding world, Luo Yu's expression changed, revealing a rare look of astonishment. Life and death tribulation. He actually triggered the life and death tribulation. This is a great tribulation that cultivators in ancient times experienced when they become immortals. There is a great opportunity in this tribulation. Could it be that the 7 pieces of life and death crystals helped him trigger the life and death tribulation? After cultivating for 100 years, Ning Fan entered dreams to look at life and death. A dream in the outside world would only last for 3 days. However, he experienced 3 lifetimes and 3 lives in the life and death tribulation. Those were 3 illusory dreams that seemed to be real. On a cultivation planet called Vermilion Bird Planet, in a certain cultivation country, a white-robed scholar who was sleeping soundly at a table suddenly woke up in a tavern in the outskirts of a city. There were many customers in the tavern. The fragrance of wine wafted in the air and there was also a hint of golden grain rice. Who am I? The white-robed scholar's eyes were blank. He couldn't remember that he was Ning Fan. This was the life and death tribulation. No one would remember who they were in the life and death tribulation. When they remember who they were, they would be able to break through the tribulation. Brother Liu, could it be that you've become stupid from sleeping? You and I went to the capital for the imperial examinations together. We were tired from the long journey so we decided to take a nap in this tavern. How come you can't remember who you are after a nap? Xianxia, who was wearing a green robe, looked at Ning Fan and shook his head with a smile. My surname is Liu. I am going to the capital for the imperial examinations? Why do I have to rush for the imperial examinations? Why do people live and why do they die? Ning Fan's eyes were blank. Of course, we are rushing for the imperial examinations to obtain scholarly honors, obtain a rich future, protect our descendants and bring honor to our ancestors. Xianxia said with a smile. Riches and future. What's the use of these? Everyone will die eventually. What's the use of these? Compared to obtaining riches and honor, I want to know who I am more. I want to know what life and death are. Ning Fan's expression was very serious and he didn't seem to be joking. Xianxia was displeased. He thought that Ning Fan was just joking, but now it seemed that Ning Fan really didn't have the ambition to obtain scholarly honors. Since Brother Liu looks down on riches and honor, I guess you don't want to go to the capital with me for the imperial examinations, right? Yes, I don't want to obtain scholarly honors. Ning Fan nodded. If that's the case, you are not my friend. Our friendship as schoolmates will end today. Xianxia coldly snorted. He carried the bookshelf bag on his back and untied a green colt next to the willow tree outside the tavern. Ning Fan looked at Xianxia leaving, but he didn't look disappointed. Indeed, he wasn't Xianxia's friend and Xianxia wasn't his friend. The two of them had different goals and couldn't work together. Haha, this little brother is really interesting. Just now, he was full of passion and said that he wanted to pass the imperial examinations and bring honor to his ancestors. Who would have thought that after a nap beside the golden millet tree, he actually doesn't want to go to the capital to take the imperial examinations? Could it be that he knows that he won't be able to obtain scholarly honors, so he wants to go home and farm? A customer said with a smile. Farming is not a bad choice. There are always great daos hidden in the wilderness, but the current me doesn't want to farm. I only want to comprehend life and death. Ning Fan stood up and glanced at the bag. He slightly frowned but didn't take it. In the bag, there was a cotton coat, a cloth shirt, 10 taels of silver, the pass and more than 10 books. I don't need these. Count them as wine money. Give me some good wine. As for my horse, I don't need it either. Just change it to wine. The tavern owner was startled, then he put on a smile and took out 7 jars of century-old wine from the cellar. The other things weren't worth much, but the green colt was a good horse. 10 taels of silver wasn't a small amount, so the tavern owner was naturally very happy to do business with Ning Fan. These wines are very heavy. I wonder if you have a servant to carry them. And this pass, it's better if you don't throw it away. Without it, there will be a lot of trouble. I don't need a servant or a pass. Although I don't remember who I am, carrying these jars is a piece of cake for me. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and kept the 7 jars of wine. His figure flickered, and he vanished without a trace, drifting away. Clang. The wine bowls in the hands of countless customers fell to the ground. The tavern owner was dumbfounded. In the next moment, countless people knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of Ning Fan's departure. Immortal. Immortal master. I didn't expect that scholar to be an immortal master. No wonder he didn't want to take the scholarly examination. Scholarly rank is useless to an immortal master. It's over. I just laughed at that immortal master. I wonder if he will grant me death. I'm so scared. The customer who laughed at Ning Fan was now pale. He didn't know that Ning Fan disdained to bully a mortal. Ning Fan flew all the way, passing through a few cultivation countries. His eyes were blank as he still couldn't remember who he was. Drizzle gradually fell from the sky and the night fell. In the rainy night, there was a broken temple in front of him. Countless people were taking shelter from the rain in this temple. The first tribulation of the life and death tribulation is a mortal defiance. To be continued. End of chapter 659. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.